Hello, and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. Hello, welcome everyone. How's everybody doing this morning? Are we feeling rested? Are we feeling excited? Johnny Depp is finally no longer testifying. He can kind of relax. His work is at least done. I don't know if he can really relax, but at least he can sit down and only worry about his facial expressions and maybe what he's wearing, right? Amber, on the other hand, still has to look forward to some testimony from her. I know I've gotten a lot of questions from people asking if I expect that Amber will testify or what would happen if she doesn't. I honestly think that there's no way that she wouldn't be testifying because she's brought claims of her own, even though she technically is a defendant here. She has brought her own claims against Johnny Depp. And so a jury is not going to look very kindly upon that if she doesn't testify. So, I see in here, congratulations on 94K subs. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you can see it right there behind me. I don't know. We might actually make 100K today. That would be really, really crazy. Yeah, that would be nuts. Here's another question. Is Johnny on recall as a witness? I don't believe so. They asked after Ben King. I don't believe that Johnny is also subject to recall, because that would be a very tricky thing, because if you noticed, every time that they say that a witness is subject to recall later, they say you're not allowed to talk to anyone about your testimony. Don't talk to any of the attorneys about your testimony. And if you remember, over the weekend, he couldn't talk to his attorneys because he was technically on the witness stand. That same would be required of him until he's essentially let off the hook. So that would mean that he wouldn't be able to talk to his attorneys basically for the rest of trial. So I think that that's not likely. Also, I'm pretty sure they actually said that yesterday. So, I see in the chat, I love your sweater. Thank you. Thank you very much. Green is one of those colors that seem to do well on my skin tone. So I'm very lucky. I always love the color yellow, but it never works on me. So, anyhow, yeah. Hey, Nurse Liz, how's it going? Oh, 100K, here you come. So well deserved. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. We'll see if it happens today. I don't know. It just might. The idea of hitting 100K at this point is crazy. But we've been getting a lot of interest in this trial, and I'm very, very grateful for that. I'm so thankful for everybody that has come in to watch and join in with us in this whole experience, because I mean, we're all watching this together, right? This is an experience that we are having all together. And I am here for it. I'm so excited for it. And someone else who's actually here with me now is Law Talk with Mike. How's it going?
Hello. I knew you all the way back when you only had 50K. That was like last week.
I know.
That's awesome. You deserve it.
Thank you. And thanks for joining me on a bunch of these streams too. You've really been one of those that's been a repeat offender, if you will.
Yeah, it's been fun. Yesterday I had a trial, so I couldn't do it. And I got up early this morning and watched your recap, which was excellent.
Okay. Oh, good.
So I'm up to
good.
speed.
Thank you. Good. Yes. Yesterday was it was a good day for Johnny Depp in the end. That audio that they got out at the very end, I know a lot of people in the Justice for Johnny Depp community have been asking about that. They really, really, really needed that audio to come in because it was really the most damning of her audio tapes, I think.
Yeah, I agree. That was a great place to end. And what you said about yesterday is what I think about his whole testimony, which is there were a lot of mistakes. There were a lot of things that could have been better or smoother, and it could have been shorter. I really knocked him the first day because I thought he was kind of pompous. And I'm sympathetic to Johnny's cause.
Yeah.
So it irritated me because I want him to prevail, because I do think that he got screwed over. I do.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I said, well, it doesn't ruin the case, but I don't think he had a great day the first day. I stand by that.
Yeah.
But if you take it in totality,
yes,
I think his testimony was excellent and very good for his case.
Yes.
Bad moments, but overall a win. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. And to be clear to everybody that is in the chat, that is, I know that we've got a lot of people. There are some people that are pro Amber Heard, but I think for the most part, we've got people that are pro Johnny Depp.
This is a pro Johnny Depp crowd.
Yeah, for sure. But so when we give that kind of criticism of Johnny or of his attorneys or of his case, it's not to say that we don't want him to win. It's even more frustrating because we're like, no, I want him to do well. I want him to testify as brilliantly as possible. We want him to knock it out of the park. So when we see those kind of either mistakes or ways that we feel like it could have done better, we're like, it really, it's very frustrating. So that's not to say that we're like, pro Amber or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, hey, Nate the lawyer, how's it going?
Nate the lawyer.
I'm Law Talk with Mike. How you doing?
What's going on?
Soon the league's gonna be passing me 100K. It's like today, right? Today's
gonna be. It might be. We're at 94 right now, which is just wild. It's wild to be here right now.
Yeah, no, it's so well deserved. You've been working so hard on this, and it's shocking because a lot of people don't really know, because we know because we talk and about how many hours. This is 10 hours a day, then the recap. So it's paying off, and it's extremely hard work and it's extremely well done. So congratulations. It's amazing.
Thank you.
You're a little low.
Oh, you know what? Actually, hang on. Let me adjust all the sounds because actually I'll turn you down a little bit, because I know that once we start the court audio, people will be complaining that we're all too loud. So let's see.
They don't want us to
Nate may be low from yesterday. Yeah, he's already a little lower from yesterday. Let me see if I am. Oh, I probably need to readjust myself actually, because I for filming my recap. Oh yeah, I'm definitely way too hot. Okay, there we go. That's probably better. Because whenever I film my recap, I like to use audio through StreamYard, so that I can capture it through here as opposed to from my boom mic essentially. So this is just better audio in my opinion. So anyway, so yeah, now we're good. We're adjusted. So so it's exciting. It's exciting. It has been quite a journey, has been quite a bit of work. But it's been great. It's been great. It's really nice to see when you put in hard work and things start to show up, right? Because like you guys know, sometimes you put in a lot of effort into a video and it just like is a total dud. Like no one seems to be interested in it. And you're like, especially if it's a topic that like other people have had successful videos on, like right around the same time, you're like, wait, why is this one not catching on? So
it's just like practicing law. Sometimes you get like a great case and it just rolls over for you and everything's cool. And sometimes you're killing yourself and you can't get anywhere. And YouTube is exactly like that.
Yes.
That's so true.
Yes, exactly. So so just so you guys know, I have the stream set up. So we are waiting for it. And we'll be ready to go as soon as it comes live. So in case anybody is getting anxious about being on time for court. Yesterday the court actually was about 25 minutes late because Judge Ascarati had a calendaring hearing for other matters. So, but I think today we should be back to her usual timeliness, 10 o'clock, right on the dot. She's like always on time. Someone mentioned that she used to be in the United States Marines, which would explain a lot.
Makes sense.
Would explain a lot about her timeliness.
Yeah, because well, in criminal court, I used to hate because you have some judges who are, everybody's gonna be on time, and then you got the judges that they want you on time, but God forbid that they ever be on time. Because I remember for us, we used to have to do arraignments, and in the Bronx, you have maybe 300 or 400 people you got to arraign on a calendar call, right? In the morning. I'm not even talking about the whole day. We're talking about in the morning. So it's important to get there on time. And sometimes you get the judges who will say, you got to be there at 9 o'clock, ready to go. Like, I want to hear you speaking at 9 o'clock. We're there all the time at 9 o'clock, and the judge is never there at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
And the one day I come late, because I'm like, he's not going to be there. He's never there at 9 o'clock. Guess what?
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Brody, where the hell were you? I've been waiting 2 minutes for you. I'm like, oh, my God. Really? Really? Yes, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Don't use professionalism. Don't let this happen to you again. I'm like, yeah, the other 4 days I've been here, but don't worry about it. This, will never happen again.
That also reminds me of law school. My first year of law school, we had a civil procedure professor who she had a reputation for being a bit of a, let's just say she was very intimidating. And she expected everyone to be on time all the time. And there was one of the earlier days in the class year, in the semester, when one of the students walks in. He's about maybe like 10 minutes late, and he just kind of saunters in. He's a very relaxed guy, very nice guy, good dude. But he just kind of saunters in with his backpack. He's got like a lollipop in his mouth, and just kind of like, oh, okay, here I'm arriving to class. And she like stops everything. And this is like 100 people in this classroom, right? So she stops everything and she says, "Mr. Miller." She had a New York accent. She's like, "Mr. Miller, would you show up to court late with a lollipop in your mouth?" and everyone was just like, "Oh my God, she's going to kill him. She's going to kill him. She's going to kill him." And then he's just sitting there and he's like, "No." And she's like, "Never show up to my class late again." It was so funny. We all thought that she literally was going to like destroy him. And then afterwards talking to him, he's like, "It wasn't even a lollipop. It was a sucker." So anyhow, but yeah, timeliness in the law, whether in law school or for court, can sometimes be a bit of an issue, and some people are sticklers. But yeah, it's really frustrating when it's a judge who expects you to be on time, but they don't have the same expectations for themselves. It's super frustrating.
It's their courtroom, right? They get to tell you, do as I say, not as I do, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
What do you guys think about yesterday? How did Team Depp seems to be knocking, well, after Depp is now off the stand, but they seem to be moving through the case a little easier now.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Ben King was much faster. We went through his direct, his cross, and his redirect. It should have gone even faster, in my opinion. I mean, I said this in my recap too, that the cross examination really shouldn't have even happened, in my opinion.
Yeah.
There really wasn't anything that they got out of it. They just wasted their time, which they could have used on maybe a more important witness, in my opinion.
And they lose that time, right?
But I'm a big fan of not crossing somebody who hasn't damaged me.
Yeah.
I honestly think it's more damaging to just say no questions, because then the jury's sitting there going, exactly the message you're sending is that they haven't done anything enough for me to care.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So and then there were some funny moments that we kind of giggled about, where the attorney that was cross-examining Mr. King he objected to his own question because of the response that he got. That was pretty funny. Hey, Rick, how's it going?
Good morning,
Rick.
everybody.
Good morning, Rick.
What's up, Rick?
Wait, I feel like I missed a meeting.
I know you're like Judge Oscarati yesterday. Like we're starting without you, man.
I had some scheduling conflicts. I really did. Trying to get a video out before the 9:30 call on this is a trick, but we did it by 9:40 today. So if you want more Elon Musk stuff,
Nice.
Your Elon Musk stuff was like ahead of the curve. You're talking about so ahead of the curve. It was crazy. It's just
I saw that
the
one happen
algorithm
in real
didn't catch you though. Yeah, the algorithm didn't catch you though. That's the only problem.
The algorithm never catches me, Nate. I need the good. I need the
my
goodwill
God.
of people like Alita and yourself. So no, it's all good. It's all good. But no, we're talking about what comes next, because like every acquisition, every reporter, every headline assumes it already happened.
Yes.
So
One
that
thing
deal isn't going to happen for months.
But one thing I'm shocked, because a lot of conservatives, free speech. I keep telling people, the free speech issue on social media platforms is more to deal with the advertisers and not with the platforms. Remember the adpocalypse with YouTube? Before you could put anything would be monetized. Then the advertisers came and said, guess what? We don't want our ads being on that stuff. And that's when you had adpocalypse. Same thing with Twitter. Twitter had adpocalypse too. Oh, they're saying that we don't want to advertise on this platform. So I do understand people want it to be more open. But the fact of the matter is, if advertisers don't want to advertise on a platform, that platform doesn't make any money. So it's really an advertising problem versus a free speech problem when it comes to, let's say, YouTube and Twitter and Facebook, because again, that's the way they make their money.
Yeah, I mean, and then the question becomes, is Elon so crazy as to just be willing to burn $44 billion in a hole? And I think there is some holding out hope for that. I don't think that's right. But we'll see. You're exactly right. One of the things I just said in today's video, check it out after this stream in 10 and a half hours or whatever, is that, yeah, there's other things. It's advertisers, it's terms of service, it's laws. The EU is going to start to press on things. And so there's all sorts of stuff that's going to prevent certain really significant changes in the near term. But I mean, it's the biggest leveraged buyout / hostile takeover / threat of a mercurial tech titan individual in at least our modern century. So that's fun for virtual legality. Anyway, I apologize for being late. That was not intended to be a pitch for my channel.
No, not at all. I mean, you know how it is. People can pop in, pop out. I love the casual nature of everybody just kind of hanging out. That's the vibe here, right? Because we're all just friends. We're hanging out. We're we're giving our thoughts and we're
audios. Yes.
And we've got, and we're with the four of us, we've got almost 10,000 people hanging out with us right now. So it's
ridiculous.
awesome.
That's hello, people.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi.
We're doing better than some nascent plus-based internet apps that folded within a month. So
Yeah,
hey, I can't
only
complain.
10,000 subscribers for CNN Plus in the first month. That's insanely low.
Yeah, that is pretty low for a major network.
Hell, you've been beating them yesterday. You yesterday.
We got all of those people right now
right?
watching.
It didn't go well.
Yeah, we got more people watching right now.
And that's an acquisition talk too, because you had a major ownership change, and there's often so many things that get put by the wayside when you have that kind of change. And frankly, we're just talking about Twitter. Obviously, that's a fear that certain people have about the ownership change in and of itself. You've got this really strong partisan divide as to what's happening here. I don't actually think Elon Musk fits terribly well in those buckets, so it'll be interesting to follow.
Sure.
A lot of this stuff seems to be because obviously with the political piece, but I'm in a lot of right-leaning circles, I'll say the least, and all of those people seem to hate those, like the Parlors of the world and those really right-leaning sites. None of those people like those sites, those really right, because they like, we hate those echo chambers. So they'll go to Twitter and complain about how crazy it is on Twitter. I'm like, well, why don't you go to Parler? Well, we hate Parler. We hate all these other places. So it's funny because the social media companies are doing something right to keep all these people, like, we hate them, right? We hate them. We hate them, but we still stay here. So I don't know it's like this kind of happy medium where we all complain about it, but we all utilize it. And there are alternatives, but nobody goes to the alternatives because we're so happy with what we got. So I don't know. It's hard to sift out.
I think that's well said, right? There's always this grass is greener too, right? Well, if we just change this rule, that would make everything perfect.
Yeah.
And on a completely different side note, I don't know if you've already talked about this, Alita, I'm looking at your subscriber number here. Are you hitting 100 today? Are you?
I might.
Is this play button day? I feel like we need a cake. We needed a face cake that has a play button on it or something. So, wow, we set our goals too low.
We said by end of trial. We said.
I honestly thought that it would be maybe end of trial. I could maybe hit I was like, I would be very thrilled if I got to like the 70s by the end of trial, and like that was.
So would I, by the way, for those keeping note.
yes, and on that note, of course, just like like I've been trying to say this whole time, everyone that is here is volunteering their time. They have their own channels with their own their own YouTube ad revenues and stuff. They don't get any benefit from showing up in my videos on my channel. They get a benefit from showing up in their own channel. So if you are enjoying, seeing their commentary, seeing a bunch of different perspectives, especially when we get into a lot of back and forth on a lot of these things, we don't always agree on how we see these things. And if you like that, if you are enjoying that, like the video, that helps to get it out there more, of course. But of course, go into the description below where everybody is linked who shows up. We update it as people come in, and go and check out their channels, subscribe to their channels, watch their content, like their stuff, like their videos, share it. All of that really helps our whole LawTube community grow and thrive, so that we can do more of these crossovers. We have a lot of these conversations across each other's channels pretty often. So if you want to see more of that stuff, be sure to go and subscribe and really kind of become part of this whole LawTube community, where we talk about law and current events and tech and Elon Musk tweets and Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. We've talked about Cardi B. We've talked about, we have gotten into politics, but we usually keep it from a very legal perspective.
I do.
And yeah, for sure.
Some LawTubers, we have different flavors of LawTuber.
Exactly. So a lot of different flavors, a lot of different perspectives. So it definitely keeps things very, very interesting. We cover a lot of different areas. So be sure to go and subscribe to everyone who is showing up on these. It is one of the best ways that you can support me, support my endeavors here, because
Alita.
That's the most
important thing.
And
she's
you can
very
support
generous
them.
about this. I'll have you know, by the way, she says we get no benefit. I had a number of comments yesterday that basically said, Legalbytes sent me, does Alita stop by here?
I do from time to time. I do from time to time.
It's just very funny. It's like, well, how often does Alita come over? It's like, okay, all right, I get it.
Well, I would imagine so, but not probably till the end of this trial.
Oh, yeah, not
She's
at the
got
moment.
about a 16-hour
day
right going right now.
Yeah,
that's right. Did you get
I
out?
do.
I checked in on you after I had to opt off at 6. You were still on. So did you get a summary video out?
I did. I got a day 8 recap. It actually, we managed to get it out a bit faster than previously. I think because, I had the weekend to rest up. So I was able to kind of like put more fuel in the engine, I guess you could say, to get things done a little bit faster. As you get closer to the end of the week, I noticed that like things take a little bit longer because, at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, let's go through my 20 pages of notes and see what we can say to like really give a complete picture here.
Your note taking is voluminous. I feel it's like, well, I'm not taking enough. I need to write something.
I know I have gotten some comments from people saying like, hey, can you engage with the camera a little bit more when you're on these live streams? I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to do my best.
Sometimes, I mean, what are you going to do? It's I mean, the butler was great, but he was mostly just, yes, I buttled.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, for sure. So we've got about 7 minutes left, still waiting on the cameras in the courtroom, but how about we get some super chats so I can try to stay ahead of the game here. And just like yesterday, guys, because we are starting, it's a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful problem to have. We're getting a lot of them. So if there are some without comments, or just with a comment that doesn't require any kind of a response to it, I'm going to try to show them while we're watching testimony, so that you guys can see them a little bit faster, and we can kind of get to a lot of these super chats a bit faster. So just so you know, if you start to see that, and you wanted something to be addressed, I mean, you can maybe mention it in the super chat, and then I'll reserve it for later. But otherwise, if it's something like this, thank you. That's a really great compliment. But that's the kind of thing that I might show during testimony. Something same with that's an actual question. Sorry, I didn't see that one. So anyhow, or
Johnny
this
just
one,
said that's a
sticker.
question mark, sir.
So yeah, so that way I can try to stay on top of these a little bit faster. And then I don't have to reserve all the super chats for the end.
So what I'm hearing is people need to frame their compliments to you in the form of a question.
So here's one. Tails DM says, with how well the Depp team has done so far, how much pressure would Amber Heard be under to get her testimony right? No matter what, she's under immense pressure to get her testimony right, regardless of how well Johnny did in his portion. Because remember, she also has her own claims that she has brought forward as well. So he's got his case in chief. She's got hers as well. So
I would
yeah.
imagine they're going to call her as an adverse witness, aren't they? In their case.
We talked about that a little bit yesterday. We had Rob Morton on. He's a local Fairfax litigator, and he does a lot of these kind of domestic relations kind of cases, like divorce cases and stuff locally there. And he said that oftentimes he has had to call an adverse witness, but he said that there's a potential massive disadvantage if Johnny's team does call her as an adverse witness, because they can ask all kinds of ask her, excuse me, leading questions because she's an adverse witness, which is different from a normal direct examination. Of course, for anybody that is watching, on a normal direct examination, they can only ask open-ended questions, right? They get this, otherwise they get this objection leading, that they are basically asking a question that sort of supposes the answer already that they want to get from the witness. What they're supposed to do is make it open-ended and let the witness get there on their own. It's much more trustworthy, basically. But on cross-examination, you're basically supposed to ask leading questions because everyone assumes this is an adverse witness. You need to get your testimony out that you can. So anyhow, but when you are calling an adverse witness for your own case in chief, you can ask leading questions. But when it gets to the cross-examination, even though it's their witness, they can do the same thing in Virginia.
Makes sense.
So yeah. So that's a potential disadvantage. You end up with no one really getting much real evidence out of this person anyway, because all of the questions that would be asked are leading questions. So it essentially is like these attorneys basically pulling their testimony out of her. Whereas for Johnny Depp's side, I think it's much more advantageous to start with a regular direct examination, use that for cross-examination, use that to impeach her on other stuff. It's you can get better impeachments when you have the words coming out of her own mouth for direct. So I anticipate that she's going to be called by her own team. I don't see why they wouldn't, because I think a jury would be expecting her to be called.
There's no risk of her not
I
being
would call her
called.
as an adverse every time.
You would?
Every single time. I always
Really?
I'm a plaintiff's attorney, and I always call the defendant as an adverse witness, usually first. And then I sit there and I just sit there and bang off every element of the case that they'll agree with and narrow the issues.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So I just do that and say, okay, I have 5 elements to prove. I just got 3 of them admitted by the defendant. So now I'm down to 2 elements to prove, and now I can go forward with my case. This is a huge case, and I wouldn't want to do it first here because that would set a tone. I think their first witness is who I would call, knowing the witnesses now.
Yeah.
But I would call her adverse before I close my case if I was the plaintiff.
Interesting.
Just one man's perspective.
Huh. Yeah. And like I've said before, like we all have our own individual perspectives here. And I say this in my recaps, especially. My way is not the only way. Mike has a different perspective. Rick has a different perspective. So you may very well be more online with what they are thinking in Johnny Depp's team. That would be maybe a bit of a power move, actually, if they ended up calling her before.
This does get back to what you're saying, which was cracking me up about the law tubes, which is funny. It does sort of exist. There's no organization. There's no central clearinghouse or whatever. It's just a bunch of attorneys, but we all find each other.
Yes.
Just by nature.
Central organization wouldn't work here. I mean,
No.
if you've heard us discuss things, we bow to no one.
Yeah. If we made an organization, it would fail immediately. But just a loose show up when you feel like it. That works awesome.
Yes. This is like the perfect the perfect situation for us.
Well, delete it saying, "Hey, I'm going to be online for 10 hours. Do you have a call fall through? Pop in."
Yeah.
Exactly. For some reason. Oh. Okay, I have to find a new video at the last second because it has disappeared on me.
Well, they're going to be live linking someone. We probably got a couple of tech minutes. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
She did say that she wanted her logged in at 9:40 though, right?
Yeah. Let's see here. Maybe that is just a okay. Well, I'm gonna keep trying. As we get a little bit. Oh, it's actually 6:00 now, though. I wonder what happened here. Okay.
That's an interesting question. Who is it? Francolette or Francelette, whatever. I
Yes.
don't know. That is actually an
Yes.
interesting question. There, she or he is asking, what press coverage do you think? And it's just interesting. I absolutely get anything that I know about this case from this channel. Like even if I had the time, I would never go to a network. Like literally, I trust the people on the panel with me way more than whatever CNN pulls out of the off the street to talk about this.
Yeah. I would agree. I would definitely agree.
These are sharp attorneys that have been following it. I trust them more than these other people.
You guys saw Fox News' headline yesterday, right? They were like in a tank for
yes.
Yeah,
we talked about it on the live stream even. I can't believe it. That's just it's wild. It's wild.
Fox, define admit.
So we can see. So I'm trying to get the correct one because I don't want to use long crime. I never want to use long crime.
I did a video with long crime for a little bit the other day, and everyone's, oh, they're gonna come after him. Like, yeah, and they'll lose. I don't care. Although I did switch, but I will say they didn't do it.
They didn't.
No,
Alita's riding the algorithm up right now.
Yeah, if you're on top of the algorithm,
off, or it'll cut her knees off.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, I wasn't getting any views either, so they probably didn't notice.
Because that's what happened.
Ricardo put them down pretty good in their last little kerfuffle there.
Yeah.
No, what they do now though is they'll hit the stream, and then by the time you get everything situated, then you know you've killed the stream. So it's like it takes you 24 hours to get anything done, and then God forbid they give you a strike. So it's just better if you can just avoid
the live stream meta is really advancing very rapidly. We're going to need some patch notes soon.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting this all zoomed in.
Those two nerdy even for this channel, huh?
Okay. No, the live stream meta. I know you're referring to Twitch.
I'm referring to any kind of video game that has a meta after you balance things, and they've come up with a new strategy, and now, it's up to everybody else to come up with one to counter them.
Here we go. Jury's coming in. Here we go.
Amber's in all white today, huh?
All white. Dang it! I was wrong.
And she has a guy next to her.
I was wrong. I thought she was gonna wear blue. Oh wow.
And they switched up the seating too with the attorneys.
Oh yeah, Rottenborn's next to her.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
You guys can hear it okay?
Yeah. Can hear it great.
Good.
Good morning, Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Tara Roberts.
Tara Roberts.
Let's see if we can get her on here.
Oh, they even have another attorney for the plaintiff doing ask questions. But the attorneys in the back are really good with their questioning and their
This is a baby attorney. This is a
Roberts.
younger associate.
I think yesterday's was too. What did you say that the firm is trying to get some people in on the Depp trial? I think that's true.
Yeah. I think so. Well, especially for civil litigators, it's so rare to get trial experience.
Can you hear me, Ms. Roberts?
Yeah. I gotta say though, the attorney yesterday with the objections for John Depp's side was like a master at objections. She was doing killing really well. My God.
Ms. Roberts? I can see her.
Tekken courts, people.
Yep. Ryan Smee says, I've been so gripped by your coverage of this trial. I find myself tuning in every session. Thank you for the breakdowns. Of course. Thanks for watching.
Of course.
All right.
Thank
See
you.
if she's on mute or not.
Can you see if she's on mute? All right, turn it off and turn it on.
Yep. Same issues like what we have sometimes.
It's still tech.
Nate, you're on mute.
Oh yeah, that's true. This is you say that every time to me every stream. Nate, unmute yourself. Yeah, but you're right though. I think this is what's going on. They're like, yo, we gotta let's just get as many people, just a little bit of experience in the courtroom as possible.
Yes. Yeah, they can put on their resumes, get their bonuses for end of year bonuses.
Can you hear me, Ms. Roberts?
This is all billable hours, baby.
Okay, great.
Here we go.
Can you raise your right hand for me? you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Oh no, so truth and tell the truth. So help you God.
God is not in this courtroom. Just kidding.
We
Not
can't see it on
about-
the big screen.
I gotta say too, this is probably one of the best run trials,
Yes.
circus trials that I've ever seen. This judge is doing a I don't think we talk about it enough. This judge has been doing a fantastic job.
Such a good
Is that
point.
gallery all women?
I think so. Almost entirely. No, there's a few men. There's a few men. back there.
Okay. That's interesting.
Oh, I see Sean Bett back there.
Ah.
I thought he was subject to recall. So they must have decided that he's not going to be
recalled.
Yeah. Yeah, that must have been a Friday decision that we weren't privy to, because otherwise he would definitely not be allowed in that courtroom.
Just do a split screen so we
Can we see Christina? Can we see her? She says she's in the third row usually.
Let's see. She might be off to the right though.
You gotta tell Christina to wave. Wave, Christina, if you can hear us.
Yeah. Oh, I think I see Laura B.
Oh, did
actually.
she? Is that her?
I think so. I think I see her.
Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Tarly Roberts.
Miss Roberts, how do you know Johnny Depp?
I manage his island in the Exuma Keys in the Bahamas for the past 15 years.
Miss Roberts, where do you live?
I live on the island, and I have a home in Nassau and in Long Island, Bahamas, which I try to get to as frequently as possible.
Can you please describe Mr. Depp's private island generally?
My duties on the private island would be to maintain the island, the buildings, the houses, logistics, not included or limited to provisioning fuel, gas, groceries, just day-to-day operations, staff, and kind of like an estate just in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
Balling.
Your Honor, I would like to pull up Plaintiff Exhibit 49, which has previously been submitted into evidence.
Okay.
And Mr. Gibson, if you could play this, and Your Honor, if you could publish this to the jury.
So Johnny Depp is a real pirate of the Caribbean. He's got with a private island.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to get to see it to put some context here.
Yeah. We have seen this video before. We just didn't get any kind of context with it. It wasn't actually clear to me if this was in the Bahamas or Australia. So now it's confirmed this is Bahamas.
Thank you.
All right.
We can take that down. Miss Roberts, do you recognize what is
We
shown
did
in
see
that
the
video?
bearded hippie, didn't we? Yeah.
Yes, that's Johnny's house on the island.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 348?
She got
And this
everything
hasn't
written
been submitted
down.
into evidence yet, so let's first just play that for Miss Roberts.
Nice and easy to follow. Textbook. Well, Mike, I see you. Well, we got to get Law Talk with Mike up too.
Miss
Mike, we got to
Roberts, do you
break you
recognize what is shown in
50K.
that
You're at
video?
34K.
Yeah,
Am
that's
I?
his house and closet area.
Okay.
We got to put
Your Honor,
put
I'd like to
put this
plaintiff move to
man's
submit this into
link in the
evidence.
chat. Let's
All
get
right,
this guy some
348 in
love. What's
evidence.
going on here,
Do you wish to
people?
publish?
Thank you, Nate.
Yes, can we please
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Law Talk with Mike.
Mr. Gibson wants us to publish it. Again.
There she is. So this is what Tara Roberts looks like. Thank goodness they're finally showing her face during this testimony.
That's a nice little spot too.
Yeah.
And Ms. Roberts, what is that doorway with the beads that was just shown in that video?
That's the entrance to the closet
Okay, thank you. We can take that down.
in his house.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, I believe you mentioned that you manage staff on the island. How many people work with you on the island?
Myself and 3 others is Jason Major, goes by CJ, Stephen Farrow, and Rico Major.
Is this, I believe the witness is not being shown to the jury right now on their screens. Thank you.
The witness. There you go.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, how are you compensated for your work on the island?
I receive a monthly salary.
Other than this monthly salary, what other sources of income do you have?
I get dividends and rental from family properties and businesses that we have.
Since you've been working for Mr. Depp, how often have you seen him?
On average, 2-3 times a year. Sometimes it was longer, more visits. Sometimes I didn't see him for a period of time, depending on what his schedule was or what was happening on the island.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Depp?
The island was a very family atmosphere, dinners together. He was very social, funny, humorous, very kind with all of us, and very outgoing. Enjoyed working with him and for him.
When you first started working on Mr. Depp's island, who would come down to the island?
At the beginning, it was Vanessa and the children.
Objection.
When he started dating
Relevance.
Amber.
All right, hold on a minute, ma'am. Objection.
Relevance.
It goes to just Ms. Roberts' knowledge of who came down to the island.
We
with Mr.
can
Depp.
move forward. Next question.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
Elaine's
getting.
in charge of objections. and
Ms.
process.
Roberts,
Yeah.
Ms. Roberts, are you aware if Mr. Depp brought, or how often did Mr. Depp bring guests with him to the island?
He had guests. He would bring Amber and Amber with her friends, and also I had on one of the occasions I had Paul Bettany and his wife and his children here on one of the trips.
And when did the Bettneys come down to the island?
Sometime in the summer of July 2013.
What happened when the Bettneys came down?
It was a normal trip. We had an incident where I was asked to have Amber leave the island. I scheduled a flight for her to leave to go to Florida that morning, and then that afternoon I was told to bring her back, and I arranged for a flight for her to come back that afternoon to the island.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I believe it was shortly after they started dating.
What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Objection.
Oh, they were very much in love.
Relevance.
Okay, go ahead. Next question.
Go ahead. I think Ms. Berthoff withdrew her objection.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Roberts, you can answer. What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Oh, they were very nice, a couple in love. She cooked for him, cleaned up. They took care of each other. They were a very happy couple.
When, if at all, did that change?
With each visit, it changed. More of it was more not like an island life anymore. It was more of wines and more requests, simple things, toiletries, to have things here in place before they came, or she came as well. So it, luggage changed. We got more and more luggage. Just things evolved and kind of mushroomed a bit.
How often would you see Ms. Heard on the island when she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I would, on average, every day, taking meals, cleaning houses, sometimes more.
And how often would Ms. Heard come down to the island?
At the beginning, probably the same 2 or 3 times a year, sometimes 3 times with her friends and family and Johnny.
During your interactions with Ms. Heard, what, if any, changes did you observe of Ms. Heard?
The taking care of the cooking the meals, we then had a chef come to cook. It was more of a formal island with chefs and housekeepers and things like that. Changed, and yeah, pretty much that.
Ms. Roberts, were you on the island in August 2014 for Mr. Depp's detox?
Yes, I was.
Who else was on the island?
I flew to Nassau and met Johnny, Amber, and Deb. I flew them back to the island, and then a couple of.
Ms. Roberts, I believe you froze there for a second. I heard you say Johnny, Amber, and Deb, and then you were cut off for a second.
A couple of days later, Dr. Kipper arrived.
What do you recall about that time that Mr. Depp came down to the island in August 2014?
That he was going to be here. They were going to be here for an extended period of time, at least a month or longer. And so we provisioned for a month for the trip. And after about a week or two, they left.
Where was Mr. Depp staying for the detox?
In his house.
Is that the same house that was just shown in those videos earlier?
Yes, it was.
How often would you see Mr. Depp when he was on the island for the detox?
I was every day, but not face to face, just from delivering replenishing the house, delivering supplies, waters, and things like that, linens, and changing things out. So glimpsing him, not a conversation as it used to be.
How was Mr. Depp when you saw him?
He was always asleep on the couch.
While Ms. Heard was on the island for the detox, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard?
I didn't see anything.
After Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard left the island, what happened next?
We would go into the house and break it down, empty out the refrigerators, change the linens, collect the laundry, straighten the house back up again.
After they left, what, if any, property damage did you observe?
There wasn't any.
Ms. Roberts, to what extent were you involved in Mr. Depp and Mrs. Heard's wedding in February 2015 on the island?
Pretty much all aspects of it, logistics, work permits, getting things set up onto the island, to the island, staff, provisions, building of the tents and organizing transportation of guests to and from the island.
When did you first hear that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were getting married on the island?
Objection calls for hearsay and relevance.
What's the relevance of when she heard?
I can move on.
Okay, next question.
What communications, if any, did you have with Ms. Heard about the wedding?
We were given information on a schedule to better help me schedule and the provisioning of what would be on the island, beverages and food and things like that. We were given a schedule for daily things were going to happen each day, what time foods were, when people were coming in, how many people would be at meals, just so I had a better idea of planning of what was happening. It was detailed. It was what was happening each day and then it was the rehearsal night, and there would be, we had scheduled, like, would be dinner, dancing, drugs, music, and then the wedding. We were very conscious about doing the wedding. The next day we were doing the wedding, the ceremony, and we were specific on time. Privacy was very important. We were very very careful of people taking pictures. I think everybody was given disposable cameras and asked not to take pictures. I was concerned about that also, but we were doing the ceremony at sunset, so there really wouldn't be issue with what paparazzi people and things like that. And shortly when the ceremony was about to happen, it actually happened earlier than it was scheduled. The bridal party and Amber showed up early, and we were still scrambling for flowers and setting up and getting beverages and snacks down there. And there was a plane circling overhead, and it would just kept on circling and circling and taking pictures. And the ceremony proceeded earlier than was scheduled.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
That's a framing question. I disagree with those leading
Ms.
responses that
Roberts,
she
as
gives.
part of the
Absolutely.
provisioning for the wedding, did you order alcohol for the wedding?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay, how is she supposed to get
Ms.
there?
Roberts, what did you order for the wedding
Come on.
in February 2015?
I was given a list of food. I was given a list of beverages for wines, champagnes. I was asked to have Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull here, because at that time that was what Mr. Depp or Johnny was drinking, was Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull.
Okay. Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection.
I was gonna say, if it's leading for Johnny, it's leading for Amber.
Who did you observe drinking alcohol at the wedding?
She's now going to know to answer that.
She did. She took it.
Everybody was
That
was
witness took it the
drinking
right way
and
the
doing
first time it was
shots and
objected. She's like, oh, I know what I'm
celebrating.
supposed to
It was
answer
a
here.
party.
Just added it.
That's why sometimes
Ms. Roberts,
just
I'd
going
like
ahead
to
and asking
discuss
it is a
with
good
you
idea,
when
even if
Mr.
you know
Depp
you'll
and
get
Ms. Heard were on
ejected.
the island in December 2015. Who came down to the island with them?
I flew to Nassau to meet them, which is what I normally do. I meet
I'm really fond of Nassau
in
being
South
NASA
Johnny
in the
and
captions, by
whoever
the way.
comes to the island, I fly to Nassau to meet them just to make sure that the transition is
Oh, I got that
smooth
one.
with customs and immigration. So I flew to Nassau and I met Johnny, Amber, his children, and a friend of the children, and loaded the luggage onto the caravan plane, and we boarded the plane and came to the island. And a couple days into the trip, Alice and Greg and Alice's 3 children and a nanny came to the island as well.
Who are Alice and Greg?
Alice is a clothes designer, and Greg was her partner, and I believe he's a photographer.
When did you first interact with Ms. Heard when she came to the island in December 2015?
At the airport, when I flew to Nassau to meet everybody. Usually when they come down off the plane, there's hugs and kisses and chatting for a couple minutes while the luggage is transferred.
How close were you to Ms. Heard?
Close, hug, kiss, how are you, talk, same with everybody. So face to face, cheek to cheek.
What, if any, makeup did you observe Ms. Heard wearing when you first interacted with her?
I don't recall if she was or was not wearing makeup. If she wore makeup, it was very natural. I don't think often she wore makeup on the island. I don't recall her wearing makeup.
What, if any, injuries did you notice on Ms. Heard?
I didn't notice any.
Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that Gregory, a photographer, came to the island during that time. How often did you observe Gregory on the island?
I interacted every day because meals went down and changing the sheets and cleaning the room. So I see everybody every day there.
And when you saw him, what was he doing?
They were doing. There was a photo shoot on the island. Amber was wearing Alice's clothes, and they were doing a photo shoot on the beach, and Greg was taking the pictures.
What, if anything, do you remember about that particular time that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard came down to the island?
There was a incident between Johnny and Amber here during that trip.
Okay, can you please describe that incident?
On the evening, we kind of called it a night. Dinner was finished. We wrapped everything up down here at the staff area in the kitchen. Myself and CJ came to the office later on that evening, and Johnny was in the office up here, and he was agitated, kind of walking back and forth. I'd asked him if he needed anything, because I wasn't sure if he was up here to get something or was looking for something, which wouldn't be unusual for people to come up here. So he was here, talked for a couple minutes, the three of us, and a couple minutes later, Amber came into the office and the three of us were in the office, and Amber came in, and she was asking him to tell him to come back to the house. Please come back. I'm sorry, come back. And he stood here, reluctant to go, didn't want to go, and a little exchange back and forth. He left the office and got into his vehicle and started it up, and Amber went outside and stood in front of the vehicle, so that didn't drive away. Amber was standing in front of it, and again, she was asking him to don't leave. I'm sorry. Come back to the house. After a couple minutes, she got in the vehicle and they left to go back to their house.
What happened after they went back up to the house?
CJ and I were still in the office and weren't really sure. Decided that maybe it would be best if we just drove up there just to make sure that everything was okay. And so we got in the golf cart and we drove up to their house, got to the parking lot, and his vehicle was in the parking lot, and you could hear them inside the house yelling, Amber yelling, and Johnny answering back, and you could really hear what was being said. We stood there for a couple minutes, CJ and myself, and then you started to hear, it became audible. Amber was telling him that he was a washed up actor. He was going to die a fat, lonely old man. Then you heard, you hit me with a can. You heard Johnny say, you hit me with a can. And then he came down the steps, and Amber was behind him, and she had a bottle in her hand, was removed, and there was a brief pause, the moment, I think, of initial shock or uncertainty of why, that we were there. Neither Johnny nor Amber knew that we were there. He proceeded to walk back to the John Deere, and she again walked. He was sitting in the seat. Amber came up to him and was asking him to come back in the house, that she was sorry, please come back in the house. And he didn't come out of the seat, and she was hugging and kissing him, and I love you, I love you. She was telling him I loved you. He didn't react. Johnny sat there, eventually got out of the John Deere, and proceeded to start to walk away. At that time, Amber started to grab at him and his shirt, and trying to pull him back to the house, just basically viciously trying to pull him back and get him back to the house, and yelling at him. And at that point, I was between them, and felt it was best, and I was getting worried about what was going to happen, and it was best that I remove him from the situation. And so CJ took Amber back to the house, and I walked Johnny over to the cafe, which was basically 30 seconds away from from the house because it was the only place I could take him to at the time.
And you mentioned that Ms. Heard was viciously trying to pull Mr. Depp back. Can you explain what you mean by that?
It was like clawing, grabbing at his clothes, grabbing his hair, trying to like pull him back, like an angry, like he was leaving and come back. He couldn't leave in the vehicle because the keys had been
That was a
taken
good
out.
repetition of the use
So
of the word
there was
viciously, by the way.
no way for Johnny to drive away. The only way was for him to walk away, and it wasn't a pleasant situation of wanting him to not leave, and angry and yelling and just yelling, you know, come back, don't leave, and things like that.
At any point, did Mr. Depp hit or touch Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Ms. Roberts, how did Mr. Depp react to Ms. Heard viciously grabbing him?
That's how you work around that.
Yep. That was the right.
He didn't.
counter.
He stood there with his arms by his side, and
She got vicious in again,
he didn't
too.
do anything.
Ms. Roberts, when you were back in the cafe with Mr. Depp, what happened next?
I was concerned because I had heard him say that
Objection,
he'd gone.
objection to her being concerned. That's not
I'll
responsive to
sustain as
question.
to concerned, all right?
Okay, Ms. Roberts, without testifying as how you felt, what did you observe when you went back to the cafe with Mr. Depp?
When we went back to the cafe, he had a mark across the bridge of his nose. I got a bag of ice to put on it so that it wouldn't swell, just to make sure that it wasn't bleeding. And he walked over to the love seat at the cafe, and he laid down and went to sleep. And CJ came back over, and I asked CJ to stay there for the remainder of the evening, for the remainder of the morning. And I left CJ inside the cafe, and I left Johnny on the couch.
When did you next see Ms. Heard?
That morning, I saw her that morning.
How close were you to Ms. Heard when you interacted with her the next morning?
Conversation in a couple feet away.
When you saw her, how did she appear?
They had guests leaving, and it was kind of a normal morning, going down to the beach to see the guests leave.
What, if any, makeup was Ms. Heard wearing?
Again, I'm not sure. If she wore makeup on the island, if it was very natural looking.
It's a totally fair answer.
What, if any,
Yeah.
injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard?
I didn't observe any.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp?
The marking across the bridge of his nose.
When did Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp leave the island?
I believe they left that afternoon. The guests left in the morning, and I believe they left that afternoon.
After Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp left the island, what did you do next?
Our usual, we go into the buildings and we break them down. We empty out the refrigerators, garbage, take all the perishables out of the house, straighten the place up, take the linens away, things like that.
What did you observe when you went through that process?
The island was as it was when they arrived. The only thing that was different was there was the liquid on the deck with a can, I believe, of mineral spirits or something there next to it, which had leaked out onto the deck. And then in the over the railing were paintbrushes and art supplies, paintbrushes, paint tubes, big jars that the paints are in, and those were all scattered in the bush.
Ms. Roberts, when is the first time you provided testimony about this incident in December 2015?
I believe it was for another case in May 2020.
Ms. Roberts, how often have you seen Mr. Depp drink alcohol on the island?
He goes through periods of time where he's been here and he doesn't drink, and it's non-alcoholic Beck's or something like that. It varies. Sometimes he drinks when he's here, sometimes he doesn't.
How often have you seen Ms. Heard drink alcohol on the island?
She drank wine. She drank wine with her drink was wine with dinner, maybe in the afternoon, but I know definitely with dinner.
Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking alcohol when Mr. Depp was not drinking alcohol?
Objection leading.
No, sustained is leading.
Okay.
She didn't quite answer the question.
How
of
often
how
have
often.
you seen Mr. Depp drunk?
I would know he has a huge tolerance for alcohol. I haven't seen him passed out drunk or anything like that. So
Quite the smirk.
Yeah.
he drinks, but I haven't seen him passed out drunk.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you. Your Honor.
She's a fantastic witness for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
She doesn't
You better have a
oversell
cross.
it.
The salary you receive for managing the Bahama
There you go.
Island
Starting
is
with the salary.
approximately $10,000 a month, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that comes out to $120,000 a year,
That sounds like good math, man.
correct? Okay. And
Yes.
you've been receiving that salary for many years, correct?
Correct.
Right. In fact, I think you got a raise to $10,010 in 2018. Do you remember that?
10,010.
No,
remember that
I don't know the
$10 raise?
Exact number, but I know I get that a month.
She
Okay.
said $10
And
raise.
that's in addition to
That's
all
what she
of
said.
the expenses, correct?
Yes, the expenses
running
don't
the
come out of
The
my pocket, ma'am.
expenses.
Of running the island.
I get a salary every month. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So the other people that are on the island, to the extent they work, they get a different salary, right?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the expenses you have, you talked about what you have to do to provision the island and everything else and run it. All of those expenses are paid separately, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you've been managing this island for 15 years, Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk for a moment about those two videos that you
She
testified
gets 6
to were
figures for
part of
managing
the
an island.
house.
I mean, it's fair.
The first video was missing both the closet and the bathroom, correct?
I don't remember. I'd have to look at it again.
All right. And the
There was
second,
sorry, go ahead.
go ahead. I'm sorry. You didn't come through. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I think in the first video, the beads were the closet, and then there was the bathroom next to the closet.
Okay. That was
And
the
that's what you asked me.
that was the second video.
Oh.
Do you know who?
Sorry.
Do you know who took those videos?
Oh, I did.
Okay. When did you take those videos?
Oh, it would have to be, I'm not sure, a couple years ago, maybe longer. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you take those videos for the UK trial?
I don't recall if it was for that.
Right. Is there a reason that the closet and the bathroom were left out of the first video?
No, I stood in the house and did a circle around of the house.
Who asked you to make that video?
Open-ended questions.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Was it Mr. Waldman? Adam Waldman?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Can't recall?
I can't remember who asked me. No, I
Okay.
can't.
Okay. Now the second video, that shows the closet and then there's a door there. Would you agree that door opens up into a bathroom?
That's what she said.
Next to the closet, yes.
Okay. And we don't have a video of the bathroom, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't believe there was a video of the bathroom.
And no one asked you to make a video of the bathroom, correct?
Objection relevance.
Yes.
I'll overrule it now.
Correct?
You have to answer.
Oh,
now.
sorry. I'm not sure if anybody asked me to, I don't believe I videotaped the bathroom.
And my question was, and no one asked you to videotape the bathroom, correct?
Not including you, Elaine.
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk for a moment about the logistics of the island. So Mr. Depp's house, we've seen the inside of, and you said that the cafe was a 30-second walk, I think you said. How many yards?
Yeah. I don't know. I walk it. It's just outside his house through the parking lot and walkway to the cafe.
Okay. And
I don't know.
okay, and the cafe is where Mr. Depp would regularly have his meals, correct?
Correct. All the guests would have their meals there.
Okay, including Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd if she was there, and their children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and
For
then
dinners.
and then you were located on the other side of the island, correct? That's where you stay?
Or I stay in the middle of the island, yes.
Okay, how far away is that from the cafe and the house?
Objection compound.
I'll sustain the objection if you want.
How far away is it from the house?
Where I stay,
Yes,
um,
I'm not sure
Probably
Huffy
a
is the right approach for this
3-minute
witness.
golf cart ride,
okay,
5-minute walk.
okay.
She doesn't
And
appear to be
then
trying to
when
snow you.
other guests come, I think you were talking about tents. Do they stay in tents?
No, the tents were erected for the wedding, and then
We're
they
gonna
were
ask you about that,
dismantled.
Alita.
And sometimes we would erect them if we were asked to, just in case somebody wanted to stay there. But people didn't stay in the tents; they stayed in the buildings here.
Okay,
know what to put
so how much accommodation can you handle in the buildings for other guests? I'm not talking about the house, Mr. Depp's house, we've seen that. But how many people can actually be accommodated in the buildings?
We have a 2-bedroom yurt on Brando Beach. We have a beach house which has the bed in it, and then we have what we call a roundhouse, which has a bed in it as well.
Okay, now, when Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were visiting, whether they had the children there or not, typically, would you bring the meals to the cafe for each of the meals?
No, sometimes I would take them to the house. It depended on where they wanted to eat.
All right, and then typically, would you join them for the meal, or would you leave the meal and then come back and clean up afterwards?
Objection compound.
Yes.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
All right, we'll take that one at a time. Typically, would you
Why is she
bring the
being blustery
meals?
like that?
Not to the
To
judge,
them.
by the way, who just
Myself-
sustained the
Myself or
objection.
one of the workers here would take the meals.
Okay, how often was it you?
She seems like a
that
very
did it?
agitated person.
She does.
Um,
Take back all compliments I gave for her opening statement towards the beginning
how often?
about her
Maybe
conversational
every other
style.
day, every day. It depended on how, if people were eating in their buildings or eating together.
All right, and would you
Also,
stay
what I'm
and
taking away
eat
from
the
this is I don't
meal
have enough
with them,
staffers.
or would you leave?
My staff is far too small.
If we were invited for dinner, we would all eat together. Usually we would take the food to the places and leave.
And then would you be called to come pick them up?
No, we would sometimes go back in the evenings on our own and clean up and turn some of the lights off. And sometimes we would do it in the morning. It depended on what was happening.
Okay, so other than bringing the meals, and it could be you or somebody else, how often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard
I mean,
during
the thrust
day
of this is you don't have enough
when
contact
they were on the
points
island?
to really be a good witness, right? I mean, like that's the
Yeah.
long
On
journey
average,
we're on.
every day.
But the problem is
In
she's
what
asking this like a
context other
direct.
than delivering the meals and
Yes,
picking them up?
it feels like a discovery
Well, just
deposition, not a
inviting
cross.
everything's all right,
Yes, it does.
things like that. Generally passing them if
Yeah,
they were
because she
walking
should know
or in
the
the
answers to
office
everything she
or-
has.
or on
Yeah.
the beach.
This should be a super
Okay.
fast cross.
Now, would it be fair to say that you weren't spending 24/7 with them?
No, I didn't live with them, no.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you don't know what they were doing during the times that you weren't passing them by or bringing meals?
I love this one. You don't know what was happening when you weren't there, yes?
Yes,
Just like the
unless
question
they
to
were
Ben
on
King
the
yesterday.
beach,
Okay.
Then I would know, but
So you wouldn't know what happened, what would be taking place within the house, for example, when you weren't there. Correct?
correct.
And you
What
wouldn't
was his-
know
what was
whether
his
Mr.
quote? It was
Depp
like, I
was
wasn't
taking
there when I
drugs,
wasn't
correct?
there or something. Yeah.
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was drinking, correct?
You can say yes.
I would only know by cleaning up.
There you
And
go.
you wouldn't know, well, you wouldn't know from cleaning up necessarily whether it was Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard, or somebody else, would you?
It
Objection,
depends on the
compound.
beverage or what was-
Overruled, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
It's a very, she's got in there.
Please continue.
She's ready. I really do like.
Unless,
I like
I
baby
would know
lawyers
what it
learning the
was by
craft.
what was
I
in
love it.
garbage or
She's
left
doing-
out
she's doing a
of
great
who
job.
consumed or what was consumed, I would be able to know.
Okay. And you wouldn't know what arguments, if there were any, were taking place in that house behind closed doors, right?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether there was any kind of physical abuse that was taking place behind those closed doors, correct?
Other than the mark on Johnny's face.
I wouldn't know. Correct.
Now, let me just take you for a moment to the December 2015.
It was open
timeframe.
enough for her to say,
How-
based on how I observed injuries.
Much advance notice
Yeah.
are you typically given for when when Mr. Depp and his entourage are going to arrive and for how long they're going to stay?
Objection, compound.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's break it down. How much notice are you given when Mr. Depp
just
and
the
his
rules of
entourage
evidence,
are
Elaine.
coming?
I'm sorry you framed your question
It
terribly.
varies. Sometimes it's a couple days, sometimes it's a couple weeks.
So how much notice were you given in December of 2015 to who would be coming for Christmas on the Bahama Island?
I
It's funny,
believe
you just got a clip of her
sometime in
getting a
November
note from the boss.
Okay.
for
And-
that trip.
All right. And in November, how many people were you told were coming for Christmas on the island?
I don't recall how many people.
It was a lot more than Amber, Johnny, Lily Rose, Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
In fact, it was Amber's parents, correct?
I believe so.
And it was Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew, correct?
I believe they were on the list.
And Rocky
This is
Pennington's
funny.
parents?
Yes, I believe they were on the list.
Do you recall them canceling?
Objection, hearsay.
I recall,
How is that hearsay?
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
How would that be hearsay?
I recall there was a change
It's all
They
right,
said
baby
they
lawyer.
were
You'll get 'em next
canceling.
time.
to
Yeah, yeah. It's all right.
the
It's all right.
guests.
When did you learn of that?
I don't recall, maybe a couple weeks after, maybe it's beginning of December, maybe middle of December.
Do
I'm
you,
not sure.
do you recall if it was after December 15?
I don't recall.
Did you think that was a little strange that here these people were going to be
Objection.
Christmas on the
just said
Call
island?
for
she didn't
speculation.
recall.
Suddenly They cancel?
Objection, relevance.
I think it's highly
Speculation.
relevant.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What if anything were you told about why
I
they
thought she was going to
canceled?
argue with the judge
Objection,
for a
hearsay.
second.
Party opponent admission.
We've
What,
laid
you
a
don't know?
foundation for that.
Okay.
Soliciting.
Who
hearsay.
told you that
getting
Amber's
flustered.
parents, her best friend and
It's actually pretty funny. You
fiance
could see
and
it.
her
It's
best
actually
friend's
good technique. You
parents
just want to hurl
were
objections at
suddenly
her.
canceling coming for Christmas
Because
on
she
the
gets
island?
annoyed. Very
Objection,
quickly.
compound.
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I
She has all these reactions to it.
don't know who told me, but I did receive I did receive information that they weren't coming and there were somebody else was coming instead.
And who was that somebody else coming instead?
That it would be Alice and it would be Alice and Greg and the children and the nanny.
And they were coming later, right?
They would be joining. That I think was the words.
Okay. So on the December 5th, on the December trip, you testified about a few arguments between Amber and Johnny, right? Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You weren't present when Johnny sustained the gash on his nose, correct?
I wasn't there. No.
Okay. And you weren't present when the mess was made through the paints that you've described, correct?
No.
And so you don't know whether there had been a physical altercation and that led to throwing a paint can to try to slow down Johnny, right?
No, I just heard yelling in the house.
Okay, but that yelling in the house wasn't necessarily the same time, was it? You don't know, do you?
No, it was all in the same. Okay, no.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the summer of 2013. Are you aware that Paul Bettany claims he's never met Amber?
Objection, relevance.
What's the
And calls for
The
hearsay.
relevance is she testified that he was there on the island with her.
And calls for hearsay.
I can ask the question and see if she says.
All right, I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
Can you repeat it?
Are you aware that Paul Bettany has said that he never met Amber Heard?
Not aware of that.
No, I'm unaware. I
Okay.
don't know that.
No further
Well, let's
questions on that.
stay on the summer of 2013, if we can. Do you have a recollection of Amber and Johnny, Lily
your favorite
Rose
year.
and Jack taking one final trip on the yacht that Johnny was going to be selling
So
to
much
J.K.
earlier
Rowling?
than the main events. I just have trouble. Yeah.
I don't know what year that was. I don't know what year that was, but I do remember the yacht being sold.
See, she's blanked out
If I
2013
tell you it was
as well.
July of 2013, does that help refresh your recollection? July 9?
Yeah,
All right. Now,
July. It doesn't. I just know
She's
the yacht
also
was sold.
bouncing around the
okay, and
timeline.
you made arrangements,
It's
did
so
you not,
confusing.
It's their
for
go-to
a
move.
captain to
They watch too much Ken Jennings Jeopardy.
captain the yacht and for them to go out on the yacht?
No, I didn't have any responsibility for the yacht and the crew on the yacht.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of being called because Lily Rose and Jack were upset and they wanted to leave the yacht and have a helicopter take them away?
Objection, hearsay, and compound.
I'm asking whether she has a recollection of this.
I'll allow the question.
Objection,
me it again?
randomly testifying.
you
to
have a
things we no
recollection?
foundation for.
Of Lily Rose and Jack being upset on the yacht and wanting to leave it immediately, so you arranged for a helicopter to come in to fly them away with Amber.
Objection, compound.
I'll allow it. Okay.
Baby
Yeah,
lawyer.
she did already.
Chill.
She did already. Yeah. Yeah. You already lost on the objection
don't
once.
know
Don't do it again.
If Lily Rose and Jack were upset. I do know that I did arrange for transportation off the island at the time.
And in fact, Amber went with Lily Rose, correct?
It was Amber and her friend and Lily Rose.
Okay. And Jack decided at the last minute to stay back, correct?
I don't know if he decided last minute. He stayed.
Okay. Do you recall Lily Rose telling you that she was upset because her father was drinking and trying to hide it from him?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking whether she has a
I'll
recollection.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
Then I'll ask the
now.
next one.
Yes.
Do you recall Mr. Depp passing out in the sand face first?
She's already said she didn't see him pass
I
out from
recall that
drinking.
he was passed out on the beach. He was out on the beach. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Jack calling you because he was concerned?
Objection, hearsay.
That's just asking if he called. I haven't asked what he said.
No, you did. I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, there you go.
Do you have a recollection of Jack being present when Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand?
Yes.
And do you have a recollection of Jack being upset?
I don't have a recollection of him being upset.
Do you have a recollection of him being happy about it?
No, I didn't speak with Jack.
Why would you ask that
about it.
next?
Okay.
Yeah, it's just too
But
combative.
you recall that Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
All right,
Also,
thank you. Let's talk about makeup for a moment.
makeup.
boy.
Let's do it.
So
Let's talk about the Milani makeup. Elaine,
you don't
let's talk
say
about
anything
it.
know
overly
what
aggressive
type
on
of
the
makeup
makeup.
regimen Amber uses every day, correct?
Put your makeup package away.
Was it Milani?
Correct.
Was
Okay.
it Elaine?
And in
Let's talk
fact,
about
you
it.
don't know, you said at one point you're not sure, but it's a natural look. Do you recall that?
Yeah, she tested. It was
I
almost
do.
helpful to your
Okay.
team.
And
Relax.
would you agree that there are a number of different types of makeup you can use that would still give you a natural look?
It seems
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
why?
I'm guessing there is. Yes.
Okay, okay.
Did you
And-
know that
and
Milani can
there's
time
sun
travel?
in the Bahamas, right?
Most of the time.
Do you know what Amber wears for sunscreen?
Amica cream. That's what she wears.
I think it was at one point I had a brand Shishido or something like that was on the island that we provided.
And do you know whether Amber brought her own as well?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Amber had a skin condition?
I wasn't told.
Okay. But I take it you didn't ask.
This
No,
witness
I
is
wouldn't
not
have
hostile
asked
to you,
if somebody had
Elaine.
skin condition.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just
But the
gratuitous
wedding-
nasty.
Yeah, it's like she's trying to put
The wedding
her
was
face
planned
in the
at
sand.
sunset, correct?
I kind of can get
Correct.
this approach when you've
And
got
in
like
fact,
a
it went
nasty-ish
forward
type
at
witness.
sunset,
This
correct?
is not this lady.
She's got a
Yep.
terrible
It
vibe for
went
this.
earlier.
Elaine does not
it
have
was
it for this
earlier
one.
than sunset.
So your recollection is that there's no sunset pictures at the wedding?
I mean,
Okay.
there was sunset pictures.
Okay. So last couple questions. The makeup or not makeup, you were asked whether you observed any injuries on Amber in the December 2015 timeframe. Do you believe Amber would cover up bruises
What?
to hide them from the kids?
Isn't that speculation?
Objection calls for speculation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Baby lawyer,
Yes.
now.
Do you have any understanding, based on your knowledge of Amber, whether she would try to cover
No.
up any bruises or cuts
Same
to
objection.
keep them from the kids?
I'm not
sustain the
qualified as an
objection.
Amber Heard expert. I'm sorry.
You said that you didn't believe that Amber was wearing much makeup, but you said she participated in a photo shoot in December 2015. Do you recall that?
Did you know it's a requirement
Yes,
to
I
wear
do.
makeup for
Do
photos?
you know whether
I
Amber
think
was
the testimony
wearing
was
any
actually she
makeup
doesn't
for a
generally
photo
wear it around
shoot?
the island, not how she was wearing it in the photo shoot, but fine.
I'm
yeah.
not sure the part that I saw she was in and out of the water.
Do you know whether Amber would want to show bruises or cuts in a photo shoot?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain it.
It's a stupid question.
Okay, thank you.
It's a
She keeps
stupid
asking
question.
him. Have you read Amber Heard's mind ever? No.
That was a terrible, no good cross. Sorry.
Terrible, terrible.
Open-ended questions all day, then just nasty for no reason.
Ms. Roberts, how many
Super
times have you
aggressive on a
seen
lady that
Mr. Depp
looks
consume drugs?
sincere.
Objection, leading.
All right, sustained.
What did you see Johnny Depp consuming other than food?
Ms. Bredehoff asked you about Mr. Depp passed out on the beach. How would you describe Mr. Depp when you saw him on the beach?
He was passed out. I picked him up and brushed him off, and
she's a language
I left
follower,
him
so you have to.
underneath I believe he was in a hammock, and I believe he had fallen asleep, or he was asleep, and the hammock had overturned. And I picked him up and brushed him off, and left him underneath the lanai with Jack.
That's not great for redirect.
No further questions.
Yeah,
Ms.
let's
Roberts.
it out.
Subject to recall, Ms. Roberts.
That made things worse.
Yes,
It's all right.
potentially.
right.
So we'll-
Ms. Roberts, since you're subject to recall, did not discuss your testimony with anybody and
But
just
we
do
know he
not
drinks.
watch
We know he
anything
does
about
drugs.
this case, okay, ma'am?
It's just you added the
Okay,
imagery
thank you
of
very
her
much.
All right, thank you.
falling into the sand under a turned over hammock.
All right, your next witness.
I've passed out on a beach from sun, stone cold sober. It's not a big
Alright.
deal. While you're on
Dr.
vacation,
Shannon Curry.
Yeah,
She'll
yeah.
come right-
But
Dr.
okay, the context
Shannon
of this
Curry?
trial.
Is it Curry?
Curry. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that cross was just terrible.
it really
Terrible.
was. She would ask an open-ended question, and then when which was dumb. Then when the witness wouldn't cooperate with her, she'd get nasty.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you asked the bad question.
Yes. Yes.
was
Stop
so
blaming
mean.
everyone else in the room for the fact that you are
Yeah.
asking bad questions. That's what she's doing. She gets huffy when she gets an objection. She gets huffy when she gets the answer that she doesn't want. Blah. I
Well,
don't
the
like it.
huffy on a sustained objection, like facing the judge, is like, are you an insane
Yeah.
person?
And she flailed around. She could have the first 10 minutes could have been summarized with, "Isn't it true that you didn't have 24-hour supervision of these people and observe
Yes.
everything they did?"
What did
And
you try to
she
get?
would have said yes, and then we would have moved on with our day.
You got
Yeah.
paid. You weren't with them all the time.
Yeah.
done
Question
with
2
fraud.
isn't it true that Johnny Depp paid you really well and you have a bias in his? Well, I'm overplaying it, but
Yes.
and you want to help him? She'd say, yeah, probably. Yeah,
It
you
would
know.
be bad
Yeah.
if you had no money
Yeah.
ever again. Yes.
Yeah. If you had no money ever again.
What was with the $10 raise?
That was inflation.
I just want to know, first of all, how that arrived. I assume it's a joke from Johnny Depp in some respect, and then how it comes up in court. What do you think you just proved?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It was just, that was terrible. That was just a terrible cross. And they accomplished nothing. They wasted their time, and she made herself look poor in front of the jury. I mean, every
think
single time that
so.
she has done a cross-examination, she's been this way. She's been very huffy, very like dismissive, angry at getting results that she doesn't want, and just doing all around terrible job. I'm sorry. I
Yep.
feel like I'm totally ripping
I
her to
agree.
shreds right now, but it's I try to find things that are redeemable for all of these
Yeah.
for all of these attorneys for
Well,
you
yeah,
know,
let's
on
talk
all
about baby
sides. But
lawyer. So first of all,
Yeah.
I have a special place in my heart. I did mentoring for a lot of people transactionally, not litigator. I love that. Lawyering is hard. Law school didn't prep you for it. The bar exam did not. And this is the best way. And I thought, for the most part, that was great. You could feel the adrenaline from the loudness of her objections. Like she
Yes.
was ready to rock it out of that chair. And some of them were bad. Okay, so lawyers are human beings.
not all of them were winners. Not all
Yeah,
of them
but
were
that's
winners.
okay.
Yeah, absolutely. But I love
Good morning,
it. That's how
Dr.
you become
Curry.
a seasoned lawyer.
Good morning.
I'm Wayne Dennison.
Oh, this is the guy they
Could
brought
you
in
state your full name
just
for
for
the record?
this.
Shannon Curry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a clinical and forensic psychologist.
What's your educational background?
I started college at Georgetown University. I then transferred to the University of California, Irvine, where I received my bachelor's degree in psychology and social behavior. I completed my master's degree in psychology at Pepperdine University. I went on to complete my doctoral degree in clinical psychology at Pepperdine University, which included several training rotations at different practicum sites. Those are essentially clinical rotations we do to learn various types of psychology. You learn how to do psychological assessment, counseling, etc., and you do that in a variety of different settings.
Well,
and then I completed a year-long
very
doctoral internship at an American Psychological Association accredited doctoral internship. You do this year before you get your degree, and that was at Tripler Army Medical Center. It's traditionally a military internship. They did admit 2 civilians. I was lucky enough to be one of them. I then completed 2 years of postdoctoral training at Hawaii State Hospital, a locked forensic psychology facility, and that's where you essentially have individuals with severe mental illness who have committed crimes.
Have you done any additional coursework or educational work?
Is there anything else?
I have. So after I completed my doctorate and my postdoctoral training, I obtained it's called a postdoctoral Master of Science degree in clinical psychopharmacology. That is for partial fulfillment of prescription privileges, meaning that it's part of what we need to be able to prescribe medications as a psychologist, because psychologists don't traditionally prescribe, and we can do that with certain military jurisdictions in other states. I also obtained advanced training in the Gottman method of couples therapy. I completed all 3 levels of training, and then I'm also a Gottman educator for several workshops involving helping parents learn how to prepare to bring their baby home and helping couples without serious problems improve their relationships.
What's the Gottman method?
The Gottman method is a highly research-based method of couples therapy. It's very structured, so different than what many people expect when they think about couples therapy. I always tell my clients I don't want them to come in, just tell each other all their problems, and then have an awkward, silent drive home. In this therapy, they come in, they complete a really structured assessment in the beginning. So they complete a bunch of questions. It gives me a ton of information about their relationship before we even get started, and really identifies the areas we're going to target with structured interventions during each session. I think of it almost like a class.
Okay. Did you get, in the course of your education, any specialized training?
Any what?
Specialized training?
I did. So my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has been with psychological assessment and testing. And then my training during practicum and then in my postdoctoral work was dedicated to working with trauma populations and also conducting forensic psychological assessments. Oftentimes, forensic psychological assessments actually refers to doing testing and an interview and a couple other things for purposes related to law. So it's
when this trial becomes a movie, they're going to do well by casting some of these people.
And sometimes that also involves
The truth is, she could probably
doing
cast Amber
assessments for
Heard
the
in this role.
military to determine whether somebody has sustained a mental disability after combat.
You indicated
She might need the work.
You did some work at Tripler. What's Tripler and what's the work you did?
So Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And it's one of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there. They have wonderful funding and a lot of new research going on, particularly for PTSD, but really for all areas of mental health. While I was there, I did rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children, but I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs of advanced psychological assessment, identifying not just mental issues, mental illness, but also traumatic brain injuries after trauma, and doing those PTSD evaluations, and then also working with service members who were struggling
Okay,
with
writing
a
like
whole
you're running out
host
of
of
time, I
issues,
think, for
military
Hamilton
stressors,
references here.
normal life stressors, and then also those who sustained tremendous trauma from combat.
Sigourney
Do you
Weaver's too
still
pleasant.
continue to work with the military?
I do actually. My practice is very focused on military service members, veterans, and their
There's
families.
a story between our practice and my practice, probably.
Um,
So the people are
What
asking in
work
the
have you
chat. I saw a
done,
question about why they're doing
in
this. They're
prior,
going into her experiences because she's an expert witness.
litigation matters?
They have
Yeah.
to really flesh that out to show that
Well,
she's properly admitted as an expert as opposed
Most
to
of
a
my
lay
litigation,
witness.
if we're talking about civil work, that has mostly been reports. So this is my first time testifying in a civil matter. The majority of my forensic work has been in criminal law or providing psychological assessments, and then I produce really methodical report.
Not gonna lie, I
which
thought
is
she was the
typically
expert
reviewed
witness
by a
because she was
judge,
speaking to the jury and
and a
talking in complete
determination is
sentences.
made,
I
or
figured
usually
this was
there's
her
a
50th.
settlement
All right.
beforehand.
Um, Do you?
Wow, your
work,
first time
in
testifying
connection
in a
with-
civil
with
matter as
any
an expert
particular
witness, and
courts?
it's this case.
I
It's
do.
Johnny Depp versus
So
Amber Heard,
I'm
yeah.
actually not sure if I'm on the list anymore in Honolulu, but I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii, which means that I have been appointed by the court to conduct evaluations for matters that are presented. And then I'm also on the list of forensic evaluators in several courts in Southern California. And then I'm contracted by the military, the Department of Defense, now and again for evaluations of PTSD from service members.
Okay, you mentioned PTSD a couple of times now.
Yes.
What are you referring to there?
So PTSD is a mental illness. It can develop after a person has been exposed to a traumatic event. And our diagnostic statistical manual, the DSM, is sort of the authoritative manual of mental illnesses. It's considered our Bible of mental illness. We go there for diagnoses. And according to that, there's a specific type of trauma that a person must experience for them to be able to qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD. And that's an event that is life-threatening. It can also involve sexual assault, and you can experience that either directly, but you can also be traumatized if you've seen it happen to somebody else, or if it's happened unexpectedly or violently to somebody close to you, a family member or a friend. And then there's also a provision for people who are first responders. If they're encountering really traumatic information regularly, that qualifies as a trauma. Now, there are a number of symptoms that can develop.
Sure. We'll talk about that some
Okay.
more. Do you hold any credentials relevant to the work that you do?
Well, I am a licensed psychologist.
Where?
In California and Hawaii.
Okay, and any other certifications or other credentials?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, other than the training with the Gottman method of couples therapy.
Okay.
That's it.
Have you worked with the Hawaii Department of Courts and Corrections?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, so that I guess would be a credential. So I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii.
So yeah, she's got a lot of qualifications.
With your doctorate, was there a research component?
There was. So
Well, you want to
would you
convince
like me
the
to
jury
tell you
that
about it?
she's
Yes,
somebody
please.
worth
Okay.
listening to, because
So I
presumably Amber
conducted
Heard's
a
going to have her
research
own
study
expert that's
while
going to
I
have a
was at
good list of
Pepperdine
credentials.
completing my doctorate. It's called a dissertation. So when you're obtaining your doctorate, you contribute something to the scientific field that you're in. And typically that involves doing what we call novel science. So you're doing an experiment, you're finding out new information and helping the field progress. So I did research in Peru, and I was essentially looking at the effectiveness of a therapy intervention there for kids who were growing up in this community called Ayacucho, which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world. And there were a lot of issues in that community, tremendous trauma. And my research was around finding interventions that were really effective for that community.
To be clear,
Where do
this
you
is
work now?
Johnny's witness right now.
I work for the Curry
There's-
Psychology
There
Group.
seems to be some confusion in the chat.
What does the Curry
It
Psychology
is Johnny's
Group do?
witness.
We're a
brought in a lawyer
multi-specialty
just
mental
to
health
have this
center.
questioning,
So
I
we
would
have
guess.
neuropsychologists who
Seems to
do
be a
testing
partner, I
for
think.
kids. We have therapists, individual therapists, couples therapists, family therapists. We even have a meditation teacher. We basically try to meet the needs of our community, and we highly specialize in working with military personnel and their families.
Who's the Curry and Curry Psychology Group?
I'm Dr. Curry.
How many people work for you?
As of right now, I believe it's 13.
How long have you been doing this kind of work?
For about 15 years.
How much of your therapy practice focuses on treating individuals?
I would say about half of it is individuals, half is couples.
Okay. Do you do any training of students?
I do.
What's that?
So we have several unlicensed professionals at our office, and they're earning their additional hours so that they can get licensed. So they're able to see clients, and then I meet with them regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How'd you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. Camille Vasquez, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay. And what was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me and indicated that she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
Mm-hmm. All right. You used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state. But essentially, intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's from one partner to another in an intimate relationship.
Did your role in this case evolve over time?
Yes, it shifted. So I was retained at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Heard.
Okay. Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay.
What types of documents did you consider in this analysis?
So I reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Heard's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from nurse Erin Filati, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Heard in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs. I might be getting them confused. And multiple witness statements, testimony, and declarations.
Did there come a time when you met directly with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Heard on 2 separate dates, December 10th and December 17th, 2021.
Approximately how much
So is
time?
she the court-ordered evaluator?
So the evaluation.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah, the IME doc.
12 hours
turn you down.
directly
Ooh,
with one
sorry.
another.
Sorry.
However, there
That's
were
okay,
more,
it's okay.
there
It's
were
not your
more
fault.
hours involved in the evaluation
Okay,
with
there we
some
go.
breaks. So we spent 7 hours together on the first day, December 10th. not necessarily together because there was a 1 hour lunch break and about a half hour with breaks split up through the day. And then on the 17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish with a 1 hour break and another half hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
Some long days.
As a result of the work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Heard?
I did.
What were those opinions?
The results of Ms. Heard's evaluation supported 2 diagnoses: borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is
What
histrionic?
A diagnosis.
A diagnosis is a way that that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing. And along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Yeah. Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM-5. What's
Yes.
that?
So the DSM-5, that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. And that contains every diagnosis we use in mental health. And it's the authoritative manual of mental diagnoses.
Is performing diagnoses something you typically do in your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you. So you referenced 2 personality disorders. What's a personality disorder?
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality. So personality, something we take for granted, but these are the traits, the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act that make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations. We might, be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new. But overall, if somebody were to describe us or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, when you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes. And when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized in a person's life, and their personality is still there, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through childhood.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip
this
into
feels
these
like a
words.
normal
I
trial.
apologize. So a treating
Yeah.
environment
To
in
me.
therapy. If somebody's going
She's
in for
vastly
treatment,
more engaging than the traditional expert.
the
chat.
This is really
the
good
mental
so
health
far.
Just to be
provider
clear.
will ask them questions to find out what sort of symptoms they've experienced and what sort of things have
She's
occurred
doing
in
a
their life that might
fantastic
be
job right now.
consistent with these disorders or rule out these disorders, prove that there is no reason for these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing. It's combining information from multiple different sources. One main source is psychological testing using validated objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test, and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond differently. You integrate that with the same interview I was telling you that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all the legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements to confirm whether you have enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
So what's a clinical interview?
A clinical interview is a very comprehensive interview. It includes a person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms they might have. This can start as far back as birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their siblings? How many times did they have to move? Was there any abuse? Did they have any really significant life experiences that come to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student? Did they need special services? Did they get in trouble at school? And you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have? Did they have any trouble keeping
Is she
those
going to say
friendships?
that
And you
to a
get into
reasonable degree of
adulthood. Did they go to
psychological
college? Did they
probability
not go to
Amber
college?
Heard's a liar?
How come? What sort of jobs have
It's
they
interesting
held?
to see what
How
they
did
do
those
with
jobs
what does it
go? How did
mean
they
to be
end? That's
histrionic
always
or
an
have
important question.
BPD.
What sort of
That's
romantic
the next step
relationships
in
have
this
they been
questioning.
involved in?
Yeah,
How do
does
they
it connect to something
identify
relevant?
sexually, culturally?
Yeah, right now they're just setting the
Let's
background,
see, what
the
else?
foundation for
What sort
what
of
does
symptoms
everything
have they
mean here, and then they're
experienced?
going to narrow it down.
You go
Yeah.
through the entire gamut of some
She's
of the
doing a
main
fantastic
symptoms.
job.
You might screen for depression,
She's a talker.
any
We
disorganized
should have her on
thinking.
law
That
too.
means
Yes.
thinking that isn't necessarily in touch with reality,
She should
and
have a YouTube
any
channel.
current distress they may be having today.
I'd be worried about the
How
chat
did you
comments though for her
conclude
sake.
that Miss Heard
Fair point.
suffers
Probably a
from
lot
the
of feet
personality
questions.
disorders that you identified?
Unfortunate but true.
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were consistent with those diagnoses. And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her self-report.
Okay.
All right, Council, why don't we just go ahead and pause for a second while we go
Right,
ahead and take our morning recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute
Great.
morning recess. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research.
Jerry, why
okay?
don't you just sit with the diagnosis for right now?
Your Honor, when would you like to reconvene?
Give me a moment, sir.
Uncivil Laws in the chat. Man, come join us.
Like that, the questioner is such an old school senior partner. I feel like I've worked with this guy.
Yeah. 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 It's so we have a diagnosis of borderline
Dr. Centrone,
personality
stand
disorder
now. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the attorneys at this point.
and
okay?
histrionic
All right, let's go ahead and we'll come back at
disorder.
11:45. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Your Honor.
So she's done a fantastic job right now of laying that foundation of like, what is it that we're talking about? What are the basic definitions that anyone needs to understand to really understand what her testimony is going to mean? And it's like, she hasn't dug into the details yet, but she is definitely going to be getting in there. She's very engaging. She's very interesting. She's, she's looking at the jury, explaining things very well. That's the thing about an expert witness. Remember I said before is that you can have a great expert witness that is very, very qualified. They totally understand what they're saying, but the way that they communicate it is not exactly clear to the jury. And it can be hard to know if they're following you or not. I mean, you can get cues from them if they're watching you or not, but sometimes if they're actually following, it can be difficult to know. But she is doing a fantastic job of breaking these concepts down into very smaller pieces, much smaller pieces, so that they can follow along with her, at least so far.
Well, usually expert testimony is just really, really dry. You need to, just to get into court, you need to have all these qualifications and all this foundation, and then you establish it for the jury. But it's that process, which you already heard was long, was at least palatable. Because she's talking to the jury, because she's expressing cadence, she's joking about some of the aspects of it, and that's useful in and of itself. Then you get the diagnosis. Then he goes back and says, how does one arrive at saying that? And then eventually, one presumes we'll get to how does that impact everything else we've talked about.
Yeah. No, I definitely
Did you say
agree.
it was a court-appointed lawyer? I mean, doctor?
No, it's Johnny's lawyer. And then
Alita
Sorry,
might
I'm
know
at a
better.
court-appointed doctor.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah,
I think this is the one that was appointed specifically to examine Amber.
Yes.
They tried, Amber's team tried to get Johnny also examined, but that for whatever reason didn't win out. I didn't see the exact argument behind it, but basically Amber got examined and Johnny didn't, and this is the result of it.
Do
So,
you
and
know
I do want to
why?
make this.
Go ahead.
I don't know exactly.
It does seem
I
weird.
had, yeah, there was.
I don't
yeah,
know
there
why
was
they would
something.
allow an IME in a case like this where it's defamation, unless she's going to say clinically she is a liar based on this diagnosis, which is pretty incredible and wouldn't shock me based on how this case has gone. But man, that is a stretch, legally speaking.
Right.
Yeah.
And experts, that's the thing, right? She gives that great set of credentials. There are experts.
They're going to believe her.
I hate to be real politic and cynical about this, but there's enough people on earth that people with a lot of great credentials can generally be found to say what your side needs to say.
Yes.
And so the jury is going to be evaluating what I would be willing to bet is a separate expert that will say something opposed to whatever you're about to hear, which is fine. But that, you really do have to evaluate what she's saying, how she got there. And if she does say something along the lines of, BPD leads to lying, you have to evaluate that as it comes in, not to challenge her credentials or her experience or anything like that. It's just like when you're on LawTube or elsewhere and we disagree. We're professionals, we're licensed, we have all this background, we have great credentials. I mean, I can speak for me and Alita. I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else. But that we all we're licensed, we've been trained, and we disagree. You've seen that in practice. And so, you have to evaluate these things as they come and not just leave disturbing chat messages.
Which
Yeah.
is,
So,
go ahead,
and
Alita. I know you got to
and
say, go
do,
ahead.
Yeah, I do want to just point out this super chat saying, don't demonize BPD. Anyone can lack self-awareness. And I do want to point that out since we are talking about mental health. I mentioned this yesterday towards the end of the stream. And I want to say it again, because I know that a lot of people have talked about Amber being a narcissist, Amber having BPD. These are quite possibly true. I mean, right now we have an expert witness that is testifying that she has BPD, but I do want to note that this is something that people have and they deal with, and it doesn't make them a bad person. It doesn't mean that they are doing the things that Amber Heard is doing. So I want to make that very, very, very clear that we are not demonizing anyone that has a mental illness that is dealing with these kinds of challenges. And I want to encourage everyone in the chat to do the same. Be mindful that there are people more than just Amber that are experiencing this kind of thing.
Frankly, I would make that argument as Amber's lawyer to say, so everybody suffering from this is a liar. I mean, I would make that argument facetiously saying that's just not a thing. And that's my point, which why I almost feel like, under Florida's rules, it seems like junk science to me. Like, I don't think that's very probative personally, exactly for what this person said. We can't demonize this mental health issue that people deal with. It doesn't just make them liars and make them defame people because of that personally. And that's also why I think it's so important that if this was a court-appointed doctor, which would make it an IME versus a Johnny Depp hired and paid for doctor, which would make it a CME, a compulsory medical exam. So I don't know because I didn't follow the
they said
trial
Ms.
portion of this
Vasquez
case.
from Johnny found her, however they found her, hired her to evaluate Johnny's case. At some point last year, they get the right to examine Amber Heard, and then she did it for them.
So that's a compulsory medical exam, then, I would think, and that means Johnny's people paid her. So if, like you said, which I'm sure you're correct, with all of your astute credentials, I'm sure you're correct that the other side will also have an expert that will say the opposite. And that's what makes it important, is if each set of lawyers hired an expert, now we've got an even playing field. But if one of those experts the court appointed, that usually levels them up, being like, nobody's chose this person. This person's independent and the court appointed them, as opposed to the court allowed you to have an expert evaluate Amber, meaning
she's
allowed
not
your
independent
side.
Based on her testimony.
Okay, so she is Johnny's hired gun, basically.
It does seem like it. It does.
That was kind of the thing I missed.
And it seems, and I showed a super chat earlier on this too, but this is another one. Lori Light says, I thought it was because Amber was claiming she has PTSD, but Johnny isn't making that claim. And I think that sounds about correct. If she is making something, she is putting her mental health at issue, then that means Johnny's team has a right to examine that.
That also explains the magnifying glass on PTSD in the intro.
Exactly.
Because she's going to say no. We would assume.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just make sure that I'm capturing all of these, and then let's get some more super chats here.
Can I ask a question from
yes.
from litigators in terms of strategy?
Yeah.
What happened here with them getting a pro hoc vice lawyer in specifically for this questioning? Do we have any notions of that?
My guess is she's a very important witness, a very, very, very important witness, and so they wanted to make sure that they did this one right. This is not going to be a baby lawyer doing this one. Yes.
Okay.
I would be willing to bet this guy has already danced with her before at trial.
That was what I was thinking. So, and I did want to, since I said it live on stream, and I said, wow, she seems like she's been in court before. I will note that her testimony was actually that she hasn't done this in a civil trial before. And then when she says the rest of her credentials and she talks about criminal, I would be willing to bet that she has been in court a lot. But this is the first time on a civil matter.
Yeah. Yeah. So I noted that too. And I wanted to make sure that we covered that too.
No, she was too good. It's like nobody rolls in like talking to the jury and with the full, like that was not the first time she's given the credentials. Like that was all, that's great. But it's like, no. You've been in court a lot.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. So Kaya Case is for A to win. Does the jury need to vote for her or just against Johnny? So for her claims, they need to find that she has met her burden of proving her claims as well. Remember that they can both lose technically.
I was gonna say we got lots of confusion on a win, right? Like killing the defamation case is a win. I don't know if people are talking about the countersuit or not when they make a comment like that, right?
Yeah.
I just don't know.
Yeah. Assuming that what you're talking about is her claims, that's yes, they do need to decide in her favor for her claims. But if Johnny doesn't have enough evidence to prove his case, then they make that decision, and that is a win in another sense for her. So Heather Lamb says the book Disco Bloodbath sounded familiar to me. Isn't it the James St. James memoir? The movie Party Monster is based off the book. Great movie. I have not seen that movie, but that does sound similar to what I think other people have said recently about that book. That the book may have even been renamed since then to, I think, Party Monster. It sounds really interesting.
Why would you change Disco Bloodbath to Party Monster? That's at least 3 degrees less cool.
I know. I just absolutely love the phrase Disco Bloodbath. It's one of my new favorite phrases. Martina Peluso says, who is winning, do you think? By the way, awesome channel. Thank you. Well, we're still in Johnny's case in chief. So at this point, it should be looking like Johnny's winning. And it does look that way. You know, we're still going to get to hear from Amber's side with her witnesses, most likely her testimony. But right now it's looking pretty favorable to him. Andy the Game Maker, my wonderful brother, says regarding Amber Heard's wardrobe, I could be brown, I could be blue, I could be violet sky, I could be hurtful, I could be purple, I could be anything you like. That is fantastic. I'm glad that I recognize the lyrics. What is it? Grace Kelly.
Don't look at me.
That was it. The song Grace Kelly. I do remember that.
As far as I'm concerned,
it was a poor rendition of it. Oliver Olson says, I was just looking. Have you gained 50K subs since the trial started? That's awesome. Thanks for the coverage.
I need a kazoo here. This is going to be 100 today. Let's see, where are you at?
I mean, it could be. It could.
95,
it is.
It looks like
we will see.
Give me the cake.
We will see.
That's awesome.
I know. I'm ecstatic for how things have been going. R. Finch says, third time's a charm. Just got my Dragon's Treasure tea. Highly recommend the Wrath and then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. I love that one. That's one of my favorites too. Tea is greater than coffee any day of the week. I love them both, honestly. But yes, if you guys do order from thedragonstreasure.com, you can put in the code AmberTurd. You get 10% off. I get a nice little commission from that. So it benefits me, it benefits the tea company, and it benefits you because you get to have some really delicious tea. So
okay, hold on though. 21,000 people. 21,000 people watching this right now. Legalbytes, you are at 95,500 subscribers. Folks, if you want to be a part of a moment of YouTube history, which is Legalbytes going over 100,000, getting a play button, basically becoming the owner of YouTube, get in there right now. You can get in on the ground floor. 4,500 more subscribers today to get. I'm going to find some kazoos. I'm sure I have some from New Year's. We're going to party like it's 1999, but with less millennial bug conversations. Get in there, subscribe, help Alita out. This is a dream of hers. 100,000 today. Let's make it happen.
You could be that 100,000th click.
Ah, yes.
You
try to
could
time
be
it out.
you. It could be you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rick. And of course, subscribe to everybody that has been showing up on this channel. They're donating their time very graciously, very kindly, and giving us their brains to pick for all of their commentary as well. So if you want to see more people showing up on this channel, it really helps to go into their channels and subscribe to their channels, watch their stuff, like their stuff, share their stuff. So please do that as well. It really, really does support the whole ecosystem that we have going on here in LawTube. So yeah, so thank you. We'll see where we end up today. It's kind of exciting, right?
Yes. Well, Chad is with me here. We're gonna do this.
Marion Patera
That's right.
said
800 people just subscribed right now. You are missing on your opportunity for this limited time offer. So she's already at 96.3 just from that call. Maybe we can get it to 100,000 before the break ends.
I feel like you've done one of those like
you can make this happen.
Dance
right
marathon
now.
things in college where you like had to raise money all night, like you had to dance 24 hours straight. You'd be a champion at that.
Yeah. 96.3. Come on, people.
Awesome.
You're responding. That's fantastic. Alita deserves it. Get her to 100.
Thank you so much. Also, Mr. Bites was saying that I need a name for the community that we're building, especially like through this stream. He recommends Bites Club because it sounds like Fight Club, and he could say that the one rule of Bites Club is you talk about Bites Club.
I love it. I love it.
I don't know.
He needs to be in charge of PR. Let's put him in charge of PR.
Yeah, exactly. People in the chat are saying biters. I kind of like that too. I hadn't thought of that, biters, or Bites Club. How about this? Well, give me in the chat, give me some recommendations, and then we'll make a poll. Maybe we can decide on that today. That would be fun, right?
But you only get to vote if you're subscribed. Subscribe now. I'm not going to get less annoying on this, people. Just shut me up.
Little bites. That's a good one too. I love it. Okay, so I'll when we get back to some testimony, I'll put up a poll and we'll see if we can make a decision there. That'll be fun, right? And with 21,000 people here, we can come up with a name for it, right? So anyhow, let's get some more super chat.
I'm concerned about biters because my community calls themselves hoagies, and I just think this is a whole violence metaphor waiting to happen.
The biters and the hoagies.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. That is a perfect name for your community.
I didn't make it.
It's great. Oh man. Okay, let's get some super chats. Marion Patera says, what are your thoughts on the newly released Twitter statistics suggesting that Amber Heard uses bots and fake accounts on massive scale to attack JD's reputation? Could JD's team subpoena and use them in court? I don't think that that's something that they can subpoena and use in court for this trial, but it is an interesting note for the court of public opinion. I did read that apparently there are 11% of the accounts that are engaging in this trial or in this topic are supposedly false or bots, basically. And I think that's a very interesting statistic. I don't have any way of verifying that myself, but I think it's interesting, and it's also kind of ironic considering the fact that Amber Heard had this whole argument in her original counterclaim about these sock puppet accounts that are supposedly attacking her on Twitter and Instagram and all of these places because of her allegations against Johnny Depp. So I don't know if you guys have any other independent thoughts on that.
I think you said it right. It's interesting connotation.
Yeah. Righty. Namra. I'm sorry. I'm going to try this. Namra Tavidable. Sorry. Says, you think Amber had mega pints of vino last night? Could be. Could very well be. Renee J said, I wasn't there after I left. Hogue, you've really grown on me over the last 8 days. New subscriber to both channels. Yay.
Oh, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, it takes a minute, right? You have to get over that instant revulsion or disgust, but then we grow on you. Absolutely.
What if we did the megabytes community? That could also be a good possibility here.
Sure.
Why not?
I it's going to be whatever like gloms on to the most people, right? It's LawTube. It's just whatever's going to be easiest to remember.
Yeah. True. The megabytes community. That's an interesting one. Oliver Olson says, Mr. Hogue, would you show up late to court with a baseball cap on your head?
Why do you think I'm not a litigator, right? Courts don't allow hats. That really set my career path on its way. So, no.
That's awesome. Aaron Mann says, theory, fingertip. Oh, I got to make sure I'm capturing all these super chats. Okay. All right. Sorry. Give me 1 second before I read this one. I've got to make sure I got to catch them all, right? It's like Pokemon.
It's a tough job.
It's really hard. Okay. She's got 100,000 subscribers now.
Well,
no. I don't want to sound like that.
Got to get all those super chats.
Aaron Mann says, theory, fingertip was initially still partially attached. JG used a paper towel to stop the bleeding, then tip stuck to towel when discarded. Oh, that's such a gruesome thing to think about, but it's possible. It's entirely possible. I know that there was an issue about on cross-examination, they were kind of questioning the presence of these paper towels. It also sounded like it was just generally chaotic. I mean, there were marble chunks that were taken out of the stairs. Yeah, so I would imagine that there was papers in a lot of different places in this scene as well.
Based on that description from the butler, I don't think we've gotten a fulsome picture of what in the hell happened in that house. I don't think we will necessarily, although Amber might have her own version of events. But yeah, there's chunk out of the marble. There's a portion of the bar missing. It's like, what in the hell?
Yeah. It was like I said in my recap, it was like the Marvel Avengers came through. That was the impression that I got.
The Hulk comes flying through.
Ahmed Ghanem said, started following Hogue for all that acting.
Activision Microsoft.
Yes, sorry, the misfit. What am I saying? Activision Microsoft goodness. What am I saying?
Listen, you've been speaking for like 1 million hours over the last 2 weeks. If you don't have a marble mouth once in a while, I mean, come on. The lawyers out there doing cross-examination are doing it half the time. They have witnesses on the stand. So that clip from Depp's lawyer objecting to himself yesterday just had me rolling. He's like, objection hearsay. I was like, eek.
And it was funny because he started off going like I don't want anyone to hear what he's saying.
Literally, it was so bad.
Loud noises.
Yes. Well, it seems like Rottenborn, his protege from yesterday, and Elaine are all cut from the same cloth.
Ready for the jury? Okay.
Yeah, for sure. So stayed for all the legal sass. I love it. Let's get another one. Zelia says, Hogue, will you cover the Fed Intuit case?
Might. I have to follow up on it more.
Hey, Viva. Straight to 100K. Booyah.
To the moon. Thank you, Viva.
Yes, Viva, come on in the chat. You can join us. You got the link.
You always say that, but some people aren't ready for the camera.
I know, I suppose. I do the same thing in other people's chats too. I'm like, I don't have my face on.
Yeah, no. I'm not ready to be on camera.
I haven't put on my Amica cream yet, guys. I'm just kidding.
This is why it's sweaters and hats for me, so I don't have to think about it.
Oh man.
Except when Emily's here.
Oh yeah. So the question, right, Rick, did you answer if you're gonna?
I did. Yeah. I have to look into it. So a lot of people ask me for specific things. Always I have to look into it, see if there's something there for me to talk about, something that I can research and easily talk about from outside something. It is on my list, as I like to say. So I'm going to be considering that one. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
have your seat. And your next question, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. But Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking about some of the factors that you considered in determining that Ms. Heard suffers from personality disorders. And one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Heard indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually my own behavioral observations of her based on her self-report. So one of the hallmark characteristics of histrionic personality disorder is sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful. and it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any substance. So at the end, you're left wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question. So that occurred a number of times. And it also represented the quick shifts you'll see between emotions. So she would suddenly be one way, and then she would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are observing them will feel like it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way. They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Heard did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own. Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her history.
We're going to ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam. That's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert and oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was, she knew who I was, she knew where we were, and she knew the date. That way I can ensure that she's able to participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening. I then administered something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2. The 2 means that it's the second edition. And this is something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them.
That's a lot of questions.
And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives. It also measures very accurately any signs of mental illness or dysfunction. And the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case. Sure. And they may want to look like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are. And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious, but you really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2 has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really the truthfulness and accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales on this particular test have been so well researched over many decades that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating. Are they elevating one of the scales that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated or more obvious? And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that can show us all the different, if somebody's trying to say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way. So that test was my choice for this case. There's one other reason I'd like to add, is that part of my evaluation was, one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Heard has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp.
Finally,
And
we hear the
that's
buzzword.
a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody having PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD, they can do it 96% of the time, just someone on the street. So you really need a test that's very sensitive to that. And the MMPI-2 has been shown in multiple studies to be excellent at detecting those attempts.
Okay, you keep using MMPI-2. That's the abbreviation that you folks use for
I'm sorry if I hadn't said that. That's the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
I just had a case where we dug into this big time on one of my clients.
Interesting. So I also performed the clinician administered PTSD scale -5, and that -5 links it to the diagnosis for PTSD in our current diagnostic manual, the 5th version. To do that test, you first administer something called the life events checklist. And the life events checklist, both of these tests, by the way, were developed by the National Center for PTSD with the Department of Veterans Affairs. But the life events checklist lists 16 different very stressful life events that people can go through that are often can be associated with developing PTSD. And then it also has a 17th item that you can fill in if you feel like you've been through something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well to find out if there's so many different things that can be difficult growing up. And also, it's very important that you have the person determine which of the events they've listed. Let's say they have a number of different types of traumas. Which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it? And sometimes they can't just identify one. And then that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like you describe an anchor, we call it, to do the testing. And we would maybe describe the anchor as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and had some horrible things happen there, you would do the clinician-administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician-administered PTSD scale have a handy abbreviation?
It does. Okay. We'll call it the CAPS-5. That's actually what it goes by.
Okay. How common is the use of the MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most commonly used assessment worldwide by mental health professionals and in forensic settings for the court.
Why'd you use it?
I used it for that purpose and for its excellent validity in those settings across genders, across ethnicities, for different reasons. And when I keep saying validity, by the way, what
presumably they're going to attack her on it.
And I'll try to.
There's not really much you can attack on it.
But then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Doesn't mean they won't try.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Especially this team.
To attack that is to try to strike her as an expert witness before trial.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean specifically for PTSD?
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You'd integrate other data.
Yeah. How did you administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Hurd?
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order. For each one, she taps true or false.
What did you learn about Ms. Hurd from the results of the MMPI-2?
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that, essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting, and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated.
This is wild that they're letting her testify to this.
With other people who obtain these scores who have been shown through many, many, many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility, sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated, actually. That was a major component on there. They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but only the ones that people think of lightly and can all relate to.
Humble
and so
brags.
they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really
So
might,
if she's hired for this purpose after she
be
reviewed
very
the case
judgmental
files,
of others
does that
and
mean she had
unaware
looked
of
at the rest of the
problems in their
stuff
behavior
before
and
she did
their
this
thinking.
evaluation?
So after you.
She said she did. She looked at all the records, all of her medical records,
What do you do?
witness statements, declarations,
So
all that stuff.
once they've completed the test,
So she was supposed to figure out if she had
you can have it
PTSD, and she
scored by the
determined
computer
instead that she
immediately.
shifts blame, is angry,
It's
is
a
abusive,
very, very
and is
complex
narcissistic.
test
She said
to
manipulative
Has a
there.
tendency to
But
explode.
right away, you get a
Yikes.
list of what's called critical items. And these are just some, a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based. And I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with suicide. Some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type, let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Hurd's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number two was high, and score number 6 was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2-6 code type. And these code types.
What code type was Ms. Hurd?
Ms. Hurd had the clearest code type was 3-6, but then she also had some other code types that were less significant.
What characteristics are associated with a 3-6 code type?
So a 3-6 code type, a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with
This is
people who are
great for
less
Johnny.
powerful. actually, when you see this code type,
They'll be able to use it against him by saying that they can stereotype people with addiction
coworkers, people who may have observed their behavior more closely.
if they hold up her
The
stereotypes.
3-6 code type is very concerned with their image, very attention seeking, very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Hurd's code type fit in with your overall opinion as to personality disorders?
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships. It's instability in their emotions. It's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity. And that instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment. So one of the key features also of this disorder, and all of it is like pistons of an engine kind of firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening.
That's exactly what she was doing.
Attempts could be physical aggression. It could be threatening.
This entire explanation is what Johnny says about her, but now we have like a clinical expert diagnosis that's how she is clinically, which to me feels like junk science personally.
Yeah, it doesn't. A diagnosis should be used to treat, not to explain behavior.
Sadly,
that's such
I don't love. I mean, this is good for probably a layman on the jury, but I don't understand how this came in. I don't know how this is reliable to state a probative fact about Amber that this is how she is.
Yeah, it's generalizing, it's demonizing mental health.
A lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being
100%
a slight to
opinion
them,
evidence,
or being somebody intending to harm them that actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it, and they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes, their partners will
this is devastating.
Try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better. And eventually it just overwhelms them. Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before
similar.
we move on to that,
okay.
Are you familiar with the term emotional reactivity?
I am.
What is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed, and they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. Somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a clinical depression lasting days, weeks, a clinical mania where sometimes they even need to be hospitalized because they're so grandiose. They clear out their bank account and go to Vegas and spend it all. They're acting in some very bizarre ways. With borderline personality disorder, you're having these fluctuating moods constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if you're offended or slighted, if the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you. And it's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion. There are no attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations. And that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation and bizarre behavior. They can react violently. They can react aggressively. They will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion. And oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way. But also, people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. But mostly, we call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of
So
anger.
these types of people are likely to file false restraining orders. That's what she just connected a dot with this diagnosis.
She's connected a lot of dots with these diagnoses. The whole
I'm confident
I
this
don't
would
want you to
not come
leave.
out in Florida.
She's connected every single dot they had.
Right.
Basically.
Right. I mean, it sounds like she's going down the line of what they already have in evidence.
Yeah, I'm not saying psychology is junk science. Just to be clear, the chat is going off about that. I'm just saying the way she is using this diagnosis to me is
It's very expansive.
Correct. That's what makes it junk, not the diagnosis. And if you're trying to help somebody, you can tell them what these factors put them into. But this is not, in my opinion, how you should do it in a court of law, because
that's probably why there's an objection right now.
Right. And you can fit so many people in that category. Like I have had so many patients that get shoved into borderline personality.
Well, and you're hearing from lawyers, by the way, chat, that you're going to see more experts, and they're going to say the opposite of this in all likelihood. And so lawyers are used to evaluating the experts, not just based on credentials, not just based on how good they make it sound, but whether or not that's appropriate, how that reacts against other experts that'll say the opposite. So it's not dismissing what she's saying.
Yeah. Because on cross, she may get torn down for some of the comments that she's making. Keep that in mind too.
Well, Lane's in charge of cross, but no.
Reactivity did you observe in your review? Let's do this one at a time.
Okay. So there were a couple indications to me. First, I can sort of think about it with the treatment records. So particularly Dr. Cohen-Connell's, am I getting the name right? I feel like for some reason in my mind, I might have just reversed it. But Dr. Cohen's records, I did reverse it. He actually refers to this reactivity quite a bit and to Ms. Heard's temper. And that temper, it's often branded, or being hot-headed, is really characteristic of borderline personality disorder. As is their very charming, personable nature. This is a disorder of contradictions. In Nurse Filati's notes, I thought there was something interesting. She references a night when they're out to dinner, I believe in London, and she provided positive reinforcement to Ms. Heard because Ms. Heard had been disappointed by a mistake made by the server, and it sort of references how previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward. And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Heard to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Heard disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Heard's, and she told a story about, I suppose they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving, and Ms. Heard struck her in the face, sort of out of the blue, which is I thought was interesting because
They
that
are
is one
allowed
of
to use
those
hearsay in case anybody's
signs
wondering
of
that in the
borderline
chat.
personality disorder, where
Because
if
she's
a
an expert.
friend or a loved one isn't meeting your needs in that moment, people with borderline personality disorder can be very caring in their relationships as long as their needs are being met. They feel that their needs should be met when they want them met, at a specific level. And if they're not, then that anger, that sense of harm causes them to react. So the
Devastating
striking
testimony.
Ms. Pennington, per Ms. Pennington's report in the declaration or the testimony, I thought was pretty consistent. And then Ms. Hurd's own self-descriptions.
Okay, we're
Oh.
gonna, I'm gonna ask you a question about,
Sure.
you indicated Miss Pennington was a former friend of,
Yes.
of Miss Hurd. Is there a relationship between borderline personality disorder and intimate relationships?
Yes. So the instability definitely translates to their relationships. You'll see relationships start very intensely. People will, somebody with borderline personality disorder perceives the relationship as extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing is definitely at play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so this might be the perfect person, their perfect soulmate friend, perfect soulmate partner, and their engagement in the relationship is very alluring, very charming to the other person. And so initially everything seems great. But what occurs is that reality sets in. People are not perfect, even when we have a lot in common with them. Whereas most of us can accept somebody as a whole, somebody who has a little bit of flaws, and still think this is my great friend who always constantly running late for dinner. The person with borderline personality disorder, things are in these extremes, this black and white, we call it splitting. And so that person goes from being idealized, the perfect person, to dumpster. They are totally devalued. They are the worst friend. They don't care anything about me. I have better people around. And then there will be a repair because the person with this disorder does feel remorseful after they have these reactions, angry, tell their friend off. But over time, it wears away at these relationships. And so what you'll usually see is many, many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close knit at one time, and then, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many, many relationships, but none that are particularly long term.
How does borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually take on the identity of the people they're spending time with because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways. They might mimic the way they dress, their interests, the way they talk. And for this reason, the people around somebody with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way. Now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest in life, or the thing you're throwing yourself into all completely. Music tastes might change, hobbies will change, the way they dress.
Okay. In addition to borderline personality disorder, I understand that you diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality disorder, and these are really two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic, and emotional. Okay, so unpredictable. but really having to do with emotions and relationships. They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes to histrionic, a lot of the key features are going to be drama and shallowness. Similarly, with borderline personality disorder, there's this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because if you don't have that attention on you, it feels similarly to borderline personality disorder. You feel pretty empty, like you don't have that sense of being or of value. Okay. So whereas borderline personality disorder might have more of the visible reactivity if somebody seems to be leaving, with histrionic personality disorder, what you're going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention. And when they feel that they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role. Those two roles in particular are pretty consistent. Seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM, it describes it as a needy supplicant of help, seeking the perfect caretaker, to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic, what you'll see is somebody who wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment your attention wears away because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster the victim role. Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their mind so that they can get respect and attention that way.
Is there a relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness?
There is, strangely, and this is always one of the trickiest things to talk about. How is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of a personality might be flirtatious with everybody. Characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy.
Speaking of people who uses their looks to get what they want.
Inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a
I need to find my good
girlish
mic.
way to gender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid getting negative feedback or criticism. Oftentimes they'll bring the therapist gifts or be distracting if they engage in therapy because they just don't want any criticism. They want the therapist to like them.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little on my water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little more accurate than just intelligence is, in psychology, we would describe this more as sophistication. So street smart, so to speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering, and they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of a session, but it's so it's not tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this, where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you.
This is devastating.
But then all of a sudden,
devastating
you know,
stuff.
you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody. But their reaction is so strong that you kind of buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to kind of hit you where it hurts a little bit more. And they can be actually very, very destructive.
What conclusions were you able to draw about Ms. Heard's sophistication from her testing?
Here's the bombshells coming now.
Well, from her testing and from her presentation, she was very likable, but her testing in particular showed that she approached it in a manner that, remember I told you about those scales that are pretty neat. She approached it in a manner that very clearly minimized any psychological dysfunction. Not just that, but really presented herself as free of any problems. And she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
She didn't get detected, so that
how
showed
did
it
you
was
determine that?
sophisticated.
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2 that is designed specifically to detect a type of responding that's a little bit more clever, a little bit more sophisticated, minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably wouldn't understand, and even providers, very difficult to detect.
I definitely want more information on this from Cross.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How might that present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful. It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints, criticisms of your partner. But because the person with borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive to things. They feel distress more strongly, and then that distress lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to leave to take a break. It wears them down, and that's when the borderline might explode and act very aggressively or violently to try to prevent them from leaving.
In addition to diagnosing Ms. Heard with these two personality disorders, did you form another opinion about Ms. Heard's mental status?
Yes, so go ahead.
If the answer to that is yes, I'm going to now ask.
Okay,
what
yes,
was that?
I did.
Okay, what is it?
So in addition to looking for Ms. Heard's general mental status, any psychological issues that were present, I very specifically was assessing to determine whether post-traumatic stress disorder was present, and it was not.
How do you know that?
So first of all, from multiple information sources, right? So I was integrating the interview, my review of the data, the case records, other people's testimony, her treatment records. And then I also conducted, in addition to the MMPI-2 and looking at that data, I also conducted the clinician administered PTSD scale, the CAPS-5, which is the gold standard PTSD assessment developed by the National Center for PTSD, shown to be valid, accurate for use not just with service members, but also with civilians, men, women, all genders. and also all ethnicities, and then also specifically for use in a courtroom setting.
How do you conduct the CAPS 5?
So the CAPS 5 is a standard interview. What that means is that it's an interview with very clear questions that are scripted, and you ask those same questions every time you test a person. So because you're doing that, you're actually taking something that would typically be kind of subjective, an interview with somebody, and you're making it more objective. When you ask those same questions in the same way, every time somebody's assessed with this, now you can apply a scoring protocol and actually score their responses.
As a result of applying those protocols, what did you conclude?
Ms. Heard did not have PTSD, and there were also pretty significant indications that she was grossly exaggerating symptoms of PTSD when asked about them.
Well, how did you make that latter conclusion? That's consistent with bipolar disorder,
So
fake being a victim.
one of the strengths of this
She's
test,
killing
as I
Amber.
mentioned,
This
the
is a killer.
important thing
This is
about
Depp's
any
expert,
test
correct?
used when you're
Yes.
doing
Yes.
evaluation in forensics
Court
is to
ordered,
make sure
but
that the
Depp's
person is
expert.
responding accurately. And this test does that by not just asking people whether they have a symptom, but asking follow-up questions that draw out very detailed accounts of every single symptom of PTSD. And when you're really familiar with this disorder, which you need to be to administer this test, there are nuances in the way a person will describe their symptoms that have been shown repeatedly to indicate exaggeration or faking. There are also indications when somebody is clearly giving you a genuine response.
Damn, faking PTSD.
This is why you have a partner
If
doing
any
her direct
symptoms of
examination.
PTSD did you
There's
observe in Ms. Heard?
no baby lawyers here.
So there are 20 kind of core symptoms that somebody might
She's looking at
can
the jury,
manifest with PTSD. You don't have to have all
explain
of
it to
them.
them.
Ms. Heard initially said that she had, in the first question, you say, do you ever have this? Before you get to the more nuanced follow-up questions. When I asked that
Anxiety,
first question
nightmares.
on each item, she initially said, yes, I have that, to 19 of the 20 symptoms. That's not typical even of somebody with the most disabling form of PTSD.
She had two. Her PTSD was
We
too
eventually
good.
sort of dialed it down. She had 3 remaining symptoms, and having symptoms of any disorder is common for all of us. Some of us struggle with sleep. Some of us get anxious. It could be several different disorders. It could just be that you have this struggle in your life.
See, this
But
seems
she had
legit. To
3
me.
specific
This seems
symptoms
like
that I
legit
scored as
expert testimony
present.
now when she's getting the PTSD.
Off the top of my head, I might miss one, but one was sleep disturbance. So she reported that she has frequent nightmares. Another one was that she said
Generalized
that she
anxiety.
tends to have a startle response. So if she gets startled or surprised, she tends to stay in sort of a hyper startle mode for quite a while. And that's consistent with a couple of things. It can be
Irritability.
consistent with PTSD if other criteria are met. It's also consistent with childhood complex trauma, which is something that can occur when your brain is forming. If you constantly feel unsafe, if your parents are abusive, or if they're not present, if you're neglected, you can develop certain physiological responses that can stay for a long time in your life. So I noted that seemed like a very genuine, accurate account where she stays in the state of kind of hyper arousal, has a hard time calming down if she gets surprised.
You mentioned nightmares as well.
Yes.
Did she recount for you the nature of the nightmares?
So they were vague. She indicated that she has recurrent nightmares and that she feels as though she's being held down. And there was some conflict in that account because even though that could be a PTSD symptom, it is fairly vague, but I still scored it as present. And in her initial treatment with with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, which I believe started before she began dating Mr. Depp, she had indicated to Dr. Jacobs, according to Dr. Jacobs's notes, that she was having repetitive nightmares back then and that they were related to her childhood trauma. And so that came up several times in the notes. Dr. Jacobs kept mentioning that.
Thank you.
She have nightmares about her abusing Johnny Depp? Can that cause?
No,
Did
but
she get PTSD from her own abuse?
Her father was
Feigning is
abusing her.
essentially faking or exaggerating symptoms that aren't present.
Does the CAPS 5 control for that?
It doesn't necessarily control for it. It can expose it
And
by
how
drawing
does
out
that, how does that work?
because you're not just simply handing the person a checklist that says, here are all the symptoms of PTSD. Why don't just check off the ones you have, which clearly, if you're trying to look like you have PTSD, you would just check them all.
19 out of 20.
CAPS 5, because it requires them to describe in detail how they experience the symptom, where it shows up, what it looks like, what sort of examples they can give you, how many times it's happened in the last couple of weeks, how many times it's happened in the last month. By the end of each symptom, you've gotten a very good picture of a couple things. One, does it meet the definition of the symptom? Are they getting it right? Is this actually the symptom, or are they kind of confusing this with something else? Number two, are they giving you very vague accounts? Are they giving you kind of a stereotyped idea of what the symptom is based on media or movies or something that actually is completely different from genuine experiences of this symptom? Or are they giving you a very genuine, heartfelt, sometimes minimizing, but it's ticking all the boxes, their mannerisms while they're describing it, the actual very specific, very nuanced, symbolic ways they're describing it. A lot of times it smells, it sounds, that all appears in genuine accounts, and it's something that people really get wrong when they're feigning.
In addition to your conclusion that Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, did you make a conclusion with respect to her symptoms?
Yes, actually I did. So, just because somebody doesn't have PTSD doesn't mean that they weren't harmed psychologically by whatever is being alleged. In this case, Ms. Heard is alleging that she was psychologically harmed and that she suffered PTSD because of abuse that she alleges occurred by Mr. Depp. So the MMPI-2 is helpful because it shows you kind of everything, any other symptoms. And then in Ms. Heard's own self-report and her prior treatment records, I knew that she had reported to me that she had had some other symptoms. So now what becomes really important is determining, and let me clarify one thing here, not so much a diagnosis, but did she start to experience symptoms during the relationship and after? Did they worsen after? Or could these types of symptoms or reports be explained by other factors? A, by feigning, B, by pre-existing conditions, or C, by other stressful life events that might have occurred. So the main symptoms that I was looking at didn't meet criteria for PTSD, right? There was also substantial evidence of this sort of emotional
She's talking to the jury, too. She's not even
emotional
talking to the attorney.
disorganization, the shallowness, the dramatic affect.
She is.
Now, when you have a lot of childhood trauma, you can actually have some similar type presentation in adulthood. There are some differences though, but also that's not something that would have occurred after this relationship. So now I was looking at, are there indications that these types of things that she's described, this transient anxiety, the issues with sleep, were these there prior? And sure enough, Ms. Heard, in her own self-report, stated to me that when she first got to LA, she was seeking treatment for, in her words, blanket anxiety and depression. She also reported that she was taking medications. In general, none of them were helpful. That's actually very typical of borderline personality disorder. Medications typically aren't very helpful for somebody with the disorder. They really need an intensive, lifelong type of therapy, which is not necessarily as relevant to this. But interestingly also, people with borderline personality disorder often respond really positively to stimulant medications that are given for ADD or ADHD. And in one of Nurse Filati's notes, she reported that Ms. Heard told her that none of the medications were working for her except for one Provisional, which is often prescribed as stimulant medication. And I just thought that was interesting and sort of consistent with more of these lifelong personality disorders that aren't necessarily caused by a harm by any allegations, but have been there and will remain there typically. The other issue, so the anxiety, she had already indicated that had been there prior, but the form of the anxiety. So looking at Dr. Hughes's testing and then also looking at the scores on the MMPI, when you look at all these little combinations of the scores, you can actually learn a lot about, is the anxiety related to an event, or is this more a person who tends to be an anxious person regardless of what's going on in their life? And somebody might describe them as a worrywart. And the scores, the little combination of scores that she obtained actually indicated that it was the latter, that her anxiety tends to be separate from events and more just kind of a constant, and it comes and goes, but it's more of a trait.
I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Maybe
Lunch break?
Why don't we go ahead and, Ms. Brady, go ahead and have our lunch break. Might be
Yeah,
a good idea.
lunch and then
break it up
Elaine.
there.
But
Okay, I know.
lunch-
I can see you
this
jumping
is
up. All right.
One hell of a
Ladies and
lunch
gentlemen, let's go ahead and
break,
take our
though.
lunch
God.
recess. Just again, do not do any
Brutal.
outside
Amber
research.
Heard's gonna
Don't
have lunch
discuss
with
Elaine's
us
going to be on
okay?
cross.
We'll have you back.
Elaine, yeah, we saw her taking the sidebar. We also saw her jump up on the two
Yes.
objections.
Yeah, she's taking
Elaine's-
a cross.
It's Elaine's show.
Questions-
I have
questions that
no confidence
for
in
the-
her
if it's
ability to
been
cross this
addressed,
witness.
If this is
Sorry.
when did this doctor perform her first evaluation of Amber?
They're in December. So it's 2 days in last December.
Yes.
So it was in the context of the litigation. It wasn't. They didn't
Yes.
seek this.
And again, Dr. Curry, since you're in the middle of your testimony,
She was not
please
treating her
discuss
prior
your
to this
testimony with
litigation.
everybody at
No,
this
Let me-
time,
no.
okay?
so
There's
explain-
no. We'll get into a lot of stuff because we've got a lot of questions from people in super chats. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts on this testimony.
Yes, a lot of people are mad at us. But
Well,
that's
just-
okay.
A lot
We
of
can take it.
yes. So
Yeah, yeah, but to-
we'll go through all of it so that we can kind of have a whole conversation about it. But people are asking about HIPAA. People are asking about confidentialities. And also the role of this particular witness and her testimony. There's so much to talk about.
Well,
So
just-
go ahead.
No, I think people have to understand the reason why, because the biggest issue is going to be why wasn't Johnny diagnosed or dealt with this person. But the
Evaluated,
reason-
Because he didn't put
evaluated.
himself at issue.
But it wasn't
That's-
that issue.
That's why.
And the issue of this trial is Amber has said because of what Johnny Depp did to her, the abuse, she had PTSD. Now you can't go to her own doctors and get that because that's covered under HIPAA. So what the court can do is say, okay, well, since that's the claim that you've put at issue, we're going to have a neutral person or whatever to evaluate you. A court appointed somebody to evaluate you, and that's kind of why you now have this.
Speaking of expert
piece to it.
evaluations, welcome Andrea Burkhart.
She can get her own. She can get her own doctor to testify to her
Yeah, I was going to say the
PTSD.
neutrality there is the more important
Yeah,
piece.
she
because
could
it's
get
her
it.
privilege. She can waive HIPAA 100%.
Yeah, but I don't think that's like her doctor. I'm assuming that's who they're going to
That
get.
That Dr. Hughes is coming in.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the-
yeah. He says she's.
Alita, that's on her expert list, right? Like that Dr. Hughes is doing her evaluation the opposite
I
way.
haven't seen him
Okay.
on the list. There's a million people on her list, but I can verify for sure.
So this
I
was-
would imagine so.
She has
This was
several
a court-
doctors on her list. Some of them look
Oh, Andrea
clinical,
knows.
some of them look forensic.
Well, I bet
Yeah.
she's
This was a
answering.
court-
This witness is answering Dr. Hughes, so I'm betting that's.
Viva
that's
is asking the question that I asked at the first break, which is this court appointed or Depp hired? And I think the answer, Viva, is Depp hired. Compulsory medical exam, not independent, is the answer we got at the first break.
Yeah,
That's a
well,
big
it's Depp
difference.
I mean, it's
So hold on.
So-
Depp hired, but compulsory. What was the purpose of her initial
To determine
evaluation?
whether or not Amber has
PTSD.
PTSD as a result of
Okay.
what
Yes.
Johnny Depp did, and they took it and flipped it into not only does she not have PTSD, but she has this disorder that makes her abusive and narcissistic and blaming and angry and everything else that Johnny Depp basically says that she is. We now have a medical diagnosis that confirms that that is exactly true of somebody that has her diagnosis.
And she had been hired earlier. She had been hired before the court concept here to evaluate the case record, presumably for that purpose. This was going to be her role anyway. And then they flipped it around. And yeah,
So-
Cross is going to ask her how much she's
Let me
being
just get in
paid.
here real quick. Andrea, are we correct on the court mandate on this evaluation and everything?
Yeah, we believe so. There was some motions that we saw filed for what's called a Rule 410 independent medical examination in Virginia court. because obviously a lot of that stuff is confidential, we didn't get a whole lot of detail, about what the scope of that was, the justification and so forth. But we did see that had been filed. We talked about it previously on your channel a couple times because it's been a subject of particular interest to me. So yes, we do know that Dr. Curry was ordered, and Amber Heard was ordered basically to submit to this exam by Dr. Curry through that 410 process.
Right. And for anybody that isn't familiar with Andrea, she is an attorney in Washington, right?
Correct.
State of Washington. And she's been looking at this case for years now, starting back when TMZ had a comment section about this. So she's been in the Justice for Johnny Depp kind of community. She's been an attorney voice in that community for quite a while. So she knows the details of this case and the things that have transpired quite well, better than I do, certainly. So I'm so happy to have you here again and to get your thoughts on what's been going on with this case too.
Well, thank you. Pardon my informality. I'm actually trying to work on a brief today. And of course, Dr. Curry, it's her day on the stand. So it's all
We're all very
informal.
We're all informal here.
But can we all appreciate the Depp's team's legal strategy that's kind of been put out, I think, for these 3 weeks? And what I mean by that is that sometimes we look at the individual witnesses, but don't really appreciate what they've done. And I think they've done something masterful. First, you put on all your fact witnesses to getting all the gory details, the finger cutting, the depth, and all those details were kind of mashed up like in the ether. And then you get this doctor to come on and put it all together. She's connected all the dots. The reason why Johnny Depp said, hey, Amber Heard, she liked everything I liked. Why? Because the doctor said, well, somebody in her position wants to pretend like they like everything you like. Why was she saying that? Why was she always complaining about Johnny leaving? Because someone with this condition doesn't want you to like. So it's a beautiful way of litigating where you get all those facts out, and now you have this doctor say, hey, this is why all this was happening, and it's so easy to understand. I really want to see how Amber's team really combats this, because it was masterful because we kept saying, why put Johnny Depp on so early? But now we know, because the closer is this doctor to tell us why all this was happening.
It's so tied to what we've heard, though. I mean, you don't have even a little ring in your head that says
I have a big ring.
She evaluates the records first, and then half the things she says line up exact. She said she matches dress. I mean,
and if the jury is noticing her following up his outfits the day after, then they're getting real-time data on that themselves, and they're like, oh my God, I mean, if that's happening, then everything else.
There's nothing wrong with that. I know chat's gonna yell at me again, but it's just evaluating it as it happens. This is Johnny Depp's witness, this is Johnny Depp's expert, and it lines up flawlessly. You talk about 19 or 20 on the PTSD. This is very, very perfect, more than I'm used to seeing from experts, to be frank. And that's what I'm evaluating as I see here. That doesn't mean it isn't the perfect case and she's the best clinician ever, but it's very perfect.
Yeah. Viva, you wanted to say something earlier.
Well, so this doctor that we just saw is the one that the court appointed under the filing that Andrea described.
Yes, she's identified as the IME.
Okay, so she came in to identify, to evaluate the parties, and purpose
specifically Amber.
Amber said, I have PTSD. She comes in to then verify that.
And so she comes in and then says, not only does she not have PTSD, but the way she's pretending to have PTSD indicates that she might have BPD, and now has come to the firm conclusion that Amber is not suffering from PTSD, but rather has. Okay, it's very interesting. And she's being paid by Johnny. So the only way, presumably, for Amber Heard's team to, I don't know if the word is impeach or contradict this expert, is to basically argue that once this expert comes to the conclusion that she suffers from bipolar disorder, she's going to find every reason to not come to the conclusion of PTSD. Coming to BPD is basically excluding the fact that she might have PTSD as a premise, because she's writing off all the symptoms, basing it on the fact that she now concludes that she has bipolar personality disorder. No.
Well, Cross, we're going to get the standard. I don't know. We're going to get the standard. You're getting paid by this team. It would be bad if you didn't say what they want you to say. We're going to get that at the top. We know this. Elaine does that with everybody anyway. Yeah. So that's
every expert every expert witness, when they testify, that is always like one of the first things that they do is
Yeah.
number one,
Yeah,
how many
totally
times
normal.
have you testified in court? Has it been for the plaintiff side, for the defense side, or for her it's been in criminal cases, so prosecution or defense? Do you have a particular bias? Also, how much are they paying you for this testimony and for all of your analysis and all that kind of
Well,
stuff?
and in this particular case, I mean, one thing that I might consider at Cross is, okay, you say that she exaggerates. You say that she has a disorder. This is a defamation case. Does she believe what she's saying here, regardless of definition, separately? If you're characterizing her with this kind of situation, can it be defamation if she has a certain amount of belief in something?
I think the problem with that is they don't want to open that door. She doesn't have a delusional disorder. That's part of the problem. This isn't something that is psychotic. There's no real indication, at least as far as I'm aware, that would meet some kind of legal standard for not knowing or not able to perceive, accurately recall events and things like that. I think they're going to need to be very, very careful with this cross-examination, in part because of issues like that, but also because Dr. Curry tiptoed around the magic word I was really waiting to hear on this PTSD conversation, which is malingering. She did use the words feigning. She obviously explained that the 19 out of the 20 symptoms that were reported, highly exaggerated. She obviously does attribute some of that to Amber's personality disorder, but those aren't necessarily mutually exclusive things. It's very common for people who have these types of disorders, at least in my experience, when, I have a client that's being evaluated for capacity or competency or things like that. Very high occurrence of, malingering types of findings in combination with these personality disorders.
Yeah. And to be clear, I do see people in the chat that you're correct. It's not bipolar, it's borderline personality disorder.
My mistake is first of all, the acronym can be BPD for both, but I meant borderline personality because she had explained bipolar first and then explained the borderline personality. So apologies, chat.
Yeah. No worries. It's when we throw around these acronyms, it's so easy to get mistaken in these. Let me get a couple of super chats here. Broken Wing says, Nurse Liz, disagree. BPD abuse consistent with JD versus Amber Heard's case. Example, increased injuries to self when attacking partners, splitting / violence over perceived abandonment. BPD recovery rate is more than 50%, and most are not abusive references. And they give some references here. So
I know they went all out.
Yes, this is people are. I mean, and rightly so, because and I want to reiterate this. I said this earlier. I'll say it again. I'll say it a bunch of times until I'm blue in the face. We want to make sure that we are being sensitive on this topic of personality disorders, of any kind of mental health issues. There could be people watching that have BPD, and that doesn't make them Amber Heard. It doesn't mean that they are doing the same things that Amber Heard is doing. So, we want to be careful about generalizing. And this is one of the things that the kind of people on the panel got alarmed by, is that it started to sound like this expert witness was making these generalizations about people with BPD that is potentially problematic. So, Nurse Liz, since this is addressed to you, I'll give you a chance to respond.
So I have a lot of very angry people at me in the chat. So I think it's important.
It happens. We all get it at some point.
So this is, I'm not shy to it. I bring it on myself. So I think, is my mic volume better now? I turned it way down.
So I'll turn you back up a little bit. I'll turn you up though. Don't worry.
Okay,
I'll fix you a bit. I know I'm always trying to balance everybody.
I think it's important to look at, I'm looking at this from the perspective of, I'm a nurse practitioner, and I have seen many, I would say 80% of my patient population, when I cared for them, had mental health diagnoses. So I come heavily from, that's obviously my bias. I also have this is my very first foray into the legal tube while I'm trying to understand legal things, because I'm getting involved in advocacy on my end. So I don't come from a background where I'm used to seeing court play out. So I don't think mental health should be in court at all. So I think that's a big schism, first of all. So that's my bias coming into it, just to lay the groundwork. But I think this entire thing was just incredibly inappropriate, because why would you bring the reason why you diagnose someone with a mental health something, which, by the way, it's not BPD anymore. It's emotionally unstable personality disorder, is actually the most up-to-date version. It's kind of replaced BPD. when you're bringing in mental health and you're saying, oh, you are doing this because you have this mental health disorder, you're making generalizations. And that's not the way generalizations, in my mind, and along with a lot of the medical community, should go. So usually we like to take, I'm presenting you with this cluster of symptoms. I'm going to narrow down this generalized cluster into a single diagnosis, which could be BPD, but we don't go backwards. We don't say, hey, you have BPD, so you probably have this. So looking at it, that's going to say like everybody with this could have this, which is just like really derogatory for a lot of other people who have BPD, and it gives everybody a bad name, essentially. At least in my opinion. I just don't like how it comes into court and like gets, where people start stigmatizing things around it. I get that it happens all the time, as the chat has pointed out to me 12 billion times. But I have also seen it countless times on the other end where people are criminally or civilly prosecuted, usually criminally, and they bring in mental health disorders into it, and it is almost never positive. A lot of people will get blamed or arrested for crimes when it's brought in. So like that's my background coming into it. This also particularly affects people who are already marginalized. It's even bigger, and that was the population I cared for. So this is my personal soapbox that I just think it's highly inappropriate to. The reason why you diagnose someone is to treat them, right? Not to say, hey, you have this, so let's generalize it backwards. So I just don't understand why they brought her in the first place. I think the lady,
it's clear you're not familiar with the legal process if that's what you think. If that's what you think medical diagnosis is for.
I know, obviously not. Obviously, pretty much lawyers do my job anyway because they tell me, oh, don't do that, you'll get sued, even though it's what you're supposed to do. So I'm already, you run my life.
Just looking out for you, I think it's interesting because I do want to see if we do hear from Amber's treaters, because this is a big thing in every case I try, is what is a jury more likely to believe? A treating physician who is there to help the patient and is there to listen and they want to get the diagnosis right for the treatment, or a hired gun who wants to come say exactly what the lawyers want her to say to make their legal point for them, which if I'm Amber's lawyers, that's what I'm saying. If I have a treater that says, I've been treating her for mental health for years, I've never diagnosed her with BPD, I've diagnosed her with this or that or whatever, and I've never seen any of these things exhibited by her, is a jury more likely to believe what I would call a hired gun, this lady who's a very good witness, very well polished, probably made a lot of money on this case and deservedly so. So who are you more likely to believe? And that's kind of the question I put to the chat, who I'm sure is all going to be mad because they want to obviously believe Johnny Depp's side. And I think that
and
she
I'm
has
pro
blown
Johnny Depp. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. And I think she has on the stand blown holes, gigantic holes in Amber Heard's case, and now gives the jury something to hold on to. Like, she did that. She did
the
that.
Advantage. The
She's like-
advantage
she's
that
like,
a witness like this is going to have over a clinical provider is just the scope of the information that's available to her. The challenge with the clinical provider is that they're largely, for the most part, going to be relying on self-reports. I'm not going to tell Nurse Liz how to do her job, but I would suspect that most of the time when you go in for a clinical assessment, you're not administering the MMPI-2.
No.
This is specifically a forensic tool. It's designed and validated for this precise purpose. So I think the fact that she has, reviewed such an exhaustive amount of material and performed this very specific court-focused type of evaluation is a hard thing. It's going to be a hard thing for Amber's team to counter.
Oh, for sure. And I don't doubt her credibility at all. Yeah. I think she's a great, she sounds incredibly well educated. Like sounds like something like fine, like perfect for exactly. I would refer out to her to make a diagnosis like this. I don't think that she's I don't think she did anything necessarily even wrong. You know what I mean?
I just hate that
But she
all the
is-
information
she is-
she has makes sense.
I understand that.
She is definitely blowing holes in Amber Heard's case. I would liken her to the Black
wouldn't even say
Pearl
blowing
blowing
holes.
holes
She
in The
destroyed it.
Interceptor.
She destroyed this. She destroyed Amber.
I would.
If
would.
If Amber Heard, if they're
Well,
going
it's funny,
to
like I
jury
see
now, it's
I see the
horrible.
chat. I don't view anything that anybody's been saying in trial or discussing, setting aside maybe inappropriate jokes elsewhere. I don't see people stigmatizing mental illness with this, especially bipolar, borderline personality. call it a disorder, call it, whatever the new name is. It's not a question of stigmatizing everybody who has it, but rather when you're in a certain circumstance and you're trying to piece together, tendencies that go along with certain behavioral issues, it's necessary to identify. And I don't think it stigmatizes anybody above and beyond Amber Heard. It does, certainly, now that this has been disclosed. I mean, Amber Heard is going to walk around with this for the rest of her life, and it's been broadcast to the world, despite what her own expert's going to come in and say. But I see the chat and people are sensitive to this, but I don't think this is intended to or incidentally stigmatizes mental wellness at large. This is
I think
case by case in order to explain.
It can, depending on what people do with this information.
If you see it,
that's one of my concerns.
Yeah, if you see it, you're like, oh well, Amber Heard, has this, and then she was diagnosed with BPD, and she went off and did all of this stuff. I just think it would be, instead of blaming it on a diagnosis and using that as a crutch, why don't we use her actions, which have already proved to be abnormal? Like, why don't we just use actions instead of a diagnosis? Would be my.
Well, I mean, they've also referred to John. I mean, to be fair, and some of these super chats will say this also, that they have referred to Johnny Depp's bipolar and ADHD and his alcoholism or perceived alcoholism and his admitted addiction to drugs. That also is a mental health disorder in a way as well. So I mean, like we do have mental health issues that are involved in this case. So I do understand some of people's kind of like outrage that a lot of people are feeling to say like, well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
Yeah.
But let's be honest though. Amber was the one that put this at issue.
That's the biggest. That's the bigger issue.
None of this would be out here if she didn't say, because he did this, I had PTSD diagnosed. Okay, if that's true, let's get somebody independent to check it out, and that's why it's all out here, right? So I do understand in the context, because I have a psychology degree, so I called the junk science. It hurt me a little bit. Like, damn,
of course you do.
My bachelor,
like, you've lived like 5,000 lives.
No, my undergrad degree was psychology and economics. But the one thing with psychology is that the only thing I saw here is here is what generally happens in this situation, and here's what I diagnosed with Amber. Now obviously you're gonna have people saying, well, if you have these same traits, you're as bad as her, which would be the wrong thing. But I really do think the way this doctor the way this doctor tied everything together, because that's even what Hope kept saying, who's right above me. Hope kept saying, oh my gosh, she's tying it all together. She's putting everything together. And it's a perfect. It's almost too perfect. Either this jury's going to believe this witness was too perfect, or this witness is just not, it's just going to disregard. But what this witness has done this afternoon is tie everything up so much in a bow, where I don't think any reasonable person, after listening to what we just heard, can go out there and say, Amber Heard is winning this case. I think it all depends on what happens on cross, but right now, this is a monster loss. If
I have no faith in Elaine, Nate. I don't
have any faith in Elaine.
Did everybody see her cross-examination of the island manager? I mean, that was just now. That was real time. But let me read the super chat too. Sophia talks I think talks says, all the love to Nurse Liz. Chat is very reactionary in this case, but the panel brought up a lot of good points. I don't think it's junk science per se. It's clearly real science applied in a way that's meant to show a narrative. Makes sense. And I think, and that is, I believe what Peter was getting at when he was talking about junk science is, it's not necessarily that the science itself is bad. It's just when it's applied in a certain way, when it's used as a particular tool, it can become junk science in this context of a trial of a court proceeding.
You
so
use it inappropriately. That's the point.
Exactly. Just
and you'll see the diagnosis.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go for it.
I was just gonna say, just like we've had Spidey on here so many times to talk about body language, because he's a body language analyst. That is something that is a very specific set of skills. Some people would recognize it, some people don't, but he himself says that's not something that can come into a trial. Like you can't use that kind of information to determine anything for a trial. That would be considered junk science if brought into a court of law, just because it would be an improper use of a particular type of analysis.
And they wouldn't let
Sorry,
it in.
go
Right?
ahead.
We've got standards.
Yeah, they wouldn't let
I mean,
it in,
she
yeah.
Curry's
Oh,
clearly met the standards.
Yeah.
For getting admitted into the testimony position.
Yeah, if people think this is junk science by the standards of what makes it into courtrooms, oh, you have some bad news coming to you.
I've written a Daubert brief a couple of times now, back in a different life.
We have a case in Washington that's notorious because it was the one of the few times the Washington Supreme Court drew the line on bad science, and that was the case of the police officer's dog who was capable of detecting fresh guilt scent.
Yep.
That's crazy.
We've kept
that got past the Daubert review.
Yeah.
We don't have Daubert in Washington. We're fried.
Oh, you guys don't have.
Yeah.
Fry.
And to be clear,
so
for
enough
everyone,
police officers say the dog smells fresh guilt. The dog smells fresh guilt.
Wow.
And the law in Washington.
Oh my God.
For people in the chat who are not familiar, what we're referring to is one of the tests to qualify a witness as an expert witness. There's a couple. There's Daubert, and what's the name of the other one?
Fry. Missouri v. Fry.
Fry. That's right. It's been a minute. So there's, depending on the state, on the jurisdiction, you'll have one test or another, or maybe Washington neither. So it can depend from state to state, but we have various standards for qualifying a witness so that they can opine as an expert, and that's exactly it. So remember how one of the super chats that I'll show at some point too was a question on what some of these objections are. I'll mention it now because we might as well talk about it. So there's been a lot of hearsay objections. By the way, hearsay merch in case anybody's interested. Link in the description below. Got to get my grift in. So hearsay basically meaning that you have an out of court statement. We don't know that we can trust exactly what that statement was. We can't use that to substitute for real in-person observances, right? We need somebody to testify to what they saw, what they heard, what they felt, that kind of stuff. Another one is foundation. When somebody testifies to knowing anything, we have to first lay a foundation to show the jury what reason would we have to believe that this person would even know the information that they are testifying to? Were they there on that day? Were they nearby? Were they what were the conditions like? Who else was around? That kind of stuff is foundational matters so that we can trust that what they're saying is true. Number 3, another one was compound. That's a big one, particularly on cross-examination. When somebody asks a compound question, it means the question is a compound of 2 different questions put together. And honestly, when you are crafting a cross-examination, you generally don't want to ask a compound question anyway, because the response that you get, whether it's yes or no, is not going to be as clear. So it honestly helps everyone for a compound objection to be sustained, because it even helps the person who is cross-examining to sort of cut their question into pieces. So for example, Elaine had quite a few of them in her cross-examination of Tracy Roberts, right? So the issue is if you hear a question where there's "and" in that question, it's generally going to be a compound question, and it's going to be ripe for an objection. So if you say you walked down the street and you saw a red light, you got to break that down into you walked down the street, yes, you saw a red light, yes. So rather than asking those 2 together. So anyhow, that's what those were on that. But another one is speculation. You can object to a witness speculating, meaning they're giving their opinion. They are giving some kind of a theory as to what they think may have happened. A lay witness is not allowed to testify to that. Only
Elaine gives us all these
witnesses can.
examples because her question was wouldn't you say Amber would want to wear makeup to cover things up from her children? It's what the hell?
That's speculation.
Yeah,
that is, she's not a makeup expert. She's not an expert on what you want people to see or not see, whether they're children or whatever. So that's why we want to ask all of these questions of a particular witness to lay the foundation so that they can be qualified as an expert, so that they can give their professional opinion. And when they give their opinion, it's not just on anything. It's limited to the scope of their expertise. So, a surgeon can't opine about psychology. A psychologist can't opine about, heart conditions. They have to stick within their area of expertise that they are qualified to testify and to opine on. Okay.
Now, one thing, even about this expert's testimony, there was a lot of hearsay within her testimony, but it wasn't technically hearsay because she wasn't offering it for the truth of the matter, sort of like the time when when she said Amber hit the other person, she was offering it so people could understand how she came to the diagnosis. So it wasn't
She
being
was
offered to
offering
show
it
that
so
she
that people
actually
could understand why Amber
why
hit
she-
that person as part of her diagnosis. It
Yeah,
definitely was. I
it
mean,
was kind of,
she
but that,
definitely took it as true. But you
even though
make the correct
we
legal
all took it
argument.
as true, but it wasn't offered for truth. It was offered
Correct.
to show why she got to get to this.
You are 100% correct, but I
Question
want to throw
for-
that in there.
Even though I took it as true, I was like, Amber hit that woman. Oh my god!
I don't know who in the
same thing
panel.
happened in Dr. Anderson's testimony. She was the couples therapist. Remember from the wretched video deposition.
The deposition
But she-
days.
Yes, but she testified to what Amber told her about, Johnny hitting her and Johnny doing this and Johnny doing that. And it sounds a lot like she's saying Johnny actually did these things, but really what she was saying is she told me this, she told me that, and this is part of my evaluation of these two as part of their therapy.
Question, Andrew, you mentioned it or alluded to it earlier before, and I don't know who's best to answer this. The distinction between bipolar disorder and borderline personality, for example, relates to the mania not being legally responsible for your actions, where some have been defenses and others are not, when you're not responsible criminally for your actions. But has there been a case where borderline personality has been a legitimate criminal defense in terms of legal responsibility for the mens rea?
It's a great question. And so I haven't seen it. In my experience, the courts tend to draw a pretty fine line between these behavioral disorders that kind of explain a person's conduct, but don't necessarily, like I said, indicate any kind of underlying like psychosis that affects their perception. Because in the criminal context, if you're looking at an insanity defense, for example, the question is whether that person had the capacity to understand the difference between right and wrong. And there's some variations on that rule in different states, but they tend to, because of that, focus a lot more on psychotic disorders, situations where somebody experiences delusions or hallucinations or just otherwise is not in contact with reality. That, to my knowledge, is not particularly characteristic of these personality disorders. The personality disorders are characterized by this entrenched pattern of dysfunctional behavior, and that's combined with these explanations of the internal traits that tend to motivate that. But so because there don't tend to be problems with perceptions with borderline, other types of personality disorders, they don't tend to come about a lot at least in the guilt phase of a criminal trial. So the problem that often happens, and it's kind of part of the risk of investigating psychological defenses and incompetency and things like that, is that if you do get a personality disorder diagnosis, that can then potentially harm your client at sentencing, where courts are looking at risk analyses and particularly things like an antisocial personality disorder diagnosis. That's going to be extremely damaging to your client when the court is looking at what type of penalty do I need to impose to, protect the public, basically. So no, they don't tend to be particularly helpful when it comes to guilt or liability, because it just doesn't go to the underlying issues that the jury has to solve in that case. There's no insanity defense in a civil case, so I suppose there might be some effort to try to tie this diagnosis to the actual malice and suggest that maybe it wasn't a knowing attempt to tell the truth because of her disorders. But again, in the absence of some kind of indication of delusional behavior, I'm just not sure it's going to meet that type of standard.
Because I mean, it's an interesting thing, like especially people in the chat who are sensitive to this, potentially stigmatizing people with borderline personalities. There's two ways to view this. On the one hand, not everybody with BPD behaves in this extreme of a manner. There's a lot. I mean, I can tell you, I have some family, not immediate family members, but close family members had schizophrenia, where we would have conversations on the phone and they would be detached from reality and you knew it. Borderline personality, we've all had friends like this where you just wonder why they behave in a certain way, not overt abuse, but in relationships in ways that make people feel bad, lead to fights, and then you have to make your own decisions. Not a question of stigmatizing at large. On the one hand, understanding personalities, and on the other hand, avoiding these types of relationships where had Johnny Depp, I posted a link in the chat, had Johnny Depp in the private chat, had Johnny Depp, understood the type of relationship he was in with the personality that is Amber Heard, because of the borderline personality, he might have gotten out of it a lot earlier and might have saved himself a lot of grief. And Amber Heard can go and get help on her own. So, at some point, not a question of stigmatizing, but everyone needs to also do what is understand other people's personalities in order to make their own life decisions and avoid
And
these
the
types of
challenges
relationships.
with these types of disorders is that, yes, like you said, and like Dr. Curry testified to, they can present in an enormous amount, number of ways. And there's also a lot of different degrees of, like she described it as sophistication. Some people are going to be more open, more receptive to treatment, perhaps have a little bit more insight into the fact that their behavior is causing them overall problems in life. And so what always concerns me is just this threat that having that diagnosis in and of itself is potentially a dehumanizing type of thing. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. I believe in rehabilitation. I believe in redemption. And if we don't hold that option open to people, then I'm not really sure what we're doing with this whole, putting people in boxes for a fixed length of time.
Yeah.
But on the other hand of that is the reality that these disorders often are extremely difficult to treat. Dr. Curry described it as, this isn't a situation where you can just medicate somebody and manage their medication and move on. This requires extremely intensive, lifelong type of therapy. Most people aren't going to have access to that. Newsflash, we have broken mental health system in the United States, and so
we do.
These are challenges and realities that I think everybody that does my job and has been in the position of interacting with where mental health and behavioral disorders create these behavioral problems that often land people in jail and in involuntary hospitalizations and things like that. They are extremely difficult issues.
I honestly feel almost sorry for poor Johnny Depp, because he seems like he didn't have a shot. He's a 40-something-year-old man. He's got this beautiful young woman who now comes, and now from what the doctor testified, she kind of, I don't think she meant to do it, but everything that he liked about her seemed to be her condition manifesting itself. The fact that he was, because I'm just remembering his testimony. Oh my God, she loved everything that I loved. I didn't believe that anyone liked this, but she liked it. And, and she always wanted to be around me and that type of thing. And now I'm just going back to it. I don't think that at the beginning it was like she was trying to trick him. I think that from now it seems like it was just the psychological cues that she just did all this stuff and it just happened to develop into this relationship. But I also think it does seem a little unfair because we haven't gotten this type of psychological insight into Johnny Depp's mentality. So it does seem one-sided in that sense, where we see, but I don't know if he has some of the same issues, even though they've talked about it, but he could have some of the same issues. And if they don't come out, then I think it's going to be highly unfair that we've known this real intimate piece of diagnosis from Amber, and we had really nothing about Johnny Depp's piece.
I would expect there to be some kind of an expert evaluation, or not an evaluation, but expert testimony on Johnny as well, that just doesn't have an evaluation in person, just like this expert has done.
Based on,
I don't know, Andrea, do you have any insight on whether that's
well, so what we know from the motions, that the 410 motions that were filed in this case, was that Amber did file one for Johnny as well, and it does appear that hers was denied. Part of the standard for the 410 examination, because of course, medical and mental health information is extremely personal and generally confidential. So there's a much heightened standard to be able to access it for discovery. It isn't just like anything else where you can send off a subpoena and get what you want, provided it's not privileged in some way. there has to be a showing of good cause to be able to engage in this type of discovery. And so what we've been able to kind of read between the lines with the litigation is that that good cause existed for Amber because she put her mental state at issue. She claimed that Johnny gave her PTSD. Johnny hasn't made similar claims like that against Amber. And so in the absence of him putting his medical or mental health condition at issue, it's generally going to be off limits in the discovery process.
Didn't he say that she caused him emotional distress?
Emotional distress does not meet the bar. That was something that I did some research on for Virginia. Generalized, types of complaints of like, I was, bothered, I was sad. They aren't going to open the door to that type of intensive medical scrutiny.
And I think that has to do with our culture and society, potentially with the buzzword of PTSD and using that, thinking it's going to be a positive, and then it turns around to be a negative, which is kind of the issue I have that I think Nate has kind of mentioned too, is I would have been 100% okay, totally makes sense for the IME, for them to come in and say she doesn't have PTSD. We did the evaluation. We looked at her records. She doesn't have PTSD. But for them to go into this entire other side of diagnosing her with all this other stuff and basically saying because of this diagnosis, she probably did everything Johnny's saying she did it. That's the thing that makes me feel a little bit queasy as a lawyer, because I think that's kind of taking it a step further than probably it should have been in this legal process for this case, for this complaint, for this, putting it at issue. And I'm sensitive to this because I represent plaintiffs and they put their medical history at issue. And I see defense lawyers trying to get OBGYN records and psych records when they've got a neck injury. And, so to me, that stuff bothers me. And I mean, we fight tooth and nail to keep all that stuff out. So, I mean, if I was Amber Heard's lawyer, I would have thrown my body in front of the BPD. If they want to say she doesn't have PTSD, fine, go ahead. Say, an expert opinion that she doesn't have PTSD, but all this other stuff that was really damning to all of our points that they just blew a hole through her case. I mean, this is the first issue I've seen. Aren't you an appellate lawyer, Andrea?
I am now, yeah.
Okay.
I did trial work for like 15 years, though.
This is the first issue I've seen that if they did set it up properly and protect the record, I mean, this feels like an appellate issue if they were able to get into all this medical diagnosis that I thought was improper. But did they know better than me?
Did they preserve any appeal, or do they have to preserve an appeal if they didn't object to the admissibility?
Because they didn't object to her.
They could have done it pre-trial.
They could have done
it in limine.
On a Friday motion in limine.
There have been some in limine objections and things like that raised. It's a good point, and it's a very interesting issue. I when I first talked with Alita about this, one of the reasons why it is so fascinating to me is because personality disorder is not something that tends to show up in court proceedings a lot. So I did do a whole bunch of research to try to see, are there situations where this has come about? And so the situation I had been able to find was in employment law disputes, where a plaintiff is making a claim of, harassment or, the environment. And so in those situations, courts have allowed evidence of personality disorder to be brought in to show that this person did not have a, realistic, I guess, non-exaggerated interpretation of the facts that gave rise to their claim, that they would be prone to perhaps see things as sexual that weren't, or exaggerate the circumstances and potentially falsify the circumstances. So that was just the very most narrow category of cases that I was able to find where this has ever really been apparently considered relevant and admissible. It does seem to be a pretty novel topic. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it comes up on appeal.
Yeah, or the other side of it is that maybe similar to a lot of the audio that was let in, there's a lot of audio that was recorded in a two-party state that was recorded only by with one party's authority. There's this agreement in this trial. Okay, let's just let all of the audio in so long as it's just Johnny and Amber, it's no one else. Like we'll just stipulate to that they may have said, okay, you can bring in your expert to testify to this stuff. We're going to bring in our expert to testify on all kinds of stuff for Johnny, and let's see how that works out.
It might be.
We haven't seen that yet, but it could very well be that that's going to be their way of rebutting.
Well, and that's why we're
how
so
do you get
careful
the Johnny
about
stuff
experts,
in though?
right?
Well, I mean, they're going to have experts looking at their case record, but that's why we're so careful about experts. That's why I was talking about whether it's Dahlberg or something else, is because it is so compelling. It's very difficult for the finder of fact to evaluate this stuff. You're being told by a very smart person who is evidenced as being very smart, talking to you in complete sentences directly to you. She's got a borderline personality disorder. It means she does exactly the kind of stuff you just heard about for the last 2.5 weeks. You know, what is the finder of fact supposed to do? So that's why it's such an important kind of logistical court process, and that's why we're having these conversations.
Well, what was interesting to me is the fact that they use this preemptively. I very much anticipated that this type of thing might come up in their rebuttal case when Amber Heard does, you know, make her claims of PTSD and describes the, you know, the allegations that she's made against Johnny and so forth. So that, from a kind of trial technique standpoint, does strike me as a little bit strange, that they are kind of being allowed to impeach her to some extent before she ever even testifies. Just something I noticed.
Well, no, I definitely think it sets a very interesting framework. It makes a very good bridge between Johnny's testimony and Amber's testimony, because he said she did all of these things. She did all of these things, you know, going through each event, each incident. And now it's like she's kind of like tracking what he said and applying, you know, her expertise and her experience as, you know, as this expert, and then kind of pointing it all at Amber, that it's like now Amber's going to be walking onto this platform that has essentially been placed for her by Johnny's team. So she has to work within the framework that has already been created by Johnny's case in chief. It's a very interesting tactic, and I think it's a brilliant move by Johnny's team.
Yes, because she is going to have to testify and not demonstrate the symptoms of personality disorder as she's relating her story.
Yeah, well, but this is another reason why
against her. Remember, they were like, most of the attractive people have this disorder. I was like, oh my god, he's rug every.
I know, that was kind of a funny point, but you know, but this is another reason why the vibe that you take on when you are representing a client is also very important, because the jury will also very often apply that vibe to your client. And the fact that they've been aggressive, the fact that they've been, you know, kind of up and down in their own way of representing Amber throughout trial is another point that is potentially, you know, problematic in this whole scheme and the way that things have been framed here for her.
Well, that really takes us back to the opening statements and how they framed it, right? Because Johnny's team was very careful to frame Amber as disturbed. They deliberately chose not to demonize her or suggest that she is a terrible person for having made these accusations. Amber's team called Johnny a monster. So you just have this real distinction that, like you're pointing out, in how the parties are presenting their view, their compassion, you know, that they want people to bring to evaluating this very complex situation.
I think Johnny's team is doing a bait and switch. They're doing a very nice little bait and switch. We're not going to call her a monster, but here's all the evidence of her being a monster, right?
Yeah. It's the show not tell. It's the show not tell. You don't have to call her a monster if her behavior speaks for itself.
And that in itself, that just seems punitive. I mean, from an outsider perspective, like, why are you using someone's mental health against them? Kind of like, oh, well, this is like, you know, proving all the bad things versus, I mean, her team, it's usually seen that way too. It's very rarely presented the other way, where it's like, oh, Amber has these things. This is why she did it, not in a derogatory way.
I don't know. Maybe Nurse Liz, you might be able to feel this one. Borderline personality, are those deemed to be behavioral issues or mental disorders? And now, because the thing is, if you say like people have habits, people have personalities, you know, happy, sad, and people have manipulative personalities, which you wouldn't call that a mental illness. You might call that a behavioral disorder. Is BP a disorder or a mental illness?
So it's a diagnosis. So I'm not a psychiatrist, so I'm not going to pretend like I know like all the intricacies of all of that. From us, it would just come back as a diagnosis. Your patient was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. This is, you know, kind of our treatment plan going forward. So it's more of the diagnosis of like, there is something abnormal here, and these are what we use to diagnose them.
I think Viva, I think you're talking about the difference between psychosis and personality disorders.
So-
Andrea spoke about it earlier.
Yeah, and the big difference there is your perception of reality.
I think like people with OCD, it would never, it would be a diagnosis to explain behavior, but not to absolve from responsibility. And I wonder
and
if
this would fall, BPD, to my understanding, would fall under you still have perception of reality.
Everybody, if you haven't, I mean, I guess we might have all, everyone has to read John Ronson's The Psychopath Test, because it will give you insight. And I say everyone should probably, go have a discussion with a psychologist or a psychiatrist to get some insight into the brain. But the Psychopath Test, extremely insightful in terms of identifying behaviors in other people.
The question to the panel though, how, if you're Amber Heard's attorney, how do you cross this witness? Because it's just like,
well, I
obviously the money and the bias, but it's just like, what else can you do? She seems the courts in Hawaii love her. She's old, it's like, what do you do?
I would argue, diagnosed with 3-6. How many people have not done this? You'd start attacking the generalizations, in my opinion. But it's Elaine, so I assume she's going to come in like a bull in a china shop and ruin any chance she has of an effective cross.
If I were Elaine, did anybody object during her testimony? I didn't catch if there was.
There was a sidebar objection. She stood up once
and that
early.
was it.
Okay.
That was it.
Wow.
Other than that,
they gave this
no
to
objections.
Elaine.
They did.
If I'm cross-examining this expert, the line I'm taking, and you have to figure out how to craft it. Once this expert came to the conclusion that Amber Heard suffers from borderline personality, that necessarily therefore precludes the possibility of PTSD, because she's going to go look at everything that Amber Heard says that might otherwise satisfy the PTSD diagnoses and say she's only saying that because I've concluded she already has BPD.
But she was very clear, just on her direct.
Yeah, the 19 of 20 symptoms.
She was very clear to say she was diagnosed with this, but we still went through the process of trying to diagnose her with this, and then the 19 out of 20. So it wasn't like we said she has this and then we didn't. We went through the process, and then you bring up the whole fake, essentially.
But those are still subjective evaluations. I mean, I might also bring up, if you read the case record first, you listen to all these tapes, and then you're supposed to have a clinical diagnosis after the fact, aren't you impacted at all by what you've already seen? I mean, there's various things you can at least poke at.
Well, I think that what Andrea pointed out earlier as well, that what makes sometimes a forensic expert like this better than a treating physician is the treating physician has to rely so much on subjective testimony from the client, from the patient.
Sure.
That's one of the ways I would start, because when you have a witness like this that's going to have a counterpart that's a treating physician, I want to build up the treating physician and break down the hired gun. What's up, Kurt?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Kurt.
So that's one of the things I would do, is try to build up the treating physician, how the treating physician's helping the patient, and she's just here hired, paid to give testimony for the defense. That the typical way to do that. Talk about how much she's talked to the defense. And then also I would talk about how much of the, records and the testimony and the videos and the recordings or whatever that she's looked at is also subjective when it comes down to it. It's still somebody saying something. And we've already heard Johnny and Amber both saying in the recordings that you didn't remember that right, or denying what the other person is saying. So it's still subjective, a lot of the things that she's taking into play. And I agree. I think, like Nate, why he asked the question, I think she's a good witness. I think she's going to be a strong witness. But I think that's the way I would attack it, is just try to build up the treater, break her down, and talk about anything that lawyers like Andrea would break down the treater with. I would try to use that against her as well, just as best that I could, to try to level the playing field.
Yeah, I mean, one of the ways that you can say is, look, you looked at her twice. You evaluated her on 2 occasions. Is that really enough? I mean, you wouldn't ask her, specifically, is that enough to actually?
We love the IME doctors that take 30 minutes.
You wouldn't ordinarily come to this conclusion on so short a time frame, would you? I mean, it's like that kind of.
Yeah.
Although it is her job, so she probably does. But it's great when you say the CME doc, you took 30 minutes with her, and this treating doc has spent 8 years with her. So who are you going to believe?
Yeah. You're familiar with the the medical documents provided by Dr. So and so, right? And this doctor is her treating physician or psychologist or whatever. Her treating doctor on this issue. Yes, you understand that she's been treating her for so many years now, and she actually sees her on a regular basis. Because you've seen her medical records. Because you've looked through her file. Yes. Well, so it's like that puts the weight onto the other person's testimony potentially for where you put your where you lean between these two experts that are going to be duking it out between each other.
The fact that this doctor does have a clinical practice suggests to me that might be a little bit of a dangerous road to go down, because she knows
those percentages beforehand, luckily.
Between how you engage with the client in a clinical setting and how you engage with a client in a forensic setting.
Most good ones
she's
are.
going to be able to look at these records and identify, here's a point where, clinically perhaps this made sense, but you could never use this for forensic purposes. I think they're going to have a challenge cracking that.
I agree.
But she's very smart. She's gonna I am strongly anticipating she's gonna be able to answer everything almost flawlessly that Elaine might throw at her. But we still have to try to figure out what Elaine might throw at her.
And they've had this report for what, months? So it's not like they
that report.
They didn't just hear this right now. They've had this for months. So I'm assuming they have some type of plan.
And by the way, guys,
with respect to the expert. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we now have 25,000 people in this chat.
25,000.
Hold on.
That is
I've got clappers here. I got props. So my wife brought these in for me. Thanks, honey. She's watching right now. So folks, we haven't done this in a couple of hours now, but we got 25,000 viewers to this channel. Alita is at just shy of 2,000 from when I can actually clap these things. So if you're in right now, you're enjoying this, you want to see more content like this, you've got 25,000 people. Subscribe to this channel. You've got a limited time to get in there before Alita is famous and 100,000 and leaving us all in the dust. So please do get in.
We're naming
Subscribe
the
to the
community
channel
today.
Oh, you're going to hit 100,000 a day. Hell or high water. So 2,000 people left. Like, subscribe, share that we're having these wonderful conversations. 25,000 of you already on a break. And obviously we're having a lot of fun here. A lot of these people are here to support Alita and the channel, have these fun conversations. Give them a like and subscribe too. But right now, subscribe to Alita because she's going to hit 100,000. And that's a big freaking deal in YouTube land.
Rick, you're too kind, and you also you got in there and you stole my grift. I was going to tell everyone we have 25,000 people in here. We need to appreciate all of the people that are joining me on this panel, giving such fantastic commentary. All of their opinions and the discussion that we're getting is so rich, and it's so it is. I love being a part of this just because the conversation is so much fun, and I hope that you guys are enjoying it too. And if you really are enjoying it, go and check out everyone that is on this panel, that has been on this panel throughout the day and throughout the week. But everybody who's been on this panel today is linked in the description below. Andrea's the only one here that doesn't have a YouTube channel, but she has a Twitter profile. Follow her. She has fantastic commentary on Twitter. She explains so many things related to this case in such a brilliant way. She's got some of the best Twitter threads that you can find out there in law Twitter.
I got a question for Andrea.
Thank you.
Yes.
What's up with the fish? I don't know if anyone asked that yet.
So the fish is the same artist as my T-shirt here. This is my girl, my heart girl. Her name's Heidi Elkington. Follow her on Instagram. She's an amazing artist. These are cut recycled metal. So yeah, this is my scene. This is where I live.
Put a link in private chat. I'll put it in the description as well.
And I'm gonna venture that those are crafted after pompano. If I'm not mistaken, let me just go Google image and make sure what pompano look like. Pompano.
Oh,
yeah, those look like pompano in the background.
Nate is sharing this, not me.
Come on, folks.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God, Alita, I tried to do hashtag subscribe to Legalbytes for the super chat earlier, and then I guess you can't hashtag you can't super chat hashtags, and so as I'm doing it, I go hashtag subscribe to Legalbytes, and then I do double click to make the payment, and then it says please try again later, and then I go and I swear at my phone like I ordinarily do, and it transcribed the swear word into the end of the super chat. It didn't go through, but for a moment my life flashed before my eyes. You can't super chat a hashtag.
That's so strange.
I think it goes back to the PewDiePie thing once upon a day.
Oh, sure. But it is the Home Shopping Network, guys, because this is a very limited time offer. You're going to regret not being in on this channel before it hit 100,000 subscribers.
You can say you were there.
That's a different metric.
You were one of the original 100K.
Yeah, you can say you're one of the original 100K. Maybe Alita will have some merch for you. We don't know. She gets
I've got merch from this trial
Founders
so far.
Club, Bike Club founder. She could have this stuff ready for you, but you're going to miss this chance if you don't hit subscribe right now. Come on.
It's inevitable that it happens
98.9.
today, Alita. It's happening today. There's no question based on the trajectory from yesterday and the day before.
Yeah,
But,
it's been a wild ride so far. I did not expect this level of growth during this trial. I figured there was a chance that things would grow nicely, but I did not expect quite this much. I mean, the idea that we've got 25,000 people in the chat today is I never would have expected that. I never would have.
I was there in the beginning.
Look at the counter.
I was there in
We're
the
almost
first
there.
5,000.
With the counter up.
Oh,
Boom. We're counting down.
Big
here
top,
now,
big
so-
top.
This feels like New Year's.
I know.
I have some champagne I could open.
This
But
doesn't
the
happen
volume
very
of people
often.
watching this trial, because there's like Alita, people have taken the lead, and everyone, there's a lot of people live streaming this. The volume of people on various channels aggregate. There's got to be 3 million people watching this trial live during the day.
Yes,
across all the platforms.
It is
sorry, across all the channels. It's wild.
Look at that counter
so.
going
And
up.
then-
Look at this. It's loading.
Get excited.
What are we doing when it hits 100?
Oh, we got.
We're saying
We got to
happy
make
New
this
Year. I
happen
don't
before the
know.
lunch break.
Yeah. Before lunch is
Singing Auld
over.
Lang Syne.
There we go. Another 100.
Uh-oh.
500
I'm recording. I'm screen
away.
grabbing people.
Here
Not
we
only
go.
before the halfway point in the trial, before the break on the
grabbing while we do
Tuesday of the
this.
third week. Come on. Uh-oh.
Oh, 200 jump.
The next one is the one, people. Hold on.
The next
Meta,
one.
on it.
meta.
You're going to miss it.
Let's do it.
Oh my gosh, this is
Look
crazy,
at
you
it.
guys.
Emily sent us. Is Emily
They're
Baker sending
hold-
folks?
They're
Sorry,
holding
now
us
the
back.
next one is the one. There. Oh no.
Oh, Viva, you fooled us,
900.
Viva.
We're almost there.
We're almost
Here it
there.
Here we
Put
go.
your phone down, Viva. Put your
Here it
phone
is.
down.
Where were you?
Yeah!
Happy New Year.
That's right.
Congratulations.
That's right. Get that play button.
Silver
Invite this for
play
some
button.
champagne. Oh my gosh, that's it. That's 100,000. You guys, this is crazy. I can't believe this.
Congratulations. That is so awesome.
Well
Thank you.
deserved.
We're not even halfway
Fantastic.
through trial. This is
Woo!
nuts.
That
This
is
is
a
completely
moment
wild.
of internet history, people.
Yes.
Oh my
yes,
gosh.
yes.
You
The rest
guys.
of you are out. You missed it.
That's awesome.
100K.
The
Look
rest
at
of
who
you
comes
are out.
prepared.
I know. We need
I
a new
just-
goal.
Mr. Bites, he
Kurt's
just
opening
came in with
drinks.
some champagne. Now we're cheers. Love you. Thank you.
Hey.
I
Good job,
just
Mr. Bites.
Oh, you guys, thank you so much. This has been a crazy ride. I really appreciate everybody joining me for this ride. I mean, everybody in the chat, everybody who's been on the panels. I'm gonna have to go back and really dig to try to get these super chats because this chat is flying right now.
Yay.
It's a good problem to have.
I know. It's lovely. I feel very
Hey,
loved.
I'll tell you
and
what, I'll
very
read them for
supported.
you if you donate the money.
Kurt's always ready to take the super
I'm here to
chat.
help.
I'm here.
I'll even do better with you. I'll split it with you, 50-50.
Oh man, but thank you you guys. This has been absolutely just a joy of a stream. Between from the last couple of weeks and doing all the replays. This has been such a fascinating case to get into, and I'm so thankful that the people that have already been talking about this case, for a long time, people like Andrea, people like Real Laura B, people like Stevie J Ross, a lot of these other channels and other people on Twitter have been so kind to me and so welcoming to join in and talk about this because when you've been talking about it for a long time, I can understand if people were like no, you're a newcomer, but people have been so kind and so welcoming in helping me to understand this case, so that I can provide as good of content that I possibly can. And I'm so thankful to everybody that's been joining me on these streams as well to give their commentary and their thoughts that are, maybe sometimes different from mine. And it just makes this whole experience so much more rich and so much more interesting and informative for everybody. So I thank you. Thank you to everyone. I feel so loved and so supported. And I'm just so incredibly grateful. Thank you guys.
Alita, you deserve it. And by the way, I'd love to take credit because I'm loud and people know that I like to talk. But I am seeing a lot of purple hearts in the chat, so I think we might have gotten a little visit from some friends that we might know.
Yes,
Yay.
looks like Emily D. Baker has sent some people over. I see it in the chat. Thank you guys. Thank you.
The more nerds are here.
Yes, yes, yes. And I see a very generous super chat from my folks. Congratulations on 100,000. Thanks to all of the LawTube support. Proud of you, daughter. That's my, if I can find it, I'll pull it up. But that was a
Great job,
very
Parent
generous.
Mike.
Here we go. Mama Papa Bites. Thank you. Yeah, this is just I'm so thankful.
Now she's a real YouTuber and she's left the rest of us behind.
No, not at all.
Don't forget us at the top.
Rising tide.
When is Amber Heard scheduled to testify?
We don't know.
We don't know.
What was it that was
In the
written
next
on
2
that lamp
weeks.
so I can write it on a lamp and send it to you?
I was going to say,
exactly?
you need to sell a lamp. Yeah.
That lamp would say
lamp.
something, good luck at the top.
Good luck at the top.
I'm going to paint a lamp and I'll send it to you later.
I'm not
So you
quite
can
as
have a
ambitious, I
lampshade.
think.
Okay, well, Alita, congratulations. This is
Thank
well
you.
deserved, and this is a wonderful community that we've established here.
Yes.
Andrea, it was nice to meet you. Who else? And lawyer, I think this is the first time we've met, but it's nice to meet you. I'm gonna go retire to the treadmill before I have to go do pickup with the kids. But I will be watching you on the treadmill.
Sounds great.
All
motivation.
Very nice to meet you. I'm gonna have to check out as well. I have to get back to this brief that's due tomorrow. So wish me luck.
Totally understand.
Actual
Real
legal
luck,
work. Come on, there's an internet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, crowdsource it.
Alrighty.
Twitch.
Yeah,
guys,
I should,
have a good
right?
app.
Yeah, we all got to do some work.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
you, Andrea.
See. So, yay.
Well, that was
This is
fun.
awesome. Yeah, really fun.
That was fun.
Who knew that there would be a lunchtime countdown?
Good job sending it to her, Nate.
Yeah, I'm going to have to revise my upward prediction because I said
I was going to say we need to
125.
make
I
a
think I'm
new
below
prediction
now.
of where we're going to end up here by the end.
Hopefully
Let's say
250
150.
because we still got 3 more weeks, right? So it should.
Oh, I think we got.
You're going to triple your
3.5,
channel by the time
really.
you're done with this.
I'm going high.
I
I'm
have
going
no idea.
500.
Oh no way,
Ooh.
no way. I don't
Go
I-
bold.
Home.
All right. See, we got to set
Go
us
big
straight,
or go
Nurse
home.
Liz.
Oh man. So
I think two can play.
so I'm just so thankful. I'm really grateful to everyone for for all of this. I can't say that enough. So anyhow, let's continue talking, and I've got to capture some super chats before I pull up some more. So as I'm scrolling through, but we can continue talking about this particular expert witness and what we expect we might see from Elaine Bredehoft on cross.
Yeah, I think this
Aggression.
expert witness has been pretty devastating to Amber Heard so far. I mean,
Yes.
she's just been laying it out and so much, and she's very engaging, as Richard Hogue noted, that you don't often get this from experts.
Yes.
You're more likely than not to wind up with a dry expert who bores everyone, and
Yes.
it's like you can't pay attention. But she is engaging. She's got a
Yes.
personality, and she's doing a good job relating the information, and she's doing a good job relating it in a particularly devastating way, it seems to me.
It does.
With these diagnoses and her history and how she got those diagnoses. It's like I spent so much time with her, so much time. I reviewed so many documents and videos and reports and medical testimony and so forth and so on. I'm like, well, I think you're in a position to render a expert opinion here. Seems like you're pretty well qualified to me. And diagnosing her with these personality disorders and then saying her own beauty is a problem as well, which was kind of hilarious. So I've been enjoying this expert. It just feels like she's being crushed. Good luck on cross-examination is all I have to say about that.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
just
I don't
really
have
tricky.
any particular confidence based on what we've seen so far with Elaine Bredehoft. And especially because her particular style is she's got a lot of attitude when she goes on cross. It seems like she's unable to just kind of treat the person that is just in front of her as just a human being that she just has to draw the other side of the coin out of.
But
Yeah,
are
go
we
ahead.
being too? Because remember yesterday, I forget who you had on yesterday, the guy who practices down there, and he said specifically all of Amber's team are local counsel, and all of Depp's team are foreign counsel from Massachusetts. So it may play bad for us here watching it, but this person, it may play good for a jury down there, right? It's like she because she knows the land, she knows this judge, she probably knows how juries down there take. So even though it may seem a little weird to us, it may be
Some
good down
Rocher?
there.
More?
Rocher.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Where's the caviar, Mr. Bites? Where's the caviar?
They want to
He
know
got
what the caviar
flowers
is.
and like champagne.
Flowers. Yeah. He had it like all ready and prepared. This is a good husband.
I know we've got
Mr. Bites is ready to
flowers.
go.
We've got. Well, he also just came home from a trip, so this was like amazing timing that he got home like several hours ago, and like came home with flowers, and then he's got the champagne, and I'm a really lucky gal. Mr. Bites is an absolute keeper.
So you're not seeing a lot of similarities between your life and Amber Heard's life.
I was going to make that
No.
joke, but then I was like, I don't know.
I'm also not Amber
I
Heard.
thought about it and I decided to make the joke.
Yeah, I don't see myself as an Amber Heard, at least.
No.
I hope
Hopefully
not.
I don't appear that way to others.
Oh, man.
But
I've
yeah,
been following you. Geez, I'm trying to think when I first met you. I think you had 4,000 subs, something like that. So it's been
yeah,
it's
it
been an
was-
interesting ride.
Well, my first collab was actually Rick. The first
Was it?
time I reached out to him and said like, hey, you talk about video games. I've talked about some video games. Is there any chance you'd be interested in having a conversation together? And so we did, and it was kind of a fun conversation. And that got me to right about 2,000 subs. I was like, I had just been hanging around like 1.8, 1.9 for quite a while. And then like a few months later, I reached out to Nate because I saw that Nate and Kurt were doing like a weekly live stream, and I was like, how can I get in on this? so I reached out, and Nate was like, yeah, welcome to LawTube. And he was, like, yeah, like let's totally do it. We'll get a rotation going and all this kind of stuff. So it was really, really fun. And that really got me kind of getting used to doing live streaming because I was not used to it at all. I was so nervous.
Our
the first
interview
few
is
times,
actually pretty funny because you're the only guest I had on my channel for about a year and a half. And she can't tell you this because she doesn't know about how many people I rejected from coming on the channel because it really wasn't what I wanted to do. And I said, I looked at some of your stuff because YouTube's interesting. You want to look at what other people are doing and what channels you appear on and where you're going to be to evaluate those things. And I looked at your stuff that was already there. And the one thing that I did say was that, oh, she's definitely got it. She's going places. And so I said, yeah, don't come on the channel. And we had a good conversation, but it's funny. You can go find it on my channel. It's about two years old, give or take.
a
Maybe
year
little more?
and some change, actually. A
Okay,
year and
a
like
little
4
under
months.
2.
There's 5 months. Yeah.
All right. Sorry. I'm just comparing you hitting 100 and, me doing this for 4 years and not doing so, I was
You
just
were
trying
able to
get the
launch
timing
her,
right.
but she hasn't been able to launch you.
You got to get the timing
Well,
right
now
there.
that's my
gotta wait for that.
responsibility is to
Man.
launch everybody else.
I met her when she was a small YouTube channel. Now
Yeah,
she's
I'm looking forward to your
busting
hype
my butt.
speeches on my channel, Alita.
I know.
You
It's
guys just haven't had your break. You guys need to.
For that matter, when I
good
first
trial.
met Nate, he had fewer subs than me. And then we were tied for a little
Yeah, I had
while.
like
They were
a-
like
I had
around
like
18,000,
1,500
then he
something
blew
like
up.
Well, that's
So-
that's the nature of the beast. But
Yeah,
no, I
that's the nature of
definitely
the
did that. You can go check out that interview if you are interested in Alita. Because we're both
my early nervous days.
I was gonna say we're both a little less comfortable, I think. In that environment. So you can go watch the early days of Alita. When we get the VH1 documentary together, we'll get some clips out of that one.
The Lord, Lord too. Behind the scenes.
Really aging myself now.
What do you gotta call it? We gotta call it behind the mic. We
I
can't
like
call
it.
Behind the music,
Good.
right? Behind the stream. Or something like that. That'll be a
Judge
cool
is
series.
back, says chat. My
Judge
goodness.
is back. Judge is definitely back.
All right, Elaine. Good luck.
Yeah, let's
Here she
go
goes.
here.
So I like their little sitting arrangement for the defense. Whoever's doing cross examination, whoever's doing the witnesses sits in the back, and whoever's not is sitting next to Amber. Seems like.
Yeah, interesting. That's an interesting observation.
Yeah, and that's where they put the lawyer that questioned the expert here as well. So it's back and towards that podium.
You definitely have to make a special 100K video now.
Oh yeah.
With some maybe like a music video or something.
It is a
That could be
requirement.
fun.
Music video.
Yeah.
Music video.
Karaoke. It'd be good.
Yeah, it would be. That would be.
So all the lawyers stand up, but none of the people in the well stand up.
That's interesting. And
That
the
is
gallery doesn't
Usually
stand.
for us, we all stand up. Like
Yeah, that's interesting.
Cross-examination.
Budget's check.
This better be really good.
Dr. Curry, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Not in clinical psychology or in forensic psychology, correct?
No, I'm a licensed clinical psychologist.
But you're not board certified.
No.
Okay. And you also have only been practicing approximately 8 years, is that correct?
That's not correct.
How many years?
I've been licensed for 10 years
Okay.
and I've been practicing for about 15 years.
Okay, and that includes what you went through with your different trials in Hawaii and everything else that you testified to, correct?
Yes.
Look, she's
Okay.
looking only at her.
Now,
She's not looking at the jury.
You went to Mr.
Professional
Depp's
witness.
home for dinner and drinks before you were hired as an expert in this case, correct?
That's not quite right. I was interviewed at Mr. Depp's home by his legal team. Dinner was served.
You, in attendance with Mr. Depp was Adam Waldman, correct?
Yes.
Ben Chu, correct?
Yes.
Camille Vasquez?
Yes.
These are
Okay.
proper leading questions.
And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
Yes.
And it included
interview.
drinks, correct?
Yes. Dinner and I believe drinks were served.
And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes. This was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And
This is
don't
a
you think
witness,
that's a
baby.
little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp to decide whether you're going to testify adversely
I wasn't
against
interviewed by
Amber
Mr. Depp.
Heard?
No.
I was interviewed by the legal team.
There you go.
And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes.
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
He was
correct?
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house at his behest.
His
correct?
staff was.
Yes, it was at his house.
Okay. And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community in February of 2020. Is that correct?
The community?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city and I work with many attorneys.
And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was
You
a
gotta
good
be
actor,
kidding me.
correct?
Sure.
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp. I
Well,
had
you knew
seen
of
several of
him.
his movies.
You knew who he was,
Yes.
right? And you believed he was a good actor,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then
He
you
is.
provided an expert designation in this
It'd be
case.
funny if she's like, do
before
you?
ever seeing Amber
Have
or
you been
having
to
an
his
opportunity
red
to
carpet
review
functions?
any documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 884, please.
I will say it is kind of strange that she was interviewed at a dinner at Johnny Depp's house.
It's kind of a casual environment. I buy
This
it.
was plaintiff's
Oh,
designation.
I think that's a good start to
identification of
cross.
expert
Yes.
witnesses
Yes.
in this case. And this is dated February 2021. That's a year after you went to dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions. The first of those is that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current
attributed-
opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay.
This
And
is something
a
the
signed
lawyers write,
pleading
just for the
for
chat's
Adam
edification.
On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
You don't understand what a signed pleading is?
No.
Okay. Do you
She's not a lawyer.
understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Heard's counsel?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I
don't know
am
what
not
they
an
did with it.
attorney. I don't understand
go.
necessarily all of these procedures.
There you
Damn
go.
straight.
Are you
Flawless
aware
answer.
that Mr. Depp is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you did, is that one
Actually,
of the audio
not
tapes you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, and Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based on coincidence.
It's objection. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Dr. Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
All right. It's a coincidence
fluster her with
then
compound
that you
objections.
came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I
calling her-
can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you.
Bad line.
That to you in February 2021 before you looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
No.
No, that's not quite right.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me what's right.
Okay.
This is
so
true, I think.
There are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
Bipolar?
And trauma can cause borderline personality disorders, can't it?
She misspoke,
No.
I think.
Never?
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma. There are also people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case, with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't tell you the percentage off of the top of my head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
That's logical.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay.
And that's the problem with a professional witness. They know how cross goes. She's done this before. It's going to be hard to rattle her.
But we also can go get their transcripts from all sorts of other trials, and we know what they've said when they've testified for the other side.
So true.
She's doing a very good job on holding her own on cross.
Oh yeah, she's doing a great job, but I do think they're getting a couple points. I mean, she's a great witness for Depp, but they just have to try to get a couple things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the attorney is doing a fine job as well. It's just that the witness is better than the attorney at the moment.
Yeah, the coincidence question, I just don't like using words that are very easy and taunting for her to say no to the question because of a word you used, as opposed to getting your point across.
In this case.
By saying Johnny said this to her.
On March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207.
207, line 5. Could you read? Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion.
What does that mean?
That, quote, Ms. Heard
not talking about
exhibits
bipolar,
patterns
right?
of behavior.
Yeah,
that are
she
consistent
just
with
gave an
co-occurring
inconsistent answer. That's the problem.
cluster
Did she,
B
though? 'Cause I forget what
personality
the original
disorder
question
traits,
was.
especially
She said she
borderline
had
personality
diagnosed it here at
disorder,
trial.
correct?
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
but that's not bipolar.
I missed the first
know,
part.
but that
What
was the
that?
same
When this
question.
designation was served that you have in front of you as plaintiff's exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
Right. So when this came out, you had not rendered that opinion.
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second opinion that's listed in the February 2021 is that Ms. Heard repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, Yes.
Okay.
It says that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I stumbled.
Yeah,
I
you
can't
gotta
use
rephrase that
character.
question. I didn't understand the
It's just a
question.
tough one for me. Okay. You have never
least
been
she
asked
caught
to
it.
testify as to whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may have been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify for that.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, correct?
No.
And in fact, you do not hold that opinion now, and you were not even asked to provide such an analysis or opinion. Isn't that correct?
No. Or that is correct.
That's
yes.
correct. Okay. And you have never held that opinion, correct?
No, that is correct. Yes.
Okay. And your third opinion, if we can go to page 14, was that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Do you see that?
I see that. You said it's my third opinion. That is not my opinion.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you will testify to that, correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
And she's getting a lawyer.
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
And the lawyers lied in their pleadings.
In terms,
Not
the opinions
lied.
that I've
Guessed before we had a
rendered are
diagnosis.
provided in my report.
That's
And
a
you
And they're what I'm testifying to today.
And you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case,
What is
correct?
this opinion?
I'll sustain.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that the opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my report.
Can you please turn to page 255?
I think it's effective to
be
say
better.
you were going to
Have
say
you
something about
deposition?
falsity. You didn't say that. That's not in evidence right now. I don't think that's an awful
Yeah,
thing
it's
to
not,
say.
it's not nothing. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
And if we could start on 254 to give
definitely
you
got a
don't
good
have
line
that
of
page,
questions
I'm
and
sorry.
a good
254, line
narrative
11.
going, but I
Oh,
think
okay.
she's just not selling it the right way. It's not,
Yeah.
not
And the
as-
question is now, the next one is, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021? And you answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served
This
as an
is
expert
actually
witness
proper
in this
impeachment
case?
for anybody that watched
And your
Rotten
answer
Born too
was,
much.
could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said then was, no,
Dr.
that's not
Curry,
the
okay.
task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No, and then the question was,
It's for redirect.
fair to say
No.
that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote,
Everybody's
Ms. Heard
laughing.
exhibits
Johnny's
patterns
laughing
of
too.
behavior that suggest allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having
Okay,
difficulty.
no,
Your
I-
answer was under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what you
Correct,
said
yes.
under oath on March
There's a nice
21st?
way to do this where I think
Yeah.
would come off
Elaine,
much better.
And then I wrote,
Yeah.
then I'm going to ask
It
you,
eludes
do you
Elaine
know
every
who wrote
time,
this
'cause I think
portion of
these
the
are pretty good
designation
questions.
Suggesting that these were
Agreed.
your opinions in February of 2021. And what was your answer?
I said no.
So a year and
Now-
a month ago, right?
As of
Or
the
2 months
time
ago.
of this
And
initial
before she talked
expert
to Amber.
designation, you had not
Yeah.
reviewed any materials, reached any opinions, correct?
I believe I had just started to review materials. I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I hadn't completed my review and I hadn't conducted an evaluation.
Okay. And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
So let's go to page 200.
Okay.
Okay.
This is potentially
Not
improper
bad.
if she didn't actually answer
Not board
inconsistently.
certified.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know about this.
Okay, it's not, I'm not,
Line
you're not
17.
qualified and you never said anything about falsity.
My
Yeah,
question
this-
was, have you ever testified as an expert on IPV? And your answer under oath then at line 22 was what?
Oh, gosh, let me catch up. Line 22. No.
That was her answer today,
And you've never
technically, so I would have
testified as an
objected to that
expert on
impeachment.
emotional distress damages
No,
associated with
I'm
IPV.
fine with
Is
it.
that correct?
That's correct.
And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse. Isn't that correct?
Again, that I'm reluctant to say that's correct because with 15 years of experience, a lot of my cases have been
Squeeze that in
complex and
there.
that may have been a component, but I don't
Bolster your experience.
remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go
Correct.
to page 199, line 20.
You do all
Trying to
these
explain it
impeachments so
away and
that
then
My
picture on
question
it.
to you
yeah,
was,
she
have you ever
starts
been
to
asked to
realize
testify
that
with
she's
respect to
following her
emotional
depo,
damages
so she'll
associated
probably
with
agree with
domestic
her.
violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was?
No,
Good
I've
impeachment.
not, right? Isn't
sorry,
that-
I
isn't that
hadn't
what
found
you
the
said?
page in time,
Okay, you said, no, I've not.
but I have
correct?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have never qualified as an expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's not something that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
Nice answer.
Yeah.
I asked a different question.
Well,
Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You did
What you're
have dinner with
stating.
Mr. Depp, did you
now she's
not?
trying to
I
fight
did,
with her.
with
And
It's
you
not a
had
good
drinks
idea.
with
Mr.
Mr. Depp,
Depp.
did
You
you
already
not?
got this point, I think.
And what?
Yeah.
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were
With the
served.
went on a
legal team.
date.
This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes,
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
possibly.
You had a mule.
Okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not
30K
significant
watching.
to report.
Amazing.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
Okay, but you've never been asked to meet with a client
It's
in
not a
his
disclosable
counsel
event,
before
to be
being
honest.
retained as
It's
an
before
expert,
she's
either
been hired.
before or
Yeah.
after, have you?
No.
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
That's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought
Yikes.
consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Good answer.
Yep.
It's a great answer.
She's obviously testified before.
And that's the problem when you fight too
Can you
hard on
look
this
at
kind of an
page
issue is you
240,
let them
please?
give their explanation. That's
Well,
not
hold on. We've got an impeachment here. I think she's just
We'll
going to
see
say
if
that it was a high profile case.
Line
Yeah, but-
3 is my question. Would you agree it's a highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case.
How is that different?
And I
from what you said?
understood that I believe that it
It's
was
not.
appropriate for a person retaining
This is
me
improper
with such a
impeachment.
high profile
Agreed.
to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to
That's-
retaining
She
me.
just
Yes,
testified it
in his
wasn't because
case.
of
Thank
his
you for
profile. I
repeating
think this is
exactly what
legit.
she
That's
said.
what
You
said
just showed
under
her
oath, correct?
consistency.
And then I said, have you ever done that before? And you said, no. Correct?
Smart
And then
by
I
the
said,
lawyer to
"Have
not
you
even
ever done it
object, 'cause it's not
since?"
even
And
bad
you
for
said,
them.
no.
Yeah.
Correct?
I feel like
Correct.
he's like smiling
Okay.
to himself right now. Look at that.
Now,
I think
Yeah.
he
like,
is. I
nope.
think he's
Yeah,
laughing
he
at
just
her.
shook his head like, no.
Yeah.
would you
Look at
agree
him.
He likes
that
you fucking it up.
if you did not find
As a
somebody
non-lawyer
that would
person,
be
none of this makes
in
sense. So the
favor of
jury's
Mr.
confused.
Depp and
I promise.
Yes.
You're just
negative
like,
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, that you wouldn't be an expert.
Liz, I'm
Especially
glad
the
you're here for
disclosures.
that,
That was just nothing.
They're not going to bring
Essentially-
you into court if you're going to say that Ms. Heard is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Curry,
with the
I'm just asking
attorneys.
you, I'm asking you a
I'm just
question.
gotta let
I'd
her
like
answer.
Try to answer my
Okay.
question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Heard and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right?
Calls
You
for
wouldn't be
speculation.
testifying.
I don't know.
Yes.
No,
Speculation.
I-
Looked at Johnny's
Hold on,
lawyers.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's
It is
that's
speculation.
not speculation.
Yes, it
It is
is.
speculation.
Yes,
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You see, Nate, the lawyer's on.
Now she's flustered again. Get her
Doesn't
flustered
take
and then
much.
she falls apart.
It doesn't take
Even though that was an
much.
easy one.
Yep. She's stumped. She's stumped.
It goes to bias. Your
Yeah.
Honor.
I sustain the objection.
She doesn't
Next
know
question.
whether or not
I
she
sustain
how
the
could she
objection. Next
possibly know
question.
for certain?
She's
Yeah.
Judge
You
Oscar is
were,
like, nope.
in fact, so excited
needs a
about being
timeout.
involved in this case that you
That
told
shook
your
her.
husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you
excuse
were
me,
going to
spousal
be
privilege,
conducting
spousal
the
privilege.
examination of Ms. Heard, didn't you?
That is not
Objection.
accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Heard that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Bredoff, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
I hope you have a cross-reference for that.
Well, I'm
She
sure
better.
Amber.
I don't think she
Amber's going to
does.
impeach.
Hey, some impeachment.
This
She's going
cross-reference
back to
better be
her
really
notes.
good.
What's coming from Amber, right? She just said, "Isn't it true you told Amber that you
Right.
actually
Go to
told
page
Amber that?"
306.
Ooh. If this
Well-
isn't a depot, this is bad.
That's it.
But if it's Amber test,
If she has it,
Right. If she has it that she was really excited to get this case and she was telling her husband and Amber, that's pretty biased.
Yeah.
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 I doubt she said that, if I had to guess. I hope she didn't say
She's
that.
So
not-
the
she's not
question
reaching-
that
what
was
she ha-
asked
what happens during
was
impeachment is
because you brought
she reaches for
muffins,
other
you said from
paperwork.
your
She's
husband,
staying
right?
within her
And you
notes.
gave those to Ms. Heard, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the
Muffin man.
muffins back to the house.
This is a
I brought them
disaster
into the
answer.
office.
Yes.
Ms. Heard and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did
Yeah,
you
she
say
was
on
very
pages
hospitable,
305
very
and 306
kind,
that you
very
frequently
human.
have
Good job.
examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15, line 15, 305. Just
So
read
what are we
through
looking
that
at?
and tell me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently.
I'm sure she does.
Hold on, it's an objection.
I don't agree.
Depp's lawyers all laugh.
Yeah, pro
Oh,
tip.
sidebar.
are laughing.
Well, I don't know
They are
why you'd
laughing.
let the
Look at
Muffin
that.
Man story go, but hey, here we are.
Yeah.
I don't
That wasn't really great
understand.
impeachment
Yeah,
for
but-
this proposition.
Look in the
No.
deposition and tell me where you said this. I'm just like, what? No,
Mm.
that's not how that goes. You asked the question.
I mean, to me, I kind of want to say she's trying to buy time to swing back around for the full bias question because she hasn't figured out a way to ask it.
Oh, do we have some background noise here? Somebody's got some. Okay. So yeah. This is not going well. It started off as a decent cross. She was very direct, very going straight to bias, going straight to her payments, going straight to, okay, well, you had dinner and drinks at his house. But the problem is she tried to Hulk smash again. She did this before. She did this with Christy Dombrowski. She did this with, or no, not Christy Dombrowski. She did this with Isaac Baruch. She tried Hulk smashing him, and then he just completely.
Why did your husband get the muffins for Amber Heard?
He did not get the muffins for Amber Heard.
Don't ask a why question.
He knew you had a high-profile client, and you were preparing for a very long time, and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
Compound question.
I asked him to pick up the muffins for me. Yes.
Okay. Now,
She lost
would
her
you agree
objection.
that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely. Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
Yes.
Now, you indicated, and I
Good.
believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 2.
Don't impeach her on this. Who cares?
It's such a nothing burger.
Well, she probably said, I did this first. And then she's going to say, well, since you said you did it first.
Let's go to 260 because that's where I start the
I
question.
hope not, Nate.
Let's see.
The question I asked was, and do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021? And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we start getting into the ones that you testified about, I just want to be really clear.
Yeah, that
You
was
actually have as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis that Amber Heard suffers from either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, correct?
That's not correct.
In fact, your report says Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder. Would you agree?
Yes, I did say that in also what designation was that? I believe January 18th, that report was included.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
She's
And
good.
that's
She
what
knows
you
her
said
stuff.
at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
I bet.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Good that
what
you read that out to
wrote
the
in your
court again, I
report
guess.
as one of your
Joey should be hearing that every
And
5
that's a
seconds, huh?
DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it
Yeah,
did not
that's how you would
say that
diagnose
were
someone. You never
diagnosing
say, I diagnose you with.
for borderline
Usually
personality
not.
disorder
That's odd.
or histrionic
That's what I would have
personality
figured,
disorder,
Nurse
did it?
Liz.
Yeah.
It's like, doesn't that
That's
sound
what
like how you
it
diagnose?
says in different semantics.
Usually say, yeah, symptoms
Oh,
suggest, or this makes
so
sense.
what you meant to
It
say.
did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records that you said that you reviewed, but I'm going to start with Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that Ms. Heard struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Heard. And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Heard either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable.
Oh,
I'm
now
only evaluating Ms. Heard.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington?
No,
from-
I just said, but that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
Given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Heard.
She's just throwing out wild questions.
Yeah, she's
now.
just coming off
So
the
now
yeah,
let's talk about
she's dying.
Dr. Cowan. You not only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous with the events?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse in their treatment. Yes.
And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night, end of quote.
Again,
not in this context.
Not, and yep, she's right.
Relied on it. She testified.
It's overruled.
Thank
Yeah, they're not offering it for the
didn't need
truth,
to argue
even though
that part.
Elaine,
we'll
chill
take it
out.
for
Do you
the
recall
truth.
that?
Judge is giving it to
again,
you.
I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and
Objection,
alcohol,
hearsay?
and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give. But I do
Which is
recall
true.
him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up. She told me that he pushed her down and she got
Got
back
a lot
right
of funny
back up.
super chats right now.
I remember him saying that Ms. Heard told him
Muffin
that,
Gate.
yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall
Wow.
that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy
A
Banks.
good way
Do you
to
recall
combat
that?
this.
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not
don't
sure.
know.
Okay.
Do you know
well,
why she was
testified
sitting in on this
didn't he, in
depo?
the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
I don't know.
Yes.
From 2014.
This is all
approximately
hearsay,
August
by the way.
2014 to
It's not because they're not
2000
offering it for
through
the truth.
2016, correct?
Yeah,
Yes,
right.
he did.
For a period of time. Would you
They're
agree?
offering it to
Okay.
for
And he
her
also
opinion.
testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was in, those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her.
Oh, you
I
want
don't
to
understand the pronouns there.
See, the reason a couple of people keep saying this is hearsay. The reason why this is not hearsay is because she said that she reviewed all this to come to her diagnosis. So they're now asking her, well, you've come to this diagnosis and you've heard all these things. So how can you still come to this diagnosis?
Okay, Nate's
So
right.
that's
Now
why.
let's jump
Nate's
to
right. I retract.
Dr. Banks is a psychiatrist, correct?
Thanks,
Yes.
Nate.
In fact, she went to medical school
No,
at
actually, it was for
Georgetown,
most of the
and
people in the
she
chat.
did
What you're
her
saying, hearsay,
psychiatric
so I'm like,
training
all
at
right,
Harvard
this is
Medical
why.
School, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right, and she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Heard had reached out to.
Got some kids in the background.
After the Australia
Somebody's got
incident,
some kids
That's
screaming.
to
My
try to
kids are
help
screaming.
her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct?
It's okay.
It's usually me. So
Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that she understood that Amber was in a relationship with Johnny Depp that had gotten violent and out of control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp and it was not consensual?
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Heard was reporting violence to her, yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out of control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me?
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur. I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Heard with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes. My
Okay.
understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right?
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Here, you want to approach this?
All right. Let me get some super chats here that are we're quite a ways behind, so I'll try to get some here. Elizabeth Snyder says, I was wondering, can the legal teams watch videos like this? What are the rules with viewing media? The legal teams can. They absolutely can. The question is whether they have time and whether they want to, because they already have their strategy in place, and sometimes it can be just confusing to hear other people's opinions. Raquel says, was the fact the butler didn't hand in all photos of the damage a problem for Depp's team? I don't think so, because they got in that nobody really asked for them. So
Yeah, it was super weird.
Yeah, I don't really know if people can do one thing or another with that. I'm not
And
really sure.
What was your answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition. Is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she reported that Amber Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported that, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 15, 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs. You said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes.
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
You said that Bonnie Jacobs in her notes had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Heard before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that within Dr. Jacobs's notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Heard reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact, about childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do. And we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right. So the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And Amber Heard was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents.
However, go ahead.
She documents multiple occasions that Amber Heard reports to her physical violence upon her by Mr. Depp, does she not?
There are several notes that indicate that Ms. Heard has reported violence by Mr. Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I wouldn't qualify it as many. I'm not sure what you mean by many.
How many would you
Yeah, that's a bad
say?
question.
I don't know. I don't
It's
have
going
the
too
notes in
far.
front of me.
Okay, well, what do you recall in deciding to make your opinions in this case?
Well, I'm confused about the dates because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms. Heard even while she was in her prior relationship leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what you recall of these
But the
notes.
dates would have been
She's
different.
explaining your
based on that
question,
alone.
Elaine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I recall that there was quite a bit of information because these were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with Tasha.
So Dr. Curry,
And she's basically
please
saying you're a
answer my
liar,
question.
saying it
How
began in
many
October.
occasions do you recall Dr.
I don't know.
Dr. Jacobs documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
I don't know.
I gotta be honest, just evaluating them as personalities, I believe the doctor over Elaine.
Slipping in the prior stuff is nice.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Heard?
That is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Miss Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
as was yours.
Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, did Ms. Heard imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that somehow?
Compound speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, that's not a good question.
Yeah.
What, if any, impact did that have on your opinions watching Mr. Depp in that video?
I'm not sure it was one of many pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp, and I believe your answer was no, correct?
No.
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr.
Way
Depp
objection
either, did
outside
you?
the scope.
I reviewed all of the records that were
So you-
available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
No, I actually recall him referring to Miss Heard in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr.
Wow.
Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So
would it
I
be-
do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right. So one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
That's what we said
There
she should do
was-
earlier, remember?
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270. Line 3, my question was, are accusations of infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
The objection.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
And your answer under oath
Can
at
you
that
remind
time?
me of the page? I thought
Page 270, Line 3 was where my question was,
Okay.
and your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
It can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And
Your cheating spouse,
psychological
that's abusive.
consequences
They're
for
expanding
a
that
victim
definition
of
of abuse.
IPV
Huge.
can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes.
Depressed mood,
Yes.
anxiety,
Yes.
fearfulness,
Certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes.
feeling powerless,
Yes.
loss of sleep.
Yes.
An IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
It is.
All right. An IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. An IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Amber's medical examination, she was cooperative, correct?
Her psychological, yes. She was cooperative and polite.
And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275.
I'm thinking a muffin tin for merch.
Still making me hungry for muffins.
So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes. Was she cooperative? Yes. Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
First of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right. Would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes.
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues?
Not, it's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many people who perpetuate intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse issues.
All right, let's go to 131, line 17.
Feels like it's not a worthy impeachment.
131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here.
She already said it correlates, right?
And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's
Which is not
common for the
inconsistent with what she
perpetrator
said.
to essentially
Yeah, it's more
gaslight
boisterous
the
than
victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator.
Are
Would you
you in
agree?
a different area, or are you asking me a separate
I'm asking
question?
you a question.
Oh.
And it's common.
Sorry, can you please repeat it?
Yes, and it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the
Can we
perpetrator.
use
Would you
gaslight
agree?
as a known term in court?
That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So I'm
I
trying to be
understand. It
perfect.
is a compound question. I'll
Okay.
sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, it's just, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a characteristic of abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser. It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
That's a slap in the face
Isn't
answer
it
right
true
there.
though that some
Not the
form of
answer you want.
gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes.
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
Absolutely.
It causes them a lot of fear?
Certainly.
And it causes them a lot of distress?
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes.
And they feel paranoid?
Yes.
And they feel frightened?
He's going to spin this around the
Afraid
other
that
direction.
everyone's going to
Where she
believe the
is.
perpetrator, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask the next one. And they're afraid they're going to lose their reputation,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now let's talk about the testing for a moment. You talked about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now,
Decent answer.
you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated scores, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a competent answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to
It's
do
a
that
great
because I don't want
response
an
from the
error
expert
by
to say, look, if we
ignoring
want to get at
hundreds
the
of scale
truth,
scores.
show me the document and I'll talk to you.
Make a
Yeah, he would never
pathological
remember that.
determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Okay. Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
What are you talking about the MMPI too?
As one of the 500
Again, I
questions?
don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you
No.
agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually
to
not
have-
common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Do you recall it?
I don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety?
Yes, certainly.
Depressed or irritable states?
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
Intimate problems?
Yes.
Relationship difficulties?
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk for a moment specifically about a couple of the profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random. She raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337.
I might just cut bait here, Elaine. I don't want to tell you how to do your job.
I do.
My question on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it, for her? And your answer under oath at that time was no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes.
testified under oath at that time, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now,
Didn't you just testify the
the
same?
profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
Oh.
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test. And you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now,
Gotta stop
is
making
it
me
your
laugh, Anita.
testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
What I can
Those are
testify is
alleged
that there was
defamatory
no
comments.
indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
I feel like the afternoon with Cross-X and Heard's team was always this kind of,
Yeah.
what are we doing?
Here's a question. So, and maybe they'll go over this on redirect, but maybe for Nurse Liz, what does board certified mean?
Yeah.
So they're trying to undermine the fact that she is a psychologist, not a psychiatrist. So a psychiatrist is a like an MD or a DO. They go to med school, versus a psychologist that's a different route.
So the medical
She had
board.
said that, yeah. So it's they're trying to undermine her, saying like, oh well, the psychiatrist did not diagnose her with this. They saw something else. So your analysis is incorrect because you're not a psychiatrist. So when you're a psychiatrist, you can then be board certified, which makes you like the expert. But I mean, I would say that this witness has had
Dr. Curry,
immense experience.
in your report,
Yeah.
nowhere in your report did you provide any opinion of whether Ms. Heard suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Okay, finally.
And I see the chat saying that psychologists.
Dr. Curry, you
might
just
prescribe
asked
drugs,
a question about
but she has a
malingering.
special license.
Yes.
She said that she can.
And made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also, well, malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate term in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS-5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she is
it's pretty high.
She had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said that there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
Okay. You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
So when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients, we can support them in their therapy and take them at their word. But when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this, I saw this, here was our treatment plan, here was the diagnosis. It's, we're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. they had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Oh, overruled.
Thank you.
It was already in anyway.
Is this witness subject? That's fine. Is this witness subject to recall?
No, we're done with her. She did it.
All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not discuss your testimony. Please do not watch anything of this trial. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon recess for
All
15
right.
minutes. Do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody. Okay.
So, alrighty. What do you guys think?
That was a very good witness.
Yeah.
I mean-
Cross-examination worked out about as I kind of thought it might based on Elaine's previous record.
All right.
I just
what
don't
we've
get the
seen.
demeanor.
Take our recess till
I
3:20.
don't-
Your next witness is by deposition. Is that correct? We will get you all set up then. All right.
You
Thank
know-
you.
Especially with like an expert witness, you would think you would be a little bit more polite.
Oh, okay. We'll come back at 3:20 before the jury comes back out. We'll discuss your exhibits. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think you can answer snarkiness with snarkiness or aggression. And I think Elaine did her best to start out by not doing what she has done. But she just gets so huffy.
She does.
and
She
it's-
gets off balance very quickly, and then she gets very flustered, and she's very expressive with that. And it's like, I understand that, it's not easy being in that position and trying to keep a straight face. So I don't want people to think that, I don't know. We've been pretty open about our opinions on this one. But, at the same time, I also want people to understand that, like, we also understand that they're also under quite a bit of pressure. But this is just, just talking about how your demeanor during trial makes a difference, whether you're the witness or one of the attorneys or one of the parties. And this is something that has been happening throughout this entire trial. And I wish that someone would have said something to her up to this point. I mean, we're week 3 out of 6. So, maybe that can change in the next few weeks. But I mean, I feel like somebody's got to talk to her to say, like, look, you are coming across in a very unappealing manner, and it's not a good thing.
Right. Well, because she raised some good points, right? And she's bringing in a parade of things that are basically the middle sequence of her cross-ex is look at all these other people that have medical licenses and certifications, and they said a whole bunch of other stuff. You ignored all this. I mean, like, that's at the end of the day, that's what she was doing. But what she's disagreeing, you're seeing these 2 women in this courtroom. And if I'm sitting in the jury, it's like, well, one seems very agitated and annoyed and huffing. And one, she smirked. She was she clearly wanted to be a little snarkier even than she was. Doesn't look like that. And just evaluating people, just listening to people talk. You're like, I don't want to side with Elaine.
I thought she had some good points. She had some points that
did.
she won during the day. She also had some parts where she struggled. So how the jury will interpret all that is a bit of a mixed bag. But
Yeah.
I think she had some good points. I'll give her due where it's due.
Yeah.
And
So what
the
were
jury
some
could
of her good?
latch onto that.
So what were some of her good points?
Well, I think she really started strong in the beginning, in particular, by talking about the lack of her credentials and sort of being board certified. Talked about potential bias issues in how she was approached by Johnny Depp and how that courtship worked. Talked a little bit about the fact that she hasn't testified in cases regarding intimate partner violence in particular. Never said, apparently in her diagnostics, that she believed that Amber Heard was a liar or was lying to in this particular case to never reach those kinds of opinions. So
Mhm.
I thought those things were among the notable good things.
And she was really trying to point out, like, oh, you said you were having memory things, like, and pull the things that she had said, oh, because you have these, you have this diagnosis. She was trying to pull them back and say these would also fit in this bucket, which is also what the psychiatrist thought. And so I was really honestly surprised she didn't lean more into that and the psychiatrist thing. That no, she's not a psychiatrist, she's a psychologist.
What was her prime testimony? I apologize, I wasn't here for that. What did they offer her for? What opinion did she offer? That, I mean, it was called by Depp's counsel, obviously. So what do they want her to say?
Borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, and then describe those.
Okay.
Yeah.
That she is an attention-seeking narcissist who uses her beauty
manipulative
to manipulate, and and
have severe anger issues and fluctuations in her emotions, and that can sometimes become exaggerative effects, and then sometimes I think violence was another
potentially violent is escalating of somebody wanting to leave and doesn't have PTSD.
It makes sense, and her demeanor in court sort of confirms it. That it makes sense though, but you still need an expert to confirm what people might be thinking. I thought this witness made a great appearance. She didn't seem rattled. She's attractive. She's articulate. She didn't seem scared by any of this stuff.
No.
Yeah.
It wasn't her first time.
And she was, and when a question was posed to her that she figured was framed improperly, she would call it out and she would say, no, that's not exactly how I would put that. I would put it this way. And the issue is Elaine would allow her to explain it and allow her. And part of that is just because of the way that you ask a question. If you ask a question and you aren't certain that they're going to agree with it, you run that risk. You run the risk of them calling you out and saying, no, this is how I would explain it. And this is why I think, and this is the whole thing about the muffins and, and oh, by the way, I'm such a wonderful person. And so is my husband.
Yeah. Muffingate got away from her. Do you know the Muffin Man?
Got away from her real bad.
Do you know the Muffin Man? Because Elaine does.
Yeah, the muffin thing was So that was not a great point in the cross. The whole muffin thing. I don't know where the hell we're going with that on the Muffin Man thing. I was like, okay, the husband buys muffins for some of the clients, and
I can't believe I missed Muffingate
that day. I'm like, great. I think overall that was the weakest part of the cross-examination. Was some of the impeachments that didn't seem to really go anywhere and didn't seem to have a point. Like, for example, the only one that I can remember specifically is when she said, well, the first thing you would do is review these medical reports. And she says, well, not necessarily the first thing I do. It's like, let's go to the testimony. And she basically says, usually it's the first thing you would do. I'm like, well, first of all, that's not always. Second of all, if it's not literally the first thing we do, if it's one of the first things we do, kind of a little bit, who cares? It's one of these impeachments that doesn't really go anywhere. And there were several of these where they had impeachments which were completely ineffective, where there was that one where I can't quite remember, where she made this really absolute strong position. I'm like, geez, I hope this impeachment is really good, because she just made this really definitive absolute statement. And the impeachment went nowhere. And so it's like, this is the major problem of fighting over things that didn't really matter.
Right. I mean, that was a big deal because she's kind of come across, and Muffingate was her trying to say you were willing to breach your doctoral requirements to talk to your husband and say it's Amber Heard and all these various things. And then she swings around and, he got us some muffins.
She was like, no, I often have these high profile people that come into the office. And when that happens, we have to take certain precautions. And my husband happened to know, because he knows when these things happen, and he knows because all of the staff was out of there so that we could have some privacy. And it's like, she has this whole explanation as to how her husband knows. And you're like, oh my God, she's actually being even more careful than what you tried to imply by your question. It's like by going there, you open up this door to A, you looking dumb, and B, her looking even better.
Yeah, so look at all the steps it takes.
yeah. And oh, by the way, my husband is wonderful because he brought muffins for your client.
I always bring muffins.
Yeah, throughout this, she really.
What kind of muffins were they? Were they blueberry? Why blueberry? Why blue? Because the defense team yesterday was wearing all blue. Is that part of your signal that you're part of the Johnny Depp team? The blueberry muffins.
Well, what about chocolate chip? What's wrong with chocolate chip? Are you saying that chocolate chip is more violent? What's going on now?
Yes, it is.
Why is it black chip? Whoa. Why isn't it white chip macadamia? Oh, racist. Sure.
See, I think they had something with a bit of the clout chasing stuff. If they had a little bit more on her, I actually thought you could get into, I really wanted to be in this trial, but no. No, they didn't.
This isn't rocket science. When you're crossing someone, you want to get some points. And if you have prior testimony, you're going through and you already know what they said. And your question is, isn't this the case? Isn't it true that X, whatever that is? And you have a thing where they previously said that, so they can either agree with it and you've won, or they can disagree with it and you cram it down their throat immediately. But it all starts with not asking a good, directed question to begin with on cross.
Yeah. She could have just left it. If she had just said, with regard to the dinner and the drinks, if she had just said, when you were interviewed, this was a different kind of an interview than you normally do, correct? Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I thought I thought the doctor
and then go and say you didn't interview in a normal office environment, did you? No, that's correct. You didn't you didn't interview even out at a restaurant. That's correct. You interviewed actually at Johnny Depp's house in Los Angeles, correct? Correct. That interview included dinner, correct. That interview included drinks, correct. Johnny Depp was there himself, correct. You knew who Johnny Depp was before this interview, correct. Don't ask anymore, because that plants a seed in the jury's mind of like, ooh, she may be interested in being starstruck and all this. And look at all the red carpet that they laid out for her. Of course, she may be biased by that, but that's all you can do with it. You can't hit her over the head with it, because then she's going to respond and be like, "Are you kidding me? Of course not. I'm a professional."
Yeah.
But you can't ask her the question that you want to ask, which is Elaine did it. Which is, hey, if you didn't give them the report that they wanted, you wouldn't have gotten the job, right? Which is, of course, you got to get to that implication. They're human beings in the jury. They can recognize that. You just have to lead them there. You can't ask her because she's like, no.
Yeah.
Flash objection speculation. I mean, it was just, you can't.
It makes me wonder. And this is maybe I'm being too unfair here, but it makes me wonder about how Elaine views how much she trusts the jury to understand what is being placed in front of them. Because, it's like what they say in storytelling, right? You give the audience 2 + 2 and you let them add it up to 4. You don't say 2 + 2 = 4, or you don't give them 4, because then that's too boring. And then you're not respecting their intelligence, and it's just an overall poor viewing experience. Same thing with a jury. Give them 2 + 2, let them conclude, and trust them that they will conclude that. But when you try to hammer it into them, you end up with all of these problems. Number one, they might not conclude for you because you're overselling it. Number two, you're going to have the witness tell you, actually, you're saying 2 + 1 is 4, and that's not correct.
Yeah. Yep. Well, and I thought they had her at a little respect with some of the stuff on that dinner, because she was being extra cagey. Like, that wasn't drinks. Drinks were served. It's like, what? No, don't do that.
Yeah. With all this, you lay the factual basis for an argument later. It's both ineffective, like you said. It's also inappropriate. What you're trying to do is inject argument into the middle of questioning, and this is the sort of thing that should be beaten out of you in trial ad first year of law school. I know it was me.
Was I supposed to have trial
by the time you graduate
first year of law school?
We had
is that a 1L
2L
class?
and 3L year. we had a trial advocacy program that was for 2L and 3L year. But yes, by the time you graduate, for sure, that should be. It's like that's one of the first things that you learn in a trial advocacy class. Is
actually, it was second year, but I mean that was 75 years ago. So everybody give me a break.
I was like, wait, I was taking contract practicums by then. I don't know. I had evidence.
Yeah, but it's no, you're absolutely correct. That is one of those things that you learn early on when you're learning about trial advocacy. And so the fact that she keeps making this mistake is very frustrating as an attorney that's watching it. It's like I kind of watching her perform kind of makes me feel like I'm watching some kind of legal drama on TV, and I'm like, that's not how it's done.
Yeah.
Well, she wants to be very theatrical, but she's not good at it. So it's kind of a mixed bag there. I watch obviously this is a very serious trial, a lot of serious things going on, and yet I still watch the attorneys more like a sporting event a little bit, and I want to see everybody maximize their potential. I know that bugs chat sometimes, but I want to see, what does a good solid cross-ex of this lady look like? Because I'm interested in getting to the truth. Honestly, what are the holes in what she just said? And I want you to guide me through those because I'd like to evaluate them.
Spoken like a transactional attorney.
What do you say?
But after, but all of us looking at this direct, we're saying, okay, this may have been a little bit overinflated. Number one, that may be problematic for various reasons in terms of like allowing junk science, etc. Number two, it's also potentially problematic for Johnny Depp's team because the more you inflate something on direct, the more you run the risk of that all crumbling down in cross-examination. And the problem here was that for Amber Heard's side is that they didn't take advantage of a lot of the stuff that she said and that she did in the direct that could have been some potential holes for them to seize upon. She instead focused on Muffingate and the dinner party and whatever else.
Muffingate.
Yes, if she would have conducted the cross like you suggested and just get those data points, and then what you do is at the end you argue this is what they were thinking. And this was their testimony, and that's unrefuted because no one's there to explain it away at that point. So you craft your argument at the end of the case, and I know this is going to be a long time, but you say this witness was called. They said this, and this, and it meant this, and that's argument. And there's no way it can mess up because there's nobody to refute you when you're doing it.
She was bought and paid for by Johnny Depp to tell you what to think, just like he told our client Amber Heard what to think their entire relationship.
There you
Absolutely.
go. Yeah, I like it. Good job.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think in order to give the cross exits due, I think all things considered, I think it had more good than ineffective. I think that there were some really solid points made throughout. The Muffingate thing was not helping towards this overall calculus, to be sure. Some of the impeachments, as I noted, were completely ineffective and didn't really go anywhere because, like, why are we quibbling over some of these details? It's like it doesn't really matter either way. Why quibble? But that being said, I thought there was some effective impeachment. I thought there were some good questions. I thought there was some good
What were some
stuff.
effective impeachments that you found?
Oh, geez, I'm trying to ask me to remember specific things now. Oh, Lord. I can't remember anything specific, but I just thought there were some good things where she had some things and basically tried to show asking about whether or not you'd ever testified in
the IPV
I think a DV case or something like that, and she gave a more qualified answer, like something that she tried to give a more cautious answer, like that's not exactly right. And then you read the deposition. And they went back to deposition, and she basically says, no, I never testified in a DV case. And then critically, and here's the important part, in cross-examination, she didn't ask the next question, right? There's the one question too many, right? Because it's like you've just gotten this impeachment, you've just gotten it out of her, there's a contradiction. And what you don't want to do is ask the one question too many, because you'd be like, something like, isn't that a contradiction? You don't want to give them the opportunity to explain. So that was a really good example, in my view, of an effective impeachment. Like she made this more mealy-mouthed, qualified answer. You go to the deposition. She's like, no, I've never done this. Stop. Move on to something else. That was an effective cross-examination in my mind.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
So there's an example. She got one.
There's one example.
I respect it, and I respect the balanced take because I have to admit, as a demeanor, Elaine has really started to bug me here in the middle of week 3.
Her presentation leaves a little bit to be desired. Her vocal variety and intonation, and she's almost kind of yelling a little bit at the people. It's a little bit much. It could use a little bit of work on the presentational stuff.
She goes up to 11 a little too quickly.
11.
She does.
I liked the redirect on the one issue because I didn't see that much, but I thought it was really good because I see this every day. If you're not an MD, if you're any other sort of healthcare provider, you get hammered with you're not an MD. Okay. So I'm like rolling my eyes because I've been to 4,000 depositions like this. But on a redirect, he comes back and makes her talk about all of Amber's treaters, and a bunch of them have the same qualifications as her. And it sort of sticks them in two places. First of all, you apparently think that whatever this is useful because you're using it. And second of all, to the extent that qualification doesn't have value, then your witnesses are eating it too. I just thought, and it's very subtle, and they didn't run it over. They just set up the factual basis to make that argument. It was really well done.
Yeah. Well, good. Yeah. Do we want to? Oh,
if they can pull it all together and close.
You've got to get moving.
They got some good stuff out.
Okay. Yeah. Stop angry in your chat. Thanks so. Oh my gosh. Thanks so much. No. You're great. You're wonderful. We love you. The chat loves you. I will make the chat love you.
Thanks for inviting me.
Don't worry about the chat
at some point. We're all biased one way or another. But anyhow, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Agreed on.
Sounded like this was a video deposition witness. Is that right?
They already finished redirect?
Yeah. He only has
a short redirect and not particularly effective to my mind.
The redirect?
Yeah, it wasn't very good. It didn't do much for me.
Yeah, I mean, but here's a question. Do you guys
I don't think I felt as strongly about
to the cross?
Yeah.
Do you think they were paying attention to the cross exam, the jury?
I think they got lost in the volume of stuff. I don't feel as strongly.
I think they could have got lost along the way.
Yeah.
I don't feel as strongly as Kurt, and I would guess that you do that short redirect because you don't feel like you were terribly impeached. You say, here's one or two things, we're done.
Maybe.
Yeah. You definitely want to preserve your best points and just hit them, as opposed to this volume.
Yeah, I think so. I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, it's. You get lost in the waves. That's really what happens, you know?
I like to think that lawyer just parachuted in and we'll never see him again.
Probably.
It was just for that.
Probably. So, all right. Well, let me get.
Oh, there's a big old sidebar.
Yeah.
Big old sidebar.
Really big one. Okay. I'm trying to see if I don't want to cover people up in the chat. I'm trying to figure out the way to do, or in the panel. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this with the super chats, but hopefully this will do for now. Milkmaster says, why wouldn't they let Johnny or his sister address the real reason his dad left? Also, why no court on Fridays? Why no court on Fridays is easy. That's because they are doing motion hearings on Fridays, both for this case and I believe for other cases as well. But the real reason his dad left, I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, they interrupted Johnny during his testimony when he tried to talk about, he later learned why because he testified that he thought his father was a coward. And later in life, he had met him and talked to him and then later learned the real reason why. And then they wouldn't testify to the real reason why.
He was wrong.
Probably
he was very wrong. Yeah.
Probably because of relevance or something like that.
Yeah, that's most logical.
Yeah, there's probably motion in limine and it's prejudicial or something like that.
Sure.
Hey guys, new challenge, people. Hogan Uncivil for 100K. Let's do it. And
please.
And
I got a longer way to go than Alita, but I appreciate it.
No, we can do it. I
did have a longer way to go than Alita about 5 days ago. So
yeah, but things can change in a week.
Apparently they can for you. They can change in a day. We'll go from 85,000 to 100,000 without blinking an eye.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I don't even think you stopped.
If you keep this up with gaining 15,000 a day, you'll be Mr. Beast in no time.
Oh my gosh, I don't know about that. James Gentry says, how much does jurors' impressions of the lawyers matter? As someone that has been a juror on 2 trials, I feel it plays a factor no matter the evidence. It does.
Oh, sure.
It does.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Because, you know, we unfortunately we are, that's how human beings are, right? It's we want to like the people that we are that we're listening to.
Well, this isn't a criminal case. This isn't a state-appointed defense counsel. Amber Heard hired her team. So, I mean, they're representatives of her.
Yeah, like it or not. It's true. True.
Unknown caller.
Oh, unknown
caller. Check out. I don't know who that caller is, Mike. That's unknown.
We need to find out. 32,000 people on the case.
All right.
32,000 people want to know who the call's from. It's coming from inside the house.
Rhiannon Adams said, what is thank you all for the great stream and sharing so much knowledge with us all.
I like the Jeopardy.
This was in reference to Rick's comment that for people to put their comments in a question form so that it will be actually read out instead of just
that That was hours
So
ago.
just
I can't believe
put
you
up like
remember
this.
that. All right. That's right.
Oh, that's so funny.
If you want a leader to read it, you got to frame it in the form of a question, Jeopardy style.
Rubio Juju 33 says, I'm a trial attorney. Absolutely call her adverse. All right. Hey, Thomas Hogue. Rick, your dad's a fan.
Oh, hey, Dad.
Excellent analysis. You make a great team. We do. We do. I love this. I love hanging out with you guys. I love the commentary that you guys are giving and really helping out with the stream. Jojalina 7 says, can defense subpoena Ben King's Australia photos?
They could have. It's a little late for that now.
I don't know
Yeah,
how
I
they
think so.
didn't.
Yeah. That's a very interesting question, right? Because considering how much evidence is in this case, too. Phil Jones says, if Hogue is still at 65%, I assume that means 65% of a unanimous decision. Otherwise, 65% of 7 would mean 4.55 of the jury would rule for Johnny.
Yes, my percentages are based on the actual success requirements of the state courts of Virginia. So it's 65% chance unanimous. I'm not cutting people in half in the jury room, okay?
Oh, good
A
one.
very
Good one.
confused single juror.
Deciding one way
could
and
be a
another
half,
way.
because technically speaking, they could split their vote between the two causes of action. So there's that.
Yeah, well, we
do
still
you-
have all the Hoke stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Suze D says, do you think Amber Heard's team actually do believe her? It's honestly so hard to tell, because I expect that these attorneys, regardless of what their subjective beliefs are, that they're going to do the best job that they possibly can, because that's what their licensing requirements require of them. Velcro Chicken, sorry, says, I live in Australia, so I've never been able to catch you live, but thank you so much for your thoughtful coverage and your nightly roundups. Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah, God, what time is it in Australia? I don't know.
Yeah, it must be late. Simply Simple says, EDB has her subs start super chats with the word question to get her attention. If a reply would be appreciated. Maybe you could give this a try. That's a fantastic idea. I think I'm going to start doing that.
I tried to write a bot to capture all that stuff and dump it into a Discord. The bot keeps breaking, so I'm not quite sure how Emily does it. So maybe you should need to consult with her. And she has a bot. She needs to share.
Yeah.
Things I have never tried is to code a bot to do anything.
I know. Lawyer in Korea says, what has happened to the state of courtroom attire in the States? What is up with the giant Care Bear and Carol Baskin cosplayers in the second row?
I thought this was
it depends on the jurisdiction. You know, some jurisdictions are a bit. Oh, you're referring to the people in the gallery.
Yeah,
That's the general public.
That is an outfit to be sure. I had noticed, but thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Well, the gallery.
You know, and I think that they have just decided they are allowing people in the courtroom. There's a lot of public interest in this case. So, you know, regardless of dress, I have never seen someone turned away from any courthouse that I've been in, primarily in Southern California, but that is also Southern California.
I've seen it happen at least in the Alexandria court.
Oh, you
where
have?
They'll have signs like, you know, no pajamas, no sweatshirts and stuff like that. I've seen people turned away. So
okay, well, maybe this is an exception.
Gallery.
Yeah.
Nicole K says Rottenborn's objection rights have been revoked. No, they absolutely have the ability to object. Michael Muddragon says, how many turds would Amber Heard if an Amber could herd turds? Let me read that again. How many turds would Amber Heard if Amber could herd turds? Oh, that's too much. That's
clever.
Yeah. Taylor Patton says the ceremony started earlier than planned. Looks like Amber wanted the paparazzi to see everything. Well, they've been showing it about 10 or 15 minutes before. That's usually when the cameras start for this anyhow.
All right. We're ready for the jury then? Yes. Okay.
Resident Warrior says, what happened to physically showing up to court? Well, sometimes they have started to allow this with the advent of COVID. So, you know, sometimes it's just easier to get a witness if you can get them to testify live, but through a video screen. This is just kind of the new world that we live in, I think. And in some respects, thank goodness, it's a lot better than a video deposition. Immortals says, love your coverage on this case. It's really like having a conversation with friends. Please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Yeah,
don't forget.
Thank you. Do not forget. Akane Zawadsky says, are they allowed to pass notes to the lawyer asking questions like that? Thanks for covering this. Between the teams, yes, they are allowed to pass notes to one another. There may be the attorney that's asking a question has forgotten something, and one of the partners has realize that there's an opportunity that they have maybe missed, or maybe they're running the risk of missing, yeah, they can totally do that. Zingasteel CMST says, I get the objections to the questions, even if I don't always agree. What's the objection to the witness's answer, i.e. I was concerned?
We call Officer Melissa Saenz by deposition designation. And just so the jury is aware, for the first hour or so, what you'll hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel. It will then shift to questioning by Mr. Depp's counsel.
Okay, video deposition. Try to stay awake, guys.
So this state your name and your business address.
Okay, I'll answer this later.
Yes, Officer Melissa Saenz, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
I am a police officer.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
Going on 12 years.
What year did you begin as a police officer?
2009.
And was that with the LAPD?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to coming to the LAPD in July of 2009?
No, I did not.
As of May 21, 2016, what was your rank?
Can you repeat the date?
May 21st, 2016.
I was a training officer.
And was that a P3?
Correct.
And as a training officer, were you considered a field training officer?
Correct.
And for how long a period of time had you been a training officer as of May 21, 2016?
Approximately, I believe, 4 months.
And who was the first officer you trained once you became a training officer at the LAPD?
I don't recall.
When did you start training Officer Haddon?
I don't recall the exact month.
Do you have an approximate?
If the incident was in May, then it's going to be within 2 months of May, before or after.
So are you suggesting that you may not have started training Officer Haddon until 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident, so he wasn't there?
No, I'm not.
Was it 2 months or less from the time you started training Officer Haddon before the May 21, 2016 incident?
Yes, so I have a probationer for 2 months. So May could have been the second month I had him or the first month I had him.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, how long you had been training Officer Haddon as of the May 21st, 2016 incident?
Correct.
What does Central Division include?
It encompassed downtown Los Angeles.
In May of 2016, what shift were you on?
I was working nights.
And what would the night shift entail? What was the time from when to when?
It is approximately 6:45 p.m. to 6:45 a.m.
And how many days a week would you work the shift?
Usually 3 days a week.
Typically, what was the range of the number of units that were working on your shift in May 2016 in Central Division?
I don't recall.
That man's got to go.
Less than 5, more than 10, more than 25?
There would be at least 5 units. How high over that, I wouldn't know that. Every night is different. The city pulls from different divisions if there's special events going on. So it's constantly changing.
Okay. But it's usually at least 5 and maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 if there's not a special event. Would that be a fair estimate?
Correct.
What was the process for checking out equipment in May 2016 after roll call?
We would walk to the window and give them our name and serial number, and they would present us with equipment for the shift.
And what equipment were you given in May 2016 after roll call?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any of the equipment you checked out in May of 2016 after roll call?
I don't remember that specific day that I checked out equipment. I can tell you what I typically check out, if that's what you'd like.
All right, let's start there.
I usually check out a police vehicle, a taser, a less lethal beanbag shotgun, and a regular shotgun.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Do you check out body-worn video equipment?
Yes, if you were trained in body-worn video, then yes, you would check that out.
All right. Were you trained in body-worn video equipment?
I was not.
Have you ever been assigned body-worn video equipment?
Yes, I have.
When?
I don't remember the specific date.
What is your best estimate?
If I had to guess, it would probably be June of 2016.
Why do you think it was June of 2016 that you first were assigned body-worn video equipment?
Because that's the time frame that I remember having to use it. It was new to me. I never used body-worn before.
When did the LAPD start issuing body-worn equipment for Central Division?
I don't know that date.
When approximately?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a date.
Can you name any other officer that did not have body-worn equipment that was on your shift at any time between November 2015 and June 2016, other than you?
I cannot.
Have you had more than one body-worn video equipment?
Body-worn camera, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I have had two. One in Central Division, and now a new one at Southwest Division where I currently am. The camera stays at their respective divisions.
While you were at Central Division, did you ever get assigned more than one body-worn video camera?
Not to my knowledge.
So to the best of your knowledge, you had the same body-worn video camera throughout the time that you were at Central Division, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have a recollection of at any time while you were at Central Division, your body-worn video camera not working so you couldn't turn it on during an incident?
I do not recall that.
What tools were available to you in May of 2016 for investigating calls, answering and investigating calls?
Can you specify what you mean by tools?
Well, did you have a notebook, for example?
Yes, we carry field officers' notebooks.
Okay. And did you have your own field officer notebook?
Yes.
Can you describe what your field officer notebook looked like in May of 2016?
It's a small, just paper pad that we keep in our pockets to write on.
And do you carry a pencil or a pen with it so that you can take them out during a call and take notes?
I do.
What do you do with your notebooks once you have filled them?
You can turn them into the kit room and they can store them.
Is that what you have done?
I have my same officer's field officer's notebook in my locker.
Since you started?
No, I've had several different ones, but I usually keep them in my locker.
So for the field officer's notebook that you had in May of 2016, that would be in your locker?
It should be, yes.
How many field officer notebooks have you filled since you've been a police officer?
Not many, probably less than 5.
And do you recall roughly how many pages are in each field officer notebook?
No, I don't recall.
Did you have access to DART?
I don't recall what hours they worked at Central Division.
And what did DART stand for?
I don't know the specific acronym, but I know it's the domestic violence card.
Did you also have access to types of reports, incident reports, various forms, diagrams, things of that nature in case you needed them?
Yes, I did.
And where were those kept while you were on a shift? I'm talking about May 2016.
I usually keep extra spare reports in my bag, and I also keep them in my vest.
So when you answered calls in May of 2016, you had reports material in your vest as you answered calls? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's deposition exhibit number 14. It's a multiple page document. I'm just asking her if she recognizes this document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. When is the last time you reviewed this document?
About a week ago.
All right. And what were the circumstances under which you reviewed this document a week ago?
For this testimony.
Now, I asked you some questions about the body-worn video. Are you aware of any other officer being assigned your body-worn video under your serial number?
I'm not aware.
Is there any chance that you could be mistaken about when you were assigned body-worn video?
No, there's not.
And why do you say that?
Because everything is recorded and documented on evidence.com under my serial number. So if a supervisor wanted to enter the database under my serial number, they could watch my videos and see the specific date and time my videos started to record and when the date of my last video was to this date.
All right. And did you go back and look to see what date you started?
I did.
What was the date that you were assigned body-worn video equipment in Central Division?
So the first day that I took out body-worn video was June 16th of 2016.
I'm going to show you this second page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It has you summoned to attend and give testimony at a deposition and also to produce certain documents. Do you recall this being issued?
Yes, I do.
And here we go. The documents to be produced. The first of those was all video footage recorded by you relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016, including all video footage relating to incident number, and it has the number on May 21, 2016. Did you conduct any type of search or any kind of effort to see if you had any video footage on May 21, 2016 relating to this incident?
The answer is no.
I'm going to ask you, anyone at the LAPD at any point, supervisors, watch commanders, anyone connected with the LAPD, ever ask you whether you had any video footage from the incident of May 21, 2016?
No.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at number 2 here. It says all documents and or communications, including without limitation any notes, memoranda, reports, filings, and or summaries relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016. Are you aware of any documents or communications that would fit this description?
No.
Now, Officer Saenz, you've had training on domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Could you tell me what that consists of?
We received training in the police academy.
Anywhere else? Did you have any other type of domestic violence training other than when you were in the police academy?
Other than my experience in the field dealing with domestic violence, no, not that I can recall.
And as of May of 2016, would you agree that you had answered over 100 domestic violence calls?
I go to a lot of domestic violence calls every day.
Okay. And you consider yourself to be a specialist in domestic violence, is that accurate?
I don't understand the title specialist. I don't consider myself specialist.
In May of 2016, what was the police officer supposed to do when the victim of a domestic violence would not respond to questions or cooperate with pursuing charges after a call was placed and the police officers had arrived?
If an individual is uncooperative, we are to check the location to make sure that the suspect is in hiding for the safety of the potential victim, and offer a business card if they decide to speak to us later.
In May of 2016, was it your understanding that if you saw evidence of injury or property damage in disarray, that you were to file a report even if the victim was not cooperating?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what is remarked as exhibit number 8. And this is something that was dated November 24, 2018. It's to all department personnel from the Chief of Police Domestic Violence Supplemental Report Form. And it starts out with the Domestic Violence Supplement Report Form, and it has the number of it, has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Was this a document that you recall receiving at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand do you have any understanding of why this was supplemented in November 24, 2014?
I do not.
I'm going to ask you, officer, to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 9, and it's called Los Angeles Police Department Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what this document is?
It's a supplemental document that we add to a police report for domestic violence.
All right. And is this one of the reports that you would carry in your vest when you answered calls?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look, if you can, at the very left-hand column, where it has a number of different categories here, and it has victim shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful, of why these are included on this supplemental domestic violence report.
To identify somebody's emotional state during an investigation.
And this is specifically with
She's very straightforward.
violence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then if you can turn over to the crime scene section on the right-hand side, You'll notice that there are some categories that include location vandalized / ransacked, personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why those categories are included in there for making notations for domestic violence supplemental report?
To identify the crime scene at the time of the incident.
Okay. And was it your understanding that these items that they have on here may be significant in assisting in determining whether there was in fact domestic violence and improving the case?
Correct.
And I direct your attention specifically to the evidence section. And it indicates witnesses present during domestic violence, statements taken, evidence collected, photos taken on there. What is your understanding of the significance of this collecting this information?
It's significant to tell a story about what happened at the domestic violence incident.
Okay. And then if we can scroll down a little bit further to additional questions, there's a series of those, including has suspect threatened to kill you? Do they possess firearms? Have they ever attempted to smother, strangle, or suffocate you? And things of that nature. What is your understanding of why you're supposed to ask those questions?
Give you a background on the relationship and an idea of what the victim and the suspect have been through.
Okay, thank you. Just let me ask you the question, Officer Saenz. You did not fill out that supplemental report when you responded on May 21, 2016 to the Broadway call, correct, with Amber Heard?
Correct, it did not meet criteria.
The question I asked was, did you fill out one of those forms?
No, I did not. I did not meet criteria.
Officer Saenz, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 10, and if I can direct your attention to the top, it says domestic violence standards of review, and it has field notebook divider, domestic violence laws, LAPD form number 18.30.02. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
It has case preparation. It says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. blooded clothing, damaged phones, property. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And it also says ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, and then suggest both a day or two after. What is your understanding of the reasons for collecting this evidence?
Because these are fruits of a crime.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Because these are fruits of a crime. If there's a crime, this is important to prove that a crime was committed.
And what do you mean by fruits of a crime?
If we're talking domestic violence, the location would be evidence. So if there's, a house is ransacked, and that should be noted in the report. That would be considered evidence.
All right, and then we're going to go to the second page here, and it has ensure photographs are taken of scene and damaged property, e.g. broken furniture, holes in wall, damaged phones, phone card, evidence of alcohol consumption, general disarray. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, proof of a crime.
Okay. And then it also says canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, fresh complaint witnesses, neighbors, and local law enforcement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what would be the reason for canvassing the location and interviewing all witnesses?
That would be further evidence.
All right. And what is your understanding of what fresh complaint means?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then if we go down a little bit further, it also has complainant questions. and it has questions such as length and nature of relationship, but also prior incidents of domestic violence reported and unreported, and what form of violence or abuse has taken. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Because it gives us an idea and background of the relationship.
Okay. And then we go to the next page, and we have a little bit more here. We have the, not too far. And that says how long the abuse has been occurring, any logs or diaries, is there a pattern of alcohol or substance abuse? What is your understanding of why those would be relevant?
Again, because it gives us background on what we're dealing with, what type of relationship this is.
And may help with the proof of the crime?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident. And it says in parentheses, fresh complaint witness. So I'm kind of guessing that must be the definition. But why would it be important to interview or identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident?
They probably have the best recollection.
Okay. And also has identified the person with whom the complainant first spoke about the incident, fresh complaint witness. What is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, the best recollection.
Okay. And then we have what have neighbors seen or heard. Why would that be important?
Because it would prove to us that there was an incident if there was other people with the same story as the victim.
Okay. And then we also have, did witness observe how physical injury occurred? Why would that be important?
Because that would tell us that there was a crime, that somebody got injured.
And then we have statements by the complainant and or accused after the incident. Why would that be important?
Because we're getting our story from the complainant. So what they say is everything with the crime.
All right, let's look at 12 for a moment. This is exhibit number 12. It's Office of the Chief of Police, April 9, 2002. And it's a domestic violence victims memo. And it says, purpose, the department is legislatively mandated to provide specific information to victims of domestic violence crimes. And then they go in to describe that. What is your understanding of, well, let me go a little bit further because I'm going to try to move through this a little bit quicker. So it says to mitigate this issue, the department has begun to use the Victim Information Notification Everyday, VINE, pamphlet to accomplish not only the domestic violence information requirements under Section 13701 of the California Penal Code, but also to provide information regarding the VINE program. Did you have a copy of that pamphlet? Was that something that was given to you?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you typically provided then, as it says you should, to victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why you were to provide the pamphlet to the victim? You understand the question?
Yes, because it gives resources to the victims, domestic violent resources, like shelters and phone numbers to provide help.
Yes, answering the super chat, yes.
Exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This is the VINE.
Okay, when you say VINE, is this the pamphlet that was being referred to? Okay. And it's your understanding that you were supposed to be giving that pamphlet to victims of domestic violence on calls, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you provide a copy of this pamphlet to Amber Heard?
I did not identify her as a victim of domestic violence.
Is that the sole reason why you did not give that to Amber Heard?
Yes, we want to give them to victims of domestic violence.
It's kind of the foundational question, isn't it?
Yeah.
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish to the jury Defendant's Exhibit 730, and Mr. Depp has no objection.
730 in evidence and published.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, this is you know, we're reminded again of why these video depositions are so tough.
I think if I had the burden of proof, I would really push hard against these.
Yeah.
But boy, they bored us on the way. But she finally said, "I didn't see her as a domestic violence victim," and that's important. You know, if for anyone who remained awake, that's important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep going.
It woke me up, so my subconscious must be working.
Yeah. And by the way,
exhibit number 3.
If you're bored, the jury's also bored.
Recall from.
I mean, I get laying foundation. It's just
May
so.
21st, 2000.
The chat is fantastic, though. If you need some entertainment, thank you all.
Yes, I do.
The chat is very, very entertaining.
Please explain to me what it is.
It's a summary of our radio call.
All right, and how is this recorded?
By dispatch.
And how is it communicated to you?
A computer in our car.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the very beginning of this. It starts out, it obviously has an incident number. Is this your understanding of the incident recall for the report to 849 South Broadway involving Amber Heard?
Yes.
It starts out with 5/21/16. Okay. And the next thing that's communicated is Penthouse 3, PR received call from victim's friend Amber, assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, when you were out on the road, did you see that right away, or did you have to look this up later when it was you that was going to respond?
We review the calls as we're driving to the call.
Okay. Then we have at 5/21/2037, which is 8:37, a duplicate call. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, let's go down to 5/21/16. Officer Saenz, can you go where I just highlighted here? And it's 2057, which would be what time?
8:57.
All right. And it has STAT:AS. What does that mean? So would that be when you and Officer Haddon arrived at 849 South Broadway?
Correct.
And then it has the next entry is 5/21/2016. It has 21/22/57. So that would be 9/22.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, go ahead. I'll have you read this. What does it say after that?
Met with Vic, Chuck Lope, verified husband left Lope, Vic advised verbal.
Okay, go ahead and go into the next page or next line. Go ahead.
Dispute and refuse to give any further info. Issued business card.
Who wrote those two lines?
I don't recall.
And what did that mean to you? Those two lines that you just read.
It's a disposition of what happened at the call.
Okay, can you tell me what that means? I mean, just
she's
tell
so
me in real
straightforward.
person's words what those words are.
Yeah, that we met with the victim. We checked the location. The husband wasn't there, and that the victim advised us that she just had an argument and that she wasn't going to give us any further information. And because we didn't identify a crime, we issued her a business card letting her know that she could reach out to us later if she changed her mind and wanted to cooperate.
Okay. And at what point did you close this incident?
Whatever it says on the screen, let's see, 9/22/57.
Okay. And what did incident closed mean?
That we cleared from the location. We were complete. Done.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page
Bait stamp number 12. And do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of all of our calls from that day.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you reviewed this document in preparation for this deposition. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Okay. And if we can go down to right here, that's 922, correct? At the end of that?
Correct.
All right. And it says 242D domestic violence. What is that?
It's a code for domestic violence.
And what does the 242D mean?
That's battery.
Officer Saenz, when we broke before the lunch break, I had just asked you about whether you had believed that you were at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016 for 30 to 60 minutes. Do you recall me asking that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall testifying that that's what you thought was the time that you and Officer Haddon spent at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And in fact, it was significantly less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was, you entered from the elevator at 9:04 p.m. and went back into the elevator at 9:19 for a total of 15 total minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we've seen the video clips of you getting on the elevator and getting off, and that's where those timestamps come from. Now, once you got off the elevator at 9:04 p.m., the first thing you did was listen for some noise, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you went around and checked out the outdoor courtyard to see if anyone was outside. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you saw that there was a woman in the gym who was not related to the incident. Do you recall that?
Correct.
How did you know the woman was not related to the incident?
Because she seemed unfazed. She was just working out.
Did you speak with her?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I don't.
Now, did you take any notes during the entire 15 minutes from when you got off the elevator till when you got back on the elevator?
I did not.
Did Officer Haddon, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you take pictures or record anything?
I did not.
So after you saw the woman in the gym and looked at the parameter, you went back to the hallway and you met with what you called a white male who was generic. Do you recall using that term?
They asked me to describe him, yes.
And you said generic, correct?
He was mayo on white bread.
Generic.
It's just basic, guys. I'm sorry.
Basic biatch. I understand that. That's me.
I don't know, nothing that I could remember. I just remember a male white. Nothing out of the ordinary.
What color was his hair?
I don't even remember now.
Did he have facial hair, a beard, or a mustache?
I don't remember.
Do you recall how tall he was, roughly?
I don't remember anything about him.
Did you ask him his name?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
Now, the generic white male talked with you. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you first saw Amber Heard, she was crying, red-eyed, and was not making eye contact with you, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her a few questions, and it was quite clear that she did not want to speak to the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Amber Heard was visibly upset, so she would look down. Sometimes she would look up at you when she spoke, but was back and forth, correct?
Correct.
What was Amber Heard wearing that night?
I don't recall.
What hairstyle did Amber Heard have that night?
I don't recall.
Now, when was the first time you were asked to provide details of the events of May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
do you recall providing your testimony at a deposition in July of 2016?
Correct.
Is that the first time you were asked to provide any details of what your recollection was of the events of May 21, 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And that was roughly 2 months later, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many shifts had you worked in that 2-month period?
I'm not aware. I don't know.
How many calls had you answered in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
How many of those calls were domestic violence calls in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
And if you saw any signs of injury on Amber Heard, or even just damage to property, would you have been duty bound to make a report?
Correct.
Now, your recollection is that there was no damage to the flat. You searched the entire flat and there was no damage, broken glass, or anything out of the ordinary. Would you agree?
Correct.
Did you see anything, did you observe anything out of the ordinary during this particular call that you answered at the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
I did not.
When you left that call, when you got back into that elevator, do you recall what you were thinking?
I remember being impressed by the penthouse, how big and beautiful it was, yes.
Anything else?
No, nothing.
And just so we can stay on that for a minute.
It does raise an
you did
interesting
not-
question about masks
You had
in
not
court in
heard
terms
of
of
Amber Heard
evaluating
at the time of this report,
Whitney's
right? On
testimony.
May 21st, 2016?
Correct.
But
For
you
the
did
jury as
know
well
that
as the
Johnny Depp was
professionals.
an actor, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't know that that was Johnny Depp's penthouse when you reported that, correct?
Correct.
But you, as you just said, were impressed with the penthouse. Would it be fair to say you thought probably somebody with some wealth lived there?
Correct.
Can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit number 23? Officer Saenz, do you recognize this elevator at all?
Yes, I do.
What do you recall?
That's the elevator from the location.
Okay. Alex, I'm going to ask you to go to 211940. And as you're moving that, Officer Saenz, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this and see if you can tell me what you are saying to Officer Haddon in this video clip. That's you, is that correct?
Correct.
And Officer Haddon, do you recognize? Officer Saenz, can you tell what you were saying to Officer Haddon?
I cannot.
Does it look like you might have said at the beginning that was crazy?
I can't tell what I was saying.
Would you agree, though, that you were quite animated in your discussion with Officer Haddon?
No, I wouldn't agree.
How would you describe your demeanor?
Comfortably talking to my partner.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 17. And while Alex is bringing that up, so your best recollection is that you saw no injuries on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing in disarray, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And if you had seen either of those, you would have had to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Officer Saenz, let me ask you this question. So
I think the attorney switched sides here.
that you got off the elevator on the
No, this is still Elaine Bredhoft.
9:04 p.m.
Oh, this is Johnny's attorney?
Yes, I do.
No,
this
Amber
is
Heard's
Heard.
attorney. It
Do you
always has been.
recognize the person
Oh.
here?
Yes, I do. Amber Heard.
He's making a great case for Johnny.
And do you see any signs of injury on
why Johnny's
Amber
presenting
Heard's
it.
face in this
Yeah.
picture?
Yep.
I do not.
Is it your testimony that you do not perceive this cheek to be reflecting an injury?
on Amber Heard.
Correct, no injury.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this section here above the eyelid, and now I think with the, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that eyelid. Is it your perception that that eyelid does not reflect an injury? I'm sorry, what was your answer, Officer Saenz?
Correct, no injury.
Okay, and then up above on the forehead level where the redness is, and it looks like there's a couple of bumps, is it your perception that does not reflect an injury?
Correct.
Officer Saenz, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18, close to the time that you alighted from the elevator, correct?
Correct.
Please describe for me what you see in this photograph.
A striped carpet with discoloration on the right-hand side of the photo, and what I perceive as, I don't know if that's a reflection, some sort of mark.
Now, you believed and testified, in fact, that you considered the hallways to be very well lit that night, correct?
Correct.
Did you see this, these stains?
No, not that I recall.
Right. Would you agree that those are reddish stains on the right side?
Correct.
What does it look like from your experience?
Like a stain, like from a liquid.
Red wine, possibly?
It could be, yes.
Okay. But you don't recall seeing that in the hallway after you got off the elevator?
I do not.
And you did not investigate this or take any pictures or record anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to number 19. Do you recognize what is depicted in exhibit number 19?
Yes, it's our business card.
And it has
Emily,
1A1 on the front.
thank
of it. What is
you.
that?
That's our unit
That is so
designation.
kind of you. What the
And
heck?
then it has Haddon and a badge number. Is that his badge number?
That is his serial number.
Okay, serial number, thank you. And it has your name.
Wow.
Is that your serial number?
Very kind of you. Thank you.
Who wrote this?
Emily
on the
D.
card?
Baker is going above and beyond.
I don't
today.
recall.
Seriously, I'm feeling the love from
Would it have
Emily
been
today.
either
Thank
you
you.
or Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Do you recognize your handwriting?
I can't tell from this.
Now, I think you indicated when you were looking at the incident recall and the CAD summary that a business card had been left. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And why did you leave a business card?
I advised Amber Heard that she could contact us at any time if she changed her mind and decided that she wanted to speak to us and cooperate.
All right, let's go to number 20. Do you recognize this? What's been depicted in this picture?
Yes, I do. It's the back of the business card.
All right, and it says 5/21/2016, and the time is 9:16 p.m. Is that the time that it was written?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recognize the handwriting on this side?
It looks like my handwriting.
Okay. Now it says radio call of dispute. Do you see that?
I do.
Why didn't you put verbal dispute?
It didn't. Verbal dispute, it's the same thing to me.
And you have refused report on here, correct?
Correct.
Could you just read this next part that you wrote on here?
Sure. Advice can call at later time if changes mind, because she was uncooperative and didn't want to speak to us.
Okay. Now, why did you say if changes mind?
Thank you, Emily.
Because
Thank you
I was
for sending
giving her
people.
the opportunity
Welcome,
to have
everybody.
resources. She changed her mind.
But if Amber Heard had no injuries and there was no evidence of any type of physical property issues, disarray, breakage, etc., then why would it matter if she changed her mind?
It's a courtesy that I choose to give people when I go to calls.
Now, if Amber Heard had called you later, you had already closed this out and had not written a report and had taken no notes, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm understanding your earlier testimony, that if you saw evidence of injury, or if you saw injury of evidence of property damage, even if the victim did not cooperate, you would write a report, correct?
Correct.
And
That
we'll
really
go
does appear to be very
21.
pro-Depp.
Officer Saenz, this is
it
just
does.
a picture. Do you recognize you and Officer Haddon here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Officer Saenz, is the timestamp on here of 9:19 p.m., 49 p.m.?
He's just going to mime
Does that
everything today.
comport with your recollection of when you left?
Just really quick.
I don't recall what time I left. I'm just going based on the video that is in front of me.
Thank you.
Okay, do you have any reason to believe that's incorrect?
I don't.
Officer Saenz, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 24. Okay. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, Amber Heard.
Okay. Do you
It doesn't help that we can't see the video or the
there
photos
to
that they're
be
showing
an
them.
injury or evidence of injury?
It would be so
on
much
Amber's
more
face?
engaging if we could actually
in this
see what it
photo?
is that they're talking about.
No, I do
Totally
not.
true.
Uh,
But I mean, some of this
what
is
is
stupid.
your
Why did you leave the card? I mean, I don't.
perception of the redness
Isn't that
on
what
the
cops do?
cheek and the eyelid and above
Yeah.
the eyebrow?
It's consistent with observed. Her crying. She's fair skinned. Her face is flush.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a red mark on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and above her eyebrow on this picture?
Her face looks flush. Yes, redness.
Okay. And what is your perception of what that is caused by?
Like I said earlier, it's consistent with what I see in her crying.
Right. But you don't think it's consistent with a cell phone being thrown at her?
Correct. It does not look like an injury caused from a cell phone.
Okay. And why not?
Because it's consistent with somebody crying. Her face is flushed.
Why
This
doesn't
was
something
taken
not look
on May
like something?
21st. I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Officer Saenz, do you see any redness on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and over those?
I do.
And what is your perception of what the cause of those is, those red marks?
It's consistent with her crying. Her face is flushed.
And is it fair to say that you do not believe that this reflects an injury?
Correct.
And would it also be fair to say that you would not consider it sufficient to investigate further, whether it's an injury?
There's nothing that would stop me from investigating. I would continue to ask her questions, and it's up to the victim if they want to cooperate.
But just so that we're clear here, even if the victim doesn't cooperate, if you see signs of injury, you still, and I believe you testified to this, believe yourself duty bound to write a report, correct?
Yes.
But in your mind,
I don't know why
you
you're doubling back on that.
perceive this as to be reflective of an injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
You guys are killing me.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 27. Again, do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
That was the question,
Yes,
though. That was a good super
And
chat.
do you see redness on the cheek of Amber Heard on this one?
Yes, I do.
All right. And
Yeah,
then
the cop
you
says
had
she's crying,
testified
she must
on
be
a number of
lying. I
these
mean, like,
other
you could do these
pictures,
all
and on
day.
this one as well, that this is consistent with crying. Do you see any redness on Amber's other cheek?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same or
Consistent
similar
with
to the
crying.
redness on the cheek, on the right cheek?
Based on this photo, it looks like one cheek is redder than the other.
But you also don't see any swelling with that? Correct.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see redness on the right cheek and above the eye?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is it your perception that this reflects any type of, or could reflect any type of injury?
No.
Why not?
It's consistent with crying.
Because my perception is it was consistent with her crying.
All right, let's take this down, go to 29. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any redness in the right cheek and above the eyelid?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your perception that these are not indicative of injury?
Yes.
And what is your reasoning?
It's consistent with her crying.
Too good.
Let's take this one down. Let's go to number 30. Now, you testified.
Did she have any Amica cream?
That you
definitely
thoroughly searched the
Yes,
penthouse.
this is helping
Do you
Johnny.
recall that
Yes, very much
testimony?
helping Johnny.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Josh Drew, the gentleman that you called the generic male, actually took you through, escorted you through the penthouse and the series.
Honestly, I think it probably had to sound something like this for Johnny to admit it with
Did you
Elaine
or did you
going
not
first.
thoroughly search the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
We did search the penthouse.
But are you crying or was a
And you
cell
used
phone
the
hurled
term
at you?
thoroughly, did you not?
I don't recall.
Do you feel like you conducted a thorough search of the penthouses that night?
Yes, I did. I did a sweep of the location for the suspect.
Okay. And when you're talking about a sweep of the location, did you go through every room?
Yes, every room.
Went through every room.
And was there anyone escorting you through those rooms?
Yes, the same male that we were met with at the beginning of the call.
That you called the generic male, correct?
The generic male.
Now, you also testified a little
like an
earlier that
NPC
this
or
was
something.
a very nice series of penthouses, right?
Yes.
Did you interview the woman that was sitting with Amber Heard?
I attempted to. All parties were uncooperative.
That's a good one.
What did you say to the woman that was with Miss Heard?
I don't recall the exact words, but I introduced myself to everyone and asked if they seen
Well,
what
folks, I
happened.
can't
or
promise
know
it'll
what
be more
happened.
exciting, but we were
And they all
told
refused
that
to speak to
the
me.
Elaine portion will be done
Did
shortly.
you ask for their names?
I recall, yes, I did ask for their names. Nobody would give me their names.
Me too.
Now, that's a little unusual, isn't it?
We know where you can get merch
No,
that
it's
says
not.
that.
A lot of people don't like us.
Well, is it that they don't like you, or is it potentially that they don't want to, with a domestic violence situation, are reluctant to press charges?
Every situation is different. Based on my training experience where I work, it's usually that people do not like us.
To be clear,
Do you
a lot
have
of people don't like
a
cops,
recollection of what the woman who was with Amber Heard looks like?
No recollection.
Do you know what color hair she had?
I have zero recollection.
So you don't recall how old she was, how tall she was, what her hairstyle was, what she was wearing, anything about her?
Zero recollection.
But somehow you're sure you tried to interview her and she refused to answer questions.
Yes, it's common practice. I try to interview everyone during my investigation.
So did you pull out your notebook at any time while you were in the penthouse?
I did not. I had nothing to write. No one would speak to me.
Well, how did you know that when you started asking the questions that they weren't going to give an answer?
Because they just looked at me.
But wouldn't you pull out your notebook first and then ask the questions? Then write down the answers as they're giving them to you?
No, I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety issues until I'm sure that I have something to write.
I'm sorry, officer. Can you repeat your answer?
I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety reasons. If I'm not sure I'm going to write, I keep my hands free. When I ask the questions, I got no answers. Therefore, I didn't take out any notebooks or pens.
Did you have any reason to fear for your safety at the time that you were talking with Amber Heard and the woman with her?
I always fear for my safety. A potential suspect could have been in the house. So yes, my guard was not down, if that's what you're asking.
What did you do first? Did you look at throughout the house to ensure that the person wasn't there, or did you ask the questions first and then look at the house?
I attempted to ask questions first. I can't just go into a house and start checking it without asking questions.
So what questions did you ask first?
I don't recall specific questions.
Do you recall any of your questions?
I don't.
Do you recall any of the answers that you were given?
I don't recall.
Now, we went through the domestic violence supplemental report and some of the guidelines for officers on domestic violence. Do you recall that the crime scene, a number of the items reflected location ransacked, location vandalized, furniture in disarray, personal property damage? Do you remember those being items as the checklist for crime scene for domestic violence?
As they pertain to domestic violence reports, yes, I do.
Right. Now, did you ever speak with the two officers who answered the second call to the townhouse that night?
I did not.
Did you ever communicate in any manner with the two officers who answered the second call to the penthouse?
I did not.
Did you communicate through a third party to the second set of officers relating to the domestic violence call and your determination?
I did not.
Did you know the two officers who responded to the second call?
Did not.
Sorry. Do you know who they are to this day?
I do not.
Have you ever spoken to the other two officers about the responding to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
Have you ever spoken with anyone else about your response and their response to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
And just so everybody's aware, up until now, you've been listening to questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel. At this point, I believe we're going to shift over to questioning from Mr. Depp's counsel.
That is such a smart change of announcements from what we got the first week.
I want you to focus on the date of the incident that we have been talking about during this deposition. And
Unfortunately, he's calling in from the moon.
May 21st, 2016. I'll refer to that as the date of the incident. You understand what I mean when I say date of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
No, Johnny's
audio
having a
quality
day.
As of the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Since, I believe, the end of November of 2015.
So between 6 to 8 months?
Yes.
Prior to the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
4 to 6 months.
Okay. And as of the date of the incident, approximately how many
it's a good day for him.
Incidents of domestic violence had you come across?
I couldn't tell you. I believe you said hundreds.
Yes, that's how I understood it from testimony I read in previous depositions of yours. So it's in the hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and you indicated that you proceeded to the incident at the Eastern Columbia building due to what you heard from dispatch, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, as you sit here today, what you were told from dispatch that led you to the Eastern Columbia building on the date of the incident?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay. as you sit here today, do you recall that it had something to do with a dispute at that location?
Correct.
And when you first arrived at the scene of the incident, what did you first do on entering the building?
We met with a security guard in the lobby who escorted us to the elevator.
Did you ask that security guard any questions about the building? Strike that. Did you ask that security guard any questions?
Not that I recall.
Did the security guard escort you up to the penthouse?
They gave us access through the elevator. I do not believe that they came up to the penthouse with us. I believe they just accessed the elevator.
Okay. And when you arrived at the penthouse and exited the elevator, was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon, Officer Haddon?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
We tried to listen for any kind of sounds of domestic violence. We checked the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and I knocked and was met by a male.
Okay. Up until that point in time, from exiting the elevator to knocking on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Up until the point where you knocked on that door, did you see or hear or witness anything indicating that there had been a domestic violence perpetrated?
I did not.
Up until you knocked on that door, did you see anything which you would have considered out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And I guess what I'm asking is, walking from the elevator to the gym and then to the door that you knocked on, were you in the hallway?
Yes, I was in the hallway.
Okay. And during that time period from exiting the elevator through to knocking on the door, was there anything in the hallway that was unusual to you?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you see any stains on the floor?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any vandalism in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you see any broken glass in that area?
I did not.
Okay. And upon knocking on the door, what happened next?
A male opened the door. I don't remember the exact questions and conversation we had, but I remember asking if they called for help, and he said that it was the neighbor and that she was inside of his house apartment with his girlfriend. And I asked him if they could step out, and he told me to wait, and he shut the door. And we waited. We waited for them to exit. I don't remember how much time passed by, and they came out, and that's when we were met with his girlfriend and who I know now as Miss Heard in the hallway.
And up until that point in time, did you hear anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Okay. So you indicated that after you knocked on the door, you spoke with a gentleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified to someone as a generic white male. Is that the same person?
Yes.
So your previous testimony, and when you were referring to a generic white male, that's the person who opened the door when you first knocked on it, correct?
Yes, there was only one male at the location besides my partner.
And there was only one male. And is that for the entire time you're at the location?
Yes.
So in the hall, you met with a generic white male, Ms. Heard, and the generic white male girlfriend. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with your partner, Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Okay. And how, in the hallway, how far were you standing from Ms. Heard?
It was close, probably like 2 to 5 feet.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I did not.
Okay. Were you looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
And so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallways for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
Okay. And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrective lenses?
I was not.
Although you were not wearing corrective lenses, were you prescribed corrective lenses at the time?
No, I have never worn glasses, and I'm not prescribed. I have good vision.
Okay. And at that time, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Ms. Heard, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
What did you ask Ms. Heard at that time, if anything?
I don't have an independent recollection. Again, it's been so long. I don't remember specific questions.
Okay. Now, let me just back up a little bit. During the time period from when you left the elevator and when Ms. Heard came onto the hallway, at any time did the generic white male tell you that there had been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you think there may have been an act of domestic violence?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything that made you believe that a crime may have been committed?
No, he did not.
And during that time period, did you ask him what had happened or what was happening?
Yes, I did ask him, and he just refused to give me any information.
Okay. So now fast forward to what we were talking about with respect to you in the hallway with the generic white male Ms. Heard and the generic white male's girlfriend. After you observed her and saw no sign of injury, what did you do next?
I advised her that we would be conducting a protective sweep just to make sure that there was no one else in the house. And she agreed if her neighbor, the male, could accompany us with the protective sweep.
Okay. Up until that point in time, did you ask Ms. Heard what happened?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
No response. She was uncooperative.
And Officer Saenz, at that time, was Ms. Heard cooperative?
Ms. Heard was uncooperative.
Thank you. And by uncooperative, does that mean that when you asked her a question, she wouldn't say a word? Did she say something that made you think she was not cooperating?
She wouldn't say anything.
So just to be clear, you would ask questions and she wouldn't say anything.
Correct.
And what did you do at that point?
After the protective sweep, I asked her again if she wanted to talk to me, if anything happened. Again, I don't remember the specific questions that I asked her, but I asked her questions to establish if there was some sort of crime, who was involved, and again, she wouldn't give me any information. I attempted to ask her friend, the other woman in the room. I even asked the males to wait in the hallway so it could just be us women in there so we could talk privately. Maybe she felt more comfortable that way. Still, they denied that there was any crime. They wouldn't answer any specific questions. So I wrote a business card. I advised her if she changed her mind that she could call us at any time and we would respond to help her out.
So backing up a bit to the time you were in the hallway with the three of them, and you testified that Ms. Heard was uncooperative, and then you indicated you did a sweep. I want to start with from the point of time in the hallway where she was uncooperative, transitioning to the sweep. How did that occur? Did you ask her if you could look in the penthouses? How did you go from standing in the hallway to conducting a sweep?
I don't recall.
Now, before you swept the penthouses, did you ask if you could enter the penthouses?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the response?
I can't remember if she gave me a response or nodded her head. I can't remember.
From what you observed or heard from Ms. Heard, you took it that she was permitting you to enter the penthouses and look around. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Was it more than one penthouse?
Yes, there was two.
Okay. And this term sweep we've been using, is that a technical police officer term?
Yes.
What do you mean by conducting a sweep?
It's called a protective sweep, and we do so to make sure that there's no other individuals that may be victims that are hurt inside of the location or suspects hiding, concealing themselves from officers that would attack the victim after we left the location. So we go in to verify that any potential suspects are gone from the location for the victim's safety.
Thank you. And you conducted a protective sweep of two penthouses, correct?
Correct.
What was your understanding of who owned or lived in the first penthouse that you performed a protective sweep on?
It was my understanding that Amber Heard, that it was her home. Again, the gentleman directed us. That's why he came with us, so we wouldn't get lost.
I see. And during your protective sweep, during the first penthouse, did anybody accompany you during the entire sweep?
Yes, the only male that was there besides my partner.
Okay.
He was rather generic.
And your partner conducted the sweep with you?
Correct.
Okay. And as to the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you go into every room of the penthouse?
To my knowledge, yes.
And was your knowledge based on the generic white male leading you around?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that your protective sweep included you looking in every room in the penthouse?
Correct.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse,
just realized I was on mute when I thanked Colfay. Thank you very much for this very generous super chat.
I was going to ask you if you were just going to let that flow through with just an image.
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the first protective sweep, did you see anything that made you think that an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear or see anything? I'm sorry, did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Upon your completion of...
So, Alita, Johnny never goes back to the penthouse after this
up until that
walkthrough,
point
right?
in time.
Right.
Okay.
He's been long gone by the time this officer arrives.
You exited
Yeah,
the
I mean, we
elevator
saw the
up
videos of
until
the
that
elevator,
point in
so
time. Did you hear
there's going to be a
or
second
see
step
anything
later.
that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Yeah. About an hour later, there's a
Up
second
until
set of
that point in
officers
time,
that
did
comes
you
by.
hear or see anything that made you think an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Now, I want to ask you, you testified that...
That's the question.
You testified to you viewing...
You know, he looked like a default
Ms. Heard
Assassin's Creed character. You
and
understand.
not seeing any signs of injury.
Definitely.
Did you view her again after that first viewing?
During the interviews and throughout the entire investigation,
Kind of a
I'm
mix
constantly
because it's by video
scanning her
deposition.
and watching. So if I see any other observations that would indicate any injury or domestic violence.
And did you see anything like that?
I did not.
And you didn't see... Did you see anything like that during the entire time period that you were on that call? And do you believe that you had enough time viewing Ms. Heard to determine whether or not she had sustained any injuries?
Yes, I do.
And did you determine that she sustained any injuries?
I determined that she did not sustain any injuries.
So other than the conversation you had with her in the hallway when you first got there, did you have any other conversations with Ms. Heard?
Very clear.
I did.
Pretty
inside of the loft.
What is the other problem with depositions, right? Like, it's so repetitive because honestly, Depp's team already made their case.
Yeah.
But
I believe both before and after.
It feels like they're really going over the same stuff again.
Yep.
Okay. How many conversations?
Well, they probably didn't
conversations
expect
did you
Heard's
have
team to
with
take the
Ms. Heard?
strategy of establishing all this for them.
I don't recall.
Yeah.
There was at least the one in the hallway.
We got
there
Spidey
was
practicing magic
one,
tricks down here.
Before or after the protective sweep, correct? I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Correct.
And during the second conversation you had with her after the one in the hallway, how close were you to her?
This is important testimony. This is very
It
good
is.
for Johnny
The
Depp.
same.
But you got it.
2 to 5 feet. She was right in front of me.
This is
I'm
not
being
an
delivered
expert witness.
Were you close enough to get a good view to determine whether or not she had any injuries?
Yes, I was.
And during that second conversation, did you determine whether or not she had any injuries?
I determined that she did not have any injuries.
At any point in time during the incident, during the date of the incident, did she complain of any injuries?
She did not.
During the protective sweep of the penthouse, did you see anything in disarray?
I did not.
Okay. Now, you indicated, let me ask you.
I very much doubt it's 5 more minutes, chat, because there's
Yes, I did.
15 left in the
Did
video.
the generic white
25.
male accompany you on that sweep as well?
Yes, he did.
What was your understanding of who owned or resided in that second penthouse?
I had no idea.
Did you, during that second protective sweep, did you walk through every room in that penthouse?
From my understanding, yes, we did.
Okay. And during that second protective sweep, did you see anything that you would say was in disarray?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you see anything that made you believe there had been a crime committed?
I did not.
During that second protective sweep, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During your protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you hear or see anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
It's very repetitive, but they're being very detail oriented.
I'm sorry. After you performed the protective
they went to the first
sweep,
penthouse, they went to the next penthouse, they did a full sweep,
what
they
did you
checked
do?
all the rooms. No evidence of
responded
DD,
to
no evidence of
where
any
Amber
crime.
Heard was.
Which would make it very unusual.
And I again tried to
if later
see
there
if I
was
could
stuff
get any
that popped
information
up,
from
right?
her.
Yeah,
I
if there's
was
suddenly
unsuccessful, and
evidence
then
of
I
DD
issued her
later.
the business card and let her know that she could call us back if she wanted to talk.
Did she answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
At any point in time during the entirety of the incident, did Ms. Heard answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
During the entire time of the incident, did Ms. Heard complain of any injuries?
No, she did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
No, they did not.
During the entirety of the time you were at the incident, did anybody say anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
No, they did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you see anything that made you believe a crime had occurred?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear anything that made you believe a crime had
You saw
been
nothing,
committed?
you heard nothing.
I did not.
No one said anything, you didn't
During
feel
the entirety
anything,
of your time
you didn't
at the
vibe
incident,
anything.
did you hear or see anything
Nothing
Being as
unusual at
that made you
all.
complete as
believe
possible.
an act of domestic violence had
Boring, but
occurred?
it's covering
not.
every side of this.
Had you heard of anybody by the name of Miss Heard at that time?
Never.
Amber Heard.
Oh, sad.
No, I have never heard of Amber Heard before that time.
Oh no,
She didn't like that one.
no. Had you ever heard
Did
of
you
Johnny Depp before
recognize
this?
any
Yes.
of the people
Did
that
you know he was there?
encountered,
Or
during
not
the
there
incident?
that night? No.
I did not.
If she hadn't heard of Amber Heard, it is interesting because there's video of her
At the time of the incident, did you have
excited
any
in the
reason to
elevator down.
believe that anybody you encountered at the incident was famous?
I did not.
Of course, I might just be excited to see what those
And
penthouses
during the
look
entire
like.
time
Yeah.
that you're at the penthouses during the incident, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp was affiliated or involved in the incident?
I did not.
Madam Reporter, can you repeat my last question? I lost where I was.
Question, during the entire time you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you witness any bruises on Miss Heard? And there was not a response.
I did not observe any injuries on Miss Heard.
Did you observe any swelling on Ms. Heard's face?
I did not.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that she was a victim of domestic violence?
I did not.
Brutal.
Alex, if you can pull up Exhibit 2.
So is this going to be Exhibit 57?
Yeah. Officer Saenz, do you recall having your deposition taken on July 18th, 2016 in connection with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall giving testimony in connection with that deposition under oath? Is it yes? I'm sorry, officer.
Yes.
Okay. And did you give accurate and true testimony at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And you understood you were under oath, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Alex, if you can go to page 26. Officer Saenz, do you recall testifying as to, that, and I'm talking about today, do you recall just testifying that you can recall what Ms. Heard said to you, if anything?
I do not have an independent recollection, but I can go off what I'm seeing here on my screen.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're at 5 o'clock. It looks like we have about 18 minutes left. Do you want to?
You don't have any problem finishing it tonight, do you? Let's go ahead and finish it. Okay.
Thank you. Ooh, let's go ahead and finish it.
And do you agree with me that
I thought that was most likely.
Of the
Yeah.
day
It was less
of
than 30
the
minutes. Yeah.
incident was fresher
The jury's like,
on
why?
July 18th, 2016 than it is today.
Yes,
You
that
knew
is
what
correct.
you did when you started this video.
And
The judge is like, put me out of my misery. Let's go.
This deposition was taken July 18th, 2016. How long after the incident was this deposition taken?
A few months.
Okay. And Alex, if I could have control.
I know it's unfortunate for Johnny that this is so boring because this is good stuff for him. So funny.
A little delayed, Alex. Can that be fixed, or is that just the way it is?
This is Alex speaking. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't help that. I'm sorry, Mr. Preciado.
That's fine. Officer Saenz, I'm going to start here. Do you see my cursor?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to start here at line 3. The question is, okay, so we'll get back to that. Before you did a sweep or a check of the rest of the penthouse, did you have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Heard when you were in the apartment? Answer, yes, I did. Okay, question, okay, can you tell us about that conversation? Answer, sure. I asked her what happened. Opening question. She said nothing, and she continued to cry. I said, who do you live with? Who do you live here with? She shook her head as if she did not want to answer. I asked her, are you hurt? Do you need an ambulance? And she shook her head again, no. At that point, I asked her if she would mind if I checked her apartment. And that's when she said no. Officer, does this refresh your recollection of the conversation you had with Ms. Heard at that time?
Yes, it does.
And your testimony that I just read, is that true and accurate?
Yes, it is.
During the entire time period you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, did Ms. Heard say that she had been assaulted in any way by anybody?
No, she did not.
During your protective sweep of the 2 penthouses, did you view anything that you would characterize as vandalism?
I did not.
Did you vandalize the penthouses? No. Yeah, they got to stretch for filler. You know, the season runs long. Oh,
They're for sale, apparently.
you greatly overestimate my resources.
During the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you looking for any probable cause to believe that a crime had been committed?
Yes, I was.
And what did you determine?
I determined there was no crime.
What did you determine with respect to an assessment of probable cause?
There was no probable cause of any sort of crime.
Thank you.
No probable cause. It's a pretty low standard, too.
The lowest.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a big deal. I don't actually think the boredom hurts too much because the biggest deals are like these 2 main planks. I saw nothing.
Yeah.
I heard nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing
And maybe-
vandalized.
And maybe the repetition is even helping that, because it's like, if you didn't hear it the first time, maybe you'll hear it again.
Yeah.
Or one of the other times that they say it. I don't know.
During the entire time,
Still very
you were
repetitive,
at,
though.
the penthouse.
The key to
on May
retention is
21st,
repetition.
2016,
One of my old teachers used to say repetition is the
wearing
branding iron of knowledge.
any body
And I
worn
never forgot that
video
phrase
cameras?
I was
because he
not.
repeated it so often.
Are you certain of that?
see
I am
what you did there.
certain.
And how is it that you are certain of that?
Because I didn't start using body worn video until June of 2016.
And that's after the date of the incident, correct?
Correct.
Alex, if you would
No,
mind
I think
putting
this is just
Exhibit
what
9 back
happens
up.
when you put on a video deposition. It just gets boring, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think anybody intentionally makes it feel this way, but
No.
hey, consider it this way: it avoids ridiculous cross-ex. So
Officer Saenz, you were showing this document earlier.
Good point.
What is this
We just got Lynn Redhoff's ridiculous
a
direct
domestic
examination.
violence
That
supplemental
was very
report.
beneficial to Johnny.
And do you recall counsel asked you about the victim column and the crime scene column?
Yes, I do recall.
Do you also see that there's a suspect column in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any difference between the victim column and the suspect column with respect to the box terms?
No difference.
Okay. Did you fill out one of these forms in connection with your investigation on May 21st, 2016?
I did not,
Why not?
because it was determined there was no crime.
And Officer Saenz, just one more question with respect to that Exhibit 9. I know it's not up, but the fact that you did not fill out that form, is that consistent with your training?
Yes, it is. I wouldn't fill that out because there was no crime. It's not called for.
When you testified during the London trial, at the time, did you believe your testimony was accurate?
Yes, I do.
At all times, you've testified under oath in any legal proceedings, trials, depositions. Do you always give accurate and truthful testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any reason to not give accurate and truthful testimony in connection with this deposition?
I do not.
Officer Saenz, do you see these two pictures?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the person in the pictures?
That's too accurate.
Yes, Amber Heard.
In both pictures?
Yes.
Plot twist. They actually took it from an actual article headline.
Between these two pictures.
Yes, I do the lighting of the photos.
Okay. Do you see any difference in connection with the redness on the cheeks of Ms. Heard as between these two pictures?
Yes, I do. The left side is, the photo's brighter.
Okay. And other than that, would you agree with me that these two pictures are the same? In other words, Ms. Heard's face, the position of her face, everything about her in these pictures is identical except for the differences that you indicated.
Yes.
Okay. And even though these are the same pictures, do you see any difference with respect to the redness on Ms. Heard's face with respect to the two pictures?
Yes, the photo on the left is brighter, causing the redness on the cheeks to what appears to be brighter or exaggerated.
What does it say with respect to, let's concentrate on the picture on the left. Can you read for me what it says in the little box at the very top on the left? Under add a title, do you see a date and a timestamp?
Yes, I see it.
What's it say? Date and timestamp?
Date is May 21st, 2016. Timestamp is 9/25/12 p.m.
And now let's look at the other picture, exhibit 29, at the same spot. Can you read for me what the timestamp says there?
Yes, it says May 21st, 2016, 9/25/12 p.m.
So both exhibits, both pictures have the same exact timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And even though that's the case, do you still believe that there's a difference between the two pictures as you previously described?
Yes, I do.
Three signs, do you see exhibit 41?
Yes.
Do you recall counsel asking you questions?
Yes.
During your protective sweep of the two penthouses on May 21st, 2016, did you see anything in disarray?
No.
The muffin isn't tasty, you must object hearsay. I like it.
Officer Saenz, I think you answered this, but up until the present, for how long have you been a Los Angeles police officer?
I will be going on 12 years.
Officer Saenz.
That was one of her first questions. What do you always say? We open at the close?
Mm-hmm.
In connection with your investigation at the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, were you in a rush in any way to complete the investigation?
No.
Whatever Chu wrote, it deserved
Were you willing
3
to serve
underlines.
blood
And
necessary
yes, this is
to
what I'm
determine if
focusing
a
on
crime
now.
had been committed?
Yes.
I assume it's his Wordle guess.
At any point in time during your investigation on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses, did Ms. Heard ask you to file a report?
No.
Did anybody that you spoke with or saw on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses ask you to file a report?
No.
Did you have any cause to file a report?
No.
And was that determination in line with your training?
Yes.
If you had witnessed anything that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report?
Yes.
And you, in fact, did not file a report, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And if you had witnessed something that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report even if Ms. Heard had asked you not to?
Yes.
And is that in line with your training?
Yes.
Officer Saenz, you were asked some questions.
And just so everybody's on the same page, we have about 1.5 minutes of questions from Ms. Heard's counsel at this point.
I'm
Did
glad
you
that he's
appreciate the
flagging it.
announcements? Yeah.
Yes,
Were
because otherwise it's like you
got
have no
off
idea what's
the
going on.
elevator in the penthouse and when you got on and how much time you spent at the penthouse level. I approached it in my earlier, but based on the cross-examination, I feel like we need to go back to that. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at what is exhibit number 6. And you recognize you and Officer Haddon in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what time does the timestamp on this picture say for the elevator?
It says 21:04:43.
Okay, that's 9:04:43. Would that be right, PM?
Yes.
And you looked at this earlier. I'm going to ask you to take a look at it again at 21. And so this one has what time?
21:19:49.
All right, and allowing for and Officer Saenz, you said earlier that you weren't sure whether there were accuracies or inaccuracies in terms of the elevators, but allowing for that there may be any issues at all, would you agree that it still means that you were on and off that elevator in 15 minutes?
Assuming the times are correct, yes.
Okay. You were asked to look at a number of the pictures that I had shown you earlier that were taken on the night of May 21st, 2016, both before, during, and after the time that you and Officer Haddon had reported to to Ms. Heard's penthouse. Do you recall seeing those again and being asked about them?
Yes.
You were asked by counsel for Mr. Depp to take a look at those again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he asked you if you had seen any of those photographs before, and you indicated that you had not, correct?
Correct.
So, other than what was placed in the CAD summary by either you or Officer Haddon, and then also went into the incident recall, are you aware of any documentation that either you or Officer Haddon collected relating in any manner to your visit to the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
No.
Wow, that
Thank
was
you.
quite the 90
All right,
seconds.
ladies and
That's what
gentlemen,
it
that
felt
concludes
longer.
the testimony for today. Please do not do any outside
Riveting.
research and don't talk
Absolutely
to anybody about the case.
riveting.
We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you.
Bombshell testimony.
Oh my lord,
It
that
was good
brutal.
testimony.
It was.
Oh.
I know it actually was really good. If this had been an in-person witness, it would have been really, really, really good, very powerful to show that the apartment was in basically pristine condition. She had no injuries. She had redness on her face, but that looked consistent with crying,
I
not with
still
being
have some
hit in any way.
outstanding exhibits. So if you could get with Jamie and see which ones those are, so we can get that taken care of, so we don't get backwards and we keep up. All right. All right. We'll see you in the morning. All right. Thank you.
See you in the morning, Judge A. So, yeah. So this was
Brutal?
absolutely brutal.
Could that entire, like, both sides of the questioning not have been condensed to like a minute of like, when you got there, did you see or hear anything of concern? Be very clear. Let us know if there's anything. And she goes, no. All right, thank you guys. See you tomorrow.
Well, so that they do have to lay a foundation, right? They do have to say, I was called on this night, I was on duty, this is what was going on, and then I came upstairs and then I saw this and I went through the hallway and this is what else that I saw. So, there are certain things that they have to go through to give a foundation for all of this stuff. But it's boring. It's boring, especially when it's in a video deposition format.
Yeah.
So
it was that. It was that.
Yeah. And especially because it's like, those foundational questions would generally have to be asked at the beginning of the testimony, regardless of whether this person is in person or not. But it's almost like the structure that they did it in this deposition is just even more boring than normal. It's like you kind of during a normal testimony for an officer, you have to like get through those questions just to get to the narrative part, right? Like the heart of it. But yes, it was.
Well, we got it
rough.
twice. We got it twice,
Yeah.
right? I mean, that's the problem with the deposition video is both sides want to get all the information so that they can hopefully craft their questions for trial and look at what other discovery they might need. So we got all those questions on the foundational basis, and then we got them again. I mean, it really was the same kind of thing twice. So we knew by the time Elaine was done, it's like, oh, this is great testimony for Johnny Depp. This is, Spidey comes in and being like, is that Depp's counsel? And who can blame him? Because it was so helpful to say.
I was wondering who the witness, like who presented this witness, is where I was lost. I was like, who? Anyways, that was very confusing. And
yeah.
Again,
this technically was Johnny's witness, but it also was. I mean, there was obviously testimony that Amber's side wanted to get in as well. So that's why it was a little bit confusing. But I think another thing that often confuses people about these video depositions is that when these things are actually done in the process of litigation, oftentimes, like the witness that is called at trial, the side that's calling it is one, but the other side, the opposite side that generally doesn't necessarily want that witness to testify, oftentimes ends up being the one that had originally deposed the person. So that's why like the initial questions were asked by Elaine Bredehoff, that like it sounds a lot more like a direct examination rather than a cross examination. Hey Kurt.
Hello.
So that's why it kind of is a little bit confusing, especially if you get used to the one that's asking all these open-ended questions is usually the one that wants to be introducing this witness. It's a little bit reversed oftentimes in these depositions.
Now, just so I'm clear, when the officer was testifying, she was testifying to the event that Amber Heard is suing over, right?
One of them.
Yes.
The May 21st,
The hoax,
2016. Right. Yes.
Yeah. So that's pretty good evidence for Johnny Depp. It's like, well, I'm an officer. I'm trained. I did a sweep. Didn't see anything. Didn't see problems. Didn't really see any injuries.
I saw redness on her face, but it looked like she was just crying.
Yeah.
There was no
so
swelling.
That's pretty damn good
nothing.
evidence, it seems to me.
And especially because this is someone who is not on anyone's payroll. This is a strictly, purely objective person. So it seems like as for bias, there's no issue there. This is pretty bad for Amber. It's true.
I did enjoy the had you heard of Amber Heard? No moment. That was nice.
Yeah.
That was a nice
Loved it.
moment.
Yeah.
It was pleasant.
Spidey, you were going to say something.
You know what Elaine reminded me of throughout that questioning? It reminded me, remember in Dumb and Dumber when Jim Carrey asks the girl if there's a chance that they can end up together, and she's like, you know, it's not looking good. And he goes, so is it like 1 out of 100? And she goes, it's actually more like 1 out of 1,000,000. And he goes, so you're saying there's a chance, or so you're telling me there's a chance?
Yep.
It's like she's just grasping at something. So like, was there this? No. But was there that? No. Okay, but there must have been this. No. So, and then like but she never got to anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, it's likely because they thought they were going to find that evidence because of what Amber probably told them. And so when they got the wrong answers, it became an issue.
Yes, that's exactly it. Because in deposition, like you're just canvassing for information. You're just trying to you're going fishing essentially. You know, like you're just trying to pick up whatever information that you can get, good, bad, or indifferent, because it helps you kind of structure your case regardless. But then when you have this person that cannot or will not testify at trial, then you have to use their deposition. And it's not particularly helpful when the things that when you've gone through in such detail, like, are you sure it couldn't be this? Are you sure it couldn't be that?
Yeah.
And they're like, no, I absolutely think that there's no way that she had injuries on her face.
What would you guys, as lawyers, what would you have done in her place the moment you realize that this witness isn't going to give you a damn thing that's going to help you? Do you abandon the line of questioning? Do you thank them and move on? Like, what do you do?
I thought Elaine was fine for a deposition. I mean, she's just sifting around, trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. I think in a deposition, you're gonna just continue on and ask whatever you can possibly ask, because there could always be some kind of an answer that you get that is better than what you were thinking, and you can just kind of stumble upon it. So.
Right.
And it's a little hard to change your line of questioning if you already have it like already printed out and kind of on a roll, to kind of switch it up and start talking about something that may not exist.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, how's it going?
We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
No.
I'm sorry, I have to get my clappers back out here.
Oh yeah, the 100K.
I am
you guys.
so proud of you.
Oh, thank
I
you.
am so happy for you, and I am so proud of you, and so excited. When I got word that you hit 100K, I was looking for like the little streamers, couldn't find them anywhere, so I vaped. And I'm telling you right now,
You
put
vaped
it
in
to
your
happen
honor.
to a nicer person, a better attorney. God bless
Aw.
you. I fully expect. I told you last night off camera. I fully expect you're gonna well go past 200. Past
I
a
don't
quarter
know.
of a million from this trial, and I wish nothing. I hope you hit 500. I hope that you just like become just crazy massive.
Oh
so
my
Alita, you're gonna have to
Thank
clear
you.
some space. You're gonna have to clear some space on those shelves for the silver play button.
I know. I've got to rearrange a few things maybe, but I've heard it takes a while for it to come in, because they have to
Yeah,
go
that's
through
what
all
they
your
say.
material and make sure that you don't have anything problematic in your content.
Yeah.
You have to submit your request for it as well.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it
So
won't take that long. They'll have it in 2 weeks.
You think so?
I mean, I had it in 2 weeks on both my channels.
Is it really? I thought it
Okay.
took more time because they had to make
I mean,
sure you
the-
stayed above 100,000 for some period of time.
This? You see this the light statements here, Spotty? Just I had it very quickly on both
For
my
both channels. Yeah, humble brag. Humble brag.
Just
Humble
no
brag.
problem when you're a guy
Humble
like
brag.
Spidey.
Humble brag. But they probably just looked at my stuff and said, "This guy can't possibly be offensive. Look at him. There's no way."
Yeah, no, he's fine. Look at the magic.
So listen, guys. Sorry if I could just have a minute. I was utterly useless. I was utterly useless today because she had a mask and her very still eyebrows, very generic statements, direct answers. There's nothing. But
Oh my
there's a
God, that
clip-
was 2 hours of torture.
Yeah. But Alita, you posted a clip on the Legalbytes clips yesterday that before I get out of here, I wanted to come in. I wanted to say hi. I wanted to congratulate you. But before I go, I'd love to show you guys a quick analysis of the clip when they played the recording of Amber saying, see if anyone believes you.
Yes.
And they cut to her reaction. So if you guys are interested, I'd like to take 2 minutes here just to look at that with you
Yeah.
guys really quick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Let's
then,
do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. So, because that was one of the, like, I thought today wasn't a big day for me at all. Big day for you guys, maybe nothing for me. Yesterday had some good moments, but that was one of the biggest ones. So, I have it here. Should I share my screen so you guys?
I was gonna say, is there any chance we can get it
yeah.
up?
Share your screen, and then
That's what she said.
I'll put it up.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate you.
Joe.
Don't you
Joe,
clip
what a
that, Alina's
banger.
editor.
All right, here we go. Share. So we're gonna really look at the end of it because there's so much going on in her face that is incredible. So here
Yes,
we
I
go.
really want to see this.
The browser can't access your screen. What? Why? Why can't the browser access my screen? Okay, Alita, is there any way you can pull that up somehow
Yeah,
and share
send
your
me the
screen?
link in the private chat.
Here we go. I got it right here. And we're looking really at the end, like the last 30 seconds of it. Here it is. There you got it.
All right, here we go. Do. Okay. Let's see.
Through the magic of internet technologies.
I know. Our powers combine. Okay.
We are Captain Lawtooth.
Okay, so where should I go
Let's
to?
see here. The last 30 seconds.
Okay. So so this is what? How long? 3:30. So I'll go to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, right there.
I look
about here?
good on screen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Look at you guys.
Okay, here we go. I hope you guys can hear it. Yeah.
It was a fair fight, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's a fair fight. My ass.
Exactly, because you're.
Mr. Depp, when did you have a conversation?
Should I pause it?
Oh, we're holding out on me on these audios.
Yeah. That's all we needed. That's all we
God,
needed. So
that was just
Is it the chin movements?
There's quite a bit of stuff going on there. So first of all, this look, like this downwards look. So often when we go down, it's internal monologue. Like when we talk to ourselves, we tend to go down, or deeply emotional. But with deeply emotional, we're going to see more emotion than this sort of like reflective thing. I think there's shame here. I think she knows this isn't a good look. But let's look at something that's a little bit less ambiguous than that. So the way we experience the physicality of emotion, what we see in emotion is very different in real emotion and in feigned emotion. And I've made you guys a very scientific graph here. So
oh wow.
Yeah, thank you. This is years of science. So no, this is actually science does corroborate this, just not.
I didn't know I didn't know I was going to study neurophysics to be ready for this stream.
So in a real event, so this top one is a real event. At the moment that the event happens, and by event I mean the comment, the physical event, whatever makes us emotional, slowly the physical emotion builds with the emotion, doesn't stick around too long because it's very difficult for our brain to be emotional for too long. And then we see a slow fade. So it's a very natural, like, let's say it's happiness, something happens. As you realize you're happy, slowly you go into happiness. It stays for a second, and then there's a slow fade as it naturally fades. With a fake event, what happens is in our brain we go, because first it's a thought. It's not an actual emotion, it's a thought first. So we go, oh my God, this is supposed to make me happy. What would happiness look like? Quick, do happiness. So we flash it.
Yeah.
Now we hold it long enough to make sure everyone saw it, and then it quickly disappears because we're not good at faking slow fades. So it looks like this. Event, bam, a little too long, and then quickly goes away. So let's say somebody gives you some good news, and you're actually like a coworker got a raise that or in a position you wanted. And in your head you go, wait, so your actual response isn't happiness. It's something else. But in your head you go, quick, you got to look happy. That's great. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm so happy for you. That's great. Yeah. Fade. So here we're seeing that chin activity, and we're seeing what's supposed to look like sadness, but it's in little quick bursts. We're not seeing, if that made her sad, because she's listening to this recording, she's trying to come up as sad, we would see this sort of slow fade into whatever, I don't know how to do it, slow into sadness, and then slow out. But she's got these little bursts. Then right at the end, we see two things at the same time. The first one is that lip compression. I think we all saw it. And
Yeah.
lip compression is one of the things, like, body language is open to interpretation a lot, but lip compression is something that first science shows that this is what it is, but also almost every body language guy is going to corroborate this, withheld opinion. If I'm trying to hold something in, disagreement and withheld opinion. So you say something I'm not sure about, you might see I don't know, I don't want to say something. So
Like
when
a look
she
like this,
heard
maybe?
herself,
Like the look I have right now? Like that
yeah, a
kind
little
of
bit, but
yeah, because what you're
How
saying
Kurt
doesn't
looks.
sound right to me at all. Because I
Perpetually
mean,
etched
there's
on your
lots of
face,
times
Kurt.
where
That
I've
doesn't
had
count.
an emotion and it's been very sudden. Like, I can be prodded to anger in a very split second. I can be prodded to happiness
This is
or
true.
joy or rage or
Yeah.
envy or anything
Yeah,
else.
but-
I
but-
don't.
But it doesn't.
It'll
It
re-
doesn't. You're not instantly at rage. Your face.
I don't know, man. I can get pretty ragey pretty fast.
No, I'm telling you.
I'm ragey as
it's
we
developing
speak.
your brain.
I've
Spidey's right
I've
here.
seen you ragey, and it's an incline. I've seen
Yeah,
it.
No one's ever
Yeah,
seen me rage because I keep my emotions in
Listening
check.
like listening to some
That's what I
Supreme
say about
Court
you, Joe.
oral argument audio. I've seen
And
it.
when I lose my shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Well, no,
Kurt,
because it's
what hap-
mostly
Kurt-
because like I can't believe I just heard what I just heard because
Sure, sure.
surely no one is this dumb, and it's mostly disbelief before I fully comprehend that that just happened.
I feel targeted by this. So Kurt,
Yeah.
what's happening is what happens is in your head, in the way you perceive it yourself, you might think to yourself like, oh, that pisses me off and now I'm pissed. But that realization you may not realize is developing in your head as that anger is coming on. So to you, it might look like it popped in, but to someone watching, we would see a slower sort of, and then that rage, and then a slower fade. Generally speaking, of course you can't generalize, but generally speaking, especially with sadness, because you slowly get emotional and then it slowly goes away. So yeah, there could be exceptions, but that's typically something I look for. So those little bursts are way off. They're also not in sync with what part of the recording should be making her sad. So to me, it just looked all off. Then the lip compression right at the end, I think is her going like, yeah, that's not a good look. I should not have said that, which is pretty consistent with lip compression. As she looks up, and I think because she's looking up where that is, I think she's looking at the judge because she's looking a little more to the right of where, well, actually she wouldn't look at Johnny. He's not the one talking. I think she's looking at the judge that's a confirmation glance to be like, oh man, that didn't look good. And like, she's looking up to be like, I want to see what the judge thought of that, just to get an opinion with that confirmation glance. That's what I think is happening. It's also what we see in like a classroom when a kid's in trouble, they look up at the teacher to see like, how bad is this? How much trouble am I in? I think looking to that authority figure is that confirmation glance we're seeing. So that's what I think is going on there. Yeah.
Interesting. Now, so Maria Raya here says, what about her reaction to the diagnoses? I know you weren't here during the expert testimony today, the forensic psychologist. But when you do have a chance, I recommend you look at that and look at her reactions during that. That will be a fascinating video to watch.
When was that? It's when the blonde woman was talking?
Yes.
It's
yes,
right
the beautiful
before
blonde woman
lunch.
today.
It's right before the lunch break.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there'll be a big pause that I'm going before that?
Yeah. She says the two diagnoses maybe 10 minutes before lunch is called.
Yeah.
Let me go see if I can find it right now. If anybody has a timestamp in the comments, that'd be awesome.
It's about. I would estimate it's roughly around like 3.5 hours into. It was around 12:30, so it was probably what you started. You started at 10 o'clock.
I start at 9:30 is when my stream starts, but
Yeah,
the testimony starts at 10.
Okay, yeah. So I would say you want to look in this video to basically around 2 hours and 45 minutes in or so.
Great, I'll be right back.
See you, Spidey.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, Spidey, you gotta get I gotta get your contact. I don't know. Lita's.
Do you Instagram? Do you Instagram?
No.
I don't
Twitter.
No, I don't
Twitter.
Do I need to be a go-between between you guys?
Yeah.
You need to be a go-between between me and Spidey at this point.
Oh my god.
Why?
Because I just don't agree with you. I don't think what you're saying is true.
Oh, he's totally
I don't know what to tell you.
I'll come back with the research on the next stream.
Okay.
Ooh, there you go. Better,
Look at that, that
better,
was a slow fade.
even better disagreements and conversation and stuff. This is great.
See, Kurt, what it is when you're starting to build up towards that emotion, you don't realize it in your own face. So that's why to you it feels like it's like sudden, instant rage, but you don't realize that as your brain is digesting it, your face is starting to express it until it flourishes and blooms to the full beauty of anger, sadness, or happiness. So
Joe has been impacted by Johnny Depp's vernacular.
I was going to say, I thought Joe was doing some performative art here to see if he can get Kurt to explode and we can analyze it on the fly.
you know what? That's what I should do. I should try poking, and then we'll see. Then we'll play back the video of him getting annoyed at me.
Yeah, no, but that'll be very interesting to see see her reaction to the diagnosis and what you can pick out from that.
I think overall, these last 2 days, this week, I think today was very, very strong for Johnny Depp.
I agree.
I mean, disregarding the first kind of practice witness, the
house manager,
she just didn't do much of anything.
Tower
We
of
got
Roberts.
introduced to baby lawyer, who was immediately relegated to the gallery after she did her questions. It's life of a young associate. But after that, psychologist, very, very strong. And then, honestly, even if it's boring, that the deposition was very, very strong. So it's second big day in a row for him.
I want to talk about this psychologist and our takeaway. I mean, I do think that this psychologist, this expert, did what you're looking for from your expert, which is in a way what she's tying together so much of what we've heard over the last 2.5 weeks. And this was the beauty of it. When she's describing her as being personality 3/6 and basically saying that she has this terrible fear of abandonment, which we see the constant clawing. We've heard so much about her clawing and audios of her saying, "You can't leave me. We're in a fight. You can't leave. You have to stay here with me." And that she wears the person down until they're exhausted and are looking to flee away. It's a really good representation of everything that we've been seeing, plus the histrionics and the dramatics and going from being very excited to being very angry. We've seen that over and over again. There was so much that was tied together. But I wanted to ask, and I thought it was an excellent direct. I also thought that we don't, if you never tried doing it, you can't appreciate as an attorney how much different it is trying to get information, trying to do a direct testimony of an expert witness. This is a very underrated skill which many litigators never fully master, because you're talking to someone who has a wealth of information, technical information, complicated information that you need to have properly dumbed down so that the simplest member of your jury can understand it and walk out and take and grasp what you want from this whole thing. And that is really, it's very important for the lawyer to set up the expert with questions that are going to elicit that in a simple form. And when the expert invariably uses terminology that is confusing, like malingering, like different, intimate, IPVs.
IPV, right?
Yeah. And just explaining that and understanding that, hey, I know what this is because I'm familiar with this, but this is something the jury doesn't understand. And she's talking over that unless I slow her down and get her to explain it. All of these are skills that require practice and expertise and he was a very seasoned attorney. I was very impressed with his direct. The cross was what was really interesting to me, because she was very aggressive, very fast, short questions, boom, boom, boom. And as I anticipated, she was attacking her personally, professionally, and her findings, saying you have this personal relationship with, you went for drinks and dinner with Johnny Depp, as if it was like some romantic interlude they had, when in reality it's 7 of them and Johnny Depp is one of them. It's in his house, but it's in his house. It's in his house. I thought that was a little disingenuous. But she's also attacking her level of expertise, and which is what we sort of anticipated. And I thought she had a tough road to hoe. And I think a lot of the conversation that she had probably went over the jury's head, because she did not dumb it down. She's having conversations about PTSMs and CAPMs and this finding and this.
Cluster Bs or whatever.
Yeah, cluster Bs. We don't know what the hell you're even talking about, but she's like just sort of screaming at, you don't know about this and you don't know about that and whatever. And all the jury and even me are basically feeling is like, okay, mommy and mommy are fighting with each other. They definitely don't like each other. It seems like this one won a little bit on that, on this one won a little bit on that one. I think she kept it confusing specifically because she wanted to have her tone create a win, even if the facts didn't give her a win. So I sort of actually felt that she did as good a job as possible in cauterizing the wound, that there was a gashing wound from what happened on direct and how everything was tied together for Johnny. I thought she did as best possible in cauterizing it, but that this was still a positive for Johnny Depp. So anyway, I've been rambling. That was my takeaway, and I was curious if you guys saw anything different from that, from what I took from it.
Well, I don't like her tone, right? So I start out there. So
disliking her.
When I see mommy and mommy fighting, as you so aptly described, because I said that they did appear to just be diametrically opposed, I do wonder, because at that point in time where I can't tell, I don't have the expertise, I don't have the background, the psychologist seemed to be better in control of both her demeanor and her expertise, while Elaine seemed to be thrashing about a little bit, and I evaluated as such.
Right. Okay. All right. No, that's a fair take. That's a fair take. But yeah, it was,
no,
it was a good day all around.
I agree with Rick that it was her tone was very much a put off in this, and on the other side of the table you had the expert witness that was at times she gave some answers that were a little bit snarky, but it seemed like they were appropriately snarky because
Composed,
she was just responding
very composed.
She was responding within the bounds of the snark that was coming at her. So she was kind of she was putting enough back to push back that showed you can't just roll over me, but not so much to say I'm going to be a total B in front of this jury.
That's a great point, Alita, because you have two women, and women are often quickly perceived when they get hostile as being a bitch, basically. And she, I don't think she ever came. I think the witness never came across that way, even if the attorney sometimes did.
No.
So
yeah, she had an almost eye roll that was probably deserved based on one of the questions that you could see. And I do think she was a little cagey with the Johnny Depp dinner. You know, we didn't have drinks. We didn't have drinks, but drinks were served. Okay.
Yeah, like really.
Yeah.
Kurt, are you a Scotsman? This person says that Scotsman emote quickly. That's funny. So anyhow,
I mean,
let's
Scottish
get some...
is half my heritage.
I do.
Well, there you go.
Right.
Okay,
Me
Nate, go ahead.
O'Reilly.
Me too.
In fact, I'm a little bit more than that, to be honest.
One thing, though,
according to genetics.
One thing. Since the end of one thing I want to ask, as of the end of the day, how are you guys feeling about who's winning the trial? What do you guys think?
Feel pretty strong about Johnny Depp.
Yeah,
89%.
Pretty strong. Yeah. It's well in the 80s for me.
Well, on the understanding that Amber Heard hasn't presented her case yet, or her formal defense.
That's why it's not 100.
That's what I was asking now, because if you're kind of still iffy at this point, it's kind of like that he's losing, right? But if you're like 80%, then he's a strong case.
2 strong days from him, I think. Really, to me, honestly, in terms of my psychology, and again, I haven't seen any of this before. The audio at the end of Redirect yesterday really put me in a different direction for what this was as a relationship and who Amber Heard is. So I can't say anybody else has that same feeling, but it was very, very effective to me. And it also informed then going into the psychologist and then, hearing the officer's testimony about not seeing anything at all. That's all part of a story now with Amber Heard, saying I needed to protect my credibility. You forced me to file these things. Go tell people, see who believes you. All that stuff is like, wow.
Damning.
And actually, that was yesterday. Was Monday. Thursday was also. Thursday was all cross-examination. It was all kind of meh, but Wednesday was a fantastic day for Johnny Depp too, because that was his direct examination when we were just like,
Yeah, his main
everything.
story, right?
They laid so much context for all of those clips, for all of the text messages, for his way of speaking, for his way of humor, for all of his experiences, and it just they did a fantastic job of pulling out everything that they needed to pull out, and to lay a foundation for his cross-examination so that they could go back and rehabilitate on redirect. So even though he was rattled at the end of his cross-examination, particularly yesterday's portion, in my opinion, that continued through the redirect, there still was enough there that he was able to get through it, and they were able to get that crucial audio clip in there so that they could get that. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hoping he was going to close out with, "Today is the day you're going to recognize the truth of Captain Jack Sparrow."
Today is the day you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow.
Today is the day.
I've been talking for too long.
I got to disagree with you guys on the point about the cross-examiner today and her style. Only reason why I'm skeptical of that is because this is someone who's used to practicing in this court system, as we heard yesterday. These lawyers, so I don't know if Joe knows this, but Joe, all the counsel for Amber are local counsel. Those are people who practice actually in that court. And Johnny's counsel is foreign counsel. So with that, her style may be off to us, because I've been in times in courts where the style was like, oh, some people like that, and they do, right? That person's practiced it for all those years. So I don't know how to judge it.
Great point.
From someone who works in that, because they have to know that this is the style that I'm using, and it's got to be successful because this person is practicing there all this time and it's got this high $1 million case. I don't think that's just somebody you pull out the air if you know you got a Fairfax, Virginia case. So even
all
though
I can do is
it's brash to us, it just may not be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it may be brash to us, but somebody who's living in that community, it may not be as crazy.
Sure.
Great point. Great point. And changes from one jurisdiction to another can be so pivotal in what's a proper approach and style. That was in an advanced trial. I remember I harken back to my Fordham days in advanced trial advocacy, and they basically were like, if you're trying a case down in the Midwest and you come out in some fancy New York suit, you're an idiot, because you're going to alienate the jury. You need to understand how the jury thinks, and you want them to be you want to be relatable to them. And that applies not just to how you dress, but also even your questioning style. So I agree with you that is an home field advantage for local counsel. And I actually said about her, I'm not as down about what she did. I thought she did as good a job as she could in cauterizing the wound and sort of poking, here and there with respect. I don't think she had the facts really on her side, because I think that this diagnosis was so pinpoint in the
damning.
It was so damning based on the last 2 weeks of testimony. But I'm sort of trying to assess, if I was in that position, if I'm her attorney, how would I try and stop the bleeding? Because there's blood everywhere, and it's Amber's blood. And how do I stop that bleeding? And that's what I would be trying to figure out. Like, how do I cross this woman to try and make this less damning?
Joe, I don't think
I think they did.
Speaking of local counsel, Rob just joined.
Rob
is a Fairfax litigator. He can help us answer this question about his impressions of Elaine and her cross-examination style, to see if maybe that would be maybe helpful or appealing to a particular jury.
Yeah,
So.
I'm driving home, and so I can't throw the camera on, but I'm driving home. I'm hearing Nate say the exact same thing that I've been thinking all afternoon. So I've had the stream on 2x speed, and let me tell you, listening to Ms. Bretterhoff on 2x speed is
great
an experience in itself. But listening to her cross, she's effective, and don't discount that.
Okay.
Because 3 or 4 attorneys that I practiced against in Fairfax County, there are 3 or 4 that come to mind who, quite honestly, rub you the wrong way every single time. You walk out of there and they do the hair-raising statements, and it's like they're just skirting that line of, is what she is saying, I mean, I don't mean to say it's not ethical, but it's, have they stepped so far over the line that you can now really get outraged and call them out? And she's in that category. She just skirts that line between the righteous indignation, the anger, and the frustration so closely that it's really hard for an attorney to call her on her BS. But if you think about this from one of the jurors, if Johnny needs a unanimous verdict to win, right? And if one of those jurors is already kind of skeptical on Johnny's side after hearing all this evidence and is thinking that Amber is, I believe Amber, right? That juror just heard this witness say something that all of you guys reacted. It was pretty outrageous. I mean, the statements of, well, she's a liar because this is her diagnosis. So then Elaine gets up and immediately starts firing just shots across the bow. Boom, 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 boom. Which, if that juror is at all siding with Amber, it kind of fuels the fire that she's got in her chest to kind of dig her heels in that position. And all it takes is one to basically destroy Johnny's case. And like I said, you don't know how that's playing in the courtroom.
Well, one thing I did want to point to, because I know that we're saying Johnny won today, but one thing does give me pause is that Amber's team effectively, and I'm going to say very effectively, expanded the abuse for definition, the abuse definition, to verbal abuse, physical abuse. Matter of fact, they even gave an example of, hey, if I what did she say? If I say that you're cheating on me, that's, you know, without any evidence,
Infidelity.
If you know, threats of, not threat, well, you know,
unfounded accusations,
unfounded accusations of is also abuse. Now, with abuse being so stretched out like that,
in closing, they can
now
say
you're
your own
talking
guy.
about the statements that we're here saying a defamation is that the statements that we have for a defamation are, I was an abuse survivor, you know, I'm an abuse, you know, I'm a survivor of domestic abuse, or a voice for domestic abuse. Well, if saying that my spouse could be sleeping with someone else, or infidelity, Johnny's done that many times. And, you know, we can count the ways. Who was it? Billy Bob Thornton, James Franco, all these other people. That was a bomb to me, because it was like, well, if that's true, and if their expert considers that to be abuse, what is Johnny suing for?
Well, but Nate, let me push back one part on that, because I pulled the demur argument and the opinion that came back. The actual statement isn't abuse. The statement itself is sexual violence. And it's really right in there. Sexual violence. I became the voice of, or I survived sexual violence.
Yeah, so Rob, that's the headline. The opening statements have suggested they're going to say Amber Heard didn't write it.
Yeah, they were saying that there's three statements. There was the headline, and the two other statements was from abuse.
The headline
was
not
headline.
One of
The headline they were saying she didn't write. It was the other
Right.
two that they were like was from the body of the work.
Right.
And
You don't have
those
sexual
two list
violence in
abuse.
those. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's only in the
Rob,
title.
Rob, so do you agree with my assessment that it's possible she did a fairly effective job in cauterizing the wound that Dr. Curry made?
Yeah.
I don't know how far she went to do that. I think that if you look, you have to expect her to come out and throw shots across the bow when the witness said something that damaging. I don't know if it was effective as cauterizing the wound, but what I think the other thing that was important that Dr. Curry said, which is something I face in a lot of cases that I think is going to come up in Amber's case in chief, is this notion that a treating psychotherapist and a treating psychologist does not have the capacity to give you an assessment of whether something did or did not happen. They cannot do that, because it is completely contrary to the ethical boundaries of that treatment.
It's totally unethical.
And
Yep.
It's something that we face in domestic relations litigation all the time. You have a kid's therapist that gets up and says, I think this is caused by dad, or I think it's caused by mom. And you have to go back to, well, where's the information coming from, and why is the therapist making this conclusion? And for a therapist to make a conclusion like that, I think, what was it? Elaine was talking about Amber's treating therapist is going to get up and say that he knew that Johnny caused these things. Well, that would imply that he would have to do some form of outside investigation, which fundamentally undermines the therapeutic process. So I think that Johnny's counsel really needs to hammer that specific point, that it essentially is a complete and willful violation of your ethical responsibilities to stand up in court and provide information as if it's the conclusion of an investigation you've conducted.
But why wouldn't you bring that up in a motion to eliminate, though, right? He's going to testify to this in his report, and obviously this violates the ethical standards, so he can't testify to this. This is outside the scope of his opinion.
I mean, from your lips to the judge's ears, because I've argued that a million times, and I can tell you that it happens where, and it's always the objection on the fly where I actually win it. If I try to convince a judge of it beforehand, the judge is just saying, well, let me hear what they're going to say.
Yeah.
Rob, can I pick your brain about Virginia rules of evidence on this topic that you just raised? Because I was very curious about the fact that Elaine kept bringing up this whole issue as far as what these different doctors were saying and what they had said in deposition. And I know in one jurisdiction it'll vary to another whether or not that's considered hearsay, since it's still we lost him.
Oh, no. It must have been his
we answered
connection.
that earlier, though. The reason why that was happening is that
Okay.
they were not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. They were offering it to the expert to derive how she came to her medical conclusion. So
At the
remember,
same-
she was. So
but the
remember
whole
when she
thing-
was saying, hold on,
Yeah.
but remember when she was saying, I looked at everything, and then I came to these conclusions based on this evidence. So
Mhm.
as for the cross-examiner was like, okay, so since you looked at everything, you were at the depositions, when you heard this, that didn't inform you of a different conclusion. So she's allowed to do that because she's not offering it for the truth. She's offering it to test the validity of what this therapist, of the conclusion that the therapist came to.
At the same time, you make the objection and try and get it out, not just let her testify
did.
that, hey, these
They
doctors
made it twice. They made it
Well-
twice, and that's and the judge. No, it's not hearsay because they're not offering it for the truth.
I didn't hear the judge flesh it out quite as well
She
as
didn't
you're,
flush
as you're
it out.
fleshing it
She
out.
didn't flush it out. She said objection hearsay, denied. Objection hearsay, denied. But it's obvious because they weren't offering it for the truth. It was technically hearsay. She's saying this person said this, right? And definitely not a court statement.
And let's
but it
face
just wasn't
it,
offered for the truth.
The reality is it was offered so that the jury would believe these other people. That's why she's asking the question. I mean, you can try and play rules with the games of evidence.
You asked for the
and
rules of
games.
evidence. What are you about playing
No, I'm
games?
saying
You
you can
asked
play
for the
games.
rule. I gave you
No,
the
I'm saying you can
rules.
play games
Game.
with the rules. Here's my point. You can play games with the rules of evidence and try and label it as this is why I'm asking the question. But the reality is she's not caring about the answer. She really wants the jury to hear her
She's testifying there.
Elaine herself testifying that these are what these doctors said, and not be refuted that is in fact what they said, and then get her and under those auspices, now based on that umbrella, I'm asking this question, and she's gonna come. I know she's gonna come back and say, no, that doesn't change anything about my perspective. But the only reason we attorneys all know that the only reason she's asking those questions is so that she's testifying to the jury, saying to them, 3 doctors.
But do you think that should be barred? I mean, do you think that should be prohibited? Because yes, that's what she's doing.
What? No,
Yes.
because I think that it's stretching her. I think it's stretching the rules of evidence to say that. Well, this is an exception because this form of opinion. We know. We all know what you're doing. We all know what you're doing. We all know why this should be excluded as hearsay. Because if you want these people up here to testify to that, well, let them get on the damn stand and testify. But if they're not here, so why are we going to say it's, she looked at everything here. Why are we going to hear direct statements about what they felt that, she was definitely abused?
It's just like
she
you
dragged
know
in
the-
almost all those
the
people in her
yeah,
direct.
but the classic example is the law. What is it? The law-abiding citizen. I had a case like that with the ticket scalper. This guy had like 100 ticket scalping convictions. Right. His mom gets on the stand. He's a good boy. I mean, he's a law-abiding citizen. Before I couldn't ask him about the other 100, right? Because that's propensity. Now I can bring it in because I can. And now I'm testing the veracity of her statement that he's law-abiding. This is the same thing that's happening here. The statements were brought in not for the truth, but to test the veracity of her opinion. Her opinion is this. How can you come to the opinion with this evidence? But I also think both sides are doing it. It's not only limited to their side. The Johnny Depp's side brought in a lot of crazy hearsay under this, we're not bringing in for the truth. For instance, the slap of the other woman, the violence in her previous domestic violence relationship, all that was hearsay, but it was brought in because it was allowed to be brought in because it was under the, hey, we're going to bring this in to show why this doctor is giving this opinion and not for the truth. But everybody walking out that courtroom today believes that Amber hit her former spouse, right? That's a fact now of reality, even though it's not supposed to be a fact. It is.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still think
Let
it's,
me-
I
let
still
me-
think it's stretching at rules of ethics.
Let me get
I
some.
really-
Let me get some super chats because I have a lot to catch up on here. So this person is, I tried reading this earlier. Zing Seal CMST says, I get the objections to the questions, even if I don't always agree. What's with the objection to the witness's answer, i.e. I was concerned? The issue is this is a lay witness, and what they're getting at is their opinion. If they're concerned about something, oftentimes that can get into opinion testimony, which they would have to be an expert in order to testify to that. Loud266 says, have you ever, as an attorney, realized during the case that your client is probably guilty? Well, I haven't done criminal law, but I have. Yeah, of course. You find out from evidence halfway through that you realize, oh shoot, this person has done some things that they did not disclose to me, and we either need to settle this very quickly or figure out how to withdraw.
Yeah, but I always say it's not my job is not to judge my client; it's to defend my client.
Yes.
Right. So.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, are
Alrighty.
you? I thought you, if you were gonna get any closer to me, I was gonna have to put my mask on like that
Sorry,
officer.
buddy.
Like,
That was a deep
Officer
dive because
Saenz.
I was trying to go back, and it's so hard to navigate the live and try to go back, but I found a really good moment here.
Sure.
I
got to
also
show you how to
have
use
some.
you know how to use the transcript feature.
No.
All right, so if you can click on this and pull up the transcript of everything they've said, and then search for the terms or whatever that you want to look.
Looks like the
Well,
CC
I didn't
button
know what
is
I was
grayed
looking.
out.
I didn't know
Just
what I
like
was
the
looking
house
for.
transcript.
Where were you 10 minutes ago, Nate?
Yeah, I also didn't know what I
I'm
was
sorry, I
looking
thought
for.
you guys knew.
So here's the woman. I also have some great stuff for Kurt here. So this is the woman talking about the diagnosis. And she's listing things that people with BPD would do, and borderline personality disorder, and sort of talking about how they tend to be messy and saying this and that. And then we see a really great like sort of little burst from Amber. So we're gonna try to see. Can you guys see this video like with my mouse over it or no?
You're
Yes.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think
so let me get it from right there. I'll mute it because it's what we're seeing more than what we're hearing. So first of all, look at all that activity in the lips. She's chewing the inside. It's swishing around. She just did a compression. There we go again. Little smirk off the side. And this is really interesting. Where we see some more. There we go again. That little smirk. Blink
Actually,
rate, but that's normal.
Can you hit the expand button on it so we get the full screen?
Yes, of course. Let's go
There you
back
go,
just
there
a
you go.
touch without.
Yeah.
So notice the second it cuts to her, she's like chewing up the inside of her lip. It's moving around, little smirk, more activity. And this is really fascinating to see, and I'll tell you why in a sec. By the way, this woman speaks really confidently, and illustrators on point, goes back and forth from the jury to the audience. It's coming up right now, I think, or very soon. As soon as it cuts to Amber.
She's a professional witness, though. This is,
She is
it's just like
that.
cops and all that stuff. When you do so many trials, it's just like,
She
the
didn't
tricks
do
of
that
the
many
trade.
trials though. She hasn't done that many trials.
But she's the court
This is
appointed
her first
attorney in
civil
Hawaii, right?
trial. This is her
Yeah.
first civil trial, but she's,
Well, she's great.
ostensibly done some criminal work.
Mhm.
Okay, there it is. So watch. There we go. So
Oh,
chewing
yeah,
inside of the
you can see
lip.
that.
You saw that? Now
Yeah.
watch. We got the little. We're gonna see it again. The little smirk there.
Yeah.
That's
And
that's
then-
Spidey. If you want to go back frame by frame on YouTube, right next to the M, those two arrows will do it for you on
What
your
M?
keyboard. Right next to the M, those two arrows will give you frame by frame for on YouTube.
Even on a live, because it doesn't seem to be doing that. But anyways, that's fine. Watch
Oh.
there again, and then another chew, and now she grabs the jacket, closes the jacket with a, solid thrust there, and bam. So let's talk about that. Can we get rid of my thing now, or no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we don't need that. Okay, so this is something I saw in the deposition. This kind of thing with the like this, that kind of thing. We saw a lot of that in the deposition, but the reason I discarded during deposition is because during the deposition she was eating. And when you're eating, it's typical to have that kind of activity because there's the stuff in the mouth. So in the deposition, if you see my initial analysis, I said there's a lot of that stuff which usually would mean something, but in this case, she's eating. So again, it goes back to whenever we bark the inside of the lip, it's again disagreement, trying to hold back words. We're seeing a lot of that, a lot of those things. A couple of little smirks there slipping out, so a lot of that activity. The blink rate is very normal for her, that kind of flutter thing she does. She's also doing this thing that I've noticed she does quite often, even in interviews, where she kind of swings her eyes around with this like this mouth open and closes, almost an eye roll, but not quite. And I think that's her very sort of arrogant, elitist attitude, sort of like, I'm too important for this type thing. I don't know if that makes sense, but she does it a lot. And we see this a lot back when I used to do performances, like entertain close up. Every now and then I would see someone where like everyone else is like super into it. One person just sitting there like sort of like what else is exciting? So it's a dismissive sort of condescending attitude. So I think that's what that is. That sort of jacket closing, I think what's happening is at this moment, she keeps taking a lot of notes, right? When this woman is talking, I'd be curious to know what she's writing down. Is
A lot of people have
Like,
been asking that in the chat.
yeah, so
But
it's
it
look,
happens all the time.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
like
So
defendants get nervous and they write stuff down. I've seen
yeah,
it
so
happen many times.
so it's one of two things in her case. One is either her going, no, that's not true. I don't do that. You know, we need to bring this up that I'm not that. That's wrong. Discredit this woman. She doesn't know it. She doesn't know me. That's one. But I'm not seeing a ton of anger on her face. I'm also not seeing like this flash of like, oh, I'm gonna like, you know, that kind of thing. I think she's taking notes on her condition. She's like,
Well,
oh,
okay,
that's interesting.
To be fair, you have to understand this was not a surprise to her. She knew everything that this woman would testify about.
Right.
Yeah.
She's heard it all before. She's heard her say it all before, if not in depth, not just in deposition, but a designation, all this stuff. She knew what was coming today bore it happened, so nothing was shocking to her.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I'm not seeing shock. I'm not seeing surprise, but like, what are all these notes? Like, and she's firing up. She takes a lot of notes when people talk, but what is she like? I don't get how there's that much to write down in this case. So listen, I can't know.
You wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe.
Well,
brother.
sometimes you write down just to
defendant,
show that you're invested. Right? You don't want to react. You're trying to control your reaction. Because I read that what I saw is
you're right. I had a defendant write me almost a thesis in like a half hour. I was like, man, we just got here. You write everything down.
Yeah. So listen, I can't look. There's nothing in studying behavior analysis that's going to tell you what someone is writing down. Like there's no research on that. So let's stick to the behavior. I think there's a moment here where she feels exposed because of that sort of the way she just grabs that jacket and shuts it down. We usually look at blocking as a defensive mechanism when we put objects in front of us. You know, interrogators usually want to get anything between you and the suspect out of the way. So this sort of block, and it was sort of like, it wasn't like I'm cold. Like it was like, did you guys notice that sort of like brisk closing of the jacket? So
It was like straightening yourself out.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, which is half of like grooming, like, because, people are looking at me now, I feel exposed, but also I think there's a bit of blocking there. Someone in the comments says she's writing nothing. She just wants to seem invested. Okay.
Which
so
is
that's
also possible.
Yeah,
this is possible.
You
Yeah,
just be writing exactly
blah
what you
blah
hear.
blah 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 blah.
I mean,
look how busy
when
I
I
am.
want to look invested, you write exactly what you're hearing. You transcribe it just so
So-
that you're writing something down.
Yeah, what's going on
There
here?
you go. That's the first time I saw anyone make a book out of a legal pad. I
They
highly
do it.
recommend
Is that
it. It's
real?
the funniest
Is that
freaking
real?
book in the world.
Yeah,
In
they
there,
do
there's
it. I
like
don't know why
he's
they
like
do
drawing
it.
pictures of Judge Ito in a plane screaming bonsai. I mean, it's just like it is hilarious.
It's
What
like a
these
stress
witches-
release. That's why. For criminal
And you know
defense,
what?
it's like a
And you
stress
know
release.
what? They're both narcissists. So maybe she's writing her book. Maybe she's writing like her future book here.
I didn't do it, but if I did, here's how.
Do you think
Yeah,
OJ's,
I did it.
OJ's attorneys had that built into the contract?
The book?
No, that they would get his legal pad and they could market it?
That's genius.
That would be
Okay, let's
interesting.
really quickly talk about what Kurt and I were discussing earlier. I found where I learned what I said earlier. So David J. Lieberman, believe it or not, there's literally the word lie in his last name, but he's a PhD psychologist. He's one of the best-selling authors in the world on the subject of lie detection and emotions. So here's the thing, Kurt, what you said is, so from, if I look at what this is saying here, I found the exact chapter. I actually I downloaded the book. It's not wrong. What Kurt is saying is not incorrect. So I'll tell you guys word for word what he said about this through his research. One of the best researchers, or most prolific researchers on emotion. The timing of emotions is something that's difficult to fake. Watch closely and you probably won't be fooled. A response that's not genuine is not spontaneous. Therefore, there is a slight delay in the onset of false emotion. So as I was saying, the onset is delayed. False emotion. The duration of the emotion is also off. The response goes on longer than it should. So longer than it should. So delayed. Sorry, I'm supposed to be down here. Delayed like I said, and then it lasts longer than I said, and then it says the fade out. How the emotion ends is abrupt. So late, long, abrupt. But technically, that does not conflict with what Kurt said, to where it quickly shows up sometimes, like when he's angry. So I kept digging, and I found that a research in the University of Birmingham. So Kurt, look at this, man. Harmony, peace. Determined that anger is actually the fastest one to show up. So in genuine emotion, sadness is the slowest or much slower. And Kurt, to your point, anger is quicker, can quickly show up. So
interesting.
I guess some sort of middle ground.
I could see that being.
We'll declare a truce.
Kurt?
Kurt's not buying it. Kurt?
No.
He's angry. You won't like him when he's angry.
I mean, I don't want to unduly, I've said I don't want to unduly bring things down.
That's fine.
I think I'll just reserve my comments.
No, that's fine. Yeah. Let's see if it's slowly.
No, but I mean, to me, it kind of makes sense how anger can show up in a flash, and then sadness is a little bit slower to sort of swoop
All
in.
I'm saying, when I'm looking for it, basically I look for, like, from the moment that's going to get the person emotional, are we seeing a slow realization with the emotion, or are we seeing like this sudden emotion that's going to sort of stick around a little longer than it should, person looking around to see if they sold it, and then it goes away. Again, one of the basic things is truth tellers tells, liars sell, and we're just looking for, is this emotion just a display of emotion, or is this person trying to sell this emotion?
Let me ask you a question, Spidey. I assume that you're reasonably aware of the literature and studies that have been conducted that show that trained professionals are not much better, if at all better, in detecting lies than the general public, like FBI investigators and professionals who do this for a living. Their ability to detect whether or not someone is lying is fundamentally no better. I mean, are you aware of these studies?
Is that in lifetime or even video recorded?
This is sort of my problem. This is my problem, Spidey. I understand that you've researched this, and I get that, but I'm aware of this literature. And so what you're saying, what I hear you saying, and maybe it's not a fair characterization, but I'll tell you what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing you saying is like, well, I have all this experience and I'm able to see these things, and these things mean different things. And then I think back to that research and I'm like, well, that doesn't seem to be supported by a lot of this research, which shows what I just said. So I don't know the degree to which you can distinguish or not. I'm open.
Okay. So there's tons of research that shows things that people do more often when they lie, and I can find you a list. There's a resource online, Chase Hughes, which is one of the guys that I've studied with, who teaches lie detection, developed something that is used by agencies, and there's a list of research that I could give you. But where you're right is spotting all those things is not always obvious, and not everyone who lies does all those things. But there is the body language out there of people who lie are more stiff. There's more than 5-6 studies that corroborate that liars are more still than truth tellers. The problem is it's not always the case. So when we're doing interrogation, when we think there's a lie, that doesn't tell us, oh, that's a lie, we're going to arrest this person. It just gives us a clue as to we might need to look into this a little bit more. So yeah, I don't claim that I know when someone's lying. I just claim that I can tell that there are certain behaviors that happen more often in liars. So that's what I'm looking for. Can I guarantee you that I could tell when someone's lying? No. But do I read people and often see something that tells me I need to explore this path more? Yes, I do believe that.
Well, and I think something that you've mentioned before, which you haven't mentioned today, is that it sounds like a lot of that also depends on getting an understanding of somebody's baseline, right? Like that's why when you've been in these streams before, you were talking about the amount of time that you could watch Johnny Depp and Amber Heard and their overall, behaviors as they are sitting and listening to testimony. And that can be different. You can have certain, like, people can have different tics or different tendencies that are just part of their normal behavior, but that for someone else might be an indication that something is off.
Yeah.
I would hate to play poker with Spidey though. Spidey, we're not playing poker together.
I think I said it
I'll be
before,
sitting
but I
there
wanna
like
do this
having
every time he's
like
here.
Just no. Although Spidey, I do want an analysis of Alita hitting 100,000 views live on stream, 100,000 subscribers today.
Oh,
I think you can find some really good stuff in that particular portion of the video. And speaking of which, if you didn't know she did that, she's at 100,000 subscribers. Please do like and subscribe. You're here with us now in the great Kurt versus Spidey battle at the end of day 8, day 9. What day is it? I don't even know.
9.
So
yeah, we got like
please
another
do.
like 20 days left.
I mean, for whatever it's worth, the chat does seem well against me. They seem to support you, Spidey, and they seem to support the proposition that I'm being a downer, not engaging in fun. So
no, it's fine. Dude. Listen,
No.
Kurt.
No,
Kurt's not wrong. Kurt's not wrong.
Yeah,
I think that it's important to have that kind of analysis. I think Spidey has called me the cynical or critical in the past when he's been on the stream, because I look at it with the jaundiced eye of a seasoned lawyer as well, Kurt, and I think he's got a lot of interesting things to say. And I think intuitively we know that it feels a little bit different when you're lying, and that people probably react slightly differently when it's faked and things like that. I don't know how useful it is. I do find Spidey entertaining.
By the way,
Spidey has called me insightful,
disagree.
but never brilliant. So I understand what you're all talking about here with respect to feeling slighted. So.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my internet. Hold on. I need to shut some of these down. So sure. Kurt is... can you guys hear me? Kurt isn't wrong, by the way. There has been studies done on the read technique where it has demonstrated that trained professionals, when it comes to spotting exactly where the lie is with the read technique, that's the one I've seen. Not sure if that's what you're talking about, but read technique is the one that's the most used. That it's not much higher than the norm, and he's right about that. But again, there's studies that show liars do this more often, this more often, this more often. The problem isn't in liar psychology is different. It's in the ability of people to spot it. Similarly, though, there have been studies that if you switch the focus and instead of asking an interrogator, is this person lying? You ask them, does this person seem to need more time to come up with an answer? If they focused on that instead of the deception, their ability to spot deception skyrocketed a lot more than it would if they were focusing on trying to catch a lie. So if we shift our focus to try to see if the person's trying to, is taking more time and it seems like they're hesitant more, our lie detection skills become better than if we're trying to detect the lie, because most people don't really know what to do to actually detect that lie.
Well, I'm happy to reach detente for at least the moment. So we can move on to everything.
No, it's because I remember I've taken the course. I took the law enforcement course, the interview and interrogation. It's a week course where they teach you how to interrogate people. And one of the things, and that's one of the first things they tell you, you're not going to become a human lie detector. It's not going to happen. If you think you can point out when somebody's lying, it's not going to happen. But what you can do is understand things that would bring out or when people are trying to be deceptive, right? You don't know if they're lying, but you know if they're being deceptive. Like, for instance, when someone's telling a story, sometimes people will say, this happened exactly at 5:03, 5:08. And obviously no one remembers in those. So, then that tells you where to explore further. So that's generally how, again, when I was in law enforcement, it was all about rapport building. When you have someone, you want to build a rapport with them. So for instance, here in the Bronx, we had a lot of Yankee fans. So if you go somewhere and you see somebody's a big Yankee fan, I'm going into the in an interrogation room with a Yankee hat on or something and be like, hey, you saw the game last night? And maybe we'll start talking about the game and not even talk about what I'm being to talk about to build that rapport. And a lot of people get turned off sometimes with law enforcement. You'll hear the guy was there for 5 hours. Well, yeah, because a lot of times that person, you don't really get to what you're there for until you get that report. Sometimes it does take hours and hours and hours to get there. And a lot of the time the person there, and this is why we always tell you as lawyers to not speak to the police.
Don't talk.
Because what happens is and this happened to me a lot, especially when I was an investigator, is that people wanted to try to convince me that they were innocent. And in doing that, that's when I got all the evidence to show that they were guilty. And I don't know why people do that. But I will also say there have been times where I've gotten people to confess to things that they did not do. Right. And that was because they just wanted to get the hell out of there. And that's because they just wanted to get the hell out of there. You know? And so that's what I'm saying. It gets, But you just
Yeah.
don't know.
And
You
again,
just don't know.
I think we should put the topic to rest. I think we'll all be comfortable with that. But just one thing I want to say, and I don't know if someone wants to add something to this. Again, I can't stress this enough. Behavior analysis and lie detection is never the end all. It's never the answer.
Yeah.
It's never that guy's lying, lock him up. It's I'm seeing something here. I'm seeing a couple of signs that indicate, and we never say the person's lying. You watch all my videos. I've never, like, every now and then I get arrogant and I go, that's a lie. But it's high probability or high indications of deception. And all that tells us is, I think I need to ask a few more questions here. That's it. It's never like, that's a lie, lock this person up, Your Honor. It's just not the case.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think Kurt and I agree more than we disagree.
I think so.
But
Yeah, I'll back Kurt up. There's a reason we don't let in lie detectors often. I mean, hey,
of course,
all this stuff is probabilistic, right? So, I'm fully willing to back both of you up. I think it's interesting stuff, but it's not necessarily determinative. Absolutely.
Now we've got a couple super chat questions for Spidey here. Anna P wants to know, Spidey, what does it say about someone if they chew on the inside of their lip / bite nails when they are thinking about something?
Yeah, so focus often does cause fidgeting. So when we think, and again, this is really going to corroborate what Kurt was saying, right back to what he was saying here, because sometimes what could be deception could absolutely be something else. So fidgeting, chewing the inside of your mouth, even signs of anger, the eyebrows coming down like this is often a sign of focus. When we think about something, this is so again, unless you're seeing a whole bunch of indicators that come together, there's no reason to believe that that's deceptive. Some people, when they focus, fidget a lot. You might see them tapping with a pen like this on a table, fidgety motions like this. So it's just they're in deep thought. Fidgeting very much goes hand in hand with deep thought sometimes.
And then there's a question: how can you tell if an actor or actress is lying? I just want to be able to move, because I know that if I put these at the end, Spidey won't be here and people won't have their questions addressed.
Yeah, my internet is like failing me hard. So
yeah.
How do you know if an actor or an actress is lying? Okay, so method actors have the capacity to get into a role and sell an emotion, and they do it. Like if I watch a movie and I see them doing that, you're going to see that real emotion because they're channeling it. It's just not that easy of a process. So when they're in court, like especially you look at someone like Amber Heard, which I don't think anyone's throwing Oscars her way anytime soon. When she's talking, whether it's in the deposition or at any given point, unless she's really, getting into that character, and often you see many actors in their interviews channeling that personality, that character is not an easy process. Like they sit there in the makeup chair, really, really channeling it, getting into the mood. They have coaches and things. So it's not that easy to do, to get into that real emotional space. Plus you have what your eyes and ears are telling you around you, reality checks. You look up, you're in a courtroom. You're not on this medieval set with like this really like the set really helping you get that character. So it's not that easy to completely fabricate this character. Can they do it? Can it be done? I absolutely believe that it can be done. If Johnny Depp wanted to sit in front of me and lie to me, could he do it? I absolutely believe that he could do it. But it's not that easy to fake all the elements and expressions. And we could debate lie detection forever. We can't debate that certain emotions cause certain things on the face to happen. And these things are often hard to fake unless you're genuinely feeling that emotion. That's Paul Ekman, years of research, really hard to debate. So yeah, can actors fake things? I think to a certain degree they can. Can they fake the subtleties of real emotion that easily? I don't think that it's that easy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And A Guy says, Kurt, I don't know you, but get yourself a pint or two on me. Hope you have a good day, man. I'm gonna have to super chat you to get this over to you.
PayPal or Venmo will be fine.
Yeah.
Venmo.
You had champagne.
Civil law.
Didn't you have champagne earlier on Civil?
I do. I still have some left.
Yeah.
There you go. Hey, cheers.
It's been a fun day.
Champagne all around.
Yeah.
Drinks all around. Mega pints all around.
That's right. Where's all the rum gone?
Oh, Joe's the muffin man now. Joe, I like the muffin man.
I love it.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank
you are the muffin
Thank
man.
you. It was an honor. It was an honor of being, Mr.
Oh yes.
Mr. Crow or Mr. What's his
Curry.
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 Mr. Curry. Yeah.
Mr. Curry, the muffin man.
The muffin
Yeah.
man.
on Drury Lane.
I love it. I love it.
I want to ask. I want to ask you guys. Nate, your whole thing about spending 5 hours.
Okay. See you,
Oh,
Spidey.
Spidey, check
us.
private chat. Spidey, check private chat.
I will. You got it, buddy. Thank you so much.
Before you go. Later.
Okay. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much.
See ya.
What's up?
Yeah. So that, do you think that your whole interrogation technique would really explain why it is that there was 6 hours of deposition to cover a 15-minute bogus domestic violence call? Because that's how long Hines was deposed for. Officer Saenz was deposed. If you're watching the
was that
clock
whole thing
tracker,
6 hours?
It was 6. It went from like 12:30 until 6:45 at night. 12:30 after. I mean, there was lunch break in the middle, but I mean, she at the very last question. If you were listening to all the way to the end, which I know you all were, the very last question was, "So how long were you there on this call?" 15 minutes. 15 minutes on a bogus call. No signs of domestic violence, no cuts, no nothing. Everything is just crying, and they spent over 6 hours. And then when they're condensing it, their condensed version is 2 hours of the same questions being asked by plaintiff as defense.
That's all they could agree to.
Biller's got a bill, baby.
Biller's got a bill. That's exactly it. I love saying that. Biller's got a bill.
So awful.
Let's turn this 15 minutes into 6 hours worth of billable time.
Let's just make sure that we have really gone through every side of this testimony. Just for clarity and for completeness.
Honestly, given Amber Heard's track record, there's a really good reason for that 6 hour depo. Because if you leave her, or really anybody if they are in fact a false accuser, if you leave them even a single minute, they'll find a way to say, "Oh, that's when it happened." So,
and Rob, in a lot of your DV cases, are you hearing a lot of similarities in the Johnny Depp case to some of your DV cases? The ones in the past, obviously.
Yeah, it's really surprising to me, and honestly, I turned my law partner onto this today, and she started watching the stream. And she came running in. She goes, "This is just like our cases." And I was like, "It is just like our cases, just a little bit more money and a little bit more crazy."
Crazy. I hope you don't have a ton with blood writing on the walls. I mean,
blood writing on the wall is a little new. Okay. The appendages, we get cuts. I don't know if we get.
What about the deuces on the bed?
Yeah.
So not deuces on the bed, but left elsewhere.
Oh my gosh.
A little grumpy.
Yeah. I've never called it a grumpy. I think I'm going to use that though, like in the closing argument. And that'll also tell me which judges have actually watched this trial, because if I see a reaction,
It sounds like an invigorating line of legal work.
Oh my gosh. McGuffin Doe says, "How can I get a Third Amendment case to the Supreme Court? Asking for a friend."
Good
You know
luck.
what? I'm going to show you how famous Legalbytes is getting. My editor just texted me, "Yo, I think I just saw you on the Legalbytes channel." I'm like, "Yeah, that's me." He's like, "Oh my god!"
You really made it down there.
I'm like,
"Can you introduce me to Legalbytes?"
Crazy.
Oh, Nate, you're muted. You're muted.
No, we were texting about something, and he was just like, "Yeah, I was looking at the Johnny Depp stuff, and I saw you on this channel." I'm like, "Saw me on this channel? What channel? Where'd you see me? Legalbytes?" I'm like,
I've only been frequenting that channel regularly over the last year plus. Oh, that's so funny. But any further responses to the Third Amendment question? I'm not sure if this is a joke question or like a real question.
Yeah, there hasn't been many Third Amendment cases. There's been maybe 2 or 3 in the last couple of years. There was one dealing with one of the 3-letter agencies, FBI or ATF or something, wanted to seize somebody's house for the purpose of conducting surveillance. They tried a Third Amendment claim on that. Sure. And there's been like 1 or 2 like that, but not a lot of Third Amendment law, so good luck.
Quartering strangers.
I was going to say, this is quartering, right?
Yeah, that's quartering. That'd be the quartering one, yes.
Right.
Yes. Shannon says, "Thanks. HIPAA in custody trial. X changed mind, had waived HIPAA rights. Evidence of child dangers then not allowed. You can change HIPAA stance in court." I'm not sure if this is
waived.
She thinks they waived HIPAA rights because they let that testimony in, but it wasn't. It was because go ahead. I'm sorry, Lee.
No. Go ahead, Nate. Nate, you're on a roll.
Oh no! You're about to say it.
No. Go ahead. You do. I've been talking a lot today.
The reason why it's not a HIPAA issue is because she put the issue in front of the court is whether Johnny Depp caused Amber Heard's PTSD, and the only way they can do that is by having her medical records.
That's exactly it. She put it in issue, so she waives the issue.
Yeah, yeah. And the other part of that too is that this is somebody who was analyzing her for the purposes of litigation too. So this was not somebody that was treating her beforehand, where there was, you have issues of should we try to encourage candor among these individuals in seeking treatment and whatnot. This is somebody that was hired specifically for this lawsuit, for this trial.
But did you guys notice how she shaded Amber's doctors at the end, when she was like, the reason why you can't do it if you're treating them because it's unethical, and then she started going into, if you're treating them, you got to believe everything they said. And how does she know? And then she would do some shade about them saying stuff about Johnny, like, how would they know because it's not unethical? So it's like this witness did everything for them. She tied everything up. She threw shade at their doctors, and she went off like a champ, like, they paid me right.
Yeah.
That's why I thought redirect was so short, because I thought she won. We're done.
Yeah. Fishface123ism says, I would be eager to see how many people stop watching this horrible, huffy amica attorney. I can't. I figure it's time I never get back. I don't know, but as Rob said, maybe people in Virginia are seeing her as a bit more effective than what we're seeing. That's entirely possible.
I don't know if I would limit that to. I wouldn't limit that to Virginia. I would say people in a courtroom. I mean, we're pretty far removed from being the lay people that are there sitting there hearing this stuff.
Sure.
So
that's true. And maybe they would take it as this is somebody who is advocating for her client, so she gets some room to be that kind of zealous advocate who's fire and brimstone for her client. People might see that otherwise is, for us, maybe watching is a turnoff. Rustin Feddick says, do you think she's blustered because of makeup situation? No, I don't know. I don't think so. I think that she was reacting because of what she was seeing with the objections and things like that in the moment, because she started off pretty strong, I thought. Megan Martin says, can you define some of the objections? Compound. Yeah. So we went through these earlier, but compound basically means when you have a compound sentence, right? You say, you walked down the street and you walked your dog. You want to say you walked down the street. Yes. You walked your dog. Yes. Because otherwise, it can just be messy for the record if somebody is agreeing to something and they may be kind of agreeing, kind of not. So Kim Askins says, is it the baby lawyer, the one in charge today, and everyone else has to stay quiet and not allowed to interject/object? So in some courts, in some jurisdictions, we have seen trials that were also publicized where, you had one attorney that was objecting, another attorney that was then doing direct or cross-examination. Sometimes that happens, but here it appears that the attorney that is asking questions for that side of that witness is also doing the objections when they're essentially on defense. So that was and it goes by the witness. So, when you have the next witness up, you can have another attorney that is asking questions and objecting.
Is the compound question rule, is it two questions in one, or is it two facts in one question? I always get confused. I know it's two questions within one question, but I'm not sure if it's
I don't really see
asking
much
about
of a
two
distinction
facts.
between the two.
No.
Yeah, it requires two assumptions, right? So
I think so. Yeah. Leslie Steyer says, is Amber's team just trying to muddy the waters for the jury so much that they can't wade through any of it? It being all of the evidence. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if it's muddy enough, maybe that's an advantage to Amber.
Yeah,
what do you guys think?
On that one, I missed a little bit of the cross, but it does seem like they submitted so much evidence in the beginning, and then they sometimes can't even sort through all of their evidence as well. So I think it could be a possible strategy.
Muddy middle goes to Amber.
Yeah, it could be.
but
Rick,
the
you have
jury
something
can
to
make you-
share? I think
The
you
jury can
wanted to
penalize you
share
on that, right?
share a
Well,
screen.
so as we get to the end of the days here, I do find it amusing to watch headlines, right? And we've talked about the fact that the New York Post is apparently owned by the same company that owns The Sun, which obviously has a gripe with Johnny Depp. But just in terms of how the things that we're seeing all day are getting reported, right? We've got this head in the sand. Johnny Depp passed out in the sand, face first at private beach in front of kids. Testimony. They out of today, the headline.
This
from
is
the
what
Johnny
they picked
Depp,
out.
Yeah, this is what they picked out was the island manager's account of him falling out of a hammock. So it's just really interesting. I continue, and I cover this a lot on my channel, of how things go through the filters of media and what is presented to people. And I know I've told my story on this channel before, but I came to Law 2. I started commenting on any of this stuff because this is what I saw. You watched with us, probably, at least many of you, for 9 hours today, and this is what got pulled. And you know, that's its own story to me. Any event, thanks for letting me share, Lydia.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Also, congrats on the 100K. P.S. I liked Kurt's skepticism on the behavioral science. Let me just capture this one here and then continue on. Chastity Rodriguez says they've organized their cross as an interrogation. Jumping around the timeline is effective in psychologically fatiguing the subject. Yeah, but the problem is it also does that to the jury. And if you want them to be following and paying attention, you can also lose a jury that way. So for me, I don't like it. Maybe that's something that's been effective for these attorneys in the past, but I don't see it. I don't like it.
I think most importantly, it's harder for us to comment on. And isn't that really the most important thing here?
Absolutely. Peach Tea says, if by Elaine's logic, if you weren't there, you don't know. That throws a wrench in this believe all women narrative, because none of us were there, but we're told to believe women just because they're women. Yeah.
She started leaning on believe in the middle of the psychologist's testimony, because I was noting it. I had written down Me Too. That was very focused on, are you saying that her clinicians shouldn't believe her? Like there's a bunch of believe in the middle of that questioning, which I thought was really, really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Anna P says, didn't get to ask this yesterday, but how bad does it look for an attorney to object to their question? I think honestly, I mean, in the moment, it just looks kind of silly.
It is silly.
You just look silly, but you know, does it ruin your case? No, I don't think so. You just, yeah.
Didn't you say it starts to hum?
It can also humanize you to the jury.
That's true too. Very true. It may make you a bit more appealing to them if they're like, this is a person too. You know, you could also hear his voice kind of wavering a bit. So that could also be something that they would be like, I want to listen to this guy because he seems nervous.
Beings.
Yes,
yeah,
not a robot.
and yeah, no, he started shaking and getting a little off of his questions yesterday, and I thought that was fine. But certainly when he objects to himself, it is goofy.
It is a little bit, yeah. Eleanor Scott says, Alice Temperley commented on IG at the time of the photo shoot with photos saying Heard was makeup free. We'll try to get a hold of it.
Really?
I think yeah.
I didn't introduce that.
Yes.
They still got more to go, right? So it may be coming up.
Phelan Jones kisses Kurt on the cheek.
No.
Carl Magnus Blenheim says, how does the Goldwater rule apply in this case? I'm going to answer that in just a second because there are a few other super chats that ask the same thing. So give me a second. We'll answer. Yeah. Karen Burke says, Melissa D in the chat suggested that Elaine be used as the new Karen slur. I am all in for this for obvious reasons. Like, let's make this happen. LOL. Love to you all. Ash Inali says, it feels like Judge sustains more objections by the Heard team than Johnny's. Is this seem biased to you, or are they making better objections? I think that they are just better at making objections that are more appealing to this judge. Rob, tell us your thoughts on that, because we talked about that a little bit before.
Yeah, they're just being more effective. They get up, they state the objection rather assertively, and then the biggest problem that I think is that there's no articulated response. I mean, you have the opportunity to fight that objection, and you better have something when you're prepping your witness. You know when the objection's coming. You better have something in your back pocket to respond to it in a concise one sentence that gives that judge an indication that you are right, they are wrong. Please overrule and let me go on.
Yeah.
They are very weak in terms of their it's context.
And sometimes
Elaine is really weak on that.
Questions are repetitive anyway, so maybe the judge is just trying to speed it along as well.
Yeah, that's one of the impressions that I've gotten as well. Simply Simple says, question, is it possible that JD passed out on the beach due to a head injury or maybe dehydration? Why always assume alcohol or drug abuse? That's what Mike said earlier today. Yeah, he said it could have been because of laying out in the sun for too long.
I'll put that to the reasonable person test.
I was going to say Occam's razor. And by the way, Elaine didn't advance alcohol or drug abuse. She just said, hey, passed out, eh?
That was an example. That was an example of doing well to hit a question, get an answer, and don't go further. Let the jury kind of make up their mind about that. Absolutely. Dragon's Treasure says, "Oh no, I'm late. Go to the Dragon's Treasure and pick up some loose leaf anime themed tea. If you don't, Legalbytes is going to beat me and throw me in a tiny kettle. Please save the tea, man." I am not going to do that, obviously.
What an unusual
But do
relationship.
go to thedragonstreasure.com and you can use the code AmberTurd for 10% off. I do get a small commission, and you are also supporting a small tea company. Space Cake says, is Amber Heard's team wasting so much of their own time so that they have an excuse not to have Amber Heard on the stand for so long? I don't know.
No?
Here's a
I
question
don't
for
think
you.
so.
The deposition designation. How's the judge counting that time? Because the portions that are coming out, I mean, especially, what was it today? From what you guys are saying, a lot of that was Elaine helping Johnny's case.
Yeah.
I mean, who chose that? Does the judge base it on like who chooses the portion that gets?
That's what I would do, right? It's Johnny Depp putting it on, so yeah, count it against his time.
Yeah.
Not the full 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, the full 2 hours. Why not?
Yeah.
If he's putting the video in, if he's putting
But
the
he
entire
did,
video into
so
play, why not?
The attorney
This is
on
case in
Johnny
chief.
Depp's side today, though, did mark. He did say, this is their portion, this is our portion, this is their portion. So
I
I
for the
don't.
convenience of the jury, just to prevent any confusion, which I thought was very appropriate.
Yeah, it was much better than the first week.
Yeah, so I don't know if that was just for the jury or if it was also making it clear for the clerk who's keeping time. I don't know. I mean, a lot of those discussions are probably happening on Fridays when they're in their motions hearing to go through all of their other like evidentiary matters. So I'm not so sure. Barry Dvorak says, no way blonde shrink went to UCI, UCSB maybe. Hey. Referring to UC Irvine and UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara is known as more of a party school than UC Irvine. It's more of a nerd school. However, I have known many intelligent people who went to UC Santa Barbara, and I have known many partying people who went to UCI. So as someone from the Southern California area and who went to another UC school. Jay Watt says, Amber Heard's lawyers firm were review bombed. Email sent with screenshot. Let's not hurt people's incomes like Amber Heard. Lawyers are doing their jobs, even though their client is Amber Heard. They're being punished. Yes, seriously. This is a very good point. Cool. I'm really thankful for the super chat. I'm thankful for the email.
That's not cool.
I saw that come in. Someone in a couple super chats yesterday, and also on Twitter, I saw it said, posted the name of the firm and said, hey, go here and give them reviews. And I said, I wanted to make it very clear, and I want to make it clear again. I do not recommend, and I do not condone anyone going and review bombing. I don't care how you feel about how this case is going or anyone involved in it, any of the attorneys, anyone. Like, regardless of who you support in this case, review bombing a firm that is an actual business here is wrong, and I really don't support that.
100%. Preach.
Thank you. Anna P says, if I'm already bored of the Depp is a drunk and addict, I can't imagine the jury. Why are Amber Heard's team so focused on this? It proves nothing.
It proves that he may be, because it all work. I think sometimes people have to remember, when you think about domestic violence, you always think about the drunk, the high, all that stuff. It kind of all mixes together. And if they can, and they feel like if they can get you to believe that piece, they can get you to believe, that, hey, maybe when he was drunk, he was violent. So it's very important to what they're trying to put, the narrative they're trying to put.
Or his perception. That could be the other issue, is that if he was drunk and high all the time, what could he possibly remember accurately of what he did or didn't do? That's the other piece of it. But I understand the feeling of being like, okay, we get it. You've already gotten this in. Ansley Bashore says, what goes into picking expert witnesses? Well, you go through their CV, their curriculum vitae, you go through their experiences and whatnot, and you will maybe if you've worked with them in the past on other cases, or other attorneys that have worked with this expert witness on a particular issue, you might do that, kind of sort of go through your network that way. But you basically go through their credentials and then have a conversation with them and ask them, talk to them about your case, talk to them about, what they might kind of look at to analyze
Which way would you be inclined to think about this?
Sure.
Let's be honest within that interview as well. But no, it was interesting to see Vasquez, Ms. Vasquez, apparently already had a relationship with Dr. Curry. Dr. Curry.
Curry, yeah.
Dr. Curie is a different doctor.
Marie Curie.
yes. So yeah, you go find an expert that's going to talk to your side of the case.
Yes. And Britt Cormier, geez, Louise, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, was in the office all day. Sounds like I missed a lot of good testimony. LB, to continue your Black Sabbath education. Not Lomi is I me. For homework, you have to listen to either Master of Reality or Volume 4 albums tonight, and I expect a report tomorrow. Okay, I will do this. Thank you, because I did say yesterday in response, yes, I don't listen to Black Sabbath. I don't think that is off brand for me. If any of you have been watching me for a bit, I'm pretty basic. Okay, I like my pumpkin spice lattes and my chill music. But yes, okay, I will definitely be checking this out. Message to review bombers. Who raised you? Agreed. Completely agreed. Okay, let's see. Next one here. Ayush Gupta says, noob question. How do they remember exact date and times and references? Do they get questions beforehand and practice it before coming? If it's an expert witness, they can look at their stuff that they've analyzed before. They're able to go back and reference that. But otherwise, with lay witnesses, if I remember correctly, it's a no to go back and look at notes, or at least it makes your testimony a bit more suspect. So you should be going off of your memory from strictly your memory.
Well, you can get refresh prompting, right? We've seen that already.
Yeah.
No, I thought that was one of the more impressive aspects of the psychologist testimonies, when Elaine's quoting something at her and she's like, well, that's from the January 18th report. Yes. It's like, well, okay. All right, then. Good.
I mean, and she might have an incredible memory, right? Like Justice Amy Coney Barrett, when she was in her Senate hearings, was pulling up from memory her holdings and the reasonings for those holdings, just out of her head very, very efficiently. So some people just have a good memory of their professional content that they've created.
Well, the butler had a walkthrough. Like, I feel like I walked through it with him, from the description of the blood and everything else for 20 straight minutes yesterday. So sometimes it is.
Yeah. And Bree, you were going to say something.
Yeah, sometimes you have to say what you're going to be questioning them about. I don't know if that's how this court is, but I know in my courts, you have to say, this person will be testifying to this specific thing, but maybe don't necessarily go over everything with them. The general idea.
Yeah. And Mo says, did you notice how JD and his team all wore blue yesterday, and today Amber and Elaine show up in the same colors? I did notice that. I don't know. Is it reaching? Is it reaching if we say that is the theme? The theme is instead of wearing blue, she's got like team spirit on her team.
No, but I had a question on this one. I wonder if you guys spotted it earlier. They had a couple zoom in shots of Amber's head really up close. Was she wearing anchor earrings, like earrings that were shaped as a sea anchor?
Oh, I didn't see that.
All I saw was Frau Heard. That's all I saw. I was like, why are you wearing the Heidi hairstyle? It looks like she's like all primed and ready for a date with, like, I don't know, Goebbels.
I thought it was light side Princess Leia. I was
going to say she's no longer Darth Leia. She's just Leia today.
Okay.
She's showing a character arc across the 6 weeks of the trial.
There you go. Pelkovnik Bear says, is it ethical and legal for a psychologist to share information about their patient's illness in court? This is a very unique circumstance, right? Because she's placed it at issue. So where you have placed your mental or physical condition at issue in litigation, the other side is fully able to explore that to the extent that they need to prove or disprove whatever it is that you've put at issue. Yug Thakuri says, panel opinion, whose attorney is doing well?
I really like the guy who did direct on Dr. Curry today. I thought
did
that
well.
was very
It was a very good
professional.
direct.
Yes, I agree. Also, the attorney that did the objections yesterday for Johnny Depp was also very, very good. So yeah. Okay. Flying Goat Man says, didn't they rename borderline personality disorder to unstable personality disorder? I think that's what Nurse Liz said. I think. But I don't know that myself. She may have mentioned that earlier. Sammy James Jordan says symptoms, disturbed patterns of thinking or perception, cognitive distortions, or perceptual distortions. She is great on the stand, though. Got my attention, and she is pretty, which helps. I think. Yeah, it does help that she's a pretty individual. But she also was very engaging and broke things down in a pretty good way, helpful to understand, which is what you want in an expert witness. Katya Yu says, regarding the lawyer, I guess her testimony will show that there was no emotional abuse towards Amber Heard, and it's almost proven there was no physical violence.
I'm not so sure about the first part of that.
I think they're leaning on showing that. I mean, like that seems to be their goal.
Yeah, it seems like it. Okay. Linda Salpao says, panel needs to forget about BPD and Google histrionic PD. That is a bombshell for lying and manipulative propensity.
Yeah,
they didn't ask much about histrionic.
Yeah,
I mean,
They really
that
didn't.
wasn't the
which is
focus.
unfortunate.
Yeah. Emma Rain says, I feel sorry for her. Horrible to have personality disorders. Shouldn't be an excuse from ramifications of bad behavior, nor this defamation case. Loving your coverage. Thank you. Faith says, also consider people with personality disorders are inherently more vulnerable to abuse. They are less likely to be seen as believable as well. That is also a possibility. And that's something that I've said about Johnny's alcohol and drug abuse too, is that could also flip on that in that way as well, that it would potentially make him more vulnerable. The same is true here of certain mental illnesses, that they could potentially be more likely to be abused, I would think. Ames says, people find it easy to support mental health issues when they are relatable, but it can get messy and hurtful, and it's easy to get judgmental. I've
seen skits like that. I suffer from depression. I suffer from anxiety. And then you have a guy with just like random Tourette's, and how it doesn't go over as well with audiences. So
Yeah. A non-PI lawyer says, love this channel. UK lawyer. Our civil trials don't have direct examination, so JD didn't get the same voice as he did here. Keep up the good work.
How's that possible?
I did not realize that.
How can you not have? How can you have a trial without direct examination?
I don't know.
Bizarre.
Could it be joint? I mean, I don't know. You,
Alita, I've got to bail out of here.
Okay.
But,
well, thank you so much for joining.
I just want to wish you so much congratulations on your amazing achievement. And
thank you.
Really, yesterday when I was pushing it to 90, I had no idea that today I don't even know what he at 105 now or something. It's amazing. It's phenomenal.
Close, yeah.
And I
something
only
like that.
I only hope to see, which now I have to check. Is it more than that?
I don't know.
Thank God. It's you know what? It should be too many to count. That's what.
Yeah.
It's too many to count.
It's 105.
Yeah. All right. So I wish you only more and more growth. This trial should see you by the end of the week. I want to see you at 250,000. Just surge.
End of the week.
Surge.
Oh man, thank you. But you know what? And also so much love to everybody that has been joining in this panel throughout the day, throughout the last couple of weeks. I could not be doing this nearly to the extent that I can without all of these people joining in and lending their opinions and lending their commentary. And it honestly just makes for such better content. And they don't benefit from it immediately, by the way. So if you guys are enjoying this and you want to have you want to encourage more of this kind of content with sharing and crossing over between people's channels, go down into the description now. Check out everybody's channels, subscribe, watch their content, like their videos. Please do, because it helps the entire community and it just encourages more content like this to continue. So please do that.
We rely on people like you.
Yeah,
tell
exactly.
me how much you miss Alita, like other commenters have already done.
No.
Alita sent me here, but she doesn't appear to be here. Why is that?
All right, guys.
Oh,
I'll see you
man.
tomorrow.
Of
Okay?
course.
I'm gonna jump out too, guys. I'm gonna
All
get out
right.
of the monkey
Thanks,
suit.
Rob.
So,
Thank you.
thanks, guys.
Alrighty. And continuing all. Okay. Juanita's Creative Corner says, can you make merch with B Kings? I wasn't there after I left. Think it's copyrighted yet? I doubt it's copyrighted. But that's a good idea. Lokesh S says, what would be the first two rules? I think the first two rules of Bites Club. I don't know.
You talk about Bike Club and you talk about Bike Club.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, those are the first two rules. There you go. Tanty's Tales of No Good Time says, overall, who would you say is looking better? In my opinion, I think Johnny's looking better. That's my opinion, but I'm not on the jury,
hope
so
that's true.
yeah. Yes, you do hope that's true because we're in his case in chief, right? Towards the end of
Yeah.
it. R. Finch says Dr. Curry, like many of Johnny's witnesses, is very personable to the jury despite never testifying in a civil case. Love how much she talks to the jury, making dull testimony and making it palatable. I completely agree. That could have been completely dull and boring, but she made it very interesting. Laura Zambrano says JD body language during Island Lady giving her testimony, nostrils wide open. You can tell he did live it. Why did they pay so much to security, but nobody's close enough to JD to rescue during these attacks? He's got to have some private moments too, right? So I would imagine that, especially if he's in a relationship with someone and he's married to someone, they've got to have some moments for the two of them too.
You figure with your wife on a private island is probably the place that you can be apart from your security and entourage personnel.
Yes.
Didn't work out that way.
One would think, right? Lord Voldemort 09 Stein says, as someone who suffers from PTSD from abuse, the symptoms are complicated. They seem more applicable to Depp than Heard. Awesome. Maybe so. Destiny says, Fight Club, never talk about it. Also, what schools have you gone to for college? You three are awesome. Well, for undergrad, I went to UC San Diego, and for law school, I went to the University of Texas. So hook 'em.
Big Ten, Michigan champions, go blue.
There you go.
Clemson University, which has also done very well in championships as of late.
Hey, there you go. Nice. Shiv Roy says, is a disorder diagnosis a mitigating factor? It could be considered that way.
They might try it.
Yeah, they might. They really might. Pink Eyes OMG says Amber having BPD and HPD is an interesting twist if it was undiagnosed and untreated. People with untreated mental disorders can be completely different people. Well, I think that people are probably going to be relatively consistent with who they are before and after a diagnosis, but maybe it's helpful to them to have an explanation for some of the things that they do. I've known this with friends who have talked about having adult diagnoses of like things like ADHD and things like that. Sometimes it can be just helpful to understand themselves, but it doesn't necessarily make them a different person. Dario says narcissism is not a symptom of BPD listed in the DSM-5. However, as many as 40% of people with BPD may also have narcissistic personality disorder. Maybe I'm taking your word for it because I wouldn't know. I haven't researched it. Jay Watt says, "Can I hire Hogue as a hype man?" Seriously, you are one of the best hype men ever. Yes.
Well, we have good products to hype. You see, I consider hype man, and I'm not qualified to do it for when you got a terrible, bad product. But if you're already here watching us, you know we have a great product here. Alita and Legalbytes are doing fantastic work. And if you haven't subscribed, or if you just neglected to, you just forgot, now's the time. Now's the time to hit the like button. Now's the time to hit the subscribe button. And
likewise for everybody else. For Rick Hogue, for Kurt right here.
How much do I have to pay you to pin a comment on the chat with just a link to my subscribe? So people
you don't have to pay me anything. Do it. I'll pin you.
Offering bribery.
Yeah.
So pin Kurt up there.
Of course. I'll end this poll.
Kurt went to a fraught battle today in the stream.
Yes.
And was in my opinion well received for how chat usually treats such things. So it's all right, Kurt. Pin that message.
Yeah. No, for sure. All right. Yeah. Get it in the chat. Just a regular, don't do a super chat. Just do a regular one.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Give me a second. I'll post it in the private.
All right.
No, just put it in the regular chat, and then I'll pin it from there.
Can you pin any comment? See, these are things I don't even know.
Yes. Yeah. You can pin any comment in there.
All right. Hold on.
Time
to uncivil law at.
This is
there
good.
you go.
It's like Doogie Howser moment right here.
Well, I'll read the super chat in the meantime.
Yes.
Jared Thorne says, "Is it just me, or does this civil trial feel comedic? The line of questioning from Amber's team sticks out as nonsensical half the time." Sometimes, yeah.
We've heard from multiple people now that think it might be an effective trial strategy. So I'm willing to yield to folks like Rob on that kind of question. But when you ask opinions of people, I can only give my impression, and she rubs me the wrong way. And so I'm with the people that's happening to at the same time. But we don't know what we don't know vis-a-vis a jury's insides.
Yes, very true. Carla Cordova says, "Curious about the dates of Amber Heard's recordings. They seem to be from the tail end. Feels manipulative, like she had the divorce settlement money and PR in mind. If that's the case, yeah, jury might be connecting that too. But honestly, all of the dates here have been very muddy. So
the recording of the last recording, the one that I found so effective, is them talking about pulling back abuse allegations that your lawyers made me do. That's got to be after May 21st in the TRO, right?
It is.
So that's way at the end.
Yeah, it is. Cy Virus says, "Mara jumps on the Black Pearl. Sparrow yells, 'Hide the mega pints.'" I love it. That's a great one.
You know, as it turns out, you would imagine that various underwater Aquaman personnel might have problems with pirates and ships. This seems like an opportunity for a meme.
Could be, yes.
Pin that. There you go.
There we go. Pinned.
Click the link.
Boom.
Go check out Kurt. Absolutely.
There you go. Do it. Dave says, "So do you think JD even cares about the legal outcome of this, or is it more important just to get his side out there?" I think he's got two goals, and if he can get both of them, he'd be over the moon. But if he's got one, at the very least, getting his story out, I think is maybe the most closely held for him.
I think those are both yeses. And had you combined them, that would have been a compound question that could be objected to.
Exactly. Ryan Young says, "I've subscribed to so many people since joining the streams. Love Hogue. I really enjoyed your Disney video." Hey,
that was fun. Crazy stuff.
Yeah. Faith Moore says, "How are Amber Heard recordings allowed? She knew she was recording so she could easily control her side to look like a victim." Well, I mean, this is why we have a trier effect, right? We've got the jury that is looking at all of these facts to determine what's real and what's not, what should be met with skepticism and what shouldn't be. So, that's all part of it. Zach Crin says, "Love y'all. Also, Hogue, your playlists are a game changer. Thanks for putting in that little extra work. Makes a big difference to me." There you go.
I forget so often. It's nice to hear kind things because my playlists are all over the place.
Destiny says, "Pokemon, gotta catch them all." Question, please. What colleges have y'all gone to?
Clemson. Go Tigers.
Yes. There you go. Yes. Like I said before, UC San Diego for undergrad, UT for law school. Hook up. And Rick, of course, Michigan.
I'm still Michigan.
Still Michigan.
I just don't have as many championships as Clemson down here.
Yeah. But all of us have been to good football schools then.
We have.
Yes, absolutely. Chelsea Campion says, "Do you think Zellner could be brought in later on to conduct Amber's cross-examination?" Sure, why not?
We've seen.
I mean, just like today, right? We had the direct examination, by seemingly a partner of the firm, that was done. Yeah, I mean, he seems like he was a designated hitter, is how I think of him.
It was, or at least a pinch hitter, right? So so he gets put in Pro Hoc last Friday. He does his thing on Tuesday. You might not ever see him again, ever.
Yep. Yeah. So maybe they've got Zellner for that, or like I've said before, maybe she's just behind the scenes and helping to consult on stuff. William LaCrue says, "What would it mean for Johnny to win this trial?" It means that Amber Heard would potentially hand over up to $50 million over to him, but there's no jail time. This is a civil trial. This is not a criminal trial. So I know that some people have suggested that
fantasies. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's, I see.
Legal.
Let Emily in. She's here. She's not in the. She's not backstage.
Let Emily in. Why are you asking me? Don't yell at Hogue.
Yeah.
I'm not in charge.
Why is this Hogue's problem?
I don't know. But even I'm looking. I'm like, no, there's no one. There's no one backstage.
She lied to
chat.
you.
You're lying to me, chat. It wouldn't be the first time. Monica Andrea Haglund says a doctor doesn't give the borderline personality disorder lightly. If a BPD person is prone to lie, is described in the DSM-V diagnostics characteristics.
I really like the portion of her testimony where she was talking about PTSD and how PTSD can be faked. And she said something like 93% of people, if you just pull them off the street and you give them the diagnostic criteria and tell them to pretend, they can do a convincing job, just like off the fly. So, but she did a very good job of like saying how she tries to mitigate against that using, I believe, a study from Michigan, if I remember correctly.
I think she said that, yeah.
Yeah, and this inventory. And I really like that portion of the testimony where she tries to separate the wheat from the chaff. So good time.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so somebody said Emily D. Baker's in the chat. I think they meant to send her the link just to guess. She has the link. I think she said that
everyone has the link. All LawTube has the link.
They also might be responding to earlier when she sent a super chat because some people are watching it, are getting caught up.
Oh, they're adding comments now to when they would come in like 4 hours ago.
It happens. It happens.
All right.
It happens.
Emily was
but
here.
she did say by DM that she's getting on a plane or something. So that was why she couldn't come in, but she wanted to send folks and send her support. That was really, really kind of her. So Marissa Bell says, big chance Amber will use what Dr. Curry says to her advantage. Like say, I felt, for example.
Well, yes, she was very specific about the fact that she doesn't use proper I language with respect to her feelings. So yes, I think that would be a good note.
She definitely could. Yes, exactly. Take note of all of those behaviors and try to kind of put herself on the stand in a way that seems contrary to what this doctor said. So the jury can now the jury also knows that she was present in the room when we heard the testimony.
We get into a whole Princess Bride scenario, right? Like, yes, they know that she knows that she, yeah. But yeah,
we know that they know. Yeah. Yeah. Sally says, I believe the Washington Post representation was limited to alleged physical abuse due to implied link to AVO. So the issue of any emotional abuse by JD is irrelevant. No physical abuse by JD. He wins if damages. Honestly, this is up to the jury, right? It is. It's not something that we can really decide here watching. It's how are they going to interpret all of this? And that is so not clear at this point.
If she gets stuck with that sexual violence line, she has a real problem, though.
She does.
Says, I don't know how you get to sexual violence from anything they've talked about Johnny Depp. The worst they've got is maybe we collided heads one time, as people do sometimes when they're moving around. I mean, have you ever like just ran into somebody, like literally like at a bar or something, you're crowded and you just run into something, bump into somebody, even collided heads on 1 or 2 occasions, because people move around in space.
Well, sexual
violence.
violence.
Yeah, this is the best they've got for sexual violence. Give me a break.
Sexual violence is definitely the most incendiary. It actually wouldn't surprise me if you got something in on the actual creation of the Washington Post article, because I think, as you said,
sure.
Alita, you need something that says you saw the headline and didn't object at minimum, right?
Yeah.
Like,
That'd
even
be
if
helpful.
you didn't write it.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Agreed.
Presumably, she didn't send off fiery emails saying, "Please take that down. Please change the title." That's not
No,
what
but
I
it is
wrote or
interesting.
agreed
It's
to.
different. It's different in the print, and like the time when they would have had to print the next day's Washington Post from when they put it up online. Like there's clearly a moment where they go, "Oh no, that's too hot."
But it's still up with the sexual
too
violence
much.
headline as of today. If you look it up online, it still has the same headline.
It is online. It's true. I think never up, never in. In for a penny, in for a pound. Once you're getting sued for it. But again, the Washington Post isn't getting sued, so they're like, whatevs.
Not our problem. Not my monkeys,
they're
not my
next.
circus.
Maybe they are.
Adam Bennett says the real question is, does Amber weigh the same as a duck? Burn the witch. The witness is good, succinct, and believable.
Good
Yes.
witnesses today.
Yes, great Monty Python reference. Maybe we should have more Monty Python references too as we proceed. That might be fun.
Oh,
God, mine are gonna be limited. How far can a swallow go? Silly walks.
Bring me a small herring.
Yeah.
We're the
Holy
ones
hand
who say
grenade.
me.
I'm out.
And then what's the French guy, and he's like your mother smelled of elderberries and your something I don't know, father smelled of cheese or something.
We'll work on this.
Yeah, we
We'll
will.
work on our Monty Python. We're competent.
It's
we
a
promise.
good movie though. It's a really good movie.
See, I think people sometimes miss out. Here at hour 9, 10, whatever. We're punchy. We have some fun
You
now.
start getting a little slap happy. Peter says, "Hey chat, you are here to hear the analysis from the lawyers. If you're complaining about them talking over the trial, you're in the wrong place. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." Well, I would say in slightly different language that, yeah, I mean, what we're here to do is to give commentary and whatnot. So if people get upset about us talking over some of the testimony, it really is not that much. I mean, especially when it comes to testimony that we see as more important, when things start getting very repetitive or basic. Yeah, that's when we kind of start talking over stuff.
I can't speak for everybody, but I feel like we pick our moments. We certainly try to not just speak over the most important stuff that's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're pretty good about it on the whole, but people will complain about anything.
True. Very true. A-Train says, "Say what you will about Amber Heard, but this personality profile sounds a hell of a lot like me and presumably some of the jury if they really think about it. Is it really that damning of testimony?" Yeah, could be. I mean, if there are people that identify with it or identify different family members with it and they think, okay, but this is kind of a nothing burger, it might land differently. K.O. Fime says, "Thanks for the coverage. As a male survivor of DV, this case is much more than just two rich celebrities duking it out. It highlights men deserve support and deserve to be believed too. The bias in the media is grotesque." 100%. I could not agree with you more. I'm very, very happy to see that that he's getting his voice heard. There are many men out there that don't get support, because they're not Johnny Depp, but they find themselves in kind of a similar situation. And I do agree. I think that a lot of the media misrepresentation, as we discussed earlier, is horrible.
Yeah. Well, the goal should be to avoid prejudice, right? In whatever form it comes from, prejudging the situation. So yeah, I think to that end, it's a good thing.
Yeah, agreed. Namie says, "Why is the IME's testimony junk? I kind of feel offended as a psychologist. She's JD's witness. She's doing her job, just like lawyers being hostile."
Oh, it's a response to our commentary.
Yeah, we're catching up here. So I understand a lot of people were feeling a little bit animated because of some of the comments that we were making on the stream, and it's not that psychology is junk. I don't think anyone on this panel would ever say that or believe that. It's just the way that a particular tool is used at trial matters. That can turn that tool into junk. But yeah.
I really do think that as attorneys, and I don't think this is a blind spot necessarily, but we do have a lot of experience watching things like you can find an expert to say what your side needs. Yes. And so we're probably a little too easy to jump on, well, that's what's happening here, and discounting it a bit much. I mean, I think I feel myself doing that as I'm listening to her and how perfect it is. I'm like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's exactly what you would write your expert to say. If you could write what your expert was going to say, okay. Yeah. But that doesn't make it junk. And so, I wouldn't have used that terminology anyway, because it's just too kind of collaterally damaging. But I think it's always all right to evaluate what you're hearing and to not just fall for credentialism. I know people were very impressed by that sequence, and I think that's rightly so. She's done a lot to educate herself. She seems very smart. I thought she presented herself very well. I thought she was an enormously strong witness. But I didn't think that just because she's the expert and she's presented here. I thought it was because of the way she explained how she got to where she was going. So you always have to be evaluating. And the people that came out and said, there were comments and chats at the same time that said, well, how can they question this person's expert testimony when they're in cross-ex and things like, A, that's the job, obviously. But B, because experts are people too. You're listening to experts. You're listening to lawyers right now. And you've heard our disagreements. You've heard our arguments. And
you hope that the expert is being a good one, but it's absolutely within the rights of the other side to say, well, did you think of this? Did you think of this? Did you think of this? Were you biased? Did you go to a 4-hour dinner? All that stuff is entirely normal, and that's not impugning her as a person. It's just trying to come at where she's coming from.
Well, and just because somebody is very well credentialed, by the way, doesn't necessarily mean that they are getting it right in this instance.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
and she could be on the whole doing very well with her career and maybe getting something wrong here. We definitely understand that very well. With all of our channels, we get stuff wrong all the time. You know, I mean,
We
hopefully
do.
not as often as we get things right. But
You can go look at my pinned updates from time to time if you'd like. We do try to respond. We're human beings, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, there's always that possibility that somebody who is credentialed, who has experience and expertise in a certain area, can still get something wrong in that area of expertise. So, you know, it's not to impugn them. It's just to note that, you know, we want people that do put themselves out there in that role to hopefully get it right, and to put all of their effort and their skills and whatnot to get it right every time. Catastrophe says, if I'm not mistaken, both Amber and Johnny were evaluated. I think Amber would only agree to hers if Johnny did it. I might be wrong, but I could swear I read something about that. No, that she definitely tried to get that compelled, and the court did not. And it was, I guess, because he didn't put PTSD at issue. Dark Sparky says, she is not spouting junk science. I went to University for Psych. She is not demonizing. She is making statements based on the diagnosis. I also dated a wonderful person with borderline who was very receptive to communication. So, IFL says, love your work. Thank you. With good faith. Could change the dynamics of showing the chats. I just feel bad not seeing you all. Your work is weird. I know.
Totally fair.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out how to get these super chats out there while also not spending too much time afterwards, you know, but still getting to everything. And it's just unfortunate because StreamYard, this is one of the limitations of StreamYard, is I can't move where the super chat shows up. And I feel so bad for the person. I might see if I can like put myself down at the bottom or something while I'm doing that, just so that I'm not covering anybody else.
I mean, that's the thing. This is a really cool program. StreamYard's very effective, but it does give you the buttons, and that's one that they probably shouldn't be doing exactly like they're doing, and might get changed in the future. But it's not like a full-fledged OBS produced multi thing that Alita has total control over. So that's how it works right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, until StreamYard can hopefully make some modifications on that front. They have made some recent modifications that are very helpful, like being able to organize super chats. Thank goodness.
Can you even imagine?
I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do. It was like just in the nick of time too. That's a relatively recent development.
It was like a month ago.
Yeah. So, but yeah, for now, that's unfortunately, and I feel so bad every time that I have it showing up over the person that's like lowest in the on the panel. Poetic dissonance, since people being sensitive here, but most BPD diagnoses are not this extensive, and some are wrong. Family doctors hand this out based on interview alone.
I'm sure.
McGuffin Doe says, why can't facts about Amber's specific mental health and its manifestation be referenced in court if Johnny's drug use and alcoholism and depression can be? Why is one appropriate and not the other? I think this is maybe directed towards Nurse Liz, because she was talking about that.
Well, and I think it's the therefore question, right? Like if there's an objection to the psychologist, it's the X, therefore Y. This diagnosis, therefore everything that you just saw happen. And at least so far, Amber Heard's team hasn't gone as far as Johnny's an alcoholic, therefore he hit her. Like we haven't gotten their therefore argument, which probably is coming, but we haven't gotten to that point, and you'll probably hear us argue against that as well at the time.
Yeah. Carla Cordova says, I wouldn't call it generalizing. IMO, her assessment tracks with the full-length recordings, depositions, etc. Not to mention she met her personally. Those are, you know, good points. The fact that she did meet her personally, she did an evaluation in person, sure. You know,
and that gets her out of the Goldwater stuff, right? I mean, period.
Yeah.
What was the Goldwater thing? Because I still don't know what that means.
Well, I think it's still coming up. We've got some more super chats, which I'll touch on it then. Jacqueline Nash says, Amber Heard resting face is bad all the time, but the way she looks at this uber qualified, successful, and confident, beautiful lady is giving me Mean Girls vibes. she was, you could tell that she was disagreeing with the testimony.
You're gonna make me devil's advocate again. Yeah, I mean, it's like, okay, so imagine you don't think you have a personality disorder, and you think this was all put upon by the court, and your ex-husband, who you were very much against. And again, I've heard everything about Amber Heard. I'm Johnny Depp's putting on a good case, but let's just imagine that you're in that situation, and that psychologist sits on the stand and says that about you. You're gonna feel some ways.
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah. I mean, and also she might also be thinking about the fact that, like, why did I have to be evaluated when he didn't? Like,
Sure,
that might
all
also
of that
be
gets
entering her brain as
rolled
well, to be
in.
like, all of this is upsetting to me. So yeah, it definitely could be. Thetalian Guy says, behavioral health student here. I agree with Nurse Liz. Behavior informs diagnosis, not the other way around. Flipping this contributes to stigma. Could be. Naomi Gravel says, is she going to plead insanity to avoid consequences? The expert input seems to aim at this. No, I don't think so. I don't see that happening. Sammy James Jordan says, how much clout will this testimony have? Almost seems too perfect.
Oh, hey, somebody agreed with me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It definitely got very close to or across the line to, well, that is an exact match to what you would want her to say.
Yeah, and when something is too close of a match, it starts to feel a little bit sus, right? It almost feels inauthentic.
Yeah, and maybe that's just the way it lined up, but yeah.
Yeah. Bernard Price says, I wonder what else is in the evidence that the court ordered the IME. I mean, I think it was just the PTSD was the reason. At least that's what we understand it to be. I haven't seen anything that would suggest that it was anything other than that. The allegation of PTSD. Romy Eugenie Cecil says, do expert witnesses watch trial online beforehand? I don't know. Although they're allowed to watch witness testimony because they are experts. They are allowed to give their opinion. They're allowed to kind of analyze what a bunch of other people are saying and kind of put that all together. So I suppose.
Maybe I'm just misremembering. Did the judge not give her the standard witness warning as she left the witness stand?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember.
Because they said that she was recallable, and I thought she gave the standard warning, but I don't. It's hours ago now.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh yeah, then I don't know. I would need to check in. David says, how can she say this? Won't she lose her trust with future patients? She was hired specifically to do it. So this is kind of a different situation than seeking out a therapist and then having them, be forced to testify or whatever. But if she's also compelled to testify, if she's, operating under a subpoena, that's also another matter that she can't necessarily just claim privilege if that privilege is waived for one reason or another. Because that doesn't belong to her, it belongs to the client. Quinn May says, here's your April raise. Don't spend it all in one mega pint.
$10.
Thanks. I know. I love it. I love it. Thanks for making this more palatable for all of us and learning some law. #FreeJohnny. #Colonel Kurtz sent me. Aw, thanks, Colonel Kurtz.
You're just as generous as Johnny Depp in his private island management payments.
Thank you so much. Shindig Eats says, I would bet that now society is going to be saying that people have BPD all over the place. It's going to be the new trend. Great. That's one of my concerns with all of this.
Be ideal.
Too. Yeah, that is a concern. Natalie says, how can you explain how an expert can be both court ordered, but specifically someone's witness? Well, every witness that shows up at trial is coming into trial under a subpoena, except for one of the parties. I guess you don't need to subpoena them because they're parties. But Kurt, for some reason you're muted.
I think this is going to a confusion because I think people understood that the psychiatrist was a court-ordered psychiatrist, that the court actually independently selected this psychiatrist, which is not the case.
Right.
This was selected by Johnny Depp. So that's what there seemed to be some confusion on this point. The court ordered the examination to occur, but the psychiatrist wasn't chosen by the court. It was always Johnny Depp's.
Johnny Depp hires the psychiatrist or psychologist. Johnny Depp wants to evaluate Amber Heard. The court says Amber Heard must submit to evaluation.
Right.
That's the court's role right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Patrick Wiggett says, can the panel please deliberate later on whether this diagnosis is actually useful for Johnny's case? I understand the use for the diagnosis, but how could they actually link it to his case?
Tends to exaggerate, is manipulative. I mean,
it just it tracks with everything that Johnny has said about her, that you have an independent person come in and evaluate her and says, this is what she has. These are the kinds of things that show up for someone who has what she has. So you go back to what Johnny said, and looking at it from a juror's perspective that is coming out here strictly neutral, not team Johnny, not team Amber. They're looking at Johnny's testimony. Is he telling the truth about what he's saying about Amber? This helps to bolster all of those things that he said about Amber, to say she did this, she did that, she was manipulative, she was volatile, she was violent, she was, like all of these things, to say that now you bring in this credentialed professional to say, I looked at her independently and I see all of these things, and I see that she has a tendency to do these things because she has this disorder. So that's really how that works.
Well, yeah, he said that she exaggerates. I mean, part of that is what you saw us reacting to with the therefore, and answering 500 questions on a true false quiz in an interview, leading you to her saying exactly what you'd want to hear if you're Depp's team. Doesn't mean she's wrong, but that it's the reason that I respond to it that way. The reason why you heard some of the comments that way is it's inexorably linked to everything else that you've seen. I mean, it's perfect testimony for Johnny Depp's team.
Yeah. Her Excellency says, I understand the concerns with the expert testimony, but one, Heard put mental health at issue. True. Two, Depp's team is burdened with explaining why Heard would do things that make no rational sense. Both of those points are true.
There are wild parts of his story, and this helps, right? I mean, it's hard to get over that I show up and she's screaming into a phone while I'm not anywhere near her, stop hitting me, that kind of thing. So it's like, okay, all right, we're starting to at least get a picture as from the Depp team that would explain some of that.
Yeah, exactly. Diana P says, JD's diagnosed disorders, but bipolar 1 and ADHD have already been disclosed to the jury, so Amber Heard's team won't have a good argument that JD's team is singling Amber Heard out and demonizing personality/mental disorders. Fair.
It's a good comment.
Catherine Harrington says, is testimony like this limited in some states? I think that Peter, a lawyer was saying that in Florida, this kind of testimony would be much more difficult to bring in this respect. Yes, he was pretty clear about how he felt about that. So I think that in some jurisdictions, you're going to have, and just like Andrea Burkhart was saying, for expert testimony, it's a much easier standard, it sounds like, to bring in certain types of expert testimony. So
the guilt-smelling dog, yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's really crazy. So it does seem like the standards really do vary from state to state. Jackie Joe 15 says, I understand all of the psychology naysayers, but one only needs to have interaction with a borderline to understand how truly awful they are. Well, I really caution from broad brushstrokes to talk about every single person that has borderline personality disorder. I strongly caution against that, because you can have plenty of people that have bipolar disorder, for example, and that doesn't mean that they become the wildest versions of bipolar disorder. So there's all of these. I really caution against generalities for all of these conditions. Ignacio Campos says, so what are you saying, Hogue, that she is lying? I think maybe
the
lying.
Psychologist, I think we're still in the psychologist time zone for this stuff, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't think she's lying at all. I think that in any profession with any kind of expertise, licensure, certification, etc., you can take what you know and extrapolate from there past the probative value of what you might otherwise be offering. And I'm not even committing to that being what happened here. I'm saying I get cautious about BPD, therefore XYZ, all the things that you've heard us talk about in Johnny's testimony and everywhere else in this particular case. I get cautious about it. I didn't track any insincerity on her part at all. So that wasn't what I was accusing her of, period. It's just, you always have to be careful with expert testimony, because even experts can say, okay, so now we can predict this, or we can say therefore that. And that can be problematic for a jury that has no capacity to evaluate experts at that level.
Yeah. Yep. Very well put. Phil Jones says, like Hogue, I had to look hard to see any men in the gallery on Heard's side.
What's
I
interesting
guess
today?
the rest of the coven showed up. Well, and to be clear, after that first row, this is just the general public that is showing up. So these are people that are just interested in this case, either because they want to report on it or they just want to see it for themselves. But it was interesting to see a lot of women there.
Yeah, it got to be 80-90% today. It was very interesting.
Yeah. Imagine Drake said, not familiar with the U.S. justice system. Is there any chance of Amber Heard actually being found guilty of abuse and her being punished, fines, or even jail? Nope. It's just winning or losing this case. That's what this is all about. There's no criminal thing, no fines other than, what Johnny is asking for. And
they're not even trying the elements of that. It's just color for the rest of everything else. So, I mean, no.
Yeah. The disgruntled moderate says, procedure question. Can any lawyer object or just the one tasked with the witness? Shout out to Andrea from Richland, Washington.
Depends on the rule. Depends on the court. Although the typical rule is what I always called one horse, one rider. I don't know if anyone else called it anything else, but the idea that for every witness, there's only one attorney for that particular witness.
Interesting.
So only that attorney could theoretically object. So I don't know if that's true here or not.
I don't either. I had assumed if Mr. Chu
in the past too.
Okay, see, so this is great. This is why litigators are useful experts on this and not me, because I'd always assume like if Mr. Chu just saw something that was really beyond the pale, that he could jump up and object on behalf of the Depp team. But if that's not the case, that's an interesting data point.
Yeah, I think it's to me it seems a rare rule to allow more than one person to object.
Okay.
Like in the Rittenhouse trial, I think they allowed multiple people to object. I think it was like it flipped back and forth between the two guys on each team that would object or ask questions.
Well, you did see
that was kind of rare.
Post-it notes going back to Baby Lawyer. Like you definitely saw it in that sequence. She was very excited about objecting. I really did enjoy that sequence from her.
Yeah.
But you got to see on tape a post-it note going back, which is either like you should have objected there or chill or whatever.
Yeah.
But that was good stuff.
Yeah. Because the other attorneys are definitely allowed to pass notes for that.
You got to see it go all the way back. It went through like everybody back to her.
Yeah. And in fact, when I was doing mock trial in law school, that was the way that we operated, was that if you were the person that was doing the direct, then on cross-examination, you were the one objecting, and and vice versa.
Presumably because you're the one that knows it best.
Yeah, exactly. Joshua Frost says, I don't think she worked backwards. She looked at other doctors' notes / RP's testimony to identify symptoms and then used the exams to say this behavior is consistent with how you scored on the exams. I mean, sounds about right. Oh, I didn't mean to actually click on this yet, but we'll get to this one next. Yes, but to respond to the previous one, yeah, I think I had that impression too. Diana P says, Amber Heard's next op-ed, I am the face of being abused and humiliated for having a mental disorder. After the trial, don't give her any more attention. Fair point. That was Joshua Frost. P-Dub says, I don't like how this part with the doctor is aired on YouTube. Amber Heard needs help, but I don't think we, the public, needed to know how much help she needed. The jury, yes, us, no. But that's part of having a public trial, though, is that when you allow cameras in the courtroom, you allow cameras in the courtroom. It's not. I would very much disagree with allowing cameras in the courtroom for some testimony, but not all testimony, because that kind of defeats the purpose of having cameras in the courtroom and allowing the public to see what's going on with the justice system. So
you get weird editorial choices if you start doing that.
And even when the cameras aren't there, the public is still allowed, including reporters are still allowed. There's still a gallery there. The times where a court has no gallery are very, very far and few between, because the whole idea of a public trial, at least in criminal cases, guaranteed anyway, and even in a civil case, it's presumed, because anyone has the right to see what's happening. Anyone has the right to see how their judicial system is working. You can go to your courthouse and walk into any courtroom that's having a hearing and sit in the back and listen, and if people can report on it. So yeah, there's only a slight difference in so much as we're not hearing it secondhand through Sam Donaldson or something, but we're seeing it directly. So that's how we do. That's how we roll.
Yeah. Rhiannon Adams says, I doubt she would hinge her lengthy career and credibility on lying or exaggerating Amber Heard's mental health diagnoses. She examined Amber personally using very reliable psychometrics. Sure, probably, maybe. But she could still end up exaggerating, like it's still possible. Like, like we said before, people can also, even with their professional expertise and experience, people can make mistakes. So it's perfectly legitimate to poke and prod at somebody's analysis when it is within their profession.
I saw someone in the chat ask about the Maxwell trial, why that wasn't filmed, and the answer is because it's federal court.
Yes.
For better or worse.
Yes.
The federal courts don't allow TVs in the trial court. Some of the courts of appeal are allowing television or allowing filming.
That's right. Ninth Circuit.
Huh?
Ninth Circuit is
the Ninth Circuit is doing it. The DC court is at least doing live audio, and I think some other courts are doing it. But yeah, the whole cameras in the courtroom thing is jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Why not Maxwell? Because the feds never allow it in trial case. Because reasons. There you go.
Yep. Lord Zero ILP says, respectfully, as someone who was abused by someone who's made PTSD claims and had BPD, it's incredibly inappropriate to not want this in court. This isn't demonizing. It's an unfortunate reality. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That's pretty rough, but I hope you're in a better place now. Carl Magnus Blindheim says, how does the Goldwater rule relate to this? Doesn't that prevent anyone from talking about her mental health without her approval? No. So I looked up the Goldwater rule. I actually was not familiar with it, but the Goldwater rule.
You cheated by looking it up.
I know. Well, that's what you do. You research. So it states that psychiatrists have a responsibility to participate in activities contributing to the improvement of the community and the betterment of public health, but they should not give a professional opinion about public figures whom they have not examined in person and from whom they have not obtained consent to discuss their mental health in public statements. So, number one, she personally examined Amber Heard. Number two, she kind of got consent by the fact that Amber in litigation, she made her mental health at issue. She put that at issue. So you can't put your mental health at issue and then claim, oh, but you can't talk about it because that's private and I don't give consent to that. You can't have it both ways. Courts do not allow that.
I thought you were just going to go with it's a psychiatric rule. It's not a psychologist rule. So, there you go.
Well, okay, that too.
I'm just going to lawyer this up here. It's entirely
alternative arguments. Andrew Young says, in week 1, Kate James was asked if being clingy means you deserve to be abused, and she refused to answer. Was she overcoached? Why would it hurt JD to admit that being clingy wouldn't justify abuse? I actually don't remember her saying that. I don't remember that question, so I'm sorry about that. But she may have just not wanted to respond. I don't know. So I don't know if she was.
I'm uncomfortable with that question the way it's phrased. To be quite honest, it feels like a gotcha question somehow. It feels like when did you stop beating your wife question.
It does.
Why would it hurt JD to admit that being clingy wouldn't justify abuse? Yeah, it does. It does a little bit. So yeah, to be honest, from the beginning, I don't really remember that being asked in the first place or her response. So I'm sorry. Sir Ellis says, wouldn't her personal psychologist be hearsay? Well, we talked about that earlier. So when the Dr. Curry was testifying to what the other doctors had said about Amber's, situation or Johnny's situation, she is just testifying to what they said, not necessarily saying that she just automatically believed what they said, right? Because it's like she as an independent analyst in this whole case is going to, consider what these other people are saying, but also do her own interpretation and her own analysis. So the whole point was to show the diversity of opinions, but not necessarily to bring it in as if it was a fact.
This is where Nate the lawyer kind of schooled me a little bit, because I made the point, isn't this all hearsay? And Nate the lawyer pointed out, as always, hearsay is when you offer something for the truth of the matter asserted. And technically speaking, she wasn't offering it for the truth of it. She was offering it for the effect it had on her, because she relied on that stuff as part of making her report. So it isn't that it was true, it's that it made an impact on her analysis. So that is why it was not hearsay, because technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Well, I think it's interesting, right? Because because I like to research while we talk about these things. I pulled up the Virginia exception for expert testimony and the use on cross of diving into what that testimony was reliant upon. the fact that it is an exception to hearsay, doesn't that mean that it can be offered for the truth of the matter asserted? Because it's got a formal exception otherwise put forth in the Virginia Rules of Evidence?
No, I don't think so. Most of I can't think of the exceptions are all kind of things that are we've kind of decided are not offered for the truth of the matter.
I see. So the reading there is that the exceptions aren't for the truth.
Yeah, there are ideas where they're not offered for the truth of it. They're offered for some other reason. I think that's every exception.
Except for some of, well, like admissions against interests. I mean, those are for the truth, right?
I suppose that is that maybe is the reason, which I suppose is the reason the federal rules of evidence definitionally define it as not hearsay. Okay. So the federal rules of evidence got you solid on that. That's not a hearsay.
We're getting lawyery, I know, but I'm curious
because they said it's
Kurt's great. No, I looked it up because I was so interested in this, and yeah, this one's very long and very specific, where the facts, circumstances, or data relied upon by an expert witness, informing an opinion or drawing inferences, if of a type normally relied upon by others in their particular field of expertise, etc., need not be admissible. So they don't have to rely on things that can come into court. And then the expert may testify without revealing what they relied upon, but the expert may be in any event required to disclose those underlying facts, data on cross-examination. So I mean, like, that's how it comes straight in. It's whatever you relied upon to make your report, right?
All right. Bryn says, I hope we can approach DV with the same sensitivity as we're approaching mental health. DV is underreported, often because victims face skepticism. Amber's probably lying, but it's an outlier. Sure. Agreed. Very good point. Thank you. Bridget A says, I imagine if any vets are on the jury, they will be furious that she faked PTSD. Could be. Anne-Marie Keebling says, diagnoses are important. They don't excuse behaviors, but help to explain why someone resorted to a specific behavior consciously or unconsciously. That could be true. Yam4 says, yep, Amber Heard's career will surely be affected by this, but remember she brought it by herself. Totally agree with Nate. P.S. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Deborah Breeden says, pin a diagnosis on the opponent game is where 14 years later, deputies arrive on a mission because I'm off her meds, which haven't been prescribed. I think that may be referring to the stigma that can follow that kind of a diagnosis.
Yeah, maybe.
After something like this. Erica Horvath says, I'm Team JD, but if she does have BP...
you got it right, BPD.
BPD. Okay. Yeah. I was like, they're all very similar letters, just in different directions too. So I'm not dyslexic, but that moment gave me a moment. I hope after this case is over, Amber Heard gets help. That should be what is important. Maybe we can open the door to talk MI in public. I agree. I don't want her to suffer necessarily as an individual, even if she's done things that are maybe improper, incorrect, or that we just vehemently dislike. Always Defending Freedom says, as a veteran who's had many colleagues who do have PTSD, it is disgusting she would try this. You cannot fake that kind of emotional toll. So that's like almost responding almost directly to that previous super chat.
Yeah.
Camille DeBacco Pasquale says, totally agree with Nate. She claimed PTSD. How on earth he was going to defend from that apart from psychological evaluation? I'm an attorney and watching the trial from Brazil. You all are the best. Hey.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you for watching. Kelman Ground says, my mom has this, what does DX stand for? Diagnosis?
Diagnosis.
Okay. Yeah. I have compassion for JD, and she can't process what's being said. I hope her team have arranged for her to have someone competent to debrief with. Misunderstandings go both ways. Probably right about that. Nick Wilson says, why do lawyers use insanity for people that don't have MH? I think maybe mental health issues.
Maybe.
Well, there's a certain standard for using insanity for any kind of an excuse in any lawsuit, whether it's criminal or civil. So you have a very specific standard that has to be met, even if you have certain mental health disorders. So I disagree with what you're saying that lawyers use it for people that don't have that. They have to meet a threshold, and it's
nobody's
fairly rigorous.
Insanity here.
Yeah. I think this is Poetic, maybe is the name. She faked PTSD, now BPD, even copying his outfit. Being a victim is exactly what she wanted for her career, a deal/PR to save her reputation. Maybe. I don't know. That is maybe speculating a little bit, but Perhaps that could be the way it looks. Peter says mental health disorders should be stigmatized appropriately. Too much and people won't seek diagnosis. Too little and people won't seek treatment. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think that adding stigma to any mental health disorder is helpful either way. I think that people, generally speaking, when they do have some kind of a mental health disorder or some kind of a quirk that they're dealing with, I think it's just helpful to understand why it is that they do what they do, because they have different kinds of behaviors. So I don't think stigmatizing really has the benefits that you're suggesting. FL Sunbum says, should they have used the audio clips as examples? Well, I think the jury has already heard the audio clips. They have that in their memory as Dr. Curry was talking today. So I don't think they needed it. Jim Cox said, I am a psychologist, and the key point of BPD diagnosis is that when a BPD is abandoned, that justifies the attempt to destroy the person who did. That's a very powerful point here, because it seems like that's kind of at the heart of Johnny's case, is that every time he tried to get away, she would get violent. And then in the final act, when he finally decided to leave her, that was when she claimed this last instance, filed for a DVRO, and just tried to completely destroy him. So that's a very interesting point. Bia Tomacic, is that how you pronounce that? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. How come this isn't a violation of HIPAA? So we have discussed HIPAA a bit. It's because she's put it at issue. That's the best way, the easiest way to explain it. Nikki Giannopoulos says, PTSD patients exhibit far more emotional reactions when reliving their trauma. Amber Heard hasn't expressed any either emotion but contempt. We know what we know based on what we've seen of her at trial. Keep in mind that she's also very much aware that she is being watched by a lot of people. And so there may be other instances when she's by herself at home that she looks very different. Imes says, there is a point in mental health treatment that you feel like a bunch of conditions stacked and wrapped in a trench coat rather than a person. Could be. Stephen Herrera says, I'm not sure how the expert can seemingly testify as to why Amber Heard behaved a certain way. She's an expert in mental illness, not an expert on Amber Heard. I'm Team JD, but that seemed oddly prejudicial. Yeah, could be. And maybe the jury found it the same way. Nicole F. said, RNs are legally required to keep patient diagnosis and treatment confidential. It's crucial to our practice. Amber's BPD discussed is cringy as an RN. And maybe that's why Liz was kind of, Nurse Liz was reacting in that way to having this testimony be out in trial as well. I mean, I think as lawyers, it seemed normal for this kind of a thing to come out at trial because it's been placed at issue.
Yeah. The interesting thing there is legally required. And as always, the law has exceptions to exceptions to exceptions, right?
Yes.
So this is an example of it. Yes, you have a legal duty to keep things privileged, unless, of course, ... And this is one of the ... So yeah.
yeah, exactly. So, but I understand the reaction that you're having, though. Veritas Lynn, thank you so much for this really generous super chat. Love your guys' insights. Thank you so much for your coverage. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat. Imagine Drake says, not familiar with the U.S. judicial system or justice system. Is there any chance that Amber Heard is found guilty of abuse and is actually punished, fines, or jail? Since
Did we read this already?
No, I think maybe it came through again, perhaps. No, you just win or lose. That's it. You win or lose this litigation. A little Panda Cub says, I do understand Amber Heard more now. I think she is in a state of hyper emotion trying to explain, but kind of saying, don't leave Johnny. And when he leaves, she reverts into don't hit me. I kind of feel sorry for her, but hope she loses. The jury might also feel the same way. This might actually have the other effect of creating some level of empathy for her. If they start to understand like why she's doing it. It's not just that she's a bad person, but she struggles with something that causes her to act in a certain way. Impressive Tony says, I have a pressing legal question for Hoglaw. What do we need to do to get these last few subscribers so we hit 100K before lunch is over? Well, we did it.
Well, we had fun, didn't we?
We did. We absolutely did.
You got to get your editor to clip that because that was a lot of fun we all had.
He may have already. Joni Delgado says Elaine during Miss Robert Cross said the closet and bathroom weren't shown in the full video, but they were at the 6-second mark. What was she doing there? I'm not sure what she was doing about the bathroom and the closet, to be honest. Maybe there's something that I'm missing contextually about that space, but I was lost as well.
I think it was generalized impeachment. Like, you're hiding something, aren't you? Like, just kind of general.
Yeah, I don't know. Isabel Christina M says, what if the court brings in an expert witness on mental health diagnoses and they come to the same conclusion as Depp's expert witness that Amber has these diagnoses?
That would be
well,
helpful.
it would be helpful to Johnny Depp's side. It really would.
I forget who said it. I think it was our new Virginia lawyer friend who commented that a expert that's appointed by the court has some additional credibility because they're neutral, and I think that's right. So if you have an expert witness that's appointed by the court, and especially if it echoes Johnny Depp's side, you're going to have a real tough time, coming up against that. So good luck.
Janie Irving says, can a lawyer's behavior in front of a jury be reflective of the client? Will it impact how the jury views that defendant/plaintiff in a substantial way? Yes. You can definitely take that.
They're the representatives. It's another. It just reminded me of another cagey answer I thought we got from the psychologist a little bit, which was, "You were hired by Johnny Depp." No, I was hired by his legal team. It's like, well, come on, they're the same.
Yeah, they're his agent, right?
I use them interchangeably.
Are they not?
I did see a comment at one point where someone in chat was making his point, where I said Johnny Depp did X, and they're like, "Well, it wasn't Johnny Depp; it was his legal team." And I'm over here like,
"Well, we're lawyers." Right, and
I do that all the time. I do it in my professional writing, where I say like the party says X, and it's the attorney's writing, but they're on behalf of the party, so
And you read all these opinions, right? You're talking about appellate courts, you're talking about Supreme Court. They refer to it as the party doing the thing. Right. The party didn't argue this case, but they did for purposes of reading an opinion. 100%.
It's your agent, so it goes to you. So congratulations,
Yeah, it was just one of those that just came into my mind because it was like, oh, that's Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
So I don't draw that distinction very often.
Shindig Eats says, not fair for Johnny to not be evaluated. My ex did this to me during a custody trial. He opted out to all psychological testing, and I was screwed. I'm sorry you went through that. I can't speak to your situation and what happened there, but in this case, the reason why she is being evaluated and he is not is because she has put her mental health at issue, specifically PTSD. So that's that. Looking at that is exactly the right reason for one party to be evaluated and not the other. So just because you have one. Looking at it if you put the shoe on the other foot, right? Let's say strategically, you are the person that wants to be, that says that you want to say that you have PTSD for something. You know that you would be then required to get an evaluation. If there's a requirement that it then is have both people be evaluated, you could just fraudulently claim that you have PTSD just to get information on the other person's mental health. That also would be completely unfair. So the way that it's been laid out in this case is proper. Isabel Christina M says, or Amber's expert witness say the same. I'm not sure I fully understand this question.
Amber's expert witness can say the same thing as Johnny Depp or not.
Okay. So yeah. Or if Amber's expert witness said the same thing as Johnny's expert witness, I don't think that they would put that expert witness on the stand.
That seems unlikely.
Yeah, because they have some say in who they can put on as far as an expert witness is concerned. Babylonia Rising says, no matter how this shakes out, her role as a spokesmodel for the abused and oppressed is over. She should step down from that and focus on her own personal rehab as a human. Probably true. Morgan Lee says, I'm confused. Was the testimony good or bad for JD? I think it was good. Unless it feels oversold because it lines up too perfectly.
It was good. Even me, it's just an alarm bell. It's still good testimony.
Yeah, it was good. Johnny Cause says, firsthand experience here. Thank you for your very generous super chat, by the way. Anyone who feels bad for Amber Heard needs to realize that until people with NPD and BPD get smacked in the face with who they are, they won't ever change. You should feel bad for her future kid/spouse if she continues to be shielded. If she does have, this issue, then that's something that could very much affect the other people in her life around her. She has a daughter, very young baby. So yeah, I mean, I hope that she ends up healthy and healed so that she can live a fulfilling life, and the people around her can as well. I would definitely agree with that. People 1976 says, if you think you have no psychological diagnosis, you probably have not been diagnosed.
Fair.
Also fair. Rubia Juju 33 says, I'm a med mal attorney. Dr. Curry testimony standard in any case a party has alleged mental damages. She claims she has PTSD. They open the door. Absolutely.
Yep.
Boom. Exactly. Caitlin Ebert says, when are they supposed to come back from lunch? Well,
1:45.
Yes, it was about an hour. God Support 2702 says, Hogue is the best hype man. Can I hire him? I know people want to hire you, man.
I'm going to start a
Hogue's Home Shopping
consulting
Network.
firm.
Kayla Duke says, Hogue's constant support and encouragement of Lita is so wholesome in friendship goals. I know.
Aww.
I know. It's wonderful. Heather Marie says, love y'all sounding like an NPR member, John.
How many
New
of these are there?
We didn't offer you a tote bag though. Maybe we should offer you a tote bag. Super chat like $200. We'll send you a tote bag.
I love it. Sumi Reg USA says Amber's team doesn't get to stigmatize Johnny's drug addiction, calling him an abuser, and not expect accountability for a PTSD claim. Works both ways.
Sure.
Tatted Cat says everyone needs a Hogue Law on their channel. Nice. I agree. DB's RN says Nurse Liz isn't histrionic PD about to be retired because the traits are seen more and more the same as narcissism and narcissistic traits. Former nurse clinician in corrections, and the two PDs can be confused. So unfortunately, Nurse Liz, I'm sorry that I didn't put this in front of her before she left. There was a bit going on, but I think she said something to that effect while we were talking earlier. And this was my parents. Congratulations on 100,000. Thanks to all of LawTube's support. Proud of you, daughter. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Love you. Old Sport Coffee says, congrats on 100K, Lita. Let's celebrate. Use coupon code Legalbytes for 15% off all orders. And that might become an affiliate link. There isn't an agreement yet, but that might be, just in the interest of full disclosure.
Conversations are ongoing.
Conversations are ongoing. I'm supposed to be tasting some coffee sometime soon.
Oh my.
Blurry Lights.
That's nice.
Yeah, Blurry Lights said, would you address the weight jurors give to expert opinion? Thanks. I mean, so that's one of the reasons why on cross-examination, one of the first things that they go to is how much have you been paid? You know, how have you testified before previously? That those are all questions that the jury starts to then ask as part of their evaluation. This is somebody who's a hired gun, right? This is not the police officer that we then heard from afterwards, who has no dog in this fight, doesn't care, might probably actually maybe doesn't even want to test. Well, actually, they are getting paid while they're testifying, so
I think she resented it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe, but you know, it's so, you know, there's that aspect, but they are very credentialed, so they can also be very powerful voices, especially if they are better at, well, either being credentialed or, you know, explaining things. If they explain things better than the other expert and the jury can't understand what the other guy is saying, then yeah, they're going to have a lot of weight in this case.
It's ultimately for the jury to decide how much weight to give any witness, and whether or not they believe a witness in whole, in part, in fraction, not at all, how much weight to give certain testimony. That's what the jury does with its time, is to assess all that. So, you know, it just depends on the dynamics of the jury, probably more than anything.
Yeah. Nancy Jo Misiazik says, I've been following Emily D. Baker. She's going away and she highly recommended you. Very sweet of her. Thank you for giving us a place to watch and relevant commentary. This case is just so captivating, interesting, relevant. I could go on and on. I completely agree. And thank you so much. And of course, thank you to Emily D. Baker for sending everybody my way. That's really kind of her. Robin Aiello says, would they ever shorten the trial? I doubt it. There's so much testimony to get through. I think they're going to go right up to the end. Excuse me. I like that name. Says, congratulations on 100K. This cross could be epic or bad. Predictions? I predicted it was going to be maybe messy based on what we had seen of her, and I feel like that was what we ended up with.
Yeah.
It started off good.
Good. There was definitely some good points intertwined, but there was a lot of nothing burgers as well that distracted from the good. So
Yeah.
Some
got
wins though,
muffin
we can
memes.
bring it together and close.
We did get muffin memes.
We got muffin
And
memes.
Muffin Gate, which was
Yes, Muffin Gate. Faces says, can difficult client / Amber Heard drive team tone? Yeah,
a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah. Phil Jones said, there is a petition over on change.org wanting Amber Heard removed from Aquaman 2, 1.95 million signatures and growing almost as fast as Legalbytes.
I like
Amber Heard being in that film.
Signatures, yeah.
Amber Heard being in that film is a big deal for a lot of people at change.org. Go sign people. So if that's how you feel, I guess that's where you can go. I'm not one to promote cancel culture one way or another, but if people feel that way, then they feel that way.
I'd be really interested to see if they structured the movie so that her role could be reduced if necessary. That would be interesting.
That would be. It would be. Blue Eyes 0787 says, to the point of that lawyer's attitude playing well in the area. I'm from Fairfax and Loudon. Okay, it's an extremely wealthy area. Very sorry, Loudon. I'm sorry, Loudon. Some of the names of some of the cities around Northern Virginia are funny. Like McLean. I would never think of it.
It's so regional.
It looks like
anyway.
It should be McLean.
There are so many Michigan towns and cities that are clearly not being pronounced right for whatever their French origin was. Okay, so yeah, you give it a college try, and then Kurt, absolutely. Did you say
I'm here to help?
Yeah,
good wineries.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you for correcting me. It's an extremely wealthy area, very professional, wealthy women. Having that attitude is almost required, so it may play well. Good to know. Good to know. Oriana Rojas says, did counsel miss an opportunity not bringing up the metadata inconsistency of the defense evidence like moaning audio, kitchen video, Amber Heard scratch pics? Maybe, possibly. I'm not sure.
They'll have it for when they try to bring it in.
Yeah. I would expect that to come up during Amber Heard's testimony. If they do. Kay Offheim says, isn't it true you attempted to sabotage Miss Heard's case by giving her severe flatulence with non-gluten-free muffins? Oh, no. Oh, that's funny. HP says, in impeachment, can witness ask how answers different? No, the witness cannot ask questions. Yeah. I mean, we saw Johnny asking some questions, but he got away with that. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be the one answering, not asking.
Well, the good doctor was like, I don't see how those are different or whatever as part of her answer.
Yeah. I mean, you can try to sneak it in, but just asking like, how are those different? That's not gonna fly. Sarah says, this is an easy way out for Amber, blaming mental illness for her behavior and essentially loss of this case, from Me Too to mental health advocate like most celebrities do and praised for. I don't know. Maybe. That's one way to look
Wouldn't
at
be
it.
the worst thing.
Yeah. Katrin says, is there going to be a redirect of the expert witness? Thanks for the great stream and congrats on the 100K subscribers. I'm sorry, this is really late. Yes, there was a redirect.
We get to go through our day. It's like, I remember that.
Yeah. Wave says, doesn't the fact that Amber told her lawyers Dr. Curry's husband was excited about meeting her and bought her muffins play into the doctor's diagnosis of Amber? But that is not what she said. That was that is how Elaine tried to make the testimony appear. But what she said was, no, I never told him that I was, just excited about, excited about her coming in. I never said that, and then she explained what happens when they have, hey, Bree, when they bring someone in for, for a diagnosis or an assessment. HP says, what's the point of asking the witness about what they remember from others' testimonies and depositions? So with an expert witness, the reason is because she has analyzed all of this stuff and included it to in her brain to form her overall opinion. So she's looked at everything. She has watched the testimonies of people that previously testified in this trial. She's looked at the witness statements. She's looked at declarations. She's looked at everything to form her overall opinion. That's why it would be relevant. Adam Bennett said, how do lawyers keep control in a highly volatile court when you know a witness is lying? They should just play Holy Grail for context, gaslighting the witch. So it's you do it by structuring your questions in a certain way. You do it by and specifically on a cross-examination, you do it with very small factual questions that basically lead in very small stepping stones to where you want to go. Asking these kind of more broad questions with vague terms that can be interpreted in multiple ways, all of that gives room to the witness to say, I don't understand what you're saying, or to say, I think you're maybe interpreting, or you're maybe saying this, which can be interpreted exactly how I want it to be interpreted. And then they go on a whole long explanation. So you do it by structuring your questions in a way that doesn't give them room to wriggle out. Marilyn Stryker says, Elaine keeps arguing with the judge about objections that get sustained. Is that really poor form? Also, great job, guys. Great group on the panel. Yeah.
I think it's poor form.
I think, yes, you don't want to, because think about it. The judge or the jury looks at the judge as the most neutral person in the room. And especially where she has not indicated any kind of bias for or against either side. In this case, she hasn't yelled at anyone like we've seen in some trials. She hasn't made any nasty comments to anyone like sometimes I've seen in some trials. So this is a very neutral person, and the jury is going to look at this judge as probably the most trustworthy person in the room. So if you are arguing with that person, it's not a good look. It's not a good look.
Can I ask a behind the scenes question just real quick, because I'm curious?
Yeah.
Where are these super chats coming from? Because I see a starred list, but these don't seem to be coming from that list, unless your list is longer than mine.
No, it's coming from there. It's the top of the list. There's like
I only see 94 on my list. How many?
Oh no, he's 152.
So I think the start is when you joined, Kurt. They get added to that list.
Maybe
that's
it.
I see a $152, Alita.
Thank you.
Yes.
Carry on.
I didn't know that. Mine says 3 because I just joined.
See, she got 3.
Yeah, there you go.
No, we have 150, Bree. Sorry.
I thought you guys were
got a while.
I'm actually gonna have to get off pretty soon here. I'm doing my best.
That's okay. Yeah, if you guys have to go, by all means, check
Can
out
I
whenever.
appear on virtual legality, Hogue?
I'm sorry?
Can I appear on virtual legality?
Yes, you're welcome to come on, Kurt.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
I want to come on your show.
We'll hype up the channel. Are you still
Sweet.
pinned over there? Subscribe to Kurt.
Yeah.
I got about another 5 minutes left, I think, because poor Alita has
let's do it.
152 chats.
Also,
Are you
can I
gonna
come on your
fit
channel,
this
Bree?
today?
I'm
Yes.
sorry?
I
I'd love to come on.
I actually just streamed and came back. So Alita, you are going long and strong.
11
Mine
hours.
was short.
Yeah. It's. I mean, these are long trial days.
These are not bites. I have an objection to your marketing. So I've watched your intro video a lot. You said you're making legal opinions bite-sized, and I'm finding here in hour 11 that this isn't really the bites that I can sustain for a legal career. So yeah, I mean, that's really it.
This is an all-inclusive resort.
They're more like chomps. I don't know. Yes. Well, these are different than the bites of some of our shorter form videos that we do. If you want the recaps, those are more bite-sized.
They are.
Natalie Reed says, do you think this is also setting up how the jury takes Amber Heard's testimony in terms of how she describes herself while with JD? Sure. Yes, I think so. I think that it all forms a foundation for how they're going to look at Amber Heard. Law RN says, I think this expert will have many calls after this. Experts are hard to find. Many of the smartest or with the most impressive CV have no testifying skills. She's really good. I do agree. Sweet Red Bean says, funny how Dr. Curry mentions that substance abuse is correlated with trauma abuse, whereas Elaine, not licensed in psychology, asks causation-like questions. Well, and that's kind of one of your jobs as a lawyer is to ask questions in a way that is more favorable to your client. D. Whitaker 86 says, do you think some of her responses about bias are going to put some of the defense experts in a bad framing later when they do try to diagnose crime, or maybe not so much crime, but
violence.
Diagnose? Yeah. I mean, yeah, it can have an impact. I mean, that puts it into the jury's mind for what, how to credit or discredit. But, I don't know. They will also evaluate them on their testimony on their own as well. Ashton Ollie says, what was the muffin thing going to be about?
Delicious baked goods.
She was trying to get to bias.
I think she was trying to go with breach. I think she was trying to establish that she breached her ethical code and told her husband, and like that was going to be a thing about how she isn't a good doctor and doesn't follow her own ethics, and some leading into that direction. And then she let Muffingate happen, and here we all are.
And here we are. Kayla Marie says, why did Depp pay the psychologist if her evaluation was court appointed?
It wasn't,
because she was already being looked at when she got court appointed. It was just a whole history of the procedure.
Court ordered, not court appointed.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, she was court ordered. Yeah. No, you're correct. I'm glad that you pointed that out. So she wasn't court appointed. She was court ordered, which means that they had her all teed up, and then the court said, nope, you've got to be evaluated. So go march on over there and let her look at you. Ruth Rose says, please make merch that says it's not a pint, it's a megalita. Frank Collette says, since morning, mom Elaine using questions to seed the jury about random stuff. First images of him badly as dad, then what other docs said into VD to AH. Yeah, there's a whole thing about trying to ask about the kids being upset with the helicopter and that whole thing. I don't know what she was trying to do with that, honestly.
God, was that today?
Yeah, it was today. It was today. I know it blends together, but yes, that was today. Matt Houghton says, what are your thoughts on the fashion? Is dressing your client a genuine strategy, and how's it being used in this trial? Thank you for the coverage. I think probably this weekend I want to do a video specifically on courtroom fashion, because I'm basic and I love it that much. But I also, because it can be an effective part of the overall strategy for how to put an appearance for the jury, because you have all of these ways of subtly trying to communicate different things to the jury that may not end up like making or breaking a case, but it can where there's one side or another, it can at least create a vibe. Here I think Johnny's been doing a great job of looking actually relatively consistent. He's made some changes, and at first he had his long hair that was down. Then eventually he had it in a ponytail, and he's been consistent, but his suits have been consistent. Everything else has been pretty much the same throughout trial. Nothing's been crazy. But with Amber, she's been varying her wardrobe in various ways. I think she's gotten better. She started off looking pretty rough, especially in the first week. But she's been getting consistently better. I'm still not fully in favor of the things that she's been wearing. It looks a little bit severe, but I don't know. At this point, maybe we're just getting used to her anyway, and that'll wear off over 6 weeks anyway, and the jury it'll have less of an impact, perhaps. I don't know. Ted DeWitt says, why was Amber Heard's doctor's testimony introduced through JD's expert via Amber Heard's lawyers? Does that mean they won't testify? No, I think Amber Heard's going to be putting on her own testimony anyway, with her own doctors. Sia 2018 says, as an abuse survivor myself, the panel discussion helped me have distance from my triggerings and laugh a little. Thank you so much, guys. I am so happy that we were able to give you that effect. That genuinely makes me very, very happy that we can have that kind of an impact for you. So I thank you. Thank you for letting us know about that. That really makes my day, honestly. Just Jesse says, might the lawyers take on their client's attitude? That is an assumption that the jury might make, at the very least, we could say. Jay Cass says, do you think the jury is tired of the defense's cross tactic of just re-ask the deposition? Well, to be fair, when they're doing that, what they're trying to do is impeach the witness. When the witness testifies as to one thing, and then they reach back into what they've said before to say, this is different than what you said today. The problem with what they've been doing is that it hasn't exactly been effective, because the testimonies haven't ended up being that different. And so it's like where there's been some difference, it's like a reasonable difference that really doesn't feel impactful. Carl Magnus Blindheim says, how does the Goldwater rule apply to this case? We did discuss that earlier.
She personally examined her, and it was court ordered, so you're there.
Yeah, exactly. Emma Rain says, Kurt, why does it matter if Dr. Curry has testified on IPV cases before or not? She's testifying to whether or not Amber has PTSD and personality disorders.
Oh, I think this is going back to when I was trying to point out good points for the cross of the expert witness, and it matters It matters because it might matter to the jury, right? So she has an expertise in some things, but not other things. This is so you as cross-examination, obviously you want to try to take this wind out of the sails of the expert any way you can, right? So she has a whole bunch of credentials that obviously are not great for you. So what can you do? So I thought it was very effective, right? At least at the start. It was like, well, she's not board certified. Okay, I'll take that, right? She doesn't have experience in IPV cases. All right, fine. I mean, that's something to make her look a little bit less credible, right? So these are all things just to try to take the wind out of her sails. The degree to which that is bought by the jury or not, of course, I couldn't speak to, but I thought it was a good try. She got good things out that could be helpful to try to make this not seem like, the voice of God. So that was nice, I thought.
Yeah.
And well put. Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Yeah. Lynn 2574 says social worker here. I once saw someone attend court dressed as the Joker, full face makeup and all, then screamed, "You can't judge me," to the judge. That's crazy.
Definitely can.
Not a winning strategy.
Sure can.
Yeah.
No legal advice.
Literally my job. Literally.
Would 10 out of 10 would not recommend.
No.
Dragon's Treasure says, "Holy crap, 32K viewers. I need to chill again. Buy my tea. Use code AmberTurd. 10% off discount, and you benefit me and Dragon's Treasure." So the Dragon's
numbers today.
Yeah, we had some crazy numbers today. Doris Torres says, "Petition to make a shirt with 'Can I clarify?' No."
That was perfect from Elaine. By the way, I know I'm hard on her, but like that, "Can I expound on this?" No. And moving right on to the next question. Perfect.
It was a little badass moment, put the glasses on,
Yep.
Thug life style.
Yeah. Coach Karen says, "Crosses all over the place. Don't think they completely understand how these exams work, i.e. malingering, if a person knows how to manipulate the exam." Maybe. Paulina says, "How is this relevant? We saw the body cams. The house is pretty tidy and the mess was staged. This lawyer is horrible." I wouldn't say that she's horrible. She's doing her job. She's doing the best job that she can. But,
I actually don't think she's horrible. I just don't like her tone.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always possible that the camera is deceiving for whatever reason. The camera shows something, but that's not really really what happened, right? Because of angles or whatever. So it's like, maybe I can get you to say something that, like, the camera didn't pick up, or it was not representative for some reason.
Yeah.
So you gotta try.
I think that the disparities between the body cam footage and the photos is more than what would be attributable to camera angles or lighting or whatever.
Hope.
Yeah, but I also will say, so the fact that there is evidence that speaks otherwise from what Elaine was trying to pull out of a particular witness doesn't make any of the evidence less relevant. So what she was doing was still very much relevant because it was to a lot of the points that are at issue about that apartment and the condition of the apartment. Alicia Albert says, "Will Elaine also be that aggressive to Amber's witnesses as she is to the jury and defense?" Also watching all the way from South Africa. Hey, welcome. And also thank you for the very generous super chat. So I don't know. She might be aggressive, but I doubt it. I doubt that she's going to be aggressive towards her own witnesses. These are hostile witnesses.
They got real problems if she comes off with the full aggression against her own witnesses.
Yeah.
Who bought and paid for you?
You did.
Who sent you? Zainab Ertuz says, "Why did she go super detailed about the notebooks? I think it was to figure out just how much detail these officers would put into these, or no, the notebooks were about their field manuals or something, right? Wasn't that what that issue was? So to get into either how much experience that they have, or how much training that they have, or how much detail that they put into these kinds of calls to these homes when they get, when they are supposed to respond to a 911 call, how much are they going to be reporting on this stuff on a regular basis? And the fact that something was or was not reported in this instance, how does that relate to their overall habit or their overall standard of doing things? So that's what all of that detail was getting into. It seemed very boring, very tedious, but it was important to establish their basic routine and their basic habit and how this fits into that context. Paulina says, "For Pete's sake, is anyone going to explain how there's any evidence of unbruised victims in tidy houses?" Well, So they did have testimony that they were getting to with the police officer, with Officer Saenz, about about the fact that she didn't see any bruises or any kind of swelling, the fact that everything was tidy. And I think that any further explanations are going to come, if at all. Well, there will be explanations on that in the closing argument. So if you hear testimony coming out that kind of talks factually about this stuff, there's not necessarily going to be an explanation, because the attorney can't do that on the stand, except for in cross-examination. You've got a little bit more leeway because you're pulling testimony out of the witness. But anyhow, all explanations will be made during the closing argument. Maria Alexis says, congrats on 100K. Regardless of the outcome of this legal proceeding, this looks bad on Amber Heard. This was career suicide. Who will want to work with her? Maybe so. Maybe so. And thank you, by the way. Thank you. Carly says, whose witness is she? I think that with these video depositions, it's a little bit of both, is how this is playing out. Steve Deacon says, where's Lawyer Cat today? He's around. He's messing around, little Holmesy cat. He just, decided, I think, maybe to hang out with Astra, our other kitty. Aquarius says, sorry, but who is this police officer? I missed the last hour, so please tell me, people. Also like the stream. Thank you. So this was Officer Saenz, one of the officers who responded to a 911 call on the evening of May 21st, 2016. There were 2 sets of them. She was in, I believe, the first set. Lisa says, I like the fact that the psychologist stated she had sought counsel before going to Johnny Depp's house due to the circumstances. She gave a perfect explanation as to why she had to go there. Yeah. Rufus Rower says, Emily gets Brittany, Ricada gets Kyle, and Legalbytes gets the Johnny bump. Congrats on 100K. Thank you. Very kind of you. Naya Prex says, do depots count in the court time? Yes, they do. They do. Jillian J says the elevator time is off by 6 minutes. Maybe so. I didn't catch that.
The elevator time seems to not be right with a bunch of these things, so I think it's off a little bit.
Yeah, it could be. Paulina says, Spidey, analyze Elaine, not bans. I will make a note to him. Tis Madness says, we know why Johnny had a nurse assigned to him, but do we know why Amber had one assigned to her? They did go over that during at least Dr. Kipper's testimony. So that was, I think they wanted to give her access to the same kind of medical care that he gets. I mean, because although this is an addiction nurse, she also is there to treat other stuff for him as well, it seems.
My recollection was the testimony was something along the lines of she saw how Johnny was interacting with Debbie, and effectively they all collectively wanted her to have her own.
Yeah. Seems about right. Emily D. Baker, thanks again. Thank you so much. Yay. Yay. Pharrell Drake says, this is a stretch, isn't it?
Apply that to the, when was that?
This was, I think Officer Saenz.
Okay.
Yeah. Fo Rothko says, do you think there could be examples given of Amber having ashy contour to disprove the sussy bruise pics? Could even be from during this trial. LMAO. Could be. Bill Potter says, I feel sorry for Elaine's other. Talk about domestic abuse, having to talk to her across the dinner table. Do you recall the piece from dinner 3 years ago? What did you think of them?
We don't all take the lawyering home. we try.
Yeah, for sure. Bama20 says, I think Cohen stating that Amber Heard's doctors have to believe her and stating it's unethical to state in testimony to facts of abuse as a doctor was masterful, planting seeds of unethical conduct if they do. Yeah. Could very well be. Depends on how the jury takes it at the end of the day, right?
It came across as sincere. Like she just adamantly believes that as part of her role.
Yeah. Katie says, was this the incident that caused the divorce filing? Because this is nothing like was reported at the time. It is. It's the May 21st, 2016 incident. And it seems like it was kind of a nothing burger, according to Officer Saenz. Adam Dyson says, what are the opportunities for appeal here? Is the judge's ruling final? So when it comes to various decisions that the judge is making, yes, but not every single decision that the judge makes is automatically appealable. So in this particular case, certain decisions, like on the motions for limine, which are deciding, whether or not certain evidence can come in, and if so, how, those are potentially, I can't remember if those are read or immediately appealable, or if that has to be reserved for afterwards, if for the conclusion of the jury. I think it's after the conclusion of the jury.
Yeah, I mean, you have to show clear error, and good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
It's
So
tough.
not only does the judge have to be wrong, they have to be really wrong.
Yeah, and especially where it's a decision that is up to a judge's discretion, and a lot of those evidentiary matters are up to their discretion. That's really hard. It's really hard.
I was going to ask Kurt, does it have to affect the outcome as well as be clearly wrong?
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a double whammy.
Yeah, so not only does it have to be really wrong, it has to have made a difference. Yeah.
So generally tough. Yeah. AN says, saw this question come up in the chat. IO Amber's friend called the police from their apartment in New York at her request. That is what was testified.
That's
so
Johnny's
far.
testimony. Yeah.
Yes. Amber claimed in that video or that audio testimony or audio clip that we heard that she never asked anyone to call the police. However, I think in her filings she has pled that IO was still on the phone during this incident after Johnny threw the phone at her, and that IO independently at some point called 911. So
yeah, that's hard to
we
make
have
that story
multiple
work.
accounts from Amber from different perspectives on that. It's messy at best. Amanda Villa says, I think the questions on cross were too complicated. And the doctor was so likable and trustworthy that the bottom line, they didn't pay. Yes, it was very easy to get distracted during the cross-examination, I think. JJV says, I feel like Amber Heard should say to the public to save herself, I need help, I want to settle. And she goes to treatment. I think that be respected, and JD got his story out. He's probably okay, but of course it won't happen. Yeah, I don't see that happening at this point. I think everyone is pretty much set on where they're going.
Yep.
Ellie Bletta says, maybe Amber is even lying to her own lawyers, given Elaine's reactions and disappointment after every single answer.
I think the muffin thing is really interesting there, because she definitely thought that Amber told her that. Like that set that up, because she goes, didn't you tell your husband? Didn't your husband, in fact, even tell Amber Heard? And it's like, no. I mean, like the doctors, like what? And then she had an explanation ready, almost as if she knew how this story had percolated around the defense side, which she might, in terms of like the documents that have been shared and things like that. But I think this goes a little too far in terms of lying to her own lawyers. But I definitely think your client is your best foundation of evidence, and they're finding certain things are not the way that they've been told.
Right. Yeah. It definitely does seem that way. Sorry, Bree, were you gonna say something? I started to jump in.
Oh no, I was just agreeing. It does seem like they think the answers are going to be different than what they are, possibly because of what Amber told them, which I think kind of showed in the testimony or the deposition with the police officer.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Colfe, party monsters have disco bloodbaths. #J4J. Thank you. Very, very generous. Thank you. Solomenity says, do you think the plaintiff team war gamed the trial and found the sound bites generic white male, etc.? Also, do they have someone watching jury reactions? I don't know if they have someone watching jury reactions. I would imagine that they probably do. They've got like 6 attorneys in there, so somebody's probably keeping an eye on the jury at various points. But I don't know about the generic white male. I mean, that's more entertaining for us than anything, I think.
The cop talk.
Yeah. So, but I do think that they definitely have I very much think that they have war gamed this trial. They know the structure that they want to put this all in. I mean, the fact that they ended with that audio clip on the redirect of Johnny Depp, they completely planned that. That was 100% planned to end with that. And it was brilliant, in my opinion. Valerie Close says, when and why were the cops called to the penthouse? They were called at some point during that fight. Don't know exactly why, but there are multiple theories as to why they were called. possibly to create cover to say that, oh yes, Amber Heard called the cops and the cops came by and they didn't come in and didn't investigate. There are theories that are out there about that. I don't know if that's true, but I don't know. We'll see what the jury says.
Yeah, it gets confusing in that timeline.
It does. Christine Maurer says, being a peace officer, isn't the officer considered an expert witness? No, no. An officer this officer particularly was a lay witness. She was testifying to what she saw, what she heard, what she, put together, as a police officer responding to the scene. But in order for her to be an expert in this, even though she's there as a professional, in order for her to be considered an expert, she has to be like, you have to qualify them to say, like, she's been an officer for 30 years. She's got all this extra certification. She's done extra education, and she's an expert in something very, very specific. Like, let's say she's an expert in analyzing a car accident scene or something, so she understands how to look at, tire scratch marks, or skid marks on the road and other kinds of stuff like that. But it'll be very, very specific for her. Just because she's a police officer doesn't make her automatically an expert in whatever it is that she's testifying to. Jimmy James says, what is the over under? Amber never takes the stand and they settle this case before the end of the week. Zero chance. 0%
How low
chance.
can I make the under?
It is. I would all but guarantee it. Kaya K says, why would Jay subpoena James Franco if he's already on a witness list?
Yeah, you have to subpoena everyone who's on the witness list for them to actually be required to show up.
Yes, exactly. Dorinda S says, who called the police then? Because she refused to talk to them once there. I have questions. Yeah, we all do, right? Because it seems suspect that if she called them or she asked Io to call them or Io independently decided to call them and then she says, I don't want to talk to the police, and the average male, average white male, whatever he was called, like he also is trying to be kind of cagey on it is very suspicious. And we all have questions about it too.
We really do.
Yes. Lopsy Bun says, did it hurt Depp when he wasn't able to say how many contracts he lost as a result of the Post article and he wouldn't do another Pirates movie? Anyways,
yeah, his lawyers were doing yeoman's work trying to get it out of the poor guy. And I don't know if he failed to notice what was going on or whatever, but they were trying. Like, how many contracts did you have like before the article? Like between the time the abuse started and between the article, like how many did you have? And then how many did you have afterwards? And he couldn't remember anything. It's like, I don't know. I was like, isn't it true that you wouldn't do a Pirates movie anyway? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's out for damages. It's like, that's out.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, he was very unspecific on the damages. So it was not great. Hopefully at some point they'll introduce something more specific. Otherwise, if the jury rules against Amber in a big way, without like more specifics on something, they got to get it in somewhere, or the judge is going to probably whack that jury award down a lot because the only thing I lost is everything. That's frightfully unspecific, Johnny. Not sure what to do with that.
Because you put $1 on that, sir.
Put a dollar amount on that.
We did get to see the Pirates movie had effectively 35 million flat. He said they were comparable to other movies, but yeah, you gotta say you were gonna get some movies you didn't get. You do have to say that.
Yeah, you gotta give your legal team a little bit of help here.
Or even just like the amount of work. Between this period, I had 25 contracts. After this period, I had 3 contracts. Kind of there you go. Each of these 25 contracts on average value was $8 million. So, I lost whatever 22 times 8 million is, blah, blah, blah. I mean, whatever it happens to be. But yeah, Johnny Depp was unable to give any specifics. I can't believe his lawyers didn't prep for this question because it goes straight to damages.
It's very endearing.
Not a great look.
It does. Yeah. I mean, it suggests authenticity to I actually don't care about the damages.
Yeah. It's also kind of hilarious that he doesn't watch any of his own movies. Like the only person who hasn't seen Pirates of the Caribbean is Johnny Depp. This is great.
The only one.
Yeah.
I was like, really? You've never seen it? I mean, weren't you like basically probably required to go to some sort of premiere like the directors
I do want to know when he does it
premiere where they go city to city? You really never had to go to a screening ever? Okay.
Jillian J says the elevator time being wrong puts the officers in the doorway/hall when the hallway/wine picture was supposedly taken. They would have stepped in it. Yeah. So yeah, there's an issue. Oops, excuse me. There's an issue with the timing of it on that front. National Populace says, is this the only accusation of domestic violence by Amber Heard against JD? Do we know what the second set of cops had reported? Second set of cops have reported the same. They didn't see anything else either. They saw everything looked fine. We actually, that's where we see body cam footage, is with the second set of people. So you can see for yourself that there's nothing there. Everything is tidy. There's no broken glass. There's no wine. There's nothing. Nothing, nada.
We'll take our own estimation of what that body camera footage says when it's introduced into evidence.
All right. All right.
You know, and it's definitely not the only
We
accusation.
will find the many things it shows that somehow you missed.
All right, fair point. I will take that challenge.
We'll try hard.
But there are multiple accusations. There's also the December 15th that hasn't really been talked about much just yet, but I'm excited for when they do, because that's going to be a fun kind of impeachment of that story.
Yeah, December 15 is weird. Like it's said as this big thing, and we have so little around it right now.
I think it's going to come up on Amber Heard's side.
Okay,
that's when it's really going to come up, because they're gonna put people up there and they're gonna show the James Corden show and other kinds of stuff to be like, really. So that's my prediction.
Because I feel I've lived my life in March of 15. Like I got March down. And I have a Boston flight in 14 pretty much down.
I've got a lot of 2013 for some reason too.
No idea
you
why.
Shut your mouth. You get that year out your damn mouth, Kurt.
2013 is a worse year for Rick Hogue than 2020.
I just don't understand it. They're bringing in all this crap. Anyway, all right.
Bernard Price, it sounds like an attempt of engineering a timeline. Could be. Kevin Takeda says, when Johnny wins, he should buy muffins for everyone in the room.
Muffins for everybody.
Muffins and mega pints and Amica cream and
that's right.
It'll be your gift bag from Johnny Depp.
Yes, and all written in on the back of an alpaca. Scoot says, this is why Amber was trying so hard to get this case dismissed and evidence from not getting into court, considering how bad it is for her. Could be.
Yeah, it's
Could
not
very
great.
well be. For crying out loud, says Amber Heard now has black notebook like JD new edition. Oh, I didn't see that.
Was she on a notebook instead of a legal pad? I think that might be right.
Could be.
We're not even picking up all the things.
I don't know, man. Farrell Drake says, will the other officer, her partner, testify? I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe in the second round they'll have one of the officers testify. But they did get, I believe, deposition testimony from both of them.
Yeah, I mean, God, if it's the exact same, I hope they don't just double up.
No, yeah, it would not be necessary. Roz805 says, is the same event that Amber relied on to obtain the DVTRO? Yes, same one. Jaume Riddle, thank you. Florida Dad says, you can tell what kind of wonderful person Alita is when her competition celebrates her success. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank
really
you.
competition.
But we're not really competition.
Yeah.
We're not. We are all friends here.
And we've grown each other's channels, and we like
and I will do the same thing for them, right? When somebody else is hosting a trial stream, I will be there to hype them up.
Well, in
too,
October,
and
it's either going to be it's either going to be the Crumbly trial or the Daybell trial. I haven't decided which one. But in October, I'm covering one of those two.
All right.
Okay.
See, I see there was a commitment. There was some consideration there potentially. Then she wavered on that with the whole trial stream thing. Because there aren't going to be a lot of trials in virtual legality. We'll figure it out. But no,
I'll hype you up in whatever way you need.
All right. No, but I do think this is important because this is good stuff, and we're not competitors. We work together, and everybody's success helps increase the success of the entire endeavor. Even people that aren't inside LawTube, the more better information we can get out there, I personally think is better for all. I mean, it's not altruistic, but it's there's a lot of crap information out there, and I'm happy to be a part of it not being as crap. So there you go.
Agreed. And the more success that we have across LawTube, also the more we can all continue doing what we're doing, and we have better and more interesting conversations when we have all of these crossovers with one another, and that really is the beauty of all of this too. So yeah, I mean, it's like we have to have a friendly, good environment with one another if we want to have these conversations, right? Because it's like I can just talk and babble on my own, but I am not as good at that as I am to have conversations with people that are with me here, you know?
Everybody's better with other people on. And for the record, I will say that Alita is a wonderful person, as best I can tell.
Thank
you know,
you.
without violating the Goldwater rule. Yeah,
She's been gaslighting us all.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very elaborate ploy.
It was Mr. Bites wasn't actually handing me flowers and stuff. This is actually a paid assistant.
Of course, your name is even Alinda.
Oh man. Shannon Parham says, will attorney reps be damaged due to trial? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that people will recognize, at least other professionals, other lawyers in this area are definitely going to be recognizing that they're doing their job. They're just trying to do the best that they can. Resident Warrior says, how come poop isn't in the discovery poll?
Nobody collected it.
I'm glad they did not.
For good reason. For good reason.
From
Zachary
years ago.
McPherson.
How would that survive the old locker?
Zachary McPherson said, Kurt, you just did the slow fade into happy.
I remember when this comment came on stream. I don't think happy was the emotion I was experiencing at that moment.
Cynthia says, uncivil is Mensa, intelligent, and needs meds. Hey, what? He's not like most of humanity. That's the issue. Keep shaming psychs and not getting it.
Okay. First of all, I don't know when I shamed psychologists or psychiatrists. When did I ever shame psychologists or psychiatrists?
Yeah.
I never shamed them. What are you talking about?
I disagree. I will say Uncivil is incredibly intelligent. I mean, his brain is an encyclopedia, especially when it comes to case law. So I will say I will agree with that. And not like most of humanity, maybe he's a very, very unique individual as well. But everything else, no way. No way. I disagree with that. NM says, redirect clarified effectively that none of Amber Heard psychologists diagnosed Amber Heard because treating her obligated them to believe her side on face value.
Yeah, fair.
Joshua Roos says, will Amber's lawyer's reputation suffer post-trial? No, I don't think so.
They just shouldn't put it on their website as a trial that they covered.
Or maybe say, we did the best that we could with the facts that we had.
With the facts that we had, but people will forget.
Yeah, exactly. Sandy the Sassy Queen. I love that name. That's an awesome name. Said, waiting for Mr. Chu to cross when Amber Heard is on the stand and ask if JD was wearing his jewelry during alleged incidences. If she says yes, he will ask her to show her where on her face of the imprints of the rings. Or maybe in the photos, ask, where were those rings marked up in the photos? Could be. Very good point. Renee B says, did you catch the questioning about the doctored photo?
I was wondering if those were the photos in question.
That was, you mean Officer Saenz, right?
Yeah, we didn't get to see them, right?
Yeah.
All they said was that they were taken on May 21st before. They also said during, which I think was just a little exaggeration from the lawyers, and after the incident. So I haven't seen those photos. They haven't been, I guess they haven't been published yet. So we didn't get to see them as part of that. That interaction.
And that was one of the things that was really difficult about listening to this testimony was that there was video and photos that they were commenting on that we couldn't see. So it was just hard to visualize and pay attention at the same time.
I don't know why we didn't get the elevator down and up videos, because we saw those admitted with Captain Eastern Building. And I remember the officer coming down from the first iteration, which must be her. Yeah. And she does seem, I don't know. She seems pumped. She seems like that was an interesting call that she had. And you heard her get questioned about it. And I just have to remember it from 2.5 weeks ago. I don't know why that wasn't shown again.
Yeah. And she said, but her response was, no, I wasn't animated. I was just hanging out with my buddy.
And it's like, that would have been interesting to introduce at the same time, because I'm like, you looked like you had an iPod in and were like dancing a little bit. I mean, like that's what it was.
Unless she's just like that. Maybe she walks around and she's just kind of jamming. Maybe that's just her
Could be.
MO, you know?
It could
Who
be.
knows? Mad8 says, I had an interview with a rich guy to work on his airplane. He served dinner and drinks at a restaurant. He wasn't famous, a rich guy trying to keep a low profile. I didn't get the job.
Yeah.
Interesting. Could be just how they do it sometimes. For crying out loud says, do jurors discuss with each other before deliberations? They're not allowed to. Not allowed. Please do not. Stephanie Vu says, good point, Nate, but in the end, I guess jurors are at their first experience. So if public finds it rude, jury may find it rude. No. Oh, referring to Elaine's style.
Yeah, how Elaine
could be.
rolls.
Yeah. Could be. Yeah. Yeah.
We don't really know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, literally the definition of speculation.
Yeah.
Broken Wing says, a non-MD/MPH here, grain of salt. In my honest opinion, bar's low for BPD. Even if Amber Heard's PCP, but BPD and EMR, there's so many acronyms here. I'm sorry. In
Medicine.
EMR, until it raises the risk of PT harm, and he pulled it. In my honest opinion, will be on any top 3 differential diagnosis best counter. I think they're just trying to fit everything into the 200 characters of a chat.
And an impressive job at that.
Robin Williams in Good Morning Vietnam with the acronyms.
I know, it's like I feel like I'm talking to Mr. Bytes over here with all the military acronyms that you get. Bar's low for BPD for borderline.
So PCP, I think it's one of the tests. Put BPD in a status of some kind until it increased the risk of physical harm.
And he pulls it.
This
I apologize.
Is like a Mad Lib.
PCP is also a drug.
It is that. It's my first thought.
So in the chat, someone says that comment seems to be just saying that it would always be in the differential given those symptoms, but not probative. Could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go with that.
Okay, chat. Primary care physician.
Thank you, that's what we're going with.
Chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Primary care physician. Okay. Thanks, guys. You've got a bunch of lawyers who are being like,
that's a wall. This is my actual wall. All right, chat. Whatever.
Chelsea D says, if Amber Heard didn't write the headline and Mans didn't speak out against the headline, her saying she couldn't otherwise, her credibility would be destroyed. Is that not malice and reckless disregard?
It would be malice because she would know whether it's true or not, because obviously she was there. That's how you get to malice. She would have actual knowledge.
You have to show she saw it.
Yeah.
For the headlines, you have to see that she saw it, and particularly, I would want to see as an attorney on this. If I were on Johnny's case, I would want to see not just that evidence that she had seen it, but that she had also consented to that headline.
That would be great.
That she had approved it in some kind of an email or something.
You're good to go, Washington Post. That looks great.
Yeah.
That'd be really great if that email
Here's
exists.
the version that we are about to post online, and then she says, great, go ahead, green light. That would be what I would be looking for that. Sir Ella says, I would keep cross of Amber Heard personal therapist to 2 questions. 1, did you see DA? 2, is all this information only from Amber Heard or any other sources? Yeah, could be. Jen Toro says, can lawyers watch online stuff about the case? Yes, they can. Question is, do they want to?
I'm sure they're trying to do legal
Probably
right
not.
now.
Too many chefs in the kitchen is a real concern.
That's true.
Yes, absolutely. Bernhard Price says, knives out. Miss Opinionated says, Bites, I am so happy seeing your channel growth. Seems like yesterday that Natalie had you on. As always, please thank your husband for his service. Thank you. Thank you so much. Frozen Control says, what if any techniques are known as pseudo or junk science in this context?
You don't begin
I mean, I don't remember if Virginia uses Daubert or Fry, but either way, you have to show that the testimony has sufficient reliability. If it's Fry, it's well adopted in the community. I forget exactly how Daubert phrases it. It's a little bit looser. But still, you have to show some sort of that it's not crap. So you can't testify about crap.
Isn't it? I thought it was scientific consensus. It's been a long time
That's
since
Fry.
I read Daubert.
Fry is scientific consensus. I forget Daubert. It's a little bit looser.
I haven't written a Daubert brief in a long time. That was my sole interaction with litigation.
I think about half. I think it's about half and half on the states on Fry versus Daubert. The feds use Daubert. I think it's about half and half among the states. So
yeah.
That's way too much legal geek for our day.
That's why they're here. It's hour 11 and a half.
I know.
If you're still hanging with us, you want some Daubert criteria.
We still have like just under 10,000 people here. That's nuts to me. While we're just hanging out, going through super chats.
We're very sorry as I descend into more and more punchiness. I appreciate it.
I know, me too. Isaac Bolt says,
someone
guys,
says it's pronounced Daubert. Fine.
Daubert.
I learned it as Daubert. It will always be Daubert to me.
I live just outside Detroit.
Potato. Who knows? But Isaac Bowl says, guys, do you realize LB is being polite by not telling you to STFU so she can read super chats and wrap the stream up?
Oh, I do. Yeah, absolutely. She
you
really
want to shut the fuck up, Legalbytes?
No, this was from earlier. I think when everybody was kind of talking about the expert testimony and going back and forth and stuff, and I mean, I was looking at the number of super chats that I had to go through. I was like, oh no, it's gonna be forever. But that's okay because I appreciate the commentary and I never want to restrict that too much. Do you need to go?
Actually, now that you mention it, and since I'm slowing up things most anyway, I did want to wait until we got under 100 left. But first of all, I want to congratulate you on 100,000. It's 9 p.m. here Eastern time. I probably should eat a meal today, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go do that.
Thank you so much for joining me.
Oh, absolutely. I'm also going to be a little bit late tomorrow because I have some legal stuff to handle. But I will be on tomorrow, I still think. Thank you so much for having me. Congratulations again. Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Bree. Subscribe to their channels. Subscribe to Alita's channel.
Subscribe to Rick too.
Yes. Yeah, come on over. We're doing more Elon. I think I'll probably have another Elon video tomorrow.
Yes.
And
I need to check those out.
And I'll see you all later. So thanks again.
All righty. Okay.
Bye.
See you, Rick. So, all right. Next super chat. Mostly Dead says, would any of you have told Amber Heard not to speak to the police as she claims that's what her lawyer told her to do? Probably. I mean, but if the only thing is, if you're the one that called the police or your people called the police, that's it's still suspect. But generally speaking, yes, the advice is not to talk to the police.
If she's the one that's guilty, but if she's the one calling, she probably should get her story so she can, have more proof.
Yeah, it's a very strange situation there for sure. Ethan Peterson says facial expression duration and decay, I think, is from Schmidt et al. Movement differences between deliberate and spontaneous facial expressions, zygomaticus major action in smiling for those interested. Thank you. Miss Opinionated said, late to the party. Has anyone watched Amber Heard's deposition? When audio that is not in her favor is played, she puts a potato chip in her mouth. Crunch, crunch. I actually didn't see that part. I've seen portions of it though. But that's kind of funny though. Renee B said, what did you all think of the questions on confirmation of the same photo, but one looked doctored? Love the multiple views and how respectful you all are. Thank you.
I haven't seen the photos.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not sure that I've seen, I have seen photos of Amber Heard that were basically leaked out from evidence, but I don't know if they're the same ones that you're talking about. Hell Pike said, Kurt, how do you reconcile your existence with the fact that it's meaningless? LOL. Love Kurt. I don't know that he said that.
Meaning is found at least in the living of the life.
There you go.
It's meaningful while it exists.
Yes.
It's like,
absolutely.
it's like saying a movie doesn't matter because it will end. Right? We go to a movie, we enjoy it even though we know it will end. So it's still enjoyable while it's going on. So is life too. Why not?
Hey, very well put. Oh, sorry. Phil Jones said, how can you breathe if you are face down in sand?
It could be hard.
Good question. Represent says, Amber, her hairstyle changes. It's attention seeking. Possibly. Melanie says, how does the jury decide on the sum of punitive damages? Thanks for the live streams and congrats on the 100,000 subscribers.
One Virginia
Thank
and CC, you're capped at $350,000. I imagine the jury will award more than that. So the number will be $350,000.
Yes.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yes. Easy question. Andy the Game Maker says, I joined the army because Legalbytes introduced me to Black Sabbath's War Pigs. That's not true. This is my brother. I don't know what you, okay. All right. Granddaddy Otaku says, I support Johnny, but Amber's lawyers are doing their job. It's important to know that this is just the way the court works. Questions are going to be asked 100 times in order to establish credibility. Very true. Very true. Good point. Akash Singh says, there is something that needs our immediate attention. Can we please fix the top of Rob's camera? Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed this. Very sorry. Monica says, since this is a defamation trial, what does JD's team need to do to actually win? It seems like people are thinking he's doing pretty well. Granted, we haven't seen Amber's team present their case. They've got to show that there is a lie in her statements, first off. And we've had a difference of opinion as to whether or not the statements that she's made that are at issue are such that you can possibly find a lie. I personally think so, because what I have decided is that the way that I interpret her statements are, her entire op-ed comes from the perspective of somebody who speaks from authority. She says that her authority comes from being a domestic violence survivor. Her references, at least in one of the statements, she references back 2 years. And to any reasonable reader, that 2 years prior goes back to the DVRO. So basically what Johnny's team needs to show, in my opinion, is that her assumed authority that she takes in her voice in this op-ed is based off of a lie, and that's what they're trying to show here. So yeah. Marco V says, has it been established that Amber did in fact drop anchor on Jack Sparrow's bed? That's what Johnny's side has testified. It'll be interesting to hear the questions come out of Amber's side when she eventually testifies. But that at least we have testimony on that. But whether it's been fully established, I don't know. That's up to the jury. Your face, GD, God damn it, says, you've said today's expert was court appointed. Why isn't the appointed expert neutral, i.e. not paid by JD's team? Thanks for the great commentary. We may have misspoken. I may have misspoken. Somebody may have, but not court appointed. She's hired by Johnny's team, but compelled by the court. So Amber was compelled by the court to get evaluated by the psychologist. So that would be why. Julie Mack, thank you. Hey, Heather Swain, thank you very much. Mackie98 says, do you think JD will use audio clip regarding the hoax in Amber Heard's testimony? Yes, absolutely. 100%. Delicious Treat says, all of these physicians who claim they saw injuries weren't legally bound to report it. Did they not believe it? Yeah, I suppose so. NM says, quick question regarding makeup cross earlier today. Why no objection plus asked to strike the record to the witness was neither a stylist nor an expert on makeup or cosmetics. Congrats for 100K. Thank you very much. But I think the reason why is because any juror can just listen to the testimony on their own and decide like she's not a makeup expert, so why would she know? You know what I mean? Like, so not everything needs to be objected to, even if it seems like an improper question, because you allow the jury to kind of put 2 and 2 together on their own as well.
Yeah.
Catherine Roy says, how does the anti-SLAPP laws in Virginia impact JD's case? So they are relatively weak in comparison to other states. California has a particularly strong one. So that is, I don't know. I mean, Kurt, do you want to add more explanation? I feel like I've talked.
Yeah, it's just part of the thing that the jury can consider as sort of a mechanism to cut short the analysis if they find it was a SLAPP, anti-SLAPP. It's one of the things the jury can use to sort of shortcut the analysis. So, yeah,
basically, and it's essentially a free speech or a First Amendment kind of claim for a defense. Makeup with Glitter says Jodi Arias also pleaded borderline to get out free for killing her boyfriend. So is Amber really believable? Different case, different facts, different diagnosis. Maybe. LP Mina says the audience in the courtroom looked nearly segregated between males and females. Is that normal. I don't know. It was pretty strongly female today, it seemed like.
I mean, it's just kind of first come, first serve. So if there was it was just because that's where people sat. People sat presumably with groups that they were part of and stuff like that. So that's just the way it crumbled on today. So
Yeah,
whatever.
I guess so. Panda PNG1 says, currently following this from Peru. I really want to see that Johnny gets the justice he deserves. Hey, welcome. Taylor Cook says, boomer sooner. Apple Trees 1024 says, the video that secretly tapes JD, that Amber Heard secretly tapes Johnny Depp sure looks like she has no or natural makeup on. Could they reference that to show what the manager said about her makeup there to be true? Sure. Absolutely. Epicurean Bard says, just use the promo code to get some of Iroh's Legacy, Earth Kingdom, and everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked tea. Hey, awesome. Thank you.
There you go.
You will be very satisfied with this tea, I can assure you. Paulina Abramowicz, thank you. Brick Cormier says, the only thing I remember about Michigan is they lost to Appalachian State at the Big House. It was a great day for football. Don't at me,
Sorry,
Hogue.
Richard missed that one. That's a nice little.
I know. That was a good one. Rosemary Hernandez, thank you for your super sticker. Simply Simple says, question: why was the police officer not permitted to refer to her evidence notebook
during the trial? Yeah, well, it's really easy because you testify from your memory. The stuff in her journal would be like a present recollection recorded, but if you can get it from her in her testimony, then all the better, right? Then rather than reading her notes. If you need to refresh her recollection, you can do that. But I think they did fine.
Yeah, agreed.
It worked for me. I was sold.
Yep. Terry Lee, thank you. Paulina Abramowicz says, don't you think her comparison of men to ships from op-ed is in some way subliminal finger pointing, or is it a stretch?
No, I don't think it's a stretch at all. I think, yeah.
Yeah. Shindra's Concept says, have we confirmed yet that the redness was from crying? All joking aside, it does seem to be a bit of annoying scratch to ask the same question a lot.
I appreciate it on some level. In a deposition, I appreciate it because you're trying to go at it every possible way, right? So it's like, well, it looked like this. It's like, well, maybe it was this, or maybe it was this, and see if you can get the witness to agree with anything. So, I appreciated it. It didn't work. Nice try.
Yeah. Lilith says, current undergrad at UCSD. Hey, awesome. Awesome. Nate NJ says, I have a family member just like Amber Heard. She's a master manipulator, called it ages ago. Also, no way Zellner would get involved unless she believed JD. Could be. Edward Charles says, help, I'm being repressed. Brick Cormier says, your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. That's the quote. Thank you, Britt. Thank you. That's what we needed. Okay. Monty Python, everybody. Thank you. Laura K says, does Turd's baby have anything to do with the Turd versus Elon battle over frozen embryos? Can it be brought up in this trial? There's a lot of speculation about asking Elon about that if he was going to testify.
I'm not even familiar with this issue at all. I guess I missed a memo.
Yeah. Specifically about frozen embryos, I'm not certain that I knew of a dilemma, but I'm sure. I mean, there's been so many crazy things going on in the periphery of this case that why not? But she does have a baby that was supposedly born by surrogacy. She announced it last April. All of a sudden on social media, she had a baby with her. So I don't know. And a lot of people speculated about who's the father or who donated sperm for it. I don't know. I don't know. But I doubt that we're going to see real answers coming out of this case. If we did, it would be a massive surprise. But yeah, if Elon doesn't testify in this trial, I doubt that it's something that is going to come up.
If he does testify, I mean,
would that be
seems like an improper question?
It does seem, because it's not entirely relevant, right?
Yeah.
B says, I am thinking about changing my major from finance to law. I never really thought about it until watching this case, but don't know much about law.
No, don't do it. Stay far away. Don't do it. Save yourself.
I will say this. It depends on what you want to use it for, right? If you have an idea of what you want to use your law degree for, by all means do it. There are a lot of great uses for a law degree. But if you're doing it just for, I don't know, social reasons or something, I don't know, basically it's a lot of money to invest into something, and it is a lot of work to invest into something that you want to make sure that the work that you put in, it's going to be a lot of hours and a lot of grief. You want to make sure that it's worthwhile.
And you don't necessarily need to change your major, just need to go take the LSAT and go to law school.
Yes.
So finish your major.
Yeah. What majors were you guys in college?
Computer science and political science.
Okay.
Yeah,
sounds about right.
I did kinesiology way out the ballpark.
Oh, that's awesome. I was a history major, sociology minor.
Yeah, if you shouldn't change your major. You shouldn't change your major seriously to go to law school. Law school is
Especially
filled with
finance.
all kinds of people. It's filled with all kinds of people and all kinds of things. So it's really not a factor. Whether or not you should go to law school, I concur wholeheartedly with Alita. You really want to have a pretty decent idea what you want to do with it before you go. And you also want to take a look at the economics of it, because there are a lot of legal jobs that don't pay particularly well. And you need to really think about those issues before you start. So that's my caution.
Yeah. Agreed. DeBees RN3 says JD's team would be successful closing with Isaac and replaying the last audio regarding Amber telling JD that her attorneys made her throw out abuse allegations. Maybe, but only if he's subject to recall, but only on rebuttal. So that means after Amber Heard's testimony comes in, then they could maybe bring him in to respond to something very specific. But other than that, if it's just going to be to reiterate something that he already did, that's not going to be a good use of testimony. And that would probably get a lot of objections too. Phil Jones says, I sent a super chat last week about Aquaman following Jack Sparrow. No one got. Jason Momoa stopped following Amber Heard and started following JD. Maybe Mara is done. I think I remember talking about that through a super chat. So apparently he started following JD. I didn't realize that he also stopped following Amber Heard. So I know a lot of people are talking about that a ton. Maybe, could be. Oh, hi. Are you tired? Are you bored?
I'm tired.
Talking for too long?
You have more energy than I do.
Somehow I'm powering through. KPD says, uncivil, you make me smile. Remind me of my dad in his younger days.
Okay,
Aww,
thanks.
That's very sweet. Catastrophe says, thanks for that clarification on the IME topic from earlier. I'd read something about it, but couldn't recall seeing anything about it, about an outcome. Thanks again. Yeah. Simply Simple says, question, was Dr. Curry JD's way of providing Amber Heard with a way out of this mess that she created? He tried with the joint statement and seems to have compassion. I don't know. I mean, I think honestly, it was just the reason why she was testifying was because Amber Heard has put PTSD at issue, and they have every right and reason to rebut that through their.
I'm going to sign off for now. I'll let you guys do the last 57 of these or so by yourselves.
Yeah.
But I need a little break, and I think I want to try to do some kind of stream tonight. I want to see if that Supreme Court audio is available from yesterday. Maybe I'll do that tonight. That'll be fun.
All righty.
So I'll see you guys later.
All righty. See you, Kurt. Bye. Okay. Yesel J says, when will Amber Heard take the stand? Do you think JD's lawyers will catch her lying? Do you all think she is lying? I mean, I think that there have been multiple versions of her accounts as to what happens, which is one indication of saying that she's lying.
Yeah. And I don't think she comes off very genuine, even in her mannerisms in the court. So I don't know if that counts as lying, but I don't think she's going to be very likable, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do agree. Polly Liker says, do you think the JD's team could shift to reactive abuse if it would be clear he engaged in verbal abuse? It seems so fitting. And then there's a link to glam.com on relationships and cycle of reactive abuse signs. That he could shift to reactive abuse, possibly, but they would have to have definitions for that, because the jury is not going to be led down a particular road. Also, Well, I don't know. I doubt that they're going to change their strategy mid-trial. That's not necessarily the best idea because you can end up just confusing the jury and confusing yourselves along the way.
Right.
Fat Cat's Heaven says, can you talk about the burden of proof needed for a civil trial versus a criminal trial? So all that's needed is to plant doubt in the mind of one juror. Well, here, I mean, yeah, they do require unanimity in this trial. It's kind of a weird rule, but this is how things roll in Virginia. So if you have one juror who decides not in the favor of Johnny Depp, then that's correct. But as opposed, so in normally in most places, a criminal trial also requires unanimity, but a civil trial, generally speaking, in most places does not.
Yeah.
So yeah. Mark says, surprise court allowed a mental exam, let alone what was effectively propensity and truthfulness testimony based on psych eval and tangential issue. Yep. It was a lot that they got in there with this particular witness. Brock Jordan says, court TV saying Amber Heard will be first witness called by defense. Okay, maybe, maybe, sure.
He's a strong person to call.
Yeah. D-Man Gamer says, I'm a bit confused on the trial structure. Is it all Johnny first? Is it back and forth? How long will trial last? Trial is supposed to last 6 weeks. The way that this goes is first the plaintiff side puts on their case in chief, meaning Johnny Depp is the plaintiff here. He puts on all of his witnesses. Then they say the plaintiff rests, and then they say that it's the defense turn to put on their witnesses. Now, in this case, it's kind of complicated a little bit by the video deposition testimony because it seems like some of these are, or maybe all of these are partially one person's witness, partially the other person's witness. So it's a little complicated here, but generally speaking, think of this as right now we are in Johnny Depp land. We are in his case in chief. So generally by default, think of these as Johnny's witnesses, except with the exception of the video deposition. Then when we get to Amber's case in chief, that'll be her witnesses, generally speaking. But I understand your confusion. Emily Henry, thank you. Dragon Sky Monarch, thank you very much. Emily Henry says, if JD's team were to want to enter the Milani press statement about the pallet not being released, what would that look like, and can they? Yes, so they can ask Amber Heard about it. They can ask her all about the makeup that she used and the fact that it was held up in front of the jury during opening statement and saying, where Elaine said this is the palette that she used. This is absolutely questioning that can come up because this is a representation that was made to the jury. So that's my take of how that likely would be done. Bubble Sparkle says, what is the biggest hurdle for JD side 2 weeks in? For him, I mean, I have to really sit back and think about it because I like to take some time to sort of take in the day's testimony. I think for him, I mean, he still has some incidents that haven't been disproven just yet. Like we referred to, the December 15th incident was one of them. You know, they've talked a bit about the Bahamas. They've talked a bit about, you know, Australia. They've talked a lot about. I think that they've really fleshed that out quite well. May 21st, they're not quite done yet. They still have to, I think, talk about that body cam footage and really thread the needle on everything. But the December 15th one is where they still have to put some time into to really show their case. So that is, I think the main point of focus for them, perhaps moving forward.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Makeup with Glitter says, in my opinion, I think Amber Heard knew exactly what she was doing and she wants to ruin JD, point blank, period. And you may have jurors agreeing with you on that. So possibly. It's kind of my opinion too, but I'm trying to stay reasonable. Lead with Love says, have you discussed the difference in the burden of proof since Johnny's a public figure? Does this change since both of them are public figures? So what we are talking about is in a defamation case, a defamation claim that is brought by a public figure has a higher standard. So they have to prove not only that somebody lied about them, and that they did so and caused reputational harm, but that the lie was more than negligent. The lie has to have been made with actual malice, meaning that the person knew that what they were saying was false, or they were reckless as to whether or not it was true or false. So in this particular case, it looks like Johnny has put on testimony or has put on evidence showing actual malice from Amber, talking about the whole like, oh, but it's my reputation, I don't think I can back down. It seems like she recognizes that what she was saying was not true, and that she just was kind of like feeling stuck in a certain position. So and likewise, because Amber is bringing her own claims, she also has the actual malice standard for herself as well. Eric Kling says, I wish people put as much focus on false accusations as they do true accusations. Hashtag meme too. Sure. Pow says the psychologist commenting on how one of the psychiatrists didn't believe in diagnosis stayed with me. Maybe this stayed with the jurors too. Yeah, could be. Yeah, that is the kind of thing that could definitely stick in somebody's mind. Taylor Cook says it may be worthwhile to stigmatize the cult of victimhood. Sure. Christopher Newcomb says in Maine, civil cases are more probable than not, as opposed to beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you know if it's the same for Virginia? I think it's more likely than not is the standard here for a civil case.
Yeah.
Multiverser, thank you. E. Warner says, been watching all of LawTube at the same time. You are the last to send a super chat to. Well, thank you. I appreciate you including me in that. Tyler Martin says, most abusers are not ontologically evil. They are traumatized or dysfunctional. It doesn't change the fact they are abusive. I agree. Completely agree. Simply Simple says, question, how does membership work and how does it allow us to support your channel? So with membership, you can join and it's, I think, $4.99 per month. And what I'm starting to do is create some exclusive content. I did like an Ask Me Anything a few weeks ago. That was my first time doing exclusive content, but I want to try to do something with some kind of relative frequency. I haven't quite decided exactly how much frequency, but basically once a month you get charged that $4.99 amount, and it's similar to what you could do on Locals or on Patreon. I've just kind of opened up to multiple platforms for that in case people have different preferences. So
and it allows her to keep doing this with monetary support.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Tiffany Smith said, do you think they have any smoking gun evidence that they haven't yet shown? Also, do you think we've seen most of what they have on Johnny already? I mean, I'm not sure, because I feel like I've seen a lot of the evidence in this case, but I feel like there's so much out there that there's probably something that I don't know about, and I'm hesitant to respond as to whether there is or isn't anything else. Probably I'm sure they have something that they would want to introduce on Johnny that they can introduce during their case in chief, maybe. But as far as the smoking gun evidence, I mean, all of the audio recordings that we've heard so far are the ones that I've heard. So unless there's something else, I don't know. But I think that one of the biggest pieces is going to be when they're able to sort of like line up and triangulate the timelines of the hours that people came in on May 21st, 2016, showing the setup of this apartment and the wine stains and the broken glass and all this stuff. That's going to be kind of a smoking gun moment if they can create it by putting this stuff together. Cherokee Girl says, good job getting your humum so many views, Indy. I know. You know what? You know what's funny? Our primer video on this case, basically like the everything you need to know about this lawsuit, it's done really well in the numbers. And one of my favorite parts about it is seeing so many comments on there about Indy, about how she's just like relaxing, like belly up. And she just like looks like she could not care any less about what I'm saying. It's so funny. There are so many great comments on there about Indy. I'm like, she's really the MVP here. People really love her more than me. I'm okay with that. Bruno Carvalho, thank you. Phantom says, loving the coverage and loved Dr. Curry's and Ben King's testimonies. Very confident individuals. Yes, they did come across very confidently. Tubusi says, I have to imagine that Amber Heard gives her team absolute hell every evening. Maybe that explains some grandstanding. Is there a risk of a team quitting? No, there's no risk of anybody quitting. There are professional responsibility requirements that would come into play, preventing a team from just entirely abandoning a client mid-trial. You can't do that to a client. If you're going to withdraw from representation, you almost have to like make sure that they have somebody else coming in to pick up after you. But even then, you also have institutional knowledge that you have from knowing this case that they then have to do. There's all kinds of issues that would come up. There's no risk of any quitting. Yeah.
The judge probably wouldn't let them withdraw this deep into it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's the thing too, is that once you are involved in litigation, you have to get permission to withdraw as well. So yeah, I know there's no way that the judge would let that happen. You're right, Bree. Diana P says, JD clearly loved Amber Heard, and I can only imagine how painful this entire situation has been for him. It's awful that it came to this. No winners in this case. Agreed. HR, thank you. Anna P says, putting your respective specialties aside, if Amber was your client, what advice would you give at this point in the trial? Settlement. We're beyond settlement, unfortunately. So it would just be as consistent as you can be. Try not to look too severe. Keep writing your notes. That's what I would do. Yeah. Other than that, I don't know. Bree, do you have any other thoughts?
Yeah, I wonder what they were offering in settlement, or if a settlement was even offered. I didn't keep up with the case before the trial, so I would wonder why she wouldn't settle at this point.
I don't know if Johnny wanted to settle, to be honest, because especially when you think about a defamation case like this, it's like where they're like, I have been prevented from getting my story out. I want the public to hear this. I want the public to see everything. So, I mean, there may have been some